Transmigrating into the form of a colossal dragon and acquiring a cultivation system, I initially intended to lead a tranquil life as a humble farmer. Little did I know that the rickety hoe would cleave through iron as if it were mere clay, and that a mere spray of the insecticide would obliterate the entire extraterrestrial insect race, while the more formidable rewards of the system would yield remarkable seeds. Elder brother, the elven race, the human empire, the metallic dragon clan, the orcs. I beseech an audience, seeking a single seed of cosmic creation, and I am willing to offer the most beautiful princess in return. Am I the kind of dragon who covets beauty? Let them depart. By the way, let the princess remain, and they can take her to cultivate potatoes. Chapter 1. The Hatching. How blissful it is. This sensation resembles indulging in a sauna during the frigid winter, soaking in hot springs atop a snowy mountain, or savoring hot pot in the depths of winter. One could say that both body and mind are enveloped in the utmost delight. Typically, in such circumstances, Jiang Yang would refer to it as a state of ease. Yet, as the recollection of his name surfaced, his consciousness gradually began to awaken. He hailed from Blue Star, leading a rather mundane life. And if one were to pinpoint anything extraordinary about him, it would be his surname, Jiang, which serendipitously aligned with the legendary Shinon. Furthermore, his fortune could be deemed rather favorable. Speaking of luck, one cannot overlook the incident when he fell into a sewer while returning home at night. It remains unknown who possessed the malicious intent to shatter the manhole cover without leaving a warning sign, resulting in him inadvertently stepping on the broken cover and tumbling down. This implies that I should currently be hospitalized. As he perceived the humid surroundings, he wondered if this was the latest in medical technology. In any case, as long as his consciousness remained clear, he should be fine. As Jiang Yang's mental whirlwind subsided, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. Without further thought, he succumbed to slumber once more. Since he was a patient, it was only natural that he should rest adequately. This sleep, however, was no ordinary slumber. Jiang Yang found himself dreaming, wherein he transformed into a dragon, wreaking havoc. It was a vivid portrayal of the dragon's insatiable greed, leaving no stone unturned in his quest for princesses and treasures, indulging in warfare and plunder alike. Perhaps due to a dissonance with the dragon's nature within the dream, Jiang Yang's experience swiftly shifted to a third-person perspective, transforming from subjective experience to that of an observer. Consequently, he became less resistant and began to enjoy the spectacle as if watching a film. Such an epic cinematic experience was a rarity. Jiang Yang was now fully aware that this was merely a dream. To be honest, he had never encountered a lucid dream in his life, and he was determined to relish this opportunity to the fullest. Observing the rampaging dragon, Jiang Yang felt a wave of boredom. As a legendary creature, was it not possible to engage in something other than endless violence? Given his ennui and the nature of this lucid dream, Jiang Yang resolved to conjure an enchanting world of swordplay and adventure. Was it not delightful to envision sword energy traversing 30,000 miles? However, as Jiang Yang's focus waned, a horrifying monster in the distance suddenly fixed its gaze upon him, its blood-red vertical pupils exuding a chilling aura, as if it were poised to tear him apart in the next instant. Roar! The dragon's roar resonated across the universe, causing the very fabric of space to shatter. Faced with such terrifying might, Jiang Yang trembled in fright. Crack! The dark red dragon egg fractured at one edge, and a dragon's claw broke free from its shell, flailing about in disarray. Not far from the egg, a colossal creature observed with keen interest. Shamir, a newly matured legendary red dragon, who, as a member of the dragon clan, was naturally compelled to reproduce. Before her lay her first brood, consisting of no fewer than 5 eggs, an impressive yield indeed. Among these eggs, she was particularly fond of the one on the verge of hatching. She had sensed its awakening days prior, but was uncertain why it had since become dormant. It now appeared to be gathering strength, preparing for its unique entrance. Unlike other young dragons that emerged by breaking their shells with their heads, her grand offspring was doing so with its foot. Who could rival her child in this regard? With a series of crackling sounds, the breaking intensified until finally, Jiang Yang collided with the shell, shattering it completely. Dazed and bewildered, Jiang Yang surveyed his surroundings, and upon encountering the dragon mother, he nearly fainted from shock. Yet, before he could succumb to unconsciousness, a torrent of information surged into his mind as the legacy of the dragon race commenced. Most of the fragments he had seen in his dream, while others encompassed fundamental knowledge of the dragon clan, along with the most crucial element, his true name. The legacy of the dragon race arrives swiftly and departs just as rapidly. It merely traverses through one's mind, with the retention of knowledge entirely dependent on the capabilities of the young dragon. Bewildered by the deluge of information, Jiang Yang stared vacantly into the eyes of the dragon mother, the two dragons exchanging a silent yet intense gaze. A puff of flame erupted from the nostrils of the dragon mother, indicating a hint of irritation. Jiang Yang understood the situation well. As long as he uttered his true name, everything would be resolved effortlessly. Just as he was about to speak, a look of conflict crossed Jiang Yang's face. His true name consisted of 50 or 60 characters, and to be frank, he had forgotten many of them. Of course, those forgotten were merely trivialities, representing ferocity, malevolence, and cunning. In truth, they were nothing more than self-aggrandizing embellishments. Jiang Yang decisively cut to the chase. Poverty, cough cough, Jones Belial. Observing the diminutive dragon cub before him, the dragon mother Shamir nodded in satisfaction. Despite its seemingly dull appearance, it was indeed a true dragon. Kicking a piece of meat towards Jiang Yang, the dragon mother signaled that the little creature could commence its meal. Jiang Yang, tilting his head, found himself perplexed by the massive bovine creature before him, measuring over 10 meters in length. Raising his vibrant red claws and flapping his not yet fully formed wings, Jiang Yang circled around the colossal being. Although his stomach growled incessantly, he genuinely struggled to comprehend how to begin his meal. After completing a full circle, Jiang Yang returned to his starting point and plopped down onto the ground. He reached for the remnants of a shattered eggshell, hoping to nibble on it like a biscuit to calm himself. The dragon mother, uninterested in the peculiar child, turned and ventured deeper into the cave. As she departed, Jiang Yang began to inspect his own body, noticing the vibrant red scales, sharp claws, and a pair of diminutive horns atop his head. Having confirmed that he was no longer human, Jiang Yang felt no significant emotional upheaval. This new form should belong to a dragon. The creature he had just encountered was likely his biological mother, a red dragon, a member of the malevolent five-color dragon lineage. Thus, he surmised he was in a fantastical world. The good news was that his starting point was exceptionally high, being the strongest red dragon among the five-color dragons, and he was not an abandoned egg, as he had a powerful dragon mother to protect him. The bad news was that he had not anticipated this transmigration, and the existence of dragons seemed more like a stepping stone for others. If he were a dragon from a mythical fantasy, it would be manageable. He could accumulate merits, survive, and perhaps even become a minor deity overseeing a region, revered by the populace. However, this Western dragon was entirely a target of hostility. One could hardly expect others to worship him, and the moment he was discovered, it would likely invite an army's wrath. Even if they did not attack immediately, they would undoubtedly plot treachery in the shadows, seeking ways to undermine him. As he groped around, he found nothing, only to realize that he had unwittingly consumed the entirety of his eggshell. The sensation of hunger had not diminished. In fact, it intensified. Jiang Yang concluded that it was time to shift to solid food. Overthinking was futile. The priority was to satiate his hunger and survive. Approaching the bovine carcass once more, Jiang Yang was reluctant to test the toughness of the hide with his infant teeth. He opted to start with the cow's eye. After devouring the lantern-sized orb, he would move on to the brain, estimating that this substantial portion of meat would suffice to satisfy his hunger. When consuming something he did not desire, he closed his eyes, emptied his mind, and focused solely on eating, treating it as if he were indulging in roasted suckling pig, albeit with an incorrect seasoning. With a single bite, the gelatinous eye juice flooded his mouth. How could one describe the flavor? It was akin to creamy fruit jelly drizzled with chocolate sauce. Jiang Yang was bewildered, unsure if it was the dragon's sense of taste that was peculiar or if the creatures of this otherworldly realm simply possessed this flavor. Regardless, it was undeniably delicious. Just as Jiang Yang was relishing his meal, the 4 dragon eggs nearby began to stir once more. He cast a glance at the 2 swaying eggs, sensing they were on the verge of hatching. Should he go to welcome his siblings? Jiang Yang shook his head. He recognized them, but was uncertain whether they would recognize him in return. Why should he accommodate their beastly nature with his humanity? Alo, Lisa Estelle Meju, Belial, Caesar Thanatos, Belial. 2 more dragonlings emerged from their shells, and Jiang Yang could discern from their appearances how he now resembled. Observing his siblings exuding such majesty, he felt assured that he must not be lacking either. Gorging on raw meat, Jiang Yang smiled at the 2 little dragons, who, in turn, gazed at him with curiosity. More accurately, they were searching for the whereabouts of their mother. It was well known from the inherited memories that the dragon mother would typically guard the hatchlings, listening for their true names to be called. The current situation, however, was evidently amiss, and they were eager to discover where their mother had gone. Clearly, no one had an answer to this inquiry, and Jiang Yang was indifferent to their plight. His sole focus was to fill his belly. As the dragon mother remained absent, the two dragonlings grew impatient, shedding their eggshells and charging towards the food. Their sharp teeth sank into the bovine hide, and their not yet fully extended claws scratched furiously. The barbarism and ferocity of their actions were indescribable, leaving Jiang Yang dumbfounded. He was not shocked by the ruthlessness of the young dragons, for he had anticipated such behavior. What astonished him was their apparent lack of intelligence. How could they think to gnaw on thick bovine hide with teeth that were barely 5 centimeters long? Soon, the dragon brother and sister also noticed this fact. Freshly hatched, they found it impossible to breach the defenses of the food before them. Ultimately, this was the dragon mother's fault for bringing back such a tough prey without any preparation. It was evident that this dragon mother was rather unreliable, seemingly following only the will of Tiamat, the malevolent dragon goddess, in her reproductive endeavors. The young dragon siblings, driven to the brink of madness by hunger, found themselves utterly powerless against the blood and flesh that lay before them. It was only when they noticed Jiang Yang, savoring his meal with great delight, that the two little dragons exchanged a knowing glance. Their malevolent instincts resonated with each other, leading them to the notion of eliminating the eldest brother first, thereby claiming the coveted space for nourishment. Roar! The youthful dragon roar echoed as the two little dragons charged towards Jiang Yang without a moment's hesitation. Anticipating such an event, Jiang Yang had remained ever vigilant towards these two rascals. As the dragons lunged at him, he swiftly retreated to evade their assault. Thud! The two little dragons were taken aback by Jiang Yang's quick reflexes, unable to halt their momentum, and collided directly with the hard skull of a cow. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Seizing the moment of their brief confusion, Jiang Yang turned the tide, roaring fiercely as he pounced upon them. Possessing a human soul, Jiang Yang exhibited a greater mastery over his physical control. His small tail swept towards the neck of the dragon sister, while his claws struck mercilessly against the face of the dragon brother. When one holds the upper hand, granting the enemy a moment's respite is not an option. Fully aware of this principle, Jiang Yang pressed the attack against the dragon's siblings with relentless vigor, leaving them with little room for resistance. It was not that Jiang Yang was exceptionally fierce. Rather, he had the strength to fight because he had consumed sustenance, a luxury that these two little creatures did not possess. The gentle swipes of their claws felt akin to mere tickles against his body. You dare to rise against your superior. You show disrespect to your elders. You lay hands upon Lord Jiang Yang. After several minutes of engagement, Jiang Yang himself began to tire, as his current physique was ill-suited for vigorous exertion. Just as he prepared to resume his meal, an unexpected voice suddenly resonated. Host Jiang Yang has been located, binding complete, and the cultivation system is now activated. Newbie Gift Pack X1. Chapter 2, The Planting System. Ah, at last, my golden finger has arrived, an entire system. What a splendid treasure this is. The once fearful dragon siblings lay prostrate on the ground, witnessing their esteemed elder brother's wicked grin, and hurriedly bowed their heads to shield themselves. Although Jiang Yang's attacks were not particularly formidable, they were certainly painful. Whether one lived or died was one matter, but the agony was undeniably real. Fearing that Jiang Yang might unleash further wrath upon them, the dragon siblings trembled in terror, dreading another bout of punishment. However, Jiang Yang had no intention of concerning himself with them any longer. At this juncture, dining was no longer a priority. Rather, his focus lay on the system. With thoughts of his newfound golden finger swirling in his mind, Jiang Yang scampered towards the cave's entrance, eager to seek a secure location to delve into the intricacies of the system. As their elder brother departed, Caesar and Lisa exchanged puzzled glances. Although they could not fully grasp the situation, it appeared they had been liberated. The two dragons locked eyes, and the next moment, they lunged at the cow's head. Famished to the point of madness, they ravenously tore into the flesh, their ferocity eclipsing that of Jiang Yang. At the entrance of a cave beneath the black iron mountains, a young red dragon cautiously peered out. This dragon was none other than Jiang Yang, who had ventured several hundred meters away to study the system without revealing his identity, an arduous task for a newly hatched dragon. Yet, in his exhilaration, Jiang Yang hardly noticed the distance he had covered. He was solely intent on unraveling the mysteries of the planting system and discovering what it truly entailed. Is the system present? Where's my novice gift package? A shimmering blue interface materialized before him, presenting options for tasks, seed status, and item inventory. Well-versed in the conventions of online novels, Zhang Yang was all too familiar with this setup. Eagerly, he opened his item inventory, revealing 64 small compartments. Indeed, it operated based on his thoughts, and he could scarcely contain his excitement as he selected to open the novice gift package. Novice gift package unlocked. 1 ordinary hoe. 1 ordinary water bottle. 5 low-grade fertilizers. 5 excellent seeds of the holy fruit. Task issued. Cultivate a system plant to maturity. Reward. A small bag of ordinary fertilizer. Random excellent seeds. Gazing at the assortment of white and green items in his inventory, Zhang Yang pondered the system's intentions. Logically, one would expect his novice package to include items like cleansing elixirs, physical enhancement liquids, or strength potions. Yet instead, he received agricultural tools. Was he to be a farmer? That seemed implausible. After all, while an ordinary person could earn a modest income from farming, what would he gain from planting seeds? It appeared to be a nonsensical cycle, planting seeds only to plant more seeds afterward. Of course, if he could cultivate miraculous elixirs, Zhang Yang would persist. Regardless, he considered that even if this golden finger seemed lackluster, it still afforded him an advantage. He resolved to seek an opportunity to plant the seeds when the time was right. For now, he decided to wait until he matured a bit more before taking action. Retrieving the tattered hoe from the system's storage, Zhang Yang fumbled and dropped it to the ground. Crack! The ancient rock shattered under the impact of the worn hoe, showcasing its surprising strength. Hastily gathering the broken hoe into his embrace, he realized that he would need to practice controlling his dragon claws. They were far less dexterous than human hands. Observing the split rock beneath him, Zhang Yang rubbed his face against the hoe. What a treasure it was! If the hoe was a gem, might the other items also hold value? He swiftly took out the water bottle crafted from decayed wood and tapped it lightly, noting that, aside from its sturdiness, it bore no remarkable qualities. What would happen if I struck the water bottle with the hoe? He promptly dismissed this contradictory notion. Such foolish thoughts were best left behind. Stowing the water bottle and hoe back into the system, Zhang Yang then turned his attention to another item. The fertilizer. The system's description read, low-grade fertilizer, rich in nutrients, promotes rapid crop growth, no side effects. Ignoring the rest, Zhang Yang fixated on one detail, rich in nutrients. What does a growing child lack the most? Nutritional substances, of course. Surely consuming fertilizer wouldn't harm me, would it? Zhang Yang mused to himself. Fully aware that he was a dragon, a little fertilizer should be harmless. Some dragons even grew up devouring dirt, yet they remained robust, frequently raiding human kingdoms for princesses. However, before indulging in such a practice, he needed to find a discreet location. Being seen would be disastrous. He certainly did not wish to hear others say, "Look at that dragon, it grew up eating fertilizer." System, what is this fertilizer composed of? Cautiously, Zhang Yang resolved to inquire further, as he would not risk consuming something repugnant. Beast blood minerals. Due to patent protection regulations, more detailed information cannot be provided to the host. Well, as long as it isn't repulsive, he thought. He had not yet reached such desperate measures in his quest for power. Surveying the barren land around him, Zhang Yang quickly identified a patch of withered shrubs. Without hesitation, he dashed into the thicket, employing a technique reminiscent of an elderly lady burrowing under her covers to conceal himself. From the system's storage, Zhang Yang retrieved the fertilizer, tore open the packaging, and scooped out a handful with his dragon claw. The moment he opened the bag, a delightful fragrance wafted into the air, invigorating his senses. "Let me taste this first," he declared, tossing a small handful of fertilizer into his mouth. At that instant, Zhang Yang felt as if he were soaring through the clouds, running across a sunlit prairie. Akin to a fish entering water or an eagle taking flight, he felt embraced by his mother once more. Burp unconsciously, he let out a belch, marveling at the extraordinary properties of the fertilizer. Just moments ago, he had been starving, yet after consuming only a small amount, he felt completely satiated. How wondrous! Quickly, he stowed the opened fertilizer into the system's storage and made his way back to the dragon's lair, a sense of satisfaction warming his heart. It appeared his golden finger was not a mere trinket. At least this fertilizer was delightful and filling. Feeling nostalgic for the taste of the fertilizer, he glanced back at it, even though he was already full. Preparing for a visual feast, Zhang Yang looked towards the system's storage, only to find his expression darkening. Opened low-grade fertilizer. Fertilizer that has been partially consumed by a certain foolish creature, who remains blissfully unaware of its newfound utility. With a scowl, Zhang Yang returned to the lair, where he found the 2 young dragons still feasting. Observing the cow's head, which had been nearly stripped to its skull, Zhang Yang resolved that, Although he was not hungry, he would not allow the two of them to benefit from his share. Brandishing the worn hoe, Jiang Yang swiftly dismembered the two cow legs. The dragon's siblings, caught in the act of eating, were left dumbfounded. What had they just witnessed? Their elder brother had actually butchered the cow. Originally, they had planned to fill their bellies and seek revenge on Jiang Yang. But now it seemed that attempting revenge would likely lead to their demise. The fate awaiting them would surely be no better than that of the cow legs. Contemplating this, Caesar and Lisa lowered their heads once more, obediently returning to their meal. Although they could not overpower him now, they firmly believed they would one day have their chance for retribution. Thus, Jiang Yang began his butchering of the cow, while the dragon's siblings dared not approach the prime cuts of meat, remaining fixated on the cow's head. After extracting a substantial portion of the meat from the cow's body, Jiang Yang was left utterly fatigued. Wielding a hoe with a dragon's body proved to be quite a technical feat. Most dragons might struggle to even lift a hoe. Desiring to store the excavated beef within the system's confines, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. Non-system items cannot be stored. Had all his efforts been in vain? Unthinkable. In an instant, Jiang Yang conceived a solution. Though they resided in a dormant volcano, the innermost cavern harbored a lava pool. By converting the meat into jerky, he could preserve it. Not only would it serve as sustenance, but it could also double as a delightful snack. Thus, the restless Jiang Yang commenced his snack-making venture, bustling about with chunks of beef, as if he possessed limitless energy. Not only his dragon siblings, but even the dragon matriarch deep within the cave found herself bewildered. At that moment, she reclined atop her hoard of treasures, observing her eldest son as he waved the meat before her, utterly perplexed by his antics. When she beheld Jiang Yang roasting the meat into jerky and stashing it in a corner, comprehension dawned upon her. However, was it fitting for a red dragon to engage in such mundane tasks as food storage? This young fellow was clearly acting out of the ordinary. Yet what of it? She couldn't be bothered. Having raised these hatchlings to their adolescent forms, her intent was to expel them. With that, Shamalu closed her dragon eyes, retreating into a light slumber. Unbeknownst to Shamalu, while she observed Jiang Yang, he too was keenly aware of her presence. Through repeated trials, Jiang Yang discerned the dragon matriarch's boundaries and grasped the essence of her maternal nature. Should the adult red dragon be faced with a choice between her offspring and slumber, she would likely choose the latter without hesitation. This brood of red dragons seemed as though they had been salvaged from the refuse. They exhibited no semblance of maternal affection. Yet, for Jiang Yang, this was fortuitous, as her indifference granted him the freedom to act. Surely, it would not be excessive for him to cultivate an entire garden upon this dormant volcano. With visions of his agricultural ambitions, Jiang Yang continued to prepare jerky with a cheerful demeanor. One day, he would sow his seeds across the world. Unbeknownst to him, a month had elapsed since Jiang Yang's arrival in this realm. His days unfolded in a trifecta of routine, eating, exercising, and sleeping. Due to the terrain, he had yet to plant any seeds, a source of vexation for him. This was a dormant volcano, though it posed no risk of eruption. The surrounding land lay buried beneath volcanic ash, and the presence of the red dragons contributed to an unavoidable aridity. A mere 300 meters away, lush greenery thrived. Yet Jiang Yang felt uneasy about planting so far from home. What recourse would he have if rabbits or mice devoured his crops? Thus, the only viable solution was to excavate soil and create a small farm. Jiang Yang resolved to embark on this task today, but first, he wished to witness his family emerge in their entirety. Indeed, the final 2 dragon eggs were on the verge of hatching. In the Black Iron Mountains, within the volcanic lair, 3 red dragons, each the size of calves, circled the 2 dragon eggs. Lisa, bored, flicked her tail and glanced at her elder brother, who was busy excavating rock. For reasons unknown, despite being from the same clutch, her brother's size surpassed that of both her and her sibling. She rarely witnessed Jones consume much, leaving her bewildered by this peculiar sibling. Not only was Lisa perplexed, but even Caesar discreetly observed Jiang Yang. The grudge from their earlier confrontation lingered in Caesar's memory. Should an opportunity arise, he would undoubtedly seek revenge. Yet, gazing upon the robust figure of his elder brother, Caesar felt uncertain. What if vengeance resulted in his own demise? That would be utterly humiliating. Meanwhile, oblivious to the ulterior motives of his dragon siblings, Jiang Yang continued his excavation endeavors. Fueled by the fertilizers he consumed, he brimmed with vitality, akin to a small superhero, perpetually in motion. He intended to carve out a 3-bedroom, 1-hall abode, serving both as a residence and a means of physical exercise, truly a harmonious blend of practicality. With his hoe swinging vigorously, the cave walls crumbled like soft tofu, yielding large chunks. His dragon siblings certainly noticed the magic of Jiang Yang's hoe, yet they were powerless to match his strength or pilfer his tools. As for their mother, the hoe's shabby appearance garnered no interest. Her treasury boasted far superior equipment, rendering the tool insignificant. Just as Jiang Yang expanded his makeshift bedroom, the sound of Lisa and Caesar's voices echoed from the tunnel's end. It seemed the eggs were on the brink of hatching. Humph, they ought to feel honored to have me as their brother. It appeared that the little ones were about to make their entrance, and Jiang Yang, with hoe in hand and debris atop his head, dashed from the tunnel. Emerging from the dust and chaos, his gaze immediately landed upon the two quivering dragon eggs. At last, the family was nearly complete. Jiang Yang squatted beside them, poured a bit of water from his small flask onto himself, and then stowed it away. Observing this, Lisa and Caesar's dragon faces twitched, their elder brother, with a water flask at his waist and a hoe slung over his shoulder, exhibited little of the pride one would expect from a red dragon. If possible, they would have liked to exclaim their shame in his company, but they dared not voice their thoughts. Curiosity piqued. They wondered how their elder brother had attained such mastery over his body, even managing to wield the hoe with his tail. Just then, heavy footsteps reverberated from the depths of the cave. It was the dragon matriarch, Shamalu, arriving to witness the hatching of her final offspring. Jiang Yang found this all too relatable. Being born in the midst of the family was often the most awkward position, neither favored by grandmother nor uncles. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the entire family, the last two dragon eggs shattered. A long silence enveloped the cave, the reason for which was glaringly evident. The two creatures emerging were not true dragons, but rather intellectually deficient dragon beasts. What constitutes a dragon beast? A comparison with Jiang Yang and his siblings made it abundantly clear. They possessed no horns, no wings, and their limbs were short and stout, capable only of quadrupedal movement. Their scales lacked luster, presenting a dull reddish hue. Jiang Yang was taken aback. How could he remedy the fact that his brother was mentally impaired? Or was it a congenital defect? Lisa and Caesar cast a cold glance and turned to retreat deeper into the cave. For such malformed offspring, the dragon clan had but one approach: to cast them aside to fend for themselves, lest they tarnish the dragon lineage's glory. While the method employed by the metallic dragons remained a mystery, the chromatic dragons appeared to have only one solution for dragon beasts: dispose of them. Shamalu seemed prepared to follow suit, reluctantly moving closer to execute the traditional red dragon decree. Her reluctance stemmed not from emotional attachment, but rather from the inconvenience of the task. If she could, she would prefer to incinerate the matter with dragon fire, but alas, that was not an option. Sensing this, Jiang Yang stepped forward. This matter need not trouble you, esteemed mother. I shall take care of it. Looking at her eldest son with confusion, Shamalu huffed, speak normally. Leave it to me. I promise not to disturb you. After pondering for a moment, Shamalu considered that entrusting it to Jones was acceptable, as long as he did not encroach upon her peace. The lethargic dragon matriarch turned and uttered, I detest trouble. With that, she sauntered back to her hoard of gold, seeking to catch up on her rest. As Jiang Yang watched Shamalu depart, he turned to face the two ravenous dragon beasts. Truth be told, he had no intention of discarding these two. Their lack of intelligence was merely relative to true dragons. Jiang Yang remained unconvinced. How could they be less capable than a dog? With a bit of nurturing, they could prove to be more formidable than ordinary magical beasts. I find it utterly perplexing to comprehend the notions surrounding dragonkind. Even if dragon beasts do not compare to true dragons, they nonetheless serve as formidable subordinates. And it seems a lamentable waste to cast them aside so casually. Thus, Jiang Yang took it upon himself to produce some jerky, initiating a feeding endeavor. From the demeanor of the dragon matriarch, it appeared she had no intention of overseeing the sustenance of these two dragon beasts, compelling Jiang Yang to devise his own methods. He felt a sense of resignation, finding himself a mere hatchling thrust into the role of caretaker. Nevertheless, gazing at these two beings, born of the same essence, he chose to nurture them with patience, both for their utility and the bonds of kinship they could forge. Under his careful consideration, the two dragon beasts were preserved, and the dragon matriarch feigned ignorance of the matter. In contrast, Lisa and Caesar expressed their disdain, forbidding the dragon beasts from venturing into the deeper recesses of the lair, as they believed the presence of these creatures tarnished their honor. They subjected Jiang Yang to scorn and verbal assaults, claiming he was unworthy of being a true dragon. Destined to remain a lowly creature akin to the dragon beasts, his very existence a disgrace to the crimson dragon lineage. Jiang Yang's response was unequivocal. He would engage them in combat until they dared not utter a word in his presence. The ensuing skirmish between the three young dragons was fierce. Lisa and Caesar were no longer the ineffectual adversaries they once were, and their strikes against Jiang Yang caused him genuine pain. However, the following day was markedly different, as the still recovering dragon brother and sister were swiftly subdued by the fully revitalized Jiang Yang. They once again bore witness to his extraordinary resilience. marveling at his inexplicable recovery rate. Despite sustaining similar injuries, while it took Lisa and Caesar 2 days to mend, Jiang Yang was unscathed after a single night. After 3 consecutive days of rigorous instruction from Jiang Yang, the dragon siblings ceased their open disparagement of him. Of course, their whispered criticisms behind his back were beyond his control. His motivation for chastising them was solely to quell their arrogance and remind them that their elder brother would always reign supreme. Thus, Jiang Yang found himself unwittingly enmeshed in the primal survival instincts of beasts. Consequently, the 2 dragon beasts took residence in Jiang Yang's modest 3-room abode, with him providing for their needs through his earnings, meat acquired from the dragon matriarch's hunts. Having grown up nourished by fertilizer, meat was a mere luxury for him. Consumed sparingly as a snack, dragging his share of meat into the living room, he was met with eager cries from the 2 dragon beasts, who could hardly contain their excitement for the meal that awaited them. The calls were indeed the names he had given them, as both were male, alleviating Jiang Yang of the burden of naming them. As he placed the meat upon the stone table in the living room, the 2 dragon beasts lunged forward, ravenously devouring their feast. "Take your time. Once you're finished, it's time for work," he instructed, prompting puzzled glances from the dragon beasts. Though they could not speak, they seemed to grasp the general idea. It appeared these 2 creatures were not entirely dim-witted. They could serve as valuable, yet inexpensive labor. Patting the head of the larger beast affectionately, Jiang Yang reassured them, "Fear not, I shall not make your tasks unbearable. After all, I am not a tyrant." Jiang Yang's plan was straightforward, to cultivate a fertile plot near the cave entrance, as the task merely required filling the earth to create arable land, making the assistance of the dragon beasts indispensable. However, several challenges loomed over the prospect of farming at the doorstep of the red dragons: intense heat and the scarcity of water. The heat was a consequence of the dragon matriarch's presence, as dragons possess a natural aura that emanates a range of buffs. To evade the searing temperatures, one need only maintain a respectful distance from her. As for water, Jiang Yang discovered a small stream approximately 500 meters from the cave's entrance, a consistent source albeit modest in size. Given the current circumstances, he resolved to cultivate the land 100 meters from the cave's mouth, a location that balanced security with the survival of his seedlings. Once the dragon beasts had finished their meal, Jiang Yang led them away from their humble abode. Upon exiting, they encountered Lisa and Caesar, who glared at the dragon beasts with hostility. The latter instinctively recoiled, emitting fearful growls. "You shall not bring them into the depths of the lair." Despite having been bested by Jiang Yang, they still harbored significant animosity towards the dragon beasts. In response, Jiang Yang remarked, "You are but frogs at the bottom of a well," and proceeded to lead the 2 dragon beasts outward, ignoring the scornful siblings. Observing Jiang Yang's retreat, Caesar could not suppress a smirk, believing him to be intimidated by their presence. Not only he, but even Lisa held her head high, showcasing the pride of the red dragons. This is a common flaw among them: arrogance, hubris, and cruelty. An apt description would be simple-mindedness coupled with brute strength. Although Jiang Yang shared some of these less desirable traits, they were suppressed by his humanity, allowing him to stand apart from the rest. Outside the cave, the 2 dragon beasts beheld the vastness of the world for the first time. Their excitement propelled them into a joyful frenzy, sending plumes of volcanic ash into the air. The dense forests in the distance captivated their attention. If given the chance, they would have dashed into the underbrush without hesitation. However, without Jiang Yang's command, they could only gaze longingly at the enticing expanse. In truth, Jiang Yang, too, wished to explore this world, but his current fragility rendered him vulnerable to danger. There would be opportunities in time. For now, it was time to work. With that, Jiang Yang guided the 2 dragon beasts to the designated area. Their initial task was to clear the volcanic ash from the site. Although this ash contained nutrients, an excess could render the soil waterlogged. To cultivate the land effectively, one must first prepare the soil. Jiang Yang awkwardly wielded a hoe with his claws, striving to transform the area into manageable plots, facilitating future irrigation. In the distance, the 2 dragon beasts hurried over, panting heavily, and began to regurgitate the darkened soil from their mouths. "Well done. Keep it up," Jiang Yang encouraged, tossing them 2 pieces of jerky as a reward. Overjoyed by the treat, the 2 beasts spun in circles before darting back towards the forest, their efforts resulting in a significant accumulation of fertile soil. Though Jiang Yang lacked extensive knowledge of agriculture, the information overload from the internet era allowed him to piece together a rudimentary understanding. The soil likely harbored numerous plant seeds, and the standard approach to such a situation would typically involve burning the earth or employing chemical agents. Given the current conditions, chemical solutions were out of the question. Fire was the most viable option. As a proud red dragon, igniting the soil to cultivate it should be a trivial task. Standing tall, Jiang Yang unfurled his underdeveloped wings, exuding an aura of draconic majesty. In the next moment, with a thunderous flap, Jiangyang leaped into the dirt, rolling about wildly. This was a jest. As a young dragon, he lacked the ability to unleash dragon fire. Even a mere spit would be an arduous feat. The simplest solution was to roll in the soil, utilizing his body heat to scorch the seeds buried within. One should not underestimate the body temperature of a juvenile red dragon. Their blood could ignite tinder, and any ordinary person who encountered it would likely suffer grievous injuries. Of course, there was also the possibility of evolving into a dragonborn, embarking on a path of draconic supremacy. The two dragon beasts, witnessing their leader rolling in the dirt, immediately joined in the playful chaos. The three dragons reveled in their play, frolicking exuberantly in the loose, earthy soil. Time slipped away unnoticed, and eventually, Jiangyang along with Desha and Ersha ceased their rolling antics. With the seeds buried deep in the earth now taken care of, the remaining tasks were straightforward. They merely needed to reshape the ridges of the field, incorporate some fertilizer, and then moisten the soil before planting. For the fertilizer, Jiangyang planned to use a bit of volcanic ash along with a small amount of chemical fertilizer. Although dragon dung from the dragon mother could also be employed, it required processing, and Jiangyang was both hesitant and unwilling to handle such matters. He resolved to delegate this task when he had subordinates to assist him. Passing the water jug to Ersha, Jiangyang instructed, "Go fetch some water. I believe in you." At the commendation from his leader, Ersha hopped about joyfully and cast a triumphant glance at Desha. The spark of confidence in Ersha's little eyes left Desha feeling somewhat disheartened. But with no tasks assigned to himself by Jiangyang, he could only stew in his discontent. Grasping the water jug in his mouth, Ersha dashed towards the forest without looking back. Watching Ersha's departing figure, Jiangyang smiled, pondering where he might find such diligent laborers. In that moment, he resembled a callous employer exploiting his employees, yet the workers seemed all too eager to comply. Turning his gaze to the ridges he had arranged, which measured a modest 5 by 5, he felt satisfied that it was sufficient for his inaugural planting. Shouldering his hoe once more, Jiangyang prepared to get to work. While the Shah had his own duties, he was to devise a makeshift windbreak at the edge of the field to prevent the volcanic ash from burying the crops when the wind blew. After a lengthy explanation, the Shah finally grasped Jiangyang's intent, albeit only partially. It was not entirely his fault. While dragon beasts were indeed more intelligent than ordinary creatures and could comprehend the dragon tongue, their capacity for understanding was somewhat lacking. After all, if they were truly clever, they likely would not have ended up in such a predicament. With a clearer understanding, the Shah began to gather the surrounding volcanic ash and pile it high in a circle around the field. Given the limited materials, it was all he could manage for the time being, but it was certainly better than nothing. Meanwhile, Jiangyang's task was no less laborious. He mixed a bit of volcanic ash into the soil and shaped it into a trapezoidal form. After toiling for most of the day, and with Ersha making several trips back and forth, Jiangyang finally completed the arrangement of the first plot of land. Now, only one final step remained: fertilization. Reluctantly, he retrieved half a bag of chemical fertilizer from his system space, lamenting the sacrifice of his own rations. This was indeed his sustenance, and now he was to scatter it into the earth. It was a heart-wrenching decision. That half bag could sustain him for over a month if he rationed it carefully. As he opened the bag of fertilizer, a fragrant aroma wafted forth, capturing the immediate attention of Desha and Ersha, who gazed longingly at the half bag. Noticing their eager eyes, Jiangyang pondered momentarily before tossing a small handful before them. With a howl, like wolves pouncing on prey, Desha and Ersha instantly began to compete for the small handful of fertilizer. "Hey, don't snatch it," Jiangyang exclaimed, and perhaps his words held some weight, for they quieted down and, with an unspoken understanding, divided the small pile evenly between them. They licked at the fertilizer scattered on the ground, their mouths smeared with volcanic ash, yet they continued to savor it with delight. Having pacified Desha and Ersha, Jiangyang shifted his focus back to the cultivated field. Reluctantly, he grasped the fertilizer again, a pained expression crossing his face as he muttered, "Please don't let me down." The white fertilizer cascaded down like raindrops onto the ridges. Yet, in Jiangyang's eyes, these were not mere raindrops, but rather the essence of his very being. The moment the primary fertilizer touched the soil, it dissolved as if it had seamlessly merged with the earth. After half of it was scattered, Jiangyang stowed the remaining fertilizer back into his system backpack. "This is merely prudent management, not stinginess," he justified to himself, aware that he could not predict the outcome once the holy fruit bore fruit. Indeed, this fertilizer was crucial for his survival through the juvenile stage, especially considering how he currently outperformed Lisa and Caesar. The primary fertilizer played an indispensable role. Moreover, glancing at Desha and Ersha, who were eagerly awaiting his next move, he realized their sustenance depended entirely on him. If the supply of fertilizer were to dwindle, their food source would face dire complications, transforming the situation from mere farming into a matter of life and death. Shaking his dragon head, Jiang Yang retrieved the seeds of the holy fruit, which appeared utterly ordinary, devoid of any distinguishing features. Carefully planting them, he was cautious to ensure their placement would not jeopardize the harvest. He positioned 4 seeds in their designated spots, covered them gently, watered them, and then lightly patted the earth. The reason for planting 4 instead of 5 was that Jiang Yang wanted to leave himself a contingency plan. No one could guarantee that unforeseen circumstances would not arise, not even Jiang Yang himself. Let us go dig a new cave. It will serve as our temporary resting chamber, Jiang Yang declared, intending to excavate a small cave next to the existing one, modeled after the 3-room layout within. Thus, Jiang Yang and his 2 subordinates embarked on their new endeavor. Unbeknownst to them, within the ridges of the field, for vibrant green seedlings had begun to break through the soil, unfurling their lively leaves. 5 days had elapsed since Jiang Yang began his farming venture, during which he observed the rapid growth of the holy fruit. Now, he found himself checking on the plants nearly every hour, eager to witness the fruits of his labor. Grasping the water jug, he returned to the vegetable patch, excitement bubbling within him as he beheld the holy fruit plants, now towering at several decimeters high. Pouring the water from the jug into the ridges, he watched as it was swiftly absorbed by the earth, disappearing without a trace. After the plants absorbed the moisture, their foliage grew even more verdant, prompting a satisfied smile from Jiang Yang. Gazing upon the pale yellow buds that had blossomed on the plants, he felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Look at this. These are my crops, the holy fruits grown by me, the red dragon Jones Bellia. He yearned to shout this declaration aloud, but hesitated, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Roar! The Shah called out nearby, his gaze fixed on the water jug, and Jiang Yang understood his unspoken desire. Handing the water jug to the Shah, Jiang Yang urged, "Be swift, for dinner will be served soon." Nodding in acknowledgement, the Shah clamped his jaws around the jug and dashed off into the depths of the forest. In his exuberance, the Shah seized the opportunity to showcase his capabilities. Determined to impress his leader, dashing into the dense thicket, he sprinted toward the water source. His speed was commendable, and in no time, he reached his destination. He laid the jug horizontally to allow the stream to fill it while he took a moment to drink from the water. However, in his eagerness, the Shah failed to notice the pairs of blood-red eyes lurking just beyond the grass, watching him intently. The fear wolf, a notoriously vicious beast, typically roamed in packs. With a near-perfect hunting efficiency, often referred to as experts in the art of predation by humans. Yet this particular group of fear wolves appeared somewhat different. They were gaunt and emaciated, hardly resembling skilled hunters. Though they were starving to the point of deformity, this only made them seem all the more terrifying. Ordinarily, such creatures would not dare venture near a dragon's lair, but it was evident that these fear wolves harbored a dark and untold story. The leading terror wolf lowered its body, the drool at the corners of its mouth unable to be contained. Possessing a considerable level of intelligence, it understood the perilous situation it was in. They had unwittingly entered the king's domain and were preying within it. Should they be discovered, the only fate awaiting their entire pack would be death. Yet, before it stood a dragon beast, and though its dragon blood was not entirely pure, it was a rare treasure nonetheless. Consuming it would grant the leader the chance to become a dragon beast. The leader's gaze turned venomous in an instant. Whoosh! A sound sliced through the air, and the simple-minded one instinctively turned to look, only to see a 3-meter-long terror wolf lunging toward him, its sharp fangs poised to strike at his neck. In that moment, the simple-minded one did not flee, nor was he paralyzed by fear. Instead, the enemy's assault awakened the ferocity buried deep within him. His vertical pupils suddenly constricted, and with a fierce roar, he charged head-on at the terror wolf leader. Bang! Both combatants lost their balance midair, the force of their collision sending them both careening away. However, compared to the simple-minded one, the terror wolf leader was evidently more powerful, swiftly regaining its footing and landing solidly on the ground. The simple-minded one, however, tumbled to the earth but quickly rose to his feet. In their first encounter, the disparity in strength was evident. To make matters worse, a pack of terror wolves emerged, surrounding the simple-minded one and emitting ominous growls. Chapter 5, The Hunt Expert. The terror wolf leader looked at the simple-minded one with mockery, its expression unmistakably conveying a simple message: surrender and meet your demise. Roar! The simple-minded one bellowed, an explosive ferocity emanating from him. Despite his current state, he was still a dragon beast. How could these beasts dare to provoke him? Howl! 2 terror wolves seized the opportunity and pounced in an instant. Ambush was the specialty of the terror wolves. These 2 attacked from behind the simple-minded one, while their companions on either side also lunged forward. The simple-minded one, in a fit of rage, turned around, intent on dealing with the ambushers first. But the two ambushing terror wolves abruptly halted. It was a feigned attack, and their comrades on the sides were the true assault. The simple-minded one reacted swiftly, pivoting his body and slashing his sharp claws at the terror wolf on the left. A sickening crack echoed, and the left side terror wolf let out a piercing howl. Its spine shattered. Yet the assault from the terror wolves would not end so easily. The terror wolf on the right accelerated fiercely and knocked the simple-minded one to the ground. The two beasts rolled together, scattering the surrounding fallen leaves and broken branches due to their tumultuous struggle. Observing the simple-minded one entangled, the terror wolf leader immediately growled an order. They were too close to the dragon's lair. It was imperative to resolve this quickly. If the red dragon were to take notice, none of them would leave unscathed. Dozens of terror wolves surged forward, seemingly intent on tearing the simple-minded one apart, but he would not resign himself to defeat, though he was still young. The physical constitution of a dragon beast was beyond that of any magical beast. Pinned beneath the terror wolves, the simple-minded one revealed his sharp claws and struck out with force. With a gurgling sound, one of the terror wolves was sent sprawling, blood gushing forth as its throat was torn apart, rendering it powerless. However, before the simple-minded one could regain his footing, several terror wolves approached, pushing him back down. Their sharp fangs aimed for his neck, and in a desperate struggle, the simple-minded one narrowly evaded this lethal strike. Yet, the wolf's fangs still pierced through his scales, sinking into his shoulder. Roar! The intense pain drove the simple-minded one into a frenzy, and he turned to bite at one of the terror wolves' necks, catching the latter off guard and landing a hit. The scent of blood in the forest intensified, and the terror wolf leader, witnessing the dragon beast being subdued, felt a surge of excitement flash through its sinister gaze. Finally, the moment had come. All that remained was to harvest the life of this dragon beast, drink its blood, and grow stronger. Suddenly, a furious dragon's roar reverberated through the air, causing the terror wolf leader to tremble. Stiffly, it turned its head, only to be stunned by the sight before it, a young red dragon, accompanied by another dragon beast. What was this? Was it a stroke of luck, or pure coincidence? The terror wolf leader was exhilarated, but soon regained its composure. The young dragon charging towards them was no small creature. If a fight ensued, it would be challenging to determine a victor. If the red dragon appeared, they would not only leave empty-handed, but might also lose their lives. Reluctantly, the terror wolf leader issued orders for its subordinates to drag the simple-minded one away while it stayed behind to confront the young dragon. The hierarchical terror wolves dared not voice any dissent, hauling away the still struggling simple-minded one. In the distance, Jiang Yang, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of fury. His dragon eyes turned a blood-red hue. These beasts deserve to die? How? The terror wolf leader let out an ecstatic cry, declaring that it would defeat the red dragon here today. The glory of vanquishing the red dragon would be mine. With these thoughts, the terror wolf leader charged toward the advancing Jiang Yang. Seeing the largest terror wolf rushing toward him, Jiang Yang did not flinch or evade. With his tail coiling around the handle of a hoe, Jiang Yang's eyes glinted with menace. Prepare to meet your end. With a swift motion, a gleam of cold light flashed, and before the terror wolf leader could comprehend, a long tail swept across. Thud! The iron hoe embedded itself into the terror wolf's neck, and with all his might, Jiang Yang yanked it with force. Bang! The wolf's head, along with its spine, was sent flying, blood instantly staining the surrounding tree trunks red. The terror wolf leader could not fathom what kind of technique this was, even in death. Bloodied, Jiang Yang did not spare a glance at the corpse of the Wolf King, but accelerated toward the remaining terror wolves. The terror wolves, witnessing this, were paralyzed with fear. In an instant, their leader had been decapitated by this ferocious red dragon. Fearful howls erupted among the pack, with the Wolf King dead. They were reduced to a disorganized mass. No longer did they dare covet the dragon beast's flesh and blood, fleeing in panic. Jiang Yang paid no heed to the retreating terror wolves and ran directly to the simple-minded one, only to find another terror wolf still atop him. Unbeknownst to him, one of the terror wolves was a dimwit. Jiang Yang approached with a hoe in hand, but when he struck down, the terror wolf lying on the simple-minded one did not budge. As Jiang Yang focused, he realized, to his astonishment, that the simple-minded one had been biting down on this creature's throat, which had long since ceased to live. Gently nudging the simple-minded one, his eyes finally regained clarity. Releasing his grip on the lifeless wolf, the simple-minded one lay exhausted on the ground, yet his steady breaths indicated he was not gravely harmed. With the crisis averted, Jiang Yang felt a wave of relief wash over him. Surveying the battlefield, he noted the chaos surrounding them. The trickling stream had turned blood-red. Rustle! Rustle! The sound of dragging heavy objects approached, revealing the simple-minded one carrying the corpse of a terror wolf. His joyful demeanor indicated his excitement at the unexpected bounty of provisions. Jiang Yang could only shake his head in disbelief. His own brother had nearly perished, yet this fool was preoccupied with the wolf carcasses. Nevertheless, they had indeed collected 4 wolf corpses, amounting to nearly 1,000 pounds of meat, enough to feed them well for several days. Regardless of the circumstances, the ordeal had drawn to a close, serving as a reminder to Jiang Yang that sometimes a moment's inattention could lead to dire consequences. Finally, once the simple-minded one had recovered, Jiang Yang led the two of them back to their cave. Naturally, they did not leave behind the 4 wolf corpses, resting whenever fatigued before continuing their haul. At last, they returned to the dragon's lair before sunset, and when Lisa and Caesar beheld the 4 wolf corpses, the entire dragon was rendered speechless. Caesar paced anxiously. "Jones, did you slay them?" At that moment, Caesar was exceedingly agitated. The adversary before him was growing stronger, while he could only watch helplessly, unable to intervene. If this continued, when would his plan for vengeance come to fruition? More importantly, gazing at the 2 dragon beasts, a surge of fury welled within Caesar. Why were these 2 worthless creatures still alive? Must the name of Belial endure such humiliation indefinitely? In response to his brother's inquiry, Jiang Yang merely cast a cold glance, leading the 2 dragon beasts back to their modest abode. Of course, he did not forget the 4 wolf corpses. They were trophies, and he intended to hang the skull of the terror wolf above his bed. As Jiang Yang ignored him, Caesar emitted a low, menacing growl, causing the 2 dragon beasts to tremble in fear. Although Caesar frequently faced reprimands from his elder brother Jiang Yang, the innate pride of the red dragon prevented him from conceding defeat, nor would he ever surrender. Watching Jiang Yang usher the 2 dragon beasts into their dwelling, Lisa licked her lips. She had yet to taste terror wolf meat. Perhaps she should ask her elder brother for a morsel to sample. However, she swiftly dismissed the thought. No matter how delectable the wolf meat might be, she would never forsake her dignity. Turning to the irritable Caesar, Lisa remarked coolly, "He can now slay terror wolves." "And for it that." Caesar hissed softly, "What does that signify? Mere lowly magical beasts." Upon seeing a red dragon, they would have long been paralyzed with fear. "What do you intend to do?" Lisa inquired. Caesar replied in a low voice, "I shall destroy that which he holds most dear." The 2 dragon beasts will not survive much longer. A fortnight passed, and the dragon's lair remained undisturbed, with Jiang Yang living a leisurely farmer's life. His days were filled with eating, basking in the sun, tending to plants, exercising, and sleeping, without engaging in any unnecessary activities. Unlike humans, red dragons possess a peculiar biological clock. Their formidable physiques allow them to forego sleep at night, enduring months without rest. A red dragon only experiences a prolonged slumber during the transition from juvenile to adult, through stages of maturity: young dragon, mature dragon, aged dragon, ancient dragon, and primordial dragon. It is noteworthy that there exists a phase between the aged dragon and the ancient dragon known as decay. Those who endure it become ancient, while those who do not must report to the dragon god. Given the longevity of these legendary creatures, living for several millennia is a trivial matter. However, if they wish to continue existing, they must confront the trials of decay. To return to the point, although red dragons typically do not require sleep, Jiang Yang maintained human habits, often indulging in brief naps during the deep of night. His rationale was, to live to 90,000, one must avoid staying up all night. A new day dawned, and Jiang Yang opened his dragon eyes, emerging from a state of rest. Glancing at the scratches on the wall, he noted that today was the day his mother received her wages. After yawning, he rose from his stone bed, shaking off the hay clinging to him as he prepared to collect his meager allowance. Passing by the bedside, he patted the skull of the terror wolf leader, donning a sunny smile. Though this grin appeared rather fierce on a red dragon's visage, Jiang Yang perceived it as quite radiant. Upon exiting his modest abode, he encountered the sorrowful expressions of Big Fool and Second Fool. Aware of their melancholy, Jiang Yang chose to feign ignorance. Previously, Big Fool and Second Fool had relished the days when they received their wages, until recently when their appetites had grown, necessitating Jiang Yang to mix a few pellets of fertilizer into their food. However, fertilizer was not always available. On wage days, they were deprived of it entirely. "Come now, don't hang your heads. Once elder brother strikes it rich, you shall feast on fertilizer to your heart's content," he remarked, albeit awkwardly. Upon hearing this, Big Fool and Second Fool were filled with excitement, nearly wagging their tails in delight. Observing their peculiar demeanor, Jiang Yang fell into contemplation. He intended to cultivate 2 formidable warriors, not to raise a pair of simpletons. It seemed he would need to devise a means to enhance their intelligence in the future. Such matters could wait. Jiang Yang had to collect his allowance, lest Lisa and Caesar show him no mercy. Chapter 6. An Unexpected Harvest. Deep within the dragon's lair, Jiang Yang ambled over, noticing that his dragon siblings had been waiting for quite some time. Only at this moment could the three dragons coexist peacefully. And the reason was simple. They all gazed upward in unison at the enormous opening above. That was the portal through which their mother returned. Witnessing her arrival heralded the moment of their wages. Before long, a shadow flitted past, momentarily obscuring the sunlight before reappearing. It was their mother, who, with her usual grandeur, descended into the cavern, her massive wings unfurling. With a resounding thud, an old bear was unceremoniously cast to the ground. Yet the three young dragons did not rush forward to feast immediately. Instead, Lisa regarded the bear-like magical beast, then cast a glance at their mother. In a state of indecision, Lisa ultimately chose silence and approached today's wages. Jiangyang, however, was different. He moved closer to their mother and respectfully inquired, "O mighty and beautiful, ruthless yet merciless mother, why has the food supply diminished so drastically of late?" Lisa and Caesar exchanged glances upon hearing this question, both marveling at their elder brother's audacity while simultaneously harboring confusion regarding the matter. The old bear, measuring 8 meters in length and weighing several thousand jin, provided enough meat for the three young dragons to sustain themselves for only 3 days. Yet their mother's wages were dispensed every 5 days, leaving them to endure 3 days of fullness followed by 2 days of hunger. This was not the first occurrence. The young dragon's rations had begun to dwindle since several previous distributions, though never to such a severe extent as today. In response to her eldest son's inquiry, Shamelyu was decidedly irked. The food shortage is merely temporary. In a month, supplies will be replenished. Although she could hunt more frequently to ensure her young ones were fed, she could not be bothered to make an extra trip, reasoning that they would not perish. "Your demands are excessive," she remarked, revealing her sharp teeth. "In time, you will understand." With that, the unreliable dragon mother turned and delved deeper into the lair. Undoubtedly off to sleep. At the very least, in her penchant for slumber, Jiangyang had perfectly inherited his mother's laziness. Surprised that their mother had left him with a riddle, Jiangyang resignedly retrieved his hoe and commenced his cutting work. Despite the reduction in food, he had no intention of taking more than usual, slicing off merely 1/3 of the food, as he always did. Naturally, his siblings were oblivious to their eldest brother's benevolence. They simply found him increasingly intolerable. Transporting his share back to their modest abode, Jiangyang's mood was far from cheerful. His financial situation had become precarious, indicating that for the foreseeable future, he would be living beyond his means. The life of a prosperous farmer had yet to commence, and he was already sinking money into it, leaving him quite exasperated. With 2 mouths at home clamoring for sustenance, if he did not find a solution, bankruptcy was imminent. Upon returning to their modest dwelling, Big Fool and Second Fool remained blissfully ignorant of the food shortage, devouring their meals as ravenously as ever. At times, a touch of foolishness can be quite delightful. After all, isn't it true that happiness is paramount? Let us indulge, for once we finish eating, we shall return to our labors. Jiangyang chose not to impose restrictions on the appetites of these two simpletons, for managing finances is a matter for the boss, and exploiting one's employees is simply in poor taste. Moreover, observing the endearing naivete of the Shah and Heir Shah, one could easily surmise that they remain blissfully unaware of the burdens that come with looking after their elder brother. In no time, the 1,000-odd pounds of meat vanished into their bellies, and though the Shah and Heir Shah did not consume any fertilizer, they contentedly began to act coy. Jiangyang could only shake his head in disbelief, for these two seemed to grow more akin to silly hounds with each passing day. Once they had their fill, Jiangyang quietly suggested, "Let us go, it is time for a stroll." Thus, the trio exited their modest 3-room abode and ventured towards the fields. Along the way, the Shah and Heir Shah frolicked incessantly, while Jiangyang chose to feign ignorance, knowing their education was a long and arduous journey. Before long, Jiangyang and the 2 dragons arrived at the farmland, where vibrant green plants were already bearing fruit, though not yet ripe. It was evident they would soon be ready for harvest. Engaging in the routine of watering and tilling the soil, Jiangyang generously scattered 10 handfuls of fertilizer across the fields. "Hurry up and ripen," he murmured, "so that I may once again reap the rewards of fertilizer." The Shah and Heir Shah gazed longingly, momentarily wishing to be planted in the earth, nurtured and fertilized under Jiangyang's attentive care. Casting a glance at the 2 dragons, Jiangyang commanded, "Stay put, and do not move. I shall explore the surroundings." They responded with low growls, affirming their understanding. Satisfied to see them obediently resting by the edge of the field, Jiangyang felt a measure of relief. Now, he needed to devise a plan to secure a new source of food and identify a site for future cultivation. With the current food shortage and the unreliable dragon mother beyond hope, self-sufficiency was the only viable option. Of course, Jiangyang would not wander too far, as he had yet to attain the strength to roam the mountains unchecked. This time, he intended to explore the vicinity of the dormant volcano. Ensuring he did not stray beyond 800 meters, should any danger arise, he would turn back swiftly. After reassuring Desha and Ersha, Jiang Yang dashed into the forest, quickly disappearing from view. Once Jiang Yang was out of sight, the two dragons dutifully lay down and began to doze. Though they appeared to be sleeping, they would awaken at the slightest rustle, ready to unleash a fierce defense against any intruder. However, shortly after Jiang Yang's departure, Caesar and Lisa emerged slowly from their lair, casting their eyes towards Desha and Ersha in the distance. In the primal forest, dappled sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating the ground below. Small creatures thrived in this tranquil environment, while a myriad of vibrant wildflowers bloomed amidst the foliage. The long stamens of these wildflowers hung delicately, with pale pink stars dangling from their tips. When the wind blew, the flowers danced gracefully, a sight of unparalleled beauty. Suddenly, a dragon's foot crushed one of the wildflowers into the earth, shattering the serene atmosphere. The invisible aura of the dragon's might swept through the woods, scattering the creatures in disarray. Enter Jiang Yang, the unwitting disruptor. He lingered not, quickly realizing there was little of value here before turning to seek other pursuits. Jiang Yang sprinted forth, his speed rendering him a crimson flash, with his acute dynamic vision absorbing the surrounding scenery. As he ran through the woods encircling the dormant volcano, he soon grasped that its vastness would require considerable time to traverse entirely. Thus, he decided to retrace his steps along the path he had taken to reach the volcano. Before long, Jiang Yang burst forth from the trees, approaching the steep slopes of the dormant volcano. His field of vision widened abruptly as he altered his course towards the dragon's den. Yet, as he ran, he suddenly halted, gazing at the steep cliffside beside him. The dragon's ears twitched, and Jiang Yang believed he heard something, the sound of the wind. Intrigued, he scrutinized the rocky wall before him, noting its towering presence. Akin to irregularly shaped giant, swords plunged into the ground. These rock pillars stood at least several meters high, spreading out in an elliptical formation that connected to the dormant volcano. The sound of the wind grew clearer, leading Jiang Yang to suspect there might be a ventilation shaft or a significant fissure within the mountain. Reflecting on his underwhelming findings thus far, he resolved that returning empty-handed would render this excursion pointless. Determined, Jiang Yang extended his dragon claw and, with a powerful leap, latched onto the cliffside. His sharp claws easily gripped the rocky crevices, though climbing required considerable effort. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength to ascend. Thankful for his exceptional control over his body, for an ordinary young dragon, this climb would have posed a formidable challenge. After a minute of strenuous effort, Jiang Yang successfully scaled the rocky column, his eyes alight with wonder at the sight before him. A small opening emerged at the base of the stone pillar, the wind's whispers emanating from within. These stone columns served as a screen, entirely concealing the entrance. Had it not been for Jiang Yang's keen hearing, he might have overlooked it entirely. Without hesitation, he leaped down from the stone pillar and arrived at the cave's entrance. Upon landing, a chill breeze greeted him, not overwhelmingly cold, but refreshingly cool. This draft confirmed the presence of airflow within, and the subtle echoes indicated a spacious interior. What was this? It was a natural secret hideout. Retaining the wonder of a child, Jiang Yang hurried into the cave, eager to explore this hidden sanctuary. As he stepped inside, the scene before him took his breath away. Glimmers of fireflies danced in the air, occasional droplets of water fell from above, and bioluminescent moss emitted a gentle blue glow, creating an enchanting atmosphere. It was astonishing to discover such a cool and damp haven within a dormant volcano, radiating tranquility. Gazing upward, two openings in the stone allowed sunlight to filter in, bestowing a strange sense of hope upon the otherwise shadowy cavern. For reasons unknown, the sight before him exuded an indescribable aura, mystical, sacred, and yet tinged with solitude. Most strikingly, beneath the two beams of light, a kneeling knight clad in full black armor stood rigidly, unmistakably deceased. His long sword lay shattered, with a fragment piercing his heart, while dust covered his armor, his posture resembling one in prayer. Approaching the black-armored knight cautiously, Jiang Yang soon noticed something unusual. Inscribed on the stone slab before the knight was a message. God, please forgive me for committing the greatest sin against your teachings. I do not wish to become a monster. My heart and body can no longer endure. My soul shall forever belong to you, the Arbiter Knight, Lamberg. The inscription was in the common language of this world, and Jiang Yang found it effortless to comprehend. While he may not have retained much of the dragon's legacy, language was child's play for one fluent in Chinese. Returning to the matter at hand, it appeared this was a valiant knight who, due to some unavoidable circumstance, chose to end his own life, seemingly to avoid transforming into a monster and causing harm to others. However, the stone slab had suffered substantial erosion, rendering much of its content illegible. Moreover, it was evident that this event transpired many years ago, likely before even the dragon mother, Shamir, was born. A millennium had passed, and the world had likely changed beyond recognition. It was conceivable that the deity the knight revered had long since fallen. Observing the weathered yet intact full suit of armor before him, Jiang Yang recognized it as a treasure. He contemplated reaching out to remove it, but his dragon claw halted midair. This was a knight of integrity and honor. To strip him of his armor would surely be an affront to his dignity. Shaking his head, Jiang Yang felt a pang of guilt as he muttered, "Alas, I nearly strayed from the path. A warrior such as you should not be subjected to such indignity, even in death." Upon uttering those words, Jiang Yang turned to leave, his resolute figure suggesting that he was indeed prepared to abandon the suit of armor. "Please wait, senior. Allow me to procure some incense, prepare offerings, and conduct a ritual to remove your armor and lay you to rest. I assure you, I will do so in accordance with the highest standards I can currently uphold." This approach, it seemed, would not constitute a desecration of a warrior, leaving one to marvel at Jiang Yang's peculiar thought process. Chapter 7. A Call for Aid. Outside the entrance of the dormant volcano, the dragon's lair, Lisa and Caesar approached the two dragon beasts with fierce expressions, their demeanor indicating their intent to stir trouble. The alert duo, Big Fool and Second Fool, opened their beastly eyes to regard the approaching pair. Upon recognizing them, their expressions stiffened, and their bodies trembled involuntarily. This was the oppression of the superior over the inferior, a bloodline dominance exerted by true dragons over dragon beasts. "Huh. It seems that Jones truly goes out hunting to sustain the two of you," Caesar remarked, licking his lips, his ferocious gaze fixed on the two dragon beasts before him. Beside him, Lisa wore a cold expression. Her presence here was merely to partake in the excitement, though she would not hesitate to lend a hand in slaying the dragon beasts. After all, these two dragon beasts ought not to remain in the dragon's nest. They deserve to be abandoned and perish outside. Only then could the disgrace of their brood of red dragons be eradicated. With a low, warning growl, Big Fool issued a sound, though his body quivered uncontrollably. Second Fool fared even worse, his limbs growing weak, struggling to maintain his stance. The audacity of this dragon beast to challenge him was unexpected. Caesar narrowed his dragon eyes and roared. In an instant, Caesar pounced upon Big Fool, his sharp claws aimed at the beast's neck. Fierce instincts surged within Big Fool, his eyes turning a deep crimson as he lunged to bite at the attacking claws. Surprised by the rebellion of the dragon beast, Caesar hastily withdrew his claws and rammed his head into Big Fool, then began to tear at him. Lisa stood by, astonished, watching the fierce clash between Caesar and Big Fool, utterly bewildered. It was known that Big Fool was born merely a month after them and was still a dragon beast. Lisa could not fathom how he was able to hold his own against Caesar. Unbeknownst to them, had they known that during the initial wolf attack, not all 4 terror wolves had perished at Jiang Yang's hands, they would have been even more astonished. To be precise, Big Fool had personally slain 3, while Jiang Yang had only dispatched the pack leader. If Lisa were to learn this tidbit, her shock would surely amplify. Aru, Second Fool, witnessing the fierce battle, cried out in desperation, yet he dared not intervene. Compared to the battle-hardened Big Fool, Second Fool was still too inexperienced, resembling more a pet nurtured under Jiang Yang's wing. "Roar, you wretched creature," Caesar bellowed, seizing the opportunity to strike once more. With a swift motion, he inflicted deep, bone-revealing lacerations upon Big Fool's chest, then retreated to create distance. The injuries on both sides indicated that Caesar held a slight advantage. After all, the disparity between dragon beasts and true dragons was immense. They were merely in their juvenile stage, and as they matured, the gulf would only widen. Panting heavily, Big Fool's eyes glowed with a dangerous light, the blood of the red dragon boiling within him. This was ominous, for red dragons were innately malevolent. If Big Fool continued to fight, he would undoubtedly succumb to madness, becoming a mindless beast. Caesar, momentarily startled by Big Fool's reckless ferocity, turned to Lisa, who nodded in agreement to join forces. Roar. Once more, Caesar lunged at Big Fool, with Lisa charging alongside him. The addition of another young dragon overwhelmed Big Fool, and within moments, he found himself pinned to the ground. Caesar and Lisa savagely tearing at him. Yet Big Fool did not concede. He roared defiantly, attempting to retaliate, but his fists were no match for their combined strength. And he soon succumbed. The conflict among beasts was brutal. Now, Big Fool lay bloodied and injured, the earth around him soaked with his lifeblood. He yearned to rise and strike back, but his body had reached its limit, rendering even a mere twitch of his fingers impossible. Caesar and Lisa released their grips, turning their attention to the still-moving Second Fool, who, shockingly, had not fled but stood vacantly beside the furrows. with a fierce snarl. Big Fool emitted a menacing roar from the ground, prompting Caesar to notice that he still had the strength to scream, and he turned to snap Big Fool's neck. Let us deal with this one first. If he escapes, it would ruin the fun of today's revenge. Pausing, Caesar recognized Lisa's reasoning. If they frightened this one away, the thrill of vengeance would be greatly diminished. Turning to Second Fool, Caesar revealed a cruel smile. This coward, who had stood idly by while his companion nearly faced death, was indeed a base dragon beast. However, a question lingered in Caesar's mind. Why had this timid dragon beast not fled? Was he too paralyzed by fear? Glancing behind Second Fool, Caesar noticed the 4 sprigs of holy maiden fruit. It appeared that Jones valued these highly, tirelessly guarding them each time. Chuckling to himself, Caesar strode toward the patch of holy maiden fruit. Big Fool's eyes widened. This was the task entrusted to him by Jiang Yang. A mission to protect this field at all costs, even if it meant sacrificing his life. Observing Big Fool's reaction, Caesar became even more convinced of the significance of these plants to Qin Yang, hastening his pace. This time, he intended to settle both old and new grievances, ensuring his elder brother lost everything. Roar. The roar jolted Caesar from his thoughts as he noticed Second Fool seemed to have discerned his intent, charging at him with a wild, fierce glare reminiscent of the fallen Big Fool. In a flash, a red blur darted forward. Lisa, who collided with Second Fool at an even greater speed, biting down hard on his neck. With a thud, Second Fool was knocked to the ground, struggling against Lisa's hold, but she would not grant him the chance to escape. With a sickening crunch, Second Fool's body went rigid. An overwhelming sense of weakness coursing through him as his body temperature plummeted. Lisa, bloodied, opened her maw and forcefully expelled the dragon beast's blood, refusing to swallow such filth. A horrifying gash marred Second Fool's neck, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Big Fool, witnessing this grotesque scene, was momentarily stunned, his breath becoming labored. Huff, huff, roar. Overwhelmed with grief and rage, Big Fool's roar resonated throughout the surroundings, bringing him to the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, Caesar appeared exceedingly exhilarated, redirecting his focus onto the 4 sprigs of holy maiden fruit. All that remained was to deal with these weeds. As he contemplated this, Caesar could hardly contain his excitement, rushing toward the furrows. Yet suddenly, an unsettling feeling washed over him. He looked up to see Jiang Yang charging toward them at breakneck speed, without a single roar. Lisa was closest to the oncoming Jiang Yang, who leapt high, wielding a hoe, the razor-sharp edge aimed directly at her head. With a sickening thud, the pain radiating from her back drove Lisa to the brink of madness. She felt as though her bones might shatter. Had she not dodged just in time, half of her skull would have surely been cleaved away. In midair, Jiang Yang executed a swift turn, his tail snapping like a whip. With a resounding thump, Lisa was sent crashing to the ground, blood pouring from her mouth. Caesar stood in shock, utterly taken aback by Jiang Yang's ruthless nature. Upon noticing Jiang Yang's gaze, Caesar felt an icy chill enveloping him. In the past, regardless of the intensity of their confrontations, his elder brother never resorted to using the hoe, his eyes always gleaming with mockery. Yet now, that gaze was devoid of anger or coldness, as tranquil as a stagnant pool, as if he were observing a lifeless object. With a swift flick of his tail, Jiang Yang extracted the hoe and surged towards Caesar, his tail sweeping behind him. The sharp blade of the hoe plunging directly into Caesar's eye socket. It was too swift, evasion was utterly impossible, and Caesar instinctively raised his forepaw. A howl erupted from him as he experienced excruciating agony. One of his arms was completely pierced by the hoe. Jiang Yang yanked with all his might, attempting to tear Caesar's limb away, but he had underestimated the resilience of the young dragon's body, thus failing in his endeavor. However, this was of little consequence, as Jiang Yang swiftly swung his tail, sending Caesar hurtling into Lisa with a violent crash. The sound of bones shattering echoed through the air, accompanied by the mournful cries of both Caesar and Lisa. Perish, Jiang Yang muttered under his breath as the hoe descended towards the heads of the 2 dragons. This time, neither could evade. Suddenly, the hoe halted mere millimeters from Caesar's pupil. Jiang Yang lifted his gaze, meeting the approaching figure of Shamaru, the dragon mother. She surveyed the brutal battlefield, her nostrils flaring with unquenchable flames. She stood apart from either faction, simply irritated by the disruptions caused by the young dragons to her peace. Jiang Yang retracted the hoe, casting a cold glance at Caesar and Lisa. Do not allow me to catch you. I shall slay you. The 2 young dragons trembled uncontrollably, disregarding their nearly incapacitated wounds as they scrambled towards the dragon's nest. Blood spilled along their path as if it were worthless, yet they dared not pause, fearing that their elder brother would pursue them relentlessly, disregarding their mother. Shamaru felt increasingly vexed. The young dragon's discord was commonplace, but the prospect of them engaging in life and death struggles within mere months was unprecedented. Casting a glance at the barely alive dragon beast, she could not be bothered. Let them kill, and then she would enjoy her peace. After all, it was merely the young dragons fighting. She would only face a lenient reprimand for her inadequate supervision. The dragon mother departed, while Jiang Yang had naively believed she would intervene. After all, according to dragon lore, any dragon nurturing younglings must, unless absolutely necessary, not abandon their offspring to peril. Burdened with frustration, Jiang Yang approached the ailing Ershao and extended a claw to gently prod him. Ershao responded with a faint, almost imperceptible whimper. "You will be fine. Eat some fertilizer," Jiang Yang said. Seeing Ershao in such a state stirred a profound sorrow within him. The fertilizer that Ershao cherished lay before him, yet he could not even part his lips. Jiang Yang, witnessing this scene, gritted his teeth, his fury erupting like a volcano. His hatred for his dragon brother and sister reaching unprecedented heights. He hastily forced the fertilizer into Ershao's mouth, and as the latter ingested it, a glimmer of light flickered in his eyes, but in the next moment, splurt, blood erupted like a fountain, spraying 4 to 5 meters high. Observing Ershao's life signs fluctuate from vibrant to feeble, Jiang Yang's heart sank. Was it truly impossible to save Ershao? A mournful howl escaped from Dashao, as if he too had sensed Ershao's impending demise. Gasping for breath and stifling the rage that threatened to propel him toward the dragon's nest, Jiang Yang patted Ershao's cheek. "Stay awake, don't sleep, there must be a way." Yet Ershao's consciousness was fading, his eyelids growing heavy and uncontrollable. In a state of desperation, Jiang Yang scanned his surroundings, searching for a means to revive Ershao. He even contemplated pleading with the dragon mother. Suddenly, his gaze landed upon a cluster of holy fruits. The items within the system were anything but ordinary. The plants produced would undoubtedly possess miraculous effects. He dashed toward a holy fruit plant, taking out a small bag of fertilizer, and without hesitation, poured it all onto the soil. Instantly, the earth absorbed the fertilizer, and the holy fruit plant seemed to be invigorated, its green fruits ripening rapidly to a vibrant red. Ding! Task completed. Ignoring the system notification, Jiang Yang hurriedly collected the ripened holy fruits into his system backpack and read their description. Ripe holy fruits X50. Restores blood, invigorates circulation, aids digestion, clears heat and detoxifies. Stimulates cellular vitality. Hidden effect. Infused with red dragon blood, fruits possess a fiery attribute. Effects for the red dragon are 50, for dragons 15. And for creatures of the cold, attribute 130. Chapter 8. Saffron. The holy fruits served as a timely blessing, bestowing upon Ershao a glimmer of hope for survival. He retrieved 10 holy fruits, their crimson skins adorned with golden veins that flickered as if flames were dancing upon them. There was no time for contemplation. Jiang Yang rushed to Ershao's side, disregarding whether he could consume them, and began to stuff the fruits into his mouth. He managed to cram 7 or 8 holy fruits into Ershao's maw, and the latter seemed to sense something, his near-lifeless body trembling slightly. "Swallow, just chew a few times," Jiang Yang urged anxiously, knowing that while the fruits should be efficacious, they needed to be ingested to take effect. Hearing Jiang Yang's call, it was as if Ershao experienced a moment of clarity. His large head tilted slightly, and the holy fruits slid down his throat. A miraculous scene unfolded. Upon ingesting the holy fruits, the horrific wound on his neck astonishingly ceased bleeding, and a layer of flesh began to rapidly regenerate. Soon, Ershao's labored breaths echoed, and his beastly eyes glimmered with life once more. Jiang Yang exhaled in relief, sensing that Ershao might have stabilized, allowing Ershao to recover on his own. Jiang Yang rushed to Dashao's side. This time, the process was considerably easier. Although Dashao bore grave injuries, he had not yet reached the brink of death. The holy fruits Jiang Yang provided were effortlessly swallowed, and soon, the flow of blood from his wounds ceased. "Oh!" Hearing Dashao's mournful cries, Jiang Yang gently patted his head, assuring him, "Rest assured, I will not allow you to suffer injustices." At this moment, Jiang Yang felt a deep sense of guilt. Upon his arrival in this world, he had often reminded himself not to impose human sentiments upon the nature of beasts. Lisa and Caesar epitomized the fiery temperament of red dragons, and Jiang Yang had foolishly believed they might change under his guidance. It now appeared that he had been overly optimistic. This was also why he felt a stronger affinity for the simple-minded Dashao and Ershao than for Lisa and Caesar. When ferocious beasts possess high intelligence yet succumb to their primal instincts, actively seeking to cause harm, it becomes an undeniable catastrophe. In contrast, Dashao and Ershao were far simpler to manage. Their emotions were transparent, and with minimal training, they could become trustworthy companions. Both dragon beasts had stabilized. Yet the effects of the holy fruits were limited, They had not reached the miraculous threshold of resurrecting the dead. It seemed that a complete recovery for Dashao and Ershao would take several days, during which they would undoubtedly be unable to move. Following this incident, Jiang Yang completely relinquished any fantasies regarding his dragon brother and sister. He was constantly on the lookout for opportunities to eliminate them, lest they bring him troubles in the future. Jiang Yang harbored a grudge against Dashao and Ershao, and since they had already opted for lethal measures, he would not hesitate to be ruthless in return. Just like today, over 10 days had passed since the incident in the fields, and Lisa and Caesar had significantly improved in their injuries. As usual, today was the day the Dragon Mother distributed rewards, yet Lisa and Caesar dared not approach Jiang Yang. Instead, they trembled in fear, hiding deep within their cave, stealthily observing their elder brother with their dragon eyes. Roar! With a resounding roar, the Dragon Mother has returned. This time, she brings back a large crocodile, ample enough for the 3 siblings to feast upon. Only upon the Dragon Mother's return do Lisa and Caesar dare to approach the prey. However, in a swift motion, thwack. Lisa is sent flying by Jiang Yang's tail, while Caesar stands frozen in place, too terrified to move. Still yearning for meat? Eat dirt instead. Jiang Yang growls menacingly, sending shivers down the spines of the younger dragons, who dare not even draw a breath. The castaway Lisa lets out a mournful cry, casting a pitiful glance at the Dragon Mother, hoping she might intervene. Yet, the Dragon Mother, Shamaryu, merely turns her head and strides towards her treasure bed, warning them to keep their distance if they wish to live. She senses the murderous intent Jiang Yang harbors toward his younger siblings. In truth, Shamaryu secretly hopes her eldest son will eliminate the 2 young dragons. The reasoning is simple. Jiang Yang's behavior is far from typical for a red dragon. He seems to possess an unexpected mercy, displaying a temperament more akin to the metallic dragons. If Jiang Yang were to slay Lisa and Caesar, Shamaryu is certain her eldest would grow to become a powerful and ruthless red dragon. The Dragon Mother's inaction has left Lisa and Caesar in a dire predicament, with only 3 meals shared among them over the past few days, leaving them starved. Looking woefully at the ground, Lisa squats down, while Caesar remains dazed beside the prey. Jiang Yang glances at Caesar, who, startled, scuttles away in fright. Their stomachs rumble in hunger, yet the young dragons dare not approach Jiang Yang even a step closer. The memory of their previous confrontation has instilled a deep fear in them. Once, they had entertained thoughts of revenge against their elder brother, but now they cannot even dare to imagine it. At the rate Jiang Yang is growing, he will still easily overpower them when they mature. Moreover, noticing the glint of hunger in Jiang Yang's eyes, Lisa and Caesar back away in unison, uncertain if they will ever reach the age of young dragons. They watch helplessly as Jiang Yang slices the meat and transports it back to their lair. Lisa and Caesar refrain from attempting to steal a bite, for they know that if they were caught, Jiang Yang would have every justification to beat them mercilessly. Before long, the crocodile meat is entirely consumed by Jiang Yang, leaving only pools of blood in its wake. Caesar gazes at the blood on the ground, tempted, yet he shakes his head. If he were to eat dirt, what would that say about the dignity of a red dragon? But the pangs of hunger are undeniable. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Caesar turns away. He decides to sleep through his hunger and plans to hunt in the forest in a few days, resolutely refusing to submit to his elder brother. Observing Caesar's departure, Lisa contemplates before collapsing onto the ground. Starvation renders her immobile, and her dragon eyes fixate on the bloodstains, the scent wafting from them almost irresistible. Unable to resist, she extends her tongue to taste, savoring the long-forgotten flavor of food, though tears well up in her dragon eyes. That night, as the stars twinkled in the vast darkness and the cold winds howled, a certain chamber within the dragon lair was surprisingly tranquil. Jiang Yang lay atop a stone bed, perusing his system inventory. Ordinary Saint Lady fruits X150. Replenish health, invigorate blood circulation, stimulate appetite, detoxify, and activate cellular vitality. Hidden effect, when soaked in red dragon blood. The fruit gains a fiery essence, yielding a 50 effect for red dragons, 15 for dragonkind, and 130 for cold attribute creatures. Ripe Saint Lady fruits X15. The intense fertilization had caused the other 3 Saint Lady fruits to ripen in succession. Now, Jiang Yang possesses 165 Saint Lady fruits, which are not only useful but also delicious. In gaming terms, these would equate to basic health potions, and presently, they serve as Jiang Yang's life-saving talisman. He contemplates exchanging 20 Saint Lady fruits for a single seed. Is it too much to ask for a 20-to-1 exchange rate? Munching on a Saint Lady fruit, Jiang Yang grumbles about the system. Despite its exploitative nature, he decides to exchange for some seeds, knowing the fields outside must not be left barren. The soil is truly fertile after all that fertilizer was poured in, and the 4 plants cannot absorb it all. Additionally, once the fruits are harvested, The plants would decay and decompose, serving as nourishment for the land. System, exchange for 5 Saint Lady fruit seeds. Ding. Exchange complete. 5 seeds materialize in the inventory, their verdant glow bringing Jiangyang a sense of satisfaction. However, he suddenly feels something amiss. The green light seems to carry a hint of blue. Upon closer inspection, he notices a faint azure halo swirling within the verdant glow. Could there be an issue with these seeds? Jiangyang hurriedly checks the system description. Red Dragon Saint Lady fruit seed. Seems to be a promising cultivation direction. Perhaps a little blood infusion would help? His dragon eyes widen, and a surge of excitement fills him, almost prompting an exclamation of disbelief. To his astonishment, the system S seeds can be cultivated manually. He wonders if grafting, genetic modification, or hydroponics could also be experimented with. Suppressing his excitement, Jiangyang shifts his focus. He still needs to sleep and must not let this discovery disrupt his plans for rest. He quickly reviews the new acquisitions from the quest. Ordinary fertilizer X2, white quality. Slightly less effective than basic fertilizer. Saffron seeds X3, green quality, thriving in cool, moist, or semi-shaded environments, quite cold resistant. Possessing decent medicinal value and ornamental appeal. Don't even think about using dragon blood for irrigation, you fool. Surprised the system questions his intelligence, Jiangyang smirks. He abandons the idea of infusing blood into the seeds, realizing not all seeds are suitable for dragon blood, especially red dragon blood, as red dragons are fire elemental beings. And their blood, once matured, would be akin to molten lava. The cold-loving saffron would surely not fare well with the scorching blood of a young red dragon. Cold-loving? Is there even such an environment nearby? Feeling the intense heat emanating from the dragon mother, Jiangyang finds himself in a quandary. Perhaps the cave he discovered last time could be a viable option, but it is somewhat distant, and he fears the saffron might fall prey to snakes, insects, or rodents. Still, that cave is the only place suitable for saffron cultivation, and it is also the closest to the red dragon's lair. The pressing issue now is how to protect the saffron from pestilence. Other concerns are negligible, given that natural barriers in the area would prevent common beasts from discovering it. After much contemplation, Jiangyang cannot come up with a viable solution. Of course, a foolish plan exists, to send the 2 simpletons to guard it or to take matters into his own hands. However, they both carry the bloodline of the red dragon and could inadvertently impact the cave's environment, potentially eliminating even the possibility of cultivation. Ding. The progress task has been initiated, requiring the collection of 10 system plants, with a reward of the white title, Farmer. Effect, provides auxiliary bonuses to cultivated crops. Indifferent to the system S dramatic notifications, Jiangyang continues to ponder how to cultivate the saffron. Having witnessed the miraculous properties of the system S crops, he is eager to discover the effects of saffron once it is grown. Just as Jiangyang wrestles with his thoughts, a sudden commotion arises from the cement slab at the entrance. Curious, he raises his dragon head, wondering who would be so idle as to knock on his door at such an hour. Upon reaching the entrance, Jiangyang stares quizzically at the cement slab. He crafted this door from a mixture of lime and volcanic ash, making it airtight, sturdy, and durable. In fact, Jiangyang had also made it as a display of prowess before the 2 simpletons. The faint sounds of knocking persist from outside, and Jiangyang squints, coiling his tail around a hoe. To err on the side of caution, in circumstances as ambiguous as those outside the door, Jiangyang would never directly open it for anyone. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself for confrontation and then gripped the edge of the cement slab with force. The heavy door slid open instantaneously, and without a moment's hesitation, Jiangyang swung his hoe downwards. However, it struck nothing but air. It wasn't that there was no one outside, but rather that Jiangyang had aimed too high. Lowering his gaze, he beheld Lisa, the dragon girl, sprawled on the ground, her tear-filled eyes fixed upon him. From Jiangyang's perspective as a red dragon, the sight of his adorable little sister, her face glistening with tears, was utterly pitiable. Her sparkling, large eyes evoking a sense of compassion. If one were to adhere to human sentiment, surely any transgressions on her part would be easily forgiven. Unfortunately, Jiangyang had long forsaken the ways of humanity. With a resounding thud, the hoe struck the ground, startling Lisa into a shudder. What? Are you seeking death because you feel life is unbearable? Upon hearing Jiangyang's words, Lisa clasped her head with her little claws, pleading, "Mighty and formidable elder brother, I beseech your forgiveness. I am truly at the brink of starvation. I implore you." As she spoke, tears the size of beans streamed down her cheeks, and her stomach audibly protested with growls. Jiangyang hoisted the hoe with a disdainful expression. "Is that an acknowledgement of your wrongdoing? You are merely coveting my flesh. You wretched one." Gurgle. Hearing the sound of her stomach, Jiangyang turned his head away. "You've made me hungry as well. This is unforgivable." Soon, I shall feast to my heart's content. Sobbing softly, Lisa thought her elder brother genuinely kind-hearted, but it appeared she had misjudged. Observing her woeful demeanor, Jiangyang turned and departed without a backward glance. As she watched her beloved elder brother walk away, Lisa collapsed onto the ground, perplexed. Why did she hold less significance in his heart than those two dragon beasts, though they often bickered and exchanged sharp words? Were not all young dragons raised amidst such playful scuffles? Realizing that Jiangyang might truly be an anomaly, Lisa begrudgingly closed her eyes, feeling the gnawing pangs of hunger. She even began to hallucinate, as if she could scent the tantalizing aroma of blood and flesh. Upon opening her eyes, she was astonished at the severity of her delusion, staring at the crocodile leg before her and swallowing hard. With a tentative lick of her tongue, Lisa was instantly jolted awake. This was not a mere figment of her imagination, but real meat. Looking up, she saw Jiangyang standing atop the crocodile leg, gazing down at her with an imposing presence. "Brother, you have forgiven me," Lisa exclaimed with exuberance, finally anticipating a meal. Yet, before she could take a bite, Jiangyang's hoe was thrust before her. Did she truly believe my flesh could be so easily acquired? To her surprise, conditions were attached. Lisa, suppressing the saliva pooling in her mouth, nodded vigorously. She would do anything for a taste of meat. Noticing his foolish sister's compliance, Jiangyang revealed a sinister smile. Casting a glance into the depths of the cave, he murmured, "I want you to provoke Shamiyu once every 7 days. Should she remain unperturbed, you shall starve." "What? Anger, mother? I cannot. No courage means no meat." Faced with Jiangyang's uncompromising stance, Lisa lowered her head, contemplating the pros and cons of the situation. Firstly, the dragon matriarch would never willingly harm her offspring, nor could she casually abandon her true dragon progeny. While there was no imminent threat to her life, there was a risk of punishment and potential retribution from their mother. However, when weighed against the prospect of meat, Lisa nodded. "Very well, I accept." Seeing her agreement, Jiangyang's smile widened with malice. "Tomorrow it begins. Do not disappoint your brother." With that, he leapt down from the massive crocodile leg, gesturing for Lisa to take the prize. With food in tow, Lisa hurriedly dragged the crocodile leg away, seeking a safe place to indulge. Before long, she vanished from sight, while Jiangyang continued to watch her retreating figure. Lowering his gaze, a sinister expression crossed his face. "I hope you are not slain by our mother, my foolish sister." Jiangyang was acutely aware of Shamiyu's temperament. She despised trouble above all else, and any young dragon who dared to vex her would surely face dire consequences. However, Jiangyang's intentions were not to eliminate Lisa through their mother's wrath. His main objective lay in the hidden cavern and the means to eradicate pests. Dragons possess an inherent majesty, and beings as powerful as the dragon matriarch could unleash a formidable aura that instilled fear across great distances. Be it colossal beasts or flying creatures, all would retreat far and wide. However, Shamiyu often kept her majestic presence subdued due to her inherent laziness, which allowed her authority to dissipate in the mysterious cave. Jiangyang's plan was thus twofold, serving both to resolve the pest issue while punishing Lisa, allowing him to remain uninvolved. The reward was merely a portion of the food that belonged to Lisa. This was, indeed, a masterstroke. Awakening to the thunderous roar of the dragon matriarch at dawn, Jiangyang opened his dragon eyes in surprise. Lisa had swiftly managed to provoke their mother. Hurriedly rising from his stone bed, Jiangyang rushed to witness the unfolding drama. Though it was not wise to indulge in such spectacles, he found himself unable to resist, especially when it involved the misfortune of the sister he loathed. Who could resist the allure of witnessing the downfall of one they despised? Soon, Jiangyang arrived at the depths of the cave, spotting Lisa curled up in a corner. Beside her, Shamiyu's nostrils flared with fury. Although the specifics of the situation eluded him, Jiangyang could discern that Lisa had likely committed some egregious act to incite their mother's wrath. "My foolish daughter, do you not understand that treasures are taboo for dragons? Or are you deliberately challenging me?" Jiangyang, an observer of the unfolding drama, was astounded. He had not anticipated Lisa to take such a bold approach. He had assumed his naive sister would opt for a more circumspect strategy, one where she acknowledged her misdeeds while justifying her intentions, leaving room for leniency. At the very least, he thought of dragging Caesar into her predicament, which would have been a clever maneuver. Regrettably, Lisa was still too inexperienced and lacked an understanding of human nuances. She was oblivious to the fact that intelligence dictated all outcomes. Scolded by their mother, Lisa timidly extended her claw, revealing a gleaming gold coin nestled within her grasp. Witnessing this, Caesar was left speechless, admiring Lisa while simultaneously contemplating the implications. Why not steal? Should the coin go unnoticed, wouldn't it then belong to him? Such thoughts lingered in Caesar's mind, whispering like a demonic temptation. As he prepared to embark on a treacherous path, Caesar swallowed hard. considering that perhaps he too could give it a try. After all, what harm could come from a mere attempt? Chapter 10. The Burial. The incident surrounding the stolen gold coins soon came to a close. After all, the children were too young to face lethal consequences, and Shamiyu was left with no choice but to restrain her anger. Now, she possessed yet another reason to eagerly await her offspring's maturation, to bestow upon these mischievous children the most severe of punishments. Watching the entire spectacle unfold, Caesar was brimming with excitement, as if he had discovered a path to fortune, one that involved pilfering from the dragon matriarch's hoard. Convinced of the brilliance of his plan, Caesar began to devise schemes, casting aside any thoughts of hunting in the days to come. Little did Jiangyang know that his unfortunate little brother was on the verge of contributing to his agricultural endeavors. Now, his thoughts were entirely consumed by that secret cavern. Especially since the majesty of the Dragon Mother had already been unleashed, all that remained was to await the outcome. Armed with several holy fruits and some smoked jerky, Jiangyang once again embarked on his journey to the hidden cave. For precautionary measures, he brought along Desha and Air Shah this time. After several days of recuperation, their injuries had completely healed. In fact, thanks to a holy fruit every 3 days, these two little creatures had recently grown even sturdier. Yet, their physiques still paled in comparison to Jiangyang's. After all, the elder brother would always remain the elder brother. The two dragon beasts frolicked along the way, seemingly possessing boundless energy. "Let us maintain some decorum. We are headed to pay respects," Jiangyang admonished. Upon hearing their elder brother's reprimand, Desha and Air Shah obediently fell in line, no longer daring to leap about. Though they didn't quite grasp the significance of paying respects, they assumed it must be related to farming. Had Jiangyang been privy to their thoughts, he would have surely delivered a slap to each of them. For the solemnity of paying respects had nothing to do with farming. The trio's pace was not slow, and they soon arrived at the natural barrier. Desha and Air Shah were unaware of what lay behind the stone pillar, yet when they saw their elder brother ascend, they began to whine in anxiety from below, expressing a simple desire: "Big brother, take us along." However, Jiangyang found it pointless to engage with them. The height of the stone pillar was far beyond what Desha and Air Shah could possibly scale, even with his assistance. Moreover, why would he subject himself to such a burdensome training? This was a burial, not a feast, and he could not fathom why they were in such a rush. As Jiangyang climbed higher, Desha became so agitated that he started pacing in circles. In a moment of distraction, he collided with Air Shah, who, startled by the sudden impact, bared his teeth at Desha. Observing his irritable younger brother, Desha's not-so-bright mind suddenly sparked with an idea. Roar. After their peculiar exchange, Desha surprisingly retreated several meters, while Air Shah leaned against the stone pillar, his vertical pupils gleaming with excitement. Unaware of the commotion below, Jiangyang continued his ascent. With something clenched in his mouth, his movements were less fluid, yet not sluggish. As he neared the summit of the stone pillar, he tensed his muscles, preparing to spring over the last couple of meters. Taking a deep breath, he exerted his limbs and astonishingly leaped over the remaining height of the stone pillar. In midair, Jiangyang caught sight of the cave's entrance, causing a flutter of anticipation in his heart, for his treasured armor beckoned him. However, just then thud, a crimson figure suddenly soared from below, catching Jiangyang completely off guard. Good heavens! With a resounding smack, he was hurled against the stone wall, slowly sliding down. Thud! The sound of two heavy objects hitting the ground echoed. Jiangyang, trembling, rose to his feet and glared at the source of his misfortune. There stood Desha, blissfully celebrating his entrance. Yet, upon noticing the fiery anger in Jiangyang's eyes, Desha emitted a submissive low growl. "Just wait until you figure out how to leave," Jiangyang fumed, dismissing Desha as he strode into the cave. Desha sensed his elder brother's displeasure and lowered his head, attempting to blend into the surroundings. Upon entering the cavern, Desha was awestruck by the sights before him. Standing dumbfounded in place for the first time, Jiangyang nodded in satisfaction. The absence of the firefly-like insects indicated that the Dragon Mother's authority was indeed in effect. He hurried to the knight still kneeling there, arranging 3 holy fruits and the jerky with care. He then procured 3 twigs to serve as makeshift incense sticks, nodding in approval at the semblance of a proper ceremony. Was that all? Certainly not. Jiangyang intended to honor the occasion with the utmost reverence, and no tribute would be complete without a few heartfelt words. Dust to dust, may glory illuminate the path ahead. Seek the marvels you hold dear. Bid farewell to the sufferings of this world, and journey to that eternal paradise. Your glory shall forever reside in my heart. Rest in peace. After a brief moment of silence, he cast a furtive glance at the inscription on the stone tablet and murmured, "Arbitration Knight, Ryan Black." Having completed his ritual, Jiangyang beckoned Desha over with a glance. Desha approached, albeit hesitantly upon witnessing Jiangyang's serious demeanor. Although he didn't understand the situation, he felt compelled to obey. Cautiously, he sidled up to Jiang Yang, eyeing the knight with curiosity. "Come, bow your head to this noble one," Jiang Yang whispered. "Oh, so that was the reason for summoning the Shah. It was for the bowing." Initially, Jiang Yang had not intended for this, but plans often change. And with the Shah so conveniently at hand, why not take advantage of it? The Shah, though puzzled, attempted to comprehend the instruction literally. With a resounding thud, the Shah earnestly lowered his head to the ground, his massive skull colliding with the ancient stone slab, which shattered into fragments. Goodness! Jiang Yang was taken aback by the commotion, the echoes reverberating throughout the spacious cave, revealing the sheer weight of the Shah's head. But that was not the end of it. A more chilling occurrence ensued. The knight seemed to stir slightly, and the next moment, an invisible wind swept through the silver sand, causing his armor to clatter and disassemble. Jiang Yang quickly covered his nostrils with his claws. After all, this was ashes. And while he had a penchant for fertilizer, he had yet to reach such grotesque depths. The silver-gray dust danced in the breeze until it gradually dissipated into the air. Gazing at the remnants of the broken sword and discarded armor, Jiang Yang found himself speechless. Well, at least he wouldn't have to dig a grave now. Meanwhile, the Shah was still lamenting the loss of the silver light, longing to taste it, only to be disappointed by how rapidly the luminous specks vanished. Jiang Yang chose to disregard the Shah's musings. He had another task at hand, sowing seeds. Indeed, he had come with the intention of planting seeds directly. Of course, before sowing, he needed to address the issue of the land, and turning to the knight's broken sword, he deemed it worthless, inferior to his own hoe, and decided to bury it instead. After all, it would serve as Blag's honorary burial mound, far better than allowing the ashes to be swept away by the wind. Chapter 11. Planting Saffron. Summoning the still-dazed Shah to assist, the two dragons commenced their makeshift burial of the sword. They hastily dug a hole in a corner, buried the remnants, and compacted the earth, deeming their task complete. "Roar!" the Shah exclaimed with excitement. His meaning was clear to Jiang Yang. "Isn't this still akin to farming?" With a scowl, Jiang Yang retorted, "Such a solemn affair bears no resemblance to farming." However, upon reflection, he realized the distinctions might not be as vast as he initially thought. Covering his face with his claws, Jiang Yang felt he had been infected by the Shah's foolishness, now perceiving the similarity between the two endeavors. Get on with it. In a fit of vexation, Jiang Yang exerted his authority, compelling the Shah to obediently begin tilling the soil. With only 3 seeds at hand, they need not cultivate an extensive plot. A mere 22 square foot area would suffice. The 2 sunlit spots were perfectly suited for the task at hand. To err on the side of caution, Jiang Yang decided to retain a single seed this time. One must not be reckless in the pursuit of greatness. Leaving no avenue of retreat is a folly only the naive would commit. Due to the environmental conditions and location, the saffron did not require the cultivation of raised beds. It sufficed to ensure that the soil was free of water accumulation and sufficiently fertile. He began by turning the soil to aerate it, ensuring its looseness before returning it to its original state. After thoroughly wetting the ground and allowing the moisture to be completely absorbed, he was ready for planting. Of course, fertilizer was indispensable. It was the key to enriching the soil. Jiang Yang, not one to be stingy this time, generously sprinkled a handful of ordinary fertilizer across the entire plot, ensuring an even distribution that favored no particular side. Carefully storing the fertilizer away, he was now left with the final step. He took out 2 saffron seeds and, with utmost caution, planted them in the center of the field. The task was completed, and everything seemed perfectly orchestrated. Big Fool came to observe the saffron planting site, exclaiming that it would surely be delicious once it matured. Jiang Yang was at a loss for words. He recalled that saffron was typically used for brewing tea, and he had never seen it consumed raw. Patting Big Fool on the head, Jiang Yang inquired, "Have you eaten all the jerky?" With that, he retrieved 3 cherry tomatoes back into the system space. It sufficed to express his intent. He had no intention of allowing those tomatoes to rot here. Having dealt with the offerings, Jiang Yang turned his gaze towards the armored creature. To be frank, it was best to leave this entity here for the time being. Bringing it back would only invite the dragon mother's covetous eyes. More importantly, glancing towards the cave entrance, he realized that transporting this creature would be quite the challenge. As he contemplated the logistics of taking items out, his attention shifted to Big Fool. What to do with half a ton of meat? Jiang Yang felt a headache brewing. Despite his troubles, he could not abandon Big Fool here. "Come, tell me how you got in." Upon hearing his brother's inquiry, Big Fool began a vigorous display of gestures and sounds to describe his entrance. After piecing together Big Fool's meaning, Jiang Yang recognized the innate dragon's cunning in leveraging force. It seemed he would have to employ the same tactic to send Big Fool back out, but suddenly, a better idea struck him. A few minutes later, Big Fool trembled as he gazed at Jiang Yang, or more precisely, at the hoe in Jiang Yang's hands. Fear not, just jump, and I assure you, one swing will send you soaring. Jiang Yang brandished the hoe, practicing various techniques to launch Big Fool with elegance. Big Fool looked back with innocent eyes, silently pleading for his elder brother to find an alternative method. Unfortunately, such decisions were beyond Big Fool's control, and Jiang Yang was intent on imparting a lesson. After all, Big Fool insisted on entering. This was an opportunity to educate him. Come now, you can sprint. Jiang Yang readied himself, awaiting Big Fool to come forth. Feeling despondent, Big Fool realized he could not avoid the impending strike. Resolute, he gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and charged at Jiang Yang with a roar. Jiang Yang's eyes gleamed as he tightly gripped the hoe, waiting until Big Fool reached the designated spot. Jump, he commanded. With a resounding thud, Big Fool felt a sharp pain in his rear, followed by an overwhelming force that propelled him into the air. Jiang Yang watched with satisfaction as Big Fool ascended, curious to see if he would dare disobey again. Beyond the barrier, an uninterested second fool lay on the ground, gnawing at the dirt. He too wished to enter, but, after numerous attempts, chose to give up. The stone pillar was too high, no matter how hard he tried. He could only manage to climb halfway before tumbling down. Lifting his head, second fool yearned to fly, just like Big Fool. In the air, Big Fool soared gracefully beyond the barrier before landing with a thud right before second fool. Tilting his head, second fool let out a low growl, inquiring when his brother would learn to fly. Why hadn't he been informed of such good fortune? Meanwhile, Big Fool, having been unceremoniously knocked out, felt tears welling up. Was this flying? It was more like being forcefully launched. Rubbing his sore backside with his tail, he resolved never to defy his brother's orders again. Soon, Jiang Yang descended from the stone pillar, pleased with Big Fool's dismal state. After this lesson, he hoped this little rascal would think twice before being obstinate again. As they wandered home for a meal, Jiang Yang cheerfully carried the hoe towards the dragon's lair. Although Big Fool's rear was swollen, it did not hinder his movement. Naturally, he was not as lively as before. Each step felt like torture for his backside. The three dragons staggered back to the lair, not heading home immediately, but instead arriving at the barren land. Jiang Yang intended to plant the cherry tomatoes as well. However, before planting, he wished to check his inventory. 60 cherry tomatoes, 5 mutated cherry tomato seeds, 1 ordinary cherry tomato seed, 1 saffron seed. For units of low-grade fertilizer, 1 bag opened. 2 units of ordinary fertilizer, 1 bag opened, 1 ordinary hoe, and 1 ordinary watering can. Excellent. His prosperous farming life was about to commence. Soon the entire dormant volcano would be adorned with his crops. This thought brought a peculiar smile to Jiang Yang's face. With these miraculous plants as a foundation, how could he not conquer the world and unify this other world? Quickly wiping away the drool at the corner of his mouth, he realized that indulging in such fantasies was futile. It was better to remain grounded. With the brainstorming session concluded, Jiang Yang commenced the sowing process. This time, he planted 5 cherry tomato seeds, comprising 4 mutated and 1 ordinary. With everything readily available, there was no need for further adjustments. He simply needed to place the seeds into the soil. Before long, the cherry tomato seedlings broke through the earth. It appeared that the soil had not fully absorbed the previous fertilizer. At this rate, it was likely that this batch of cherry tomatoes would ripen in less than half a month. Jiang Yang beamed as he observed the thriving seedlings. Everything was progressing splendidly. In the southern region of the Black Iron Mountains lay an endless marsh, shrouded in green mist that danced with the wind. Skeletal remains jutted from the surface of the swamp, and every surrounding plant had withered, rendering the area devoid of any signs of life. Silence was the only melody. Suddenly, amidst this lifeless zone, a rustling sound arose. Pairs of blood-red eyes emerged from the mire. Chapter 12, The Human City. Humans are a remarkable species, encompassing a vast array of traits, both virtuous and vile. Regardless of the world, they eternally remain the protagonists between heaven and earth. Near the Black Iron Mountains, a magnificent fortress city stood proudly to the north, serving as a crucial bastion of the human kingdom, dividing civilization from savagery. Behind it lay millions of people, while before it loomed a hell that deterred countless adventurers, home to innumerable magical beasts and alien races. The chaotic and tumultuous Black Iron Mountains bore both peril and unexpected riches. Precious resources, treasure ruins, and mystical herbs were abundant. Some became overnight millionaires, while the majority met with untimely demise. This city was named Steel City, established through the rich iron mines of the Black Iron Mountains. Just how affluent was this city? Let us put it this way. The Lord adorned every wall of the city with lavish iron sheeting, each sheet measuring several centimeters in thickness. In this place, iron is abundant, as are the ruthless individuals who possess a fierce determination. due to the treacherous nature of the land and the fierce disposition of its people. It is only fitting that their leader is a figure of iron-fisted authority. Edward Elric, a seasoned noble in his 50s, prefers to be referred to as Edward VI. For it is a rare occurrence for a noble family to thrive through 6 generations without decline. Even as he approaches his 50th year, Elric remains engrossed in his duties, undeterred by the late hour, with the full moon hanging prominently in the night sky. To this lord, life is solely about honor and the iron city painstakingly built by his ancestors. Creak. The door latch emitted a piercing sound, causing Elric's hand, which had been diligently reviewing documents, to pause, and a slight frown to appear on his brow. At this hour, he did not wish to hear of any troubling news that his subordinates could not resolve. Though his hair was streaked with gray, his voice resonated with a calm authority that made it abundantly clear. This man must not be underestimated. The knight clad in plate armor bowed his head, feeling as if he were facing not a mere mortal, but a formidable lion in its prime. Taking a deep breath, the knight conveyed the purpose of his visit. An issue had arisen, as the ruffians from the west had intervened. Tisk. Elric clicked his tongue, evidently impatient. Waving his hand dismissively, he spoke in a measured tone. Do not fret. At this hour, they cannot escape. First, address the impending monstrous threat and ensure that the losses to Iron City are minimized. The knight straightened, nodded in compliance, and turned to exit the chamber. Just then, Elric spoke once more. Replace the door tomorrow. Is there not a single door in Iron City that can operate without such a cacophony? The knight, taken aback, quickly turned to affirm his orders, gently closing the door behind him. Once alone, Elric savored the surrounding silence and rose to approach the window. He opened the glass pane, allowing the night wind to rush in, causing the documents on his desk to rustle as if being reviewed by an invisible hand. Relishing the cool breeze, Elric gazed down upon the darkened city below. This was his kingdom, filled with his subjects, whose fates, be they righteous or wicked, were his to dictate, not those of gods, demons, or the fearsome abyss. In that moment, Elric's gaze sharpened with unyielding resolve, and even the tumultuous wind began to calm. As dawn broke over the black iron mountains, outside the lair of the dormant volcano, Jiang Yang basked in the sunlight with his companions. The previous night had brought an inexplicable chill. Only the robust red dragon could withstand it, for any ordinary person would have succumbed to the cold. Nearby, the dim-witted giant shifted, allowing the sun to warm his pale belly. The elder had once advised that sunbathing must be done evenly, to avoid unsightly tan lines. One should refrain from wearing any clothing. Although he did not fully grasp the reasoning, the giant firmly believed that whatever the elder said was undoubtedly correct. The second simpleton followed suit, flipping over to soak up the sun. Gurgle. Suddenly, an unharmonious sound emanated from the second simpleton's belly. Jiang Yang chose to ignore it, knowing this fellow was perpetually preoccupied with eating. Missing a meal or two was merely a means of dieting in his eyes. The second simpleton cast a pitiful glance at Jiang Yang, hoping for a morsel from his master. Jiang Yang, turning his head away, rolled over, wishing only to sleep, deferring any matters until he awoke. Yet, curiously, he noticed that today a sun seemed to lack its usual warmth. Reflecting on the previous day, the sun's rays had been significantly more intense. To elaborate, a piece of beef left on a scorching stone would have sizzled to medium doneness in mere minutes. Of course, this was only achievable under the auspices of the Dragon Mother's influence, which was indeed formidable. Opening his dragon eyes to gaze at the sun, he marveled at the extraordinary nature of legendary beings who could withstand direct sunlight without consequence. The white sun radiated its brilliance, appearing no different than usual. Awoo. The second simpleton expressed his desire for something fresh. You crave something fresh? To his surprise, the elder responded. The second simpleton eagerly nodded, longing for a morsel that would flood his mouth with rich blood and viscera, the smooth brain mingling with bone fragments as it slid down his throat. Upon hearing this description, Jiang Yang's dragon visage reflected a mix of exasperation and amusement. Such cravings were indeed perplexing. After pondering for a moment, he nodded, conceding that while it was fine to desire food, one must earn it. Come with me to the forest. I recall a few burrows of field mice not far from here. However, if you wish to feast, you must first labor. With that, Jiang Yang turned his gaze toward the dragon's lair, and the simpletons followed his lead. It was only natural to work for one's meal. Once they captured the field mice, they would need to fetch some lime to make cement. Jiang Yang had plans to renovate his 3-bedroom lair. He did not wish to endure another night of drafts and gusts that howled through the cracks. The two simpletons promptly sprang to their feet, assuring him that this minor task would be handled by them. Thus, Jiang Yang set out with his 2 dragon companions toward the forest. The burrows of field mice were locations he had discovered during his exploration, and although he had not thought much of them at the time, he had committed their whereabouts to memory. The field mouse burrows were not far, and soon, the trio arrived at their destination. Here, second simpleton. You shall wait with your mouth agape. It shan't be long before the field mice come scurrying into your maw. The second simpleton, perplexed, looked over, unable to fathom such good fortune. Certainly, one does not encounter falling pies in the sky. Jiang Yang intended to smoke out the field mice, leaving only the entrance before the second simpleton as an escape route for the critters. This method would indeed allow the second simpleton to wait patiently for his prey. As a young red dragon, starting a fire was exceedingly simple. Soon, Jiang Yang had covered all the burrows with dry twigs, layering them with moist leaves to ensure a thick smoke would billow when ignited. Once satisfied that everything was in order, Jiang Yang nodded and retrieved a simple wooden water flask from his system space. To his astonishment, this seemingly ordinary vessel was filled with flowing lava. Chapter 13, The Peculiar. The molten rock splashed onto the dry twigs, igniting instantly upon contact, the intense heat searing the green leaves as thick smoke began to seep into the field mouse burrows. Jiang Yang felt a surge of satisfaction. His precious flask had not let him down, proving yet again that the items bestowed by the system were anything but worthless. Observing the black smoke curling into the burrows, the second simpleton could not contain his excitement, howling in anticipation. It's coming. My feast of field mice is nearly upon me. Meanwhile, the first simpleton watched intently as Jiang Yang ignited the various entrances. Intrigued by this novel hunting technique rather than the prospect of the field mouse feast, a spark of intelligence ignited within his mind, and the clarity in his beastly eyes sharpened. Roar! The second simpleton fixated on the burrow releasing smoke, letting out a low, anxious growl. He was questioning why the field mice had yet to emerge, wondering if they had succumbed to the smoke within. Jiang Yang too felt a twinge of doubt. Could there truly exist such foolish creatures? Minutes passed, yet the burrow remained silent. Now, even Jiang Yang began to suspect that the field mice might have perished within. As for any undiscovered burrows, he deemed it unlikely. To comprehend the formidable acuity of a dragon's senses, one need only observe Jiang Yang at present. Once he locks onto a particular scent, provided the target does not employ extraordinary means to obscure its odor, he can effortlessly trace it back to its lair. Just as Jiang Yang grappled with the peculiar situation at hand, a sudden howl erupted from a distance. There stood the clumsy Dasha, fervently excavating at a small mound with its forelegs. The creature worked with remarkable speed. By the time Jiang Yang approached, it had already unearthed a pit nearly 2 meters deep. Observing Dasha's rear end protruding from the earth, Jiang Yang felt a disheartening sense of inevitability regarding the creature's fate. However, his expression abruptly shifted as he caught a whiff of a familiar scent, field mice. True to his instincts, Dasha emerged from the pit, its mouth stuffed with large field mice. These rodents were notably sizable, comparable to domestic cats, raising the question of whether an ordinary kitten could contend with them. From afar, Ersha hurried over, eager to partake in the bounty with his elder brother. Yet, rather than consuming the field mice, Dasha expelled them all and proceeded to lick the dirt, seemingly repulsed by their taste. Unfazed by Dasha's aversion, Ersha wasted no time in taking a bite, only to immediately retch. The expression of sheer disgust on his twisted face indicated that the flavor of the field mice was indeed abhorrent. Jiang Yang, disinterested in the dim-wit Ersha, focused his attention on the deceased rodents before him. Upon dissecting one of the field mice, he swiftly discerned an anomaly. It was now evident that the field mice had not succumbed to suffocation, but rather, an unsettling truth lay beneath. As he examined the carcasses, Jiang Yang fell into deep contemplation. The large field mouse had evidently been frozen to death. Upon dissection, he noted that its blood had solidified into ice, and its internal organs were rigid with frost. Another point of concern was the lack of any visible frostbite on these mice. The entire scenario was imbued with an air of the bizarre, casting a pall over Jiang Yang's previously buoyant spirits. Reflecting on his draconic heritage, he realized, much to his dismay, that his memory had failed him. The truth was that, due to his possession of a complete human soul, his brain had instinctively purged much of the inherited memories during the transfer. Aside from language, names, and a few pretentious moments from his ancestors, he could scarcely recall any dragonic magic. A sense of foreboding loomed over Jiang Yang, as he sensed that something ominous was on the horizon. It was imperative to ascertain what transpired the previous night, and whether the sudden drop in temperature was connected to the field mice's demise. The most effective course of action would be to consult the Dragon Mother. However, ever since Lisa pilfered some gold coins, she had shown nothing but disdain towards the three of them. Reluctant to provoke the wrath of Shimiryu, Jiang Yang steeled himself for the encounter. He resolved to return and investigate. With that, he dashed towards the dragon's lair, Dasha and Ersha exchanging glances before closely trailing behind. The trio returned with greater haste than their initial journey, Jiang Yang's anxiety palpable, inevitably influencing the two dragon beasts accompanying him. However, upon reaching the entrance of the lair, a thunderous roar erupted. "You wretched creature! How dare you!" The voice was unmistakably that of the dragon mother. Though Jiang Yang was left to ponder the cause of her fury, had someone dared to intrude? Countless thoughts raced through his mind, yet he could not reach a conclusion. At that moment, a familiar figure hurriedly approached, his beloved sister, Lisa. Upon seeing her, both De Shah and Air Shah bared their teeth, displaying an exceedingly fierce demeanor. "Jiang Yang, it's bad. Caesar has stolen our mother's treasures and is currently being punished." To Jiang Yang's astonishment, he had never imagined that the mind of a dragon could be so foolish. Greed and willful defiance were two entirely different matters. After reprimanding Lisa, Caesar had the audacity to lay hands on the dragon mother's treasures. This was not merely greed, it was an act of rebellion. Caesar's actions were a disgrace, trampling upon the dignity of Shimiryu. But how did this concern him? It was evidently of no consequence to him. "So, you wish for me to intercede on his behalf?" Upon hearing her brother's inquiry, Lisa shook her head. "No, I merely wish to ask if, having enraged mother, I need not intervene next time." Jiang Yang had assumed that Lisa and Caesar shared a bond of sibling affection, only to discover it was but a facade. These two truly embodied the reputation of the Red Dragons. With nothing more to say, Jiang Yang nodded in understanding. After this incident, it was likely that the dragon mother would remain enraged for at least half a month, and her wrath could easily frighten the timid creatures into a state of collapse. Jiang Yang had no desire to involve himself further. Caesar's stupidity was beyond redemption, as his folly disrupted Jiang Yang's plans. Seeking the dragon mother for answers now seemed a perilous endeavor. Thus, he shifted his approach, inquiring if Lisa had any knowledge of the events from the previous night. "My dear sister, allow me to pose a question to test the completeness of your inheritance." Lisa tilted her head, aware that matters of inheritance were not to be trifled with, for a dragon's legacy was of utmost importance, even surpassing life itself. "Ahem, it's merely a single question. Not an intrusion upon your inheritance." Jiang Yang recognized the stakes involved. After all, every dragon coveted the legacy, yet none could attain it. Which was why dragons stood resolute in this world. With a skeptical gaze upon her elder brother, Lisa engaged in a brief internal struggle before giving a slight nod. "Ask away. Is there a significant event approaching?" Lisa paused, then comprehension dawned upon her. "Are you referring to the Wailing Wind?" The Wailing Wind. Chapter 14. The Wailing Wind. The Wailing Wind's origins remain shrouded in mystery. Perhaps it existed even before life itself came into being. In those primordial times, no creature could evade the scourge of the Wailing Wind until the first powerful being kindled the flame. Fire brought hope and wisdom, dispelling the cold and allowing all life to persist beneath the Wailing Wind's onslaught. With the emergence of resistance, life sought every conceivable means to confront the menace of the Wailing Wind. They erected towering walls, forged sanctuaries, and investigated the source of this malevolent breeze. They soon discovered that the Wailing Wind emanated from the chasms of the far west. None dared to descend into its depths, for those of weak will succumb to madness upon nearing the abyss. Even more terrifying was the transformation that befell those tainted by the Wailing Wind, their forms grotesquely mutated, assimilated by the chasm's malevolence. The ancient champions sacrificed their lives to successfully seal the abyss, yet it was not entirely closed. The abyss's power was too formidable. If its accumulated strength could not be released, one day, the world would be utterly shattered. Ultimately, the Wailing Wind erupted sporadically, its fury contained by the seals of the ancients, now manifesting once a year. As long as one could survive this period, the world would return to its normal rhythm. The legacy of the dragon race concerning these matters remains shrouded in mystery, with no records to elucidate their significance. Given your infrequent proximity to our esteemed matriarch, it is entirely understandable that you are unaware of such intricacies. According to Lisa, the tales surrounding the Weeping Winds have been transmitted solely through oral tradition. Jiang Yang found this rather absurd. Why would such a momentous event not be documented within the annals of dragon heritage? Noticing Jiang Yang's keen interest in the Weeping Winds, Lisa elaborated further. The Weeping Winds, also known as the Winds of Corruption, herald the arrival of insidious whispers that lure souls into depravity whenever the malevolent winds sweep across the realm, bringing forth formless and intangible abyssal creatures. Casting her gaze towards the two dim-witted ones, Lisa raised her chin with an air of haughtiness that was quite palpable. "I suggest you hasten to gather some firewood. Humans can utilize flame and light to dispel the abyssal entities, while we need only to shelter behind our mother when the Weeping Winds manifest." As she spoke, a smile crept onto her lips as she glanced at the two simpletons. Of course, these two are unlikely to receive our mother's protection. Her words struck Jiang Yang like a cruel blow. The protagonist's expression darkened, as she had recently fallen out of favor with Shamriel. And with the recent theft by Caesar, it was evident that their mother might harbor intentions of abandoning them. Such matters were of little concern to Jiang Yang at present. He was in dire need of more detailed information. Is there any further vital intelligence? Upon hearing her brother's inquiry, Lisa pondered for a moment before responding. Indeed. It is imperative that you refrain from engaging with the winds. Do not think of them, do not gaze upon them, and certainly do not seek to explore. Regardless of what you encounter, your sole course of action is to conceal yourself. Jiang Yang felt an unsettling familiarity with this ominous warning. The indescribable and unamable nature of it all stirred within him a sense of dread. Could it be that this sweet, seductive allure was indicative of a world tainted by a malevolent deity? The legendary, indescribable entities, the old ones, those maddening, chaotic gods. Could it be that the creature with the octopus-like visage was involved? What had initially seemed like a leisurely respite now revealed itself as a descent into hellish territory. Such thoughts sent Jiang Yang's heart racing uncontrollably. Of course, it was also possible that it was not the octopus-faced entity, but rather Azathoth. The idea was even more disconcerting. Jiang Yang sighed in resignation. There was no possibility of reincarnation now, only a hope that his seed might prove superior to whatever loomed ahead. After imparting all that she knew, Lisa fled without a backward glance. Jiang Yang did not pursue her. He had his own troubles to contend with, leaving no room for idle concerns. Turning to the two simple-minded beasts, he promptly issued a command. Quickly fetch some lime. We must seal every hole without fail. The two dragonlings, upon receiving the directive, scampered off to gather the lime. Though they did not comprehend the conversation between their sister and brother, they sensed it involved something delectable. Thus, the two food-obsessed creatures began their labor, and despite their gluttony, they did not slacken in their efforts. Before long, heaps of lime had been transported to him. Jiang Yang, unwilling to waste any time, hastily mixed it with volcanic ash and water, transforming the substance before him into a solid cement. It was somewhat challenging to block the fissures of a 3-room 1-hall structure, but it had to be done, otherwise they would be left to the mercy of the winds. First and foremost, their mother would certainly not allow the two simpletons inside, which was a foregone conclusion. Secondly, this ominous phenomenon was likely far more sinister than Lisa had described. The absence of any mention of the weeping winds within the dragon legacy indicated that this entity must not be seen by young dragons, lest they perish on the spot upon witnessing it. As for the seeds of the holy maiden's fruit outside, Jiang Yang felt there was no suitable place for them. Approaching their mother would result in being scorched to death, while moving them indoors might lead to the demise of several plants, thus wasting the nutrients of that patch of land. Yet, there was no alternative. He could either hasten their maturation or bring them back inside. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yang dashed toward the fields, reasoning that urging them to ripen was preferable to returning empty-handed. However, upon reaching the fields, his claws, poised to apply fertilizer, suddenly froze midair. Do not hasten the maturation of the weeping holy maiden's fruit, otherwise it will evolve into a red dragon holy maiden's fruit. Mission: recover the weeping holy maiden's fruit. Any mission reward: ordinary seed X1, beginner fertilizer X2. Should he take the gamble? After all, the weeping winds occur but once a year. Should he miss this opportunity, he would have to wait another year. More importantly, he was not in dire need of the holy maiden's fruit, but he was exceedingly short on fertilizer. As long as the fertilizer was adequate, the seeds would thrive. He could harvest countless times a day, provided he had enough fertilizer. Moreover, it should be noted that this was not merely any fertilizer, but rather the beginner-grade fertilizer that glimmered with a blue hue. The system had been explicit. If even one weeping holy maiden's fruit matured, he would receive those 2 bags of fertilizer. The gambler's mentality began to take root in Jiang Yang's mind, as he pondered the potential of even one surviving fruit. Furthermore, with their mother's formidable might, it was unlikely that any foolish creature would dare to assault the dragon's den. The sound echoed like the whispers of demons, reverberating in Jiang Yang's ears, tempting the young red dragon to plunge into the throes of gambling. A chill wind swept through, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Good heavens, that was close. Jiang Yang jolted awake, beads of sweat breaking out across his body. These droplets, glistening on his skin, crystallized and fell as ice. Seeing this, Jiang Yang swallowed hard. Even before the storm had begun, such power was utterly terrifying. He longed to uncover the source of this malevolence, wishing to confront it with a heartfelt exclamation, "What the hell?" Yet, after some contemplation, he opted to refrain. It was an unwise endeavor that could lead to dire consequences. Refocusing his gaze upon the fields, Jiang Yang took a moment to calm his racing thoughts. Ultimately, he resolved to take a chance. After all, he still possessed the means for a comeback, unlike those true gamblers who would bet everything they owned, even their last penny. Chapter 15, The First Night. As darkness enveloped the sky and night deepened, the Steel City shone brightly, entirely uncharacteristic of a populace preparing for slumber. This was the first day of the Weeping Winds, and the residents had long since prepared 3 days' worth of food and ample firewood, all in anticipation of this fateful day. On the desolate streets, the weeping winds howled past, unimpeded by any obstacle. A thin, ethereal mist rose from the ground, inciting curiosity about what lay hidden within its depths. A sudden sound. The residents, stealthily eavesdropping at their windows, instinctively covered their ears and recoiled. It was the harbinger of creatures from the abyss. A boy from the Magic Academy recognized the source of the impending horror. Cautiously tugging at his father's sleeve, he drew his father's puzzled gaze. It is the lantern bearer. He can teleport to the shadows cast by lanterns and will kill to extract oil for his lamp. Do not make a sound. Within the confines of their home, the father and son engaged in hushed conversation, while the yellow-robed creature stood ominously at their doorstep. Raising its withered finger, the lantern-bearer began to gnaw upon it. A ritual to calm itself. The figure swayed its tattered oil lamp, its head twisting 180 degrees to glance behind. Shall we join them? This family. Their dialogue was remarkably stilted, lacking any semblance of intelligence. They only exercised their wits when it came to slaughter, for this was an annual revelry. Returning without a victim would leave the lantern-bearer in a most precarious predicament. Most critically, the oil in its lamp was running low, without timely replenishment. It would face true death, or remain until a human ignited a lantern. The creature, a canine beast dripping with black sludge, fixated its blood-red eyes on the house before it. The household relied on a fireplace for warmth, thus necessitating a trek to the roof to locate the chimney. Once accomplished, this seemingly indestructible abode would transform into a veritable prison. Filthy, malodorous black muck dripped down, and were it not for the fact that this entity could articulate, one might struggle to discern its mouth. This was the mire hound, capable of relocating its organs throughout its corporeal form. The Holy Court had provided guidance, indicating that this creature was entirely frontal, thus necessitating utmost caution in confronting the beast. Without so much as a warning to the lantern-bearer, the mire hound lunged at the wall, deftly ascending towards the roof. Inside, the father and son were so terrified they nearly wet themselves, as the sound suggested that 2 abyssal monsters awaited at the door. He, desperate to extinguish the fire via the chimney, sought to thwart its intentions. The young sorcerer cried out in alarm. The father, without hesitation, brandished a shovel, decisively placing it over the flames. In mere moments, a cascade of black muck fell upon the shovel. Suddenly, a figure stood atop the inky shovel. The house's owner gazed up in astonishment. The shovel had obscured the bonfire, thus allowing the lantern-bearer to enter. The lantern-bearer's body appeared devoid of weight, floating gracefully atop the shovel. Casting a glance at the panicked father and son, the lantern-bearer hurled his lantern, which was enveloped in darkness beneath it. Even as the bonfire continued to blaze, it could not illuminate that particular spot. Illuminate others. A cacophony of terror ensued. This night was destined to be sleepless. At long last, the harrowing night drew to a close, and Eirik stared at the report in his hands, grinding his teeth in frustration. How could this have happened? This year's protective measures were, without a doubt, the most comprehensive to date. With a resounding thud, he slammed his fist upon the table, his fury igniting as his eyes turned crimson. In the span of a single night, nearly 1,000 lives were lost in Steel City, a loss Eirik could scarcely fathom. With a thunderous crash, he overturned his iron desk, venting his rage upon the metallic surface until it bore the marks of his fury. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze, perplexed by the presence of a knight, who had arrived unbeknownst to him. Jestin, when did you come in? The knight, known as Jestin, scratched his dark hair, his handsome face breaking into a sunny smile. Just now, the door I replaced yesterday surprisingly made no sound. Eirik's brow twitched as he decisively commanded, replace the door. A noisy door is undoubtedly safer. Yet, no door, no matter how well crafted, could withstand the abyssal monsters, my lord of the city. It was evident that Jestin also bore anger regarding the previous night's events. 999 living souls lost, countless families shattered, and lives irrevocably altered. This was the greatest loss since the establishment of Steel City, without exception. Eirik refrained from expressing anger, as he viewed Jestin as a protege. One must possess fortitude to fully govern Steel City. Should he witness Jestin too timid to counter, then the boy would likely be deemed a failure, and Eirik would allow him the freedom to depart. So, you wish to take the initiative? Be aware that engaging them will only summon forth more monsters, and, I know, the lantern-bearer, numerous mire hounds, headless ball boys, wailing souls, and the bloody princess. These are all high-ranking abyssal monsters. Eirik rubbed his temples, sighing. It is good that you understand. Our city's temple struggles for its own survival, let alone taking the offensive. Jestin crouched down, speaking quietly, even so. We cannot allow the monsters to continue their rampage. Tonight, I wish to lead the charge. Eirik firmly rejected the notion. No, that course of action is far too perilous. Justin's eyes reddened as he retorted, no risk, no rewards. Bring those monsters along, and I guarantee we will minimize losses today. At the mention of monsters, Eirik paused. There was no need for subtlety here. The monsters Justin referred to were a group of humans, albeit transformed. These individuals had acquired abyssal artifacts and, while enduring assimilation, fought valiantly at the front lines. Not a soul in Steel City was unafraid of them, due to the influence of the abyssal artifacts. These beings were neither fully human nor fully specter, facing scorn and disdain. Eirik fell silent for a moment before wearily seating himself upon the iron bench. He had grown old. Edward VI had aged, lacking the vigor of youth, only understanding the art of defense. In that instant, a few more strands of gray appeared in Eirik's hair. Just yesterday, he had brimmed with vitality, yet the harsh reality had struck too swiftly, leaving even this seasoned nobleman reeling. But this was no child's game. It was a matter of responsibility for all the denizens of Steel City. It was clear Eirik remained averse to taking risks, prompting Justin to reveal his trump card. Last night, someone had spotted the Night Watcher. The Night Watcher? Eirik gasped, astonished. The Night Watcher, the sole entity among the abyssal monsters capable of communication, a being with a sound mind. If one offered something of interest, be it limbs, organs, hearts, souls, a blade of grass, or a flower, the Night Watcher would safeguard that individual until dawn. Furthermore, the Night Watcher's strength surpassed that of the abyssal monsters and possessed knowledge of how to confront them. This was a formidable ally, should they locate the Night Watcher. Those high-ranking abyssal monsters would be rendered ineffectual. A glimmer of determination flickered in Eirik's gaze. It seemed they might indeed possess the means to fight back. Casting a glance at the young man before him, Eirik shifted his stance, declaring, "You shall remain in the Lord's fortress, while I will lead the search for the Night Watcher." Chapter 16. Preparing for counterattack. In a single night, Steel City had suffered nearly 1,000 fatalities, a disheartening revelation for the residents. According to past patterns, the abyssal monsters would become increasingly frenzied over the following 2 nights. Despite the brightening day, no one dared venture outside. Their homes were the only refuge that offered a semblance of safety. On the silent streets, temple followers were knocking on each door. They would only depart once someone inside responded. The mournful winds would only allow the monsters to emerge at night. During the day, one merely needed to implement protective measures and remain resolute against the whispers in the wind. Those of strong will could still venture forth. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon, yet after a lengthy wait, no reply issued from within. Just as the robed saint prepared to knock again, his companion suddenly seized his arm. No need to knock again. Look at the wall. Before them. The wall of the house bore a series of black claw marks ascending from the ground, paw prints of the mire hound. The saint shook his head. It seemed this family was doomed. Shall we enter to investigate? Yes, let us see if there are any new clues. The 2 saints took some time to finally pry open the iron door. As they stepped into the room, a noxious stench assailed their senses. The floor was slick with pale yellow grease and dried blood. It was immediately apparent that this scene was the handiwork of the lantern bearer, likely accompanied by the mire hound. Astonishingly, even the bodies had vanished. These abyssal monsters were far more brutal than anticipated. Just wait, tonight. The Lord of the city will take action. Humanity will not remain passive forever. With that, the 2 saints exited the room, for such a situation no longer required investigation. Having witnessed this scene countless times before, bang, the iron door slammed shut, revealing just how furious the saints were at that moment. However, as they closed the iron door, a shadow suddenly fell from the fireplace within the house. With a resounding thud, the shadow fell into the embers, a severed head of a youth. His wide eyes, filled with disbelief, contorted in a grimace of unwilling acceptance of his demise. Meanwhile, the city's saints were diligently gathering clues, and Eirik was far from idle. Within the confines of the Lord's fortress, he glanced down at the grotesque figures below. A man donned in a mask of contrasting black and white bore peculiar eyes, one violet, the other golden. A boy with an eye sprouting from his forehead regarded Eirik with a disdainful gaze, as if that eye possessed a will of its own. A girl with gills protruding from her cheeks had those very gills still functioning, and a robust man had his spine extending outward, resembling a bony wing arching over his left side. Their names were Sabi, Leon, Emilia, and Dasha. Eirik rubbed his temples. You are all aware of last night's events, I presume. If this continues, the Iron City will undoubtedly suffer irreparable damage. Sabi stroked his chin, his mismatched eyes darting towards the distant Justin, who lowered his head, unable to meet Sabi's gaze. This was not out of fear, but because Justin had failed to fulfill his promise. The Night Watcher's intel had been provided by Sabi, outlining the comparative strengths of both sides and concluding that a confrontation was viable. Sabi's request was straightforward. He wanted Justin to speak favorably of them before Eirik, to prevent the holders of abyssal artifacts from appearing so out of place within the city. Observing Eirik's ongoing discourse, Sabi shrugged. Noble ideals and the notion of fighting for the Iron City were merely empty promises to him. Bowing slightly, Sabi remarked, "My lord, rather than those lofty motivations, we are more inclined to fight for our own interests." Noticing Eirik's displeasure, Sabi remained undeterred. "We shall exert our utmost efforts. And all we ask is that you publicly acknowledge our contributions and prohibit any demonization of our kind." Eirik furrowed his brow. While it sounded simple, the reality was far more complex. The Wailing Wind was the embodiment of humanity's deepest fears and loathing. In simpler terms, could they truly stand against the Wailing Wind and the infected? The answer was a resounding no. Thus, slander became their most effective weapon, and if such actions were curtailed, Eirik feared his reputation would plummet. He surveyed the assembly. "Can you assure me that you will not succumb to the corruption of the abyssal artifacts?" His gaze settled on Dasha. The sight of that bony wing would unsettle any ordinary person, and Eirik was no fool to rely solely on brute force. He spoke slowly. "Rest assured, once this matter is resolved, I shall not shortchange you. Your wages will double. Remember, you are the unsung heroes of the Iron City." Unsung heroes. Wasn't that just a euphemism for those who dwelled in the shadows? Leon squinted, his forehead's eye narrowing, evidently displeased with Eirik for quite some time. At that moment, Eirik wished to distance himself from these peculiar individuals as quickly as possible. He was eager to finalize the operational tasks and disperse the meeting. "Now, let us discuss tonight's battle plan. First, we must locate the wandering Night Watchers. I have heard from Justin that you possess a means to do so." Given the circumstances, the holders of abyssal artifacts had little choice but to comply with leadership directives. They could not leave the Iron City, bound by numerous constraints, particularly the Empire's oversight of them. Without higher orders, they were destined to remain here until they withered away. Returning to the matter at hand, upon hearing Eirik's inquiry, Sabi turned to Amelia, the girl with gills. She retrieved a weathered lantern from her satchel, the same kind used by the lantern bearers. "By igniting this lantern with our blood, we can seek the hope of life amidst darkness." This lantern could lead them to the Night Watchers, but it came from a high-ranking abyssal creature, thus posing a significant risk of abyssal contamination to the user. Yet, who would concern themselves with such trivialities? Eirik's eyes gleamed with interest. "Excellent. We shall set off tonight. The temple will coordinate with us." Thus, a plan, rather lackluster in its intricacy, commenced. It was difficult to fathom whether these few individuals could navigate their way out of the Wailing Wind's grasp. What price would the Night Watcher demand from this group? Such uncertainties hung in the air. Not everyone, however, was preoccupied with the trivialities of the Iron City. For instance, Jiang Yang was blissfully roasting meat within his modest three-room apartment, unaware of the turmoil in the Iron City. Even if he were, he would merely view it as entertainment. He bit into a skewer of meat impaled on a branch. The savory fat coated his palate, and the firm muscle offered a delightful chew, simply delectable. Beside him, the duo of Big Fool and Second Fool imitated him, their culinary skills lacking, yet they relished their meal nonetheless. "Humph, this Wailing Wind isn't so fearsome after all." At that moment, Jiang Yang exuded arrogance, his dragon visage practically emblazoned with pride. Chapter 17, The Second Night. Seed status. The Wailing Saint fruit will mature in 17 hours. Seed status. Saffron will mature in 20 hours. Jiang Yang chuckled heartily as he continued to roast meat. The Wailing Wind was merely an insignificant nuisance to his life, even promising some unexpected benefits. Anticipating the arrival of 2 bags of blue fertilizer upon the maturation of the Wailing Saint fruit, he felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. In truth, his peaceful night was largely thanks to the natural cement that had proven invaluable. His 3-room apartment was now completely sealed, unless an unforeseen event occurred. He sensed that he could easily weather this year's Wailing Wind. Glancing at the frolicking Big Fool and Second Fool, Jiang Yang rose and wobbled toward his room. The current situation was agreeable, though a tad dull. With no entertainment at hand, he resolved to pass the time by sleeping. Fortunately, dragons are known for their high-quality slumber. The moment he closed his eyes, he drifted into a light sleep. As Jiang Yang departed, Big Fool and Second Fool sensed the boredom as well, exchanging glances. They both sprawled on the ground. Clearly, these 2 creatures were not picky when it came to their resting spots. Any comfortable place would suffice. Time flew by, and soon the sun began to dip below the horizon. The howling Wailing Wind intensified once more, and a thin veil of white mist materialized. Darkness gradually engulfed the world, and countless abyssal creatures emerged alongside the fog. Within the Black Iron Mountains, a diminutive green-skinned figure was sprinting at breakneck speed. This was an ordinary goblin, with pointed ears and nose, an unattractive visage, and a hunched back. Damn it. This goblin cursed in a somewhat clumsy common tongue, casting a nervous glance behind. It felt as though a lethal assassin lurked within the encroaching darkness, pursuing it relentlessly. And indeed, that was the case. Their tribe had initially weathered the first night of the wailing wind unscathed, but just moments ago, as night fell, a horde of monsters had attacked their settlement. The warriors within the tribe were no match for the beast's claws, and their homes lay in ruins. Whoosh! Something darted past in the nearby underbrush, sending the goblin into a panic. Losing its footing, it tumbled to the ground. Quickly rolling over to face the source of the noise, the goblin cautiously began to retreat. A perilous shriek resonated through the air as a multitude of crimson dots materialized before the goblin. No, please. With a sickening crunch, blood erupted, and the goblin's neck was brutally severed by the monstrous creature. The goblin was torn asunder, akin to a rag doll, its remains scattered across the ground, which was soon drenched in its lifeblood. Yet, the beast seemed insatiable. Beholding the mangled goblin, it let out a howl that pierced the heavens. Eru! Eru! In an instant, the forest echoed with the cries of countless wolves. At that moment, a brilliant flame illuminated the creature's face. The monster, sensing the light, hastily lowered its head and prostrated itself on the ground. The once mighty beast now resembled a loyal hound, afraid to exhibit even a hint of ferocity before the approaching figure. Under the flickering light, the creature's true form was fully revealed, a tattered body adorned with a multitude of eyes, its flesh riddled with irregular tumors. This being resembled a dire wolf, more accurately, a frenzied dire wolf tainted by the wail of despair. The lamp-bearer gazed at the creature before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Such a flawed specimen, corrupted by the wail, proved to be a rather useful tool. Just then, a figure emerged from the distance, approaching with a spherical object in hand. As he drew nearer, it became evident that this was not a mere ball, but a bloodied goblin head. This head was not human, but rather that of a goblin. The destruction of the goblin tribe moments ago provided a clear answer. This is not my head. I want my head. Cradling the severed goblin cranium, the head surprisingly began to speak, its voice reminiscent of a child just beginning school. The lamp-bearer did not respond to the headless boy, but instead turned his gaze eastward with a grin. That direction was their ultimate destination. This night, these high-ranking abyssal monsters had forsaken Iron City for a far simpler means to sow chaos. Once realized, Iron City would be reduced to ashes in an instant. The terror from the abyss would utterly consume those oblivious humans. Patting the head of the frenzied dire wolf, the lamp-bearer rasped, "Go, pursue the guidance of your heart." Eru, the guttural howl reverberated through the air as the frenzied dire wolf turned and vanished into the thicket. Meanwhile, in another part of the realm, Jiangyang abruptly opened his eyes, having faintly heard the distant howling. That sound was all too familiar. It was the cry of the dire wolf, his first adversary in this world. Ding! Your whaleberry plant 1 has been damaged. Ding! Your whaleberry plant 1 has suffered minor damage. Damn it! How dare those mutts disturb my whaleberries? Jiangyang erupted in fury. Rising to his feet, gritting his teeth, he felt the blood of the red dragon boiling within him. His vertical pupils filled with a ferocious aura. Taking a deep breath, Jiangyang lay back down on the grassy bed. He restrained himself. The outside world was currently under the dominion of General Ku, and venturing out would not bode well for him. Yet, he vowed to remember this grievance, promising to eradicate the dire wolf kin when he grew stronger. Moreover, these bastards dared to invade his territory with such audacity. Roar! As expected, the dragon mother unleashed her wrath. Boom! A pillar of fire erupted from the dragon's lair entrance, incinerating all those arrogant frenzied dire wolves to ashes. A red silhouette darted forth from the dragon's den, Shamir Yu coldly observing the rabid dire wolves that had lost their sanity. In that moment, Shamir Yu unleashed the full might of the red dragon. Even amidst the wail of despair, she remained proud and untouched. Eru, the frenzied dire wolves, oblivious to the terror before them, charged at Shamir Yu with wild abandon. They had no comprehension of what a legendary creature truly entailed. They were born legends. Standing atop the world's hierarchy, flames erupted from their nostrils, affronted that these filthy creatures dared to desecrate her domain. A crimson magical circle suddenly manifested beneath Shamir Yu, expanding to envelop the battlefield. 5th-tier magic, earth fire. Boom, boom, boom. Scalding lava erupted from beneath the frenzied dire wolf's feet. This vast yet precise spell proving exceedingly effective against these trivial minions. In mere moments, every visible frenzied dire wolf was obliterated. Having completed her task, Shamir Yu did not return to the dragon's lair, but instead gazed toward the distant, encroaching white mist. Chapter 18, the young dragon crisis. Why has it grown so silent outside? With his head pressed against the stone wall, Jiang Yang strained to listen for any sounds from beyond. However, after half a minute, he still heard nothing. Logically, when the dragon mother acted, it should have caused earth-shattering chaos, yet all he heard was a solitary roar followed by an eerie stillness. At this moment, Jiang Yang felt a wave of unease wash over him, a foreboding sensation creeping into his heart. Could it be that the dragon mother had met her match, and the monsters outside had breached the dragon's lair? The more he thought about it, the more fearful he became. He realized he had to devise an escape plan. Waiting idly for fate to intervene was not an option. It was better to take matters into his own hands. Beside him, the two simple-minded companions mimicked Jiang Yang's posture, though they did not comprehend what he was listening for. Sensing that something significant was unfolding outside, just as Jiang Yang prepared to use a hoe to dig an escape route, he suddenly heard a metallic clang. The sound resembled the striking of metal, though it was far duller than a crisp gong. Though uncertain of its origin, Jiang Yang instinctively recognized that it was not a good omen. Perhaps it was the noise of the abyssal monsters at work. Jiang Yang's intuition proved correct. In the depths of the dragon's lair, the lamp-bearer strolled leisurely through the cavern, tapping his lantern at intervals, producing that peculiar sound. Before long, he reached the innermost sanctum of the lair, surveying his surroundings to find only mountains of gold and silver, alongside a magma pool. The lamp-bearer paid no heed to the wealth that could rival kingdoms, but instead focused on a particular corner. There lay precisely what they sought, 2 young dragons. Lisa and Caesar felt their hearts plummet as they noticed the abyssal creature's gaze fixed upon them. The air around them seemed to plummet in temperature, terror assaulting their minds. As a cacophony of disordered whispers filled their thoughts, those sounds resembled the static of an old television set or the gurgling of water when submerged. Roars and screams echoed in their ears. Gritting her teeth, Lisa understood this was the abyss's influence on rational beings. "Caesar, wake up!" At Lisa's urgent cry, Caesar, nearly overwhelmed by the encroaching abyss, jolted awake. Gazing at the lamp-bearer in the distance, he felt a chill run down his spine. This creature could affect even legendary beings like them. The monster before them was undoubtedly a high-ranking denizen of the abyss. The lamp-bearer's lantern suddenly blazed with brightness, and he moved stiffly toward the 2 young dragons. His pace was slow, almost tortoise-like. Observing this, Caesar prepared to flee, while Lisa sensed something was amiss. If it were a formidable abyssal creature, who could possibly be slain by such speed? Unless, of course, this individual does not rely solely on swiftness for victory. Before Lisa could fully comprehend the situation, the anguished wails of Caesar echoed through the cavern. At some point, Caesar had inexplicably circumnavigated the lantern man, fleeing towards the cave's exit without a backward glance. However, he had not ventured far before misfortune befell him. It was at this moment that Lisa noticed the lantern man had shifted his position. There he stood, beside the unconscious Caesar, his gaunt visage adorned with an expression that was neither a smile nor a frown. This time, the lantern man did not approach Lisa. Instead, he lifted his foot and retreated a step, another step back, and yet another. Suddenly, Lisa sensed something amiss, and she lunged forward, closing the distance to the lantern man. Upon witnessing this, the lantern man's smile vanished. At last, Lisa discerned the nature of this creature's abilities. The lantern man could traverse through the shadows cast by his lantern at will. One could either linger within the light's glow or venture beyond its reach, where he would strike with lethal precision. The areas not illuminated by the lantern certainly fell within the realm of shadows, which is why Caesar had succumbed upon exiting its range. With this newfound understanding, Lisa felt her trepidation wane, and instead, she began to devise a plan to vanquish her foe, spurred on by the fiery spirit of the red dragon. Only when the prey locked in the lantern man's gaze stepped outside its boundaries could one teleport, correct? With this in mind, Lisa emulated her elder brother, coiling her tail around a magnificent golden sword nestled within a mound of treasure. This was a magical longsword, intricately engraved with complex runes. Ordinary attacks would prove ineffective against abyssal creatures. Only specialized methods could yield results. For instance, the primary glorious sigil etched upon this sword would serve a purpose. The lantern man's expression remained impassive as he regarded this display. Such a weapon might suffice against lesser beings, but to think it could contend with him? Not likely. The radius of the lantern's illumination gradually diminished, and the lantern man's gravelly voice resounded. Why do you not struggle? That exquisite torment. Watching death draw ever closer while being unable to escape. Such delectable fear, such madness on the brink of collapse. Ha, ha ha. His lunatic ramblings pierced the air, and his laughter grated on the ears. Suddenly, the laughter ceased, and the flickering flame within the dilapidated lantern extinguished. Now, the light has vanished. The lantern man's voice echoed from behind Lisa, and with the amusement gone, it was time to act. Oh no, We truly cannot remain here. Jiang Yang had already packed his belongings and heft a shovel, preparing to dig an escape route. At that moment, the two foolish ones were so frightened that their limbs turned to jelly, unable to stand. Jiang Yang, witnessing this, chastised them. What are you so afraid of? Those two will face the consequences, and you two should at least find some amusement in it. Hurry, let us dig our way out. Jiang Yang had not forgotten the digging prowess of the simpleton. As long as the three of them worked together, they still had a chance to escape before the dragon siblings met their demise. With unhelpful teammates, Jiang Yang had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. Swinging the shovel against the wall. Crack. Ha, have you seen my head? A chill raced from the tip of his tail up his spine, causing Jiang Yang to shudder. What on earth? How did this creature get in here? He stiffly turned his head, only to behold a boy clad in simple linen garb, diminutive in stature, standing there without a head. The dragon's eye stealthily glanced towards the living room. As expected, the campfire had died down, unattended. It was entirely their fault for being so engrossed in the commotion outside that they failed to notice the flickering light of hope had dwindled to mere embers. Aligning the goblin's head towards Jiang Yang, the headless boy inquired, "Would you like to play a game of ball?" Good heavens, Jiang Yang dared not engage. The stakes of this game could very well be his life. However, adhering to the conventions of horror films, refusing to partake in a game would likely lead to immediate demise, an option he could not entertain. For the sake of his own survival, Jiang Yang mustered his composure and asked, "So, how do we play?" "Anything goes. You can either bounce the ball or throw it. The choice is yours." Observing the goblin's head, Jiang Yang quickly grasped what the so-called ball entailed. These abyssal creatures were indeed grotesque. Could they not engage in a friendly, harmonious existence? Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yang chose to bounce the ball. The choice was inconsequential. He merely sought to buy time while assessing the enemy's nature. To prevent any trickery, he needed to give himself ample time to think. Thus the game had to commence with the creature's turn. "Respect your elders and the young. You go first." Jiang Yang's words momentarily stunned the headless boy. Respect for elders and the young? He could scarcely remember how old he was. "Then you shall go first, young one." The headless boy replied coldly, handing the goblin's head to Jiang Yang. However, Jiang Yang dared not accept it and quickly replied, "No, no, wasn't it respect for elders first? You go ahead." The little creature displayed unexpected politeness, eliciting a cold laugh from the headless boy, who thought to himself that once he removed this young dragon's head, he would treasure it dearly. Since it was his turn, the headless boy wasted no time. He simply tossed the goblin's head downward. Witnessing this, Jiang Yang chuckled to himself. How could a head possess any bounce? It would surely crash to the ground. He had already envisioned the outcome. A draw would be the inevitable conclusion. Yet, to his astonishment, the goblin's head exhibited an inexplicable bounce upon hitting the ground. The headless boy appeared to have anticipated this, casually bouncing the ball with ease. All right, Jiang Yang thought, I must have fallen for his trick. The game seemed straightforward. But something is inherently amiss. After all, this creature before him was an abyssal entity. It was unreasonable to expect it to play by the rules. Cheating and deceit were second nature to the headless boy, implying that the final outcome would still be a stalemate. Drawing a deep breath, Jiang Yang engaged his intellect to its fullest capacity. Resolving the issue through the game was implausible. A change in strategy was required. He needed to find a way to eliminate the headless boy directly. Recalling the first words the creature had uttered upon entering, "Have you seen my head?" Jiang Yang scrutinized the boy's neck, noting the neatly severed stump, likely the result of a clean cut. According to the tales of the elders, such unclean beings were often burdened by lingering resentment. If one could resolve this grievance, they would dissipate. With this thought in mind, Jiang Yang cleared his throat and asked, "Ahem, you mentioned searching for your head?" "Indeed, my head is missing," the headless boy replied, bouncing the ball. Gazing at the bobbing goblin's head, Jiang Yang inquired, "Isn't that what you have in your hands?" The headless boy, finding the question too foolish to answer, felt increasingly annoyed by Jiang Yang. "How can you speak without a head? Are you able to use anyone's head? What do you think with your soul or your pectorals? How are the benefits for your line of work in the abyss? Do you receive insurance and benefits, or shall I take you farming instead? Why are you silent? I see you speak quite fluently using the goblin's head." Jiang Yang continued, the headless boy suddenly halting his bouncing, allowing the goblin's head to drop to the ground. The young dragon truly vexed the headless boy, who now had no desire to continue their game. It seemed the boy had acclimated to his presence. No longer gripped by fear. In light of this, it was time to extinguish his life. "It is your turn," the headless boy declared coldly. All that was required of Jiang Yang was to retrieve the severed head and give it a gentle tap, and a new head would be at the boy's disposal. However, should Jiang Yang fail to adhere to the rules of the game after picking up the head, he too would meet the same fate. This rule applied to both parties. Yet the headless boy, lacking a head already, was free to act without restraint. Lifting the goblin's head, Jiang Yang wrapped it with his dragon claw. It was indeed a genuine skull, composed of real flesh. How had this object, seemingly solid, managed to bounce just moments ago? Such phenomena defied logic. As Jiang Yang continued to examine the goblin's head, the headless boy urged him. Procrastination is a violation of the rules, and it leads to death as well. Cough, cough. I'm merely testing the feel of it. I'll be swift, Jiang Yang retorted, scrutinizing the large head before him. The consciousness of the headless boy resided within, allowing him to project his voice through the goblin's cranium. By the way, do you have a spare head? What? The boy queried. Oh, never mind, Jiang Yang chuckled, before tossing the goblin's head downward. As he did so, the head revealed an insidious grin, which was in fact the boy's own smile. Finally, this loquacious creature was about to meet its demise. Watching Jiang Yang's figure gradually diminish, the headless boy was filled with uncontainable glee. Yet suddenly, he sensed something amiss. His goblin head seemed to have fallen into something. At that moment, a cunning smile spread across Jiang Yang's face. Fool. With a swift motion, the headless boy felt his head vanish entirely. It was a genuine severance of connection. No matter how he tried to perceive it, he could not locate it. Seeing the boy truly become a headless monstrosity, Jiang Yang swung his hoe with conviction. While you're down, I shall strike you with 30 years of my might. Can you withstand it? With a resounding thud, the hoe passed directly through the headless boy's form, crashing to the ground. It was then the boy realized how his head had been concealed by this young dragon. Enraged, he lunged at Jiang Yang. Anticipating his fierce advance, Jiang Yang leapt backward to evade the onslaught. However, he was not merely a passive defender. He thrust his dragon claw into his mouth and bit down hard. Great sage. The Taoist ancestors, Ultraman, Lin Zhengying, Crayon Shinchan, Peppa Pig, descend upon me to assist in vanquishing these demons. Scalding dragon blood erupted forth. Yet the potent crimson essence passed through the headless boy's body without effect. Sensing Jiang Yang's intent to combat him, the headless boy grew increasingly frantic. He needed to reclaim his head quickly, otherwise, in his current state, he might indeed fall victim to Jiang Yang's unintentional prowess. Realizing his most potent dragon blood had proven ineffective, Jiang Yang sought an alternative. His gaze fell upon his lavish straw bed, and without hesitation, he cast his dragon blood upon it before his wound could heal. Flames erupted violently, illuminating the dim room. The headless boy felt the heat of the flames and froze in place. Unconcerned with the boy's condition, Jiang Yang manipulated the hoe with his tail, lifting a mass of burning hay and hurling it at the headless boy. With a solid thud, the hoe struck the boy's body directly. Demon, perish! He cried, striking again, sending the headless boy flying into the living room, landing squarely atop the extinguished campfire. Jiang Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. He dashed towards the boy, taking advantage of the still burning hay to press the headless boy into the ashes. Quick! Ignite the fire! Turning to Big Silly and Second Silly, he found them convulsing on the ground, paralyzed by the headless boy's abyssal aura. However, upon hearing Jiang Yang's command, Second Silly surprisingly stirred. To Jiang Yang's astonishment, it was Second Silly who responded, wobbling unsteadily as he approached the pile of firewood, struggling to carry a bundle back to Jiang Yang. Well done. When dawn breaks, I shall reward you with a feast. The promise of a reward invigorated Second Silly, who promptly tossed the firewood onto the blazing hay. In an instant, the flames ignited, and a heart-wrenching wail echoed in the minds of the three dragons. Chapter 20. The Wailing Saint Fruit. The screams in their minds gradually faded, revealing the headless boy dissolving into a pool of black liquid amidst the roaring flames, merging utterly with the gray ashes. Jiang Yang exhaled deeply, relieved to have finally vanquished this monstrosity. Though his methods were somewhat unsavory, this creature had never intended to uphold any sense of morality. With a clever ambush and a ruse, he had successfully sealed away the boy's head. And where was it sealed, you ask? In an ordinary water jug containing foreign objects. You tasked me with farming, and yet you used a water jug as a seal? Indeed, long ago, Jiang Yang had discovered this loophole. Anything contained within a water jug could be stored in the system space. By exploiting this, he had managed to turn the tables on the headless boy. Jiang Yang acknowledged the gamble involved, but fortuitously, he had wagered correctly. The headless boy lacked a spare head. This was the fate of the naive. Well, it seemed more fitting to describe him as a fool with no head. Jiang Yang nodded in agreement with this assessment. Beside him, Second Silly lay exhausted, sprawled on the ground, unwilling to move. Observing this, Jiang Yang shook his head. It appeared they could not make a hasty retreat. With Big Silly and Second Silly incapacitated, and the external situation uncertain, what if they encountered foul creatures upon venturing out? Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, nearly causing Jiang Yang to lose his footing. What on earth is happening? A volcanic eruption or an abyssal beast? He fretted. knowing he had neither the strength nor energy to confront another abyssal creature at this moment. Yet, the cause of the tremors was not as Jiang Yang had surmised. Outside the dormant volcano, countless abyssal monsters were shattered and dispersed, clearing the mist that had enveloped the area for miles. The bright moon illuminated the land once more, revealing the dragon mother, engulfed in flames, her dragon eyes bloodshot with fury. "Filthy vermin, do you think such petty tricks can ensnare me?" she roared. A fierce wind arose, bending the trees before her, uprooting those with shallow roots. In the distance, the primordial forest suffered catastrophic destruction in a fan-shaped radius, all from the might of the dragon mother's roar. Clearly, this legendary adult red dragon was ready to unleash her true power. Many high-ranking abyssal monsters paused in their actions, recognizing the futility of their efforts. The mire hound tilted its head, conceding that they had indeed overreached. An adult red dragon was not a foe they could contend with. Of course, their presence here was merely to buy time. The ultimate goal remained to observe the actions of the lantern bearer and the headless boy. Regardless of the circumstances, they were determined to achieve their objective today. Unbeknownst to the abyssal creatures, one of the companions they eagerly anticipated had already been reduced to ashes by a young dragon. The instigator, Jiang Yang, was instantly filled with exhilaration upon hearing the roar of the dragon mother. A momentous revelation, indeed. The dragon mother remained stalwart, and the vigor of her roar indicated that she was in excellent condition. Within the confines of his modest abode, Jiang Yang leapt with fervor, reaching heights of 3 meters in his excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolved to seek assistance, for a formidable abyssal creature still lurked within the dragon's lair. Moreover, the safest sanctuary at present was undoubtedly by the side of the dragon mother. He hastily concealed the 2 foolish ones in his room, lighting a bonfire within, reassured that as dragon beasts, they were impervious to flames. After completing this task, Jiang Yang rushed to push open the concrete door and dashed outside. Yet, as he exited his home, he was taken aback. A lantern bearer passing by his doorstep was equally startled to see a young dragon emerging from the wall. Quick to react, Jiang Yang retreated and shut the door with a flourish. Witnessing the young dragon appear and then vanish before his eyes, the lantern bearer felt a sense of affront. Meanwhile, Jiang Yang, indifferent to the lantern bearer's feelings, was still recovering from the fright he had just experienced. Who would have thought he would encounter an unexpected ambush in his lifetime? Listening to the commotion outside, it was evident that the lantern bearer had not departed. He was likely devising a way to enter. Not wishing to remain idle, Jiang Yang retrieved a hoe and consumed a mouthful of fertilizer. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he narrowed his dragon-like eyes, coiling his tail around the hoe and swung it swiftly. Crack! A large chunk of rock shattered, and he followed up with another swing. Jiang Yang had no intention of confronting the lantern bearer directly. Instead, he aimed to excavate a path to the outside. With the fertilizer coursing through him, he felt empowered, and he began to dig with fervor, his speed exceeding that of any drilling machine, quickly burrowing several meters. By the time the lantern bearer regained his composure, Jiang Yang had successfully opened the tunnel and sprinted toward the exit. The lantern bearer, witnessing this spectacle, felt a surge of frustration. Was that a young dragon he had just seen? He would have believed Jiang Yang was a groundhog if not for the circumstances. Just as Jiang Yang was about to escape the dragon's lair, the lantern bearer refused to let him succeed. Their plan could not falter. If Jiang Yang were to reunite with the dragon mother, all their efforts would be in vain. With a resounding clang, the lantern chimed, causing Jiang Yang to momentarily lose his focus. His senses dulled, his steps became unsteady, and his speed diminished. By the time he regained his wits, the lantern bearer was nearly upon him. Realizing the peril he faced, Jiang Yang gritted his teeth and resolved to offer a grand distraction. He hurled his water flask at the lantern bearer. Initially dismissive of the shabby vessel, the lantern bearer suddenly sensed a familiar aura emanating from it. Seizing the moment of distraction, Jiang Yang accelerated, widening the gap between them. He sprinted further away, while the lantern bearer remained fixated on the rolling flask. The flask soon stabilized on the ground, revealing a pair of eyes, wide open and unblinking. At that moment, the lantern bearer seemed lost in thought, failing to pursue Jiang Yang. Meanwhile, Jiang Yang took full advantage of this opportunity and fled the dragon's lair, emerging onto the battlefield. The chilling winds howled with mournful cries, and the most unsettling aspect was the cacophony of disordered whispers. Enduring the discomfort, Jiang Yang focused on the dragon mother, who was dispatching the abyssal creatures with ease. His heart racing, he extended his claws and shouted, "Great One, have mercy at your feet." This exclamation drew the attention of all present on the battlefield. In an instant, Jiang Yang felt as though his mind had been struck by a hammer, under the gaze of numerous high-ranking abyssal creatures. Even Jiang Yang's seasoned mind could hardly withstand the pressure. Fortunately, he was not alone in this fight. Shamir Yu unleashed a torrent of dragon breath, causing the high-ranking abyssal creatures to retreat in disarray. Liberated from the abyssal scrutiny, Jiang Yang hastened toward the dragon mother, though Shamir Yu regarded him with confusion, unable to fathom why her beloved son had ventured out instead of remaining safely at home. Darting to Shamir Yu's feet, he found his farmland precariously positioned between her toes. It was a close call. Had he not shouted, he would have faced utter devastation. Ding. Task completed. Dismissing the system's announcement, Jiang Yang quickly inspected the violet Saint Lady fruit. Morning Saint Lady fruit 3, a fruit tainted by the mournful winds. Consuming it grants immunity to the mournful winds for half an hour and temporarily bestows abyssal powers. Come forth, let the madness devour this world. Returning to the most chaotic of ancient times, the abyss shall endure. Side effects: diarrhea, detoxification, weakness, toxic from the abyss. Exercise caution, as overeating may lead to irreversible transformation. Chapter 21. The Abyss Retreats. Gazing at the softly glowing Saint Lady fruits in his inventory, Jiang Yang could not suppress a disturbingly manic smile. The morning Saint Lady fruits had not disappointed him. The risks he took were justified. With these 3 fruits, he estimated he could traverse the Black Iron Mountains with impunity. Of course, traversing sideways was one thing. Whether he could emerge unscathed remained uncertain. Observing Jiang Yang's gleeful demeanor, Shamir Yu's expression soured. Did this boy rush out simply to display that ridiculous smile? It was truly unappealing. What? Jiang Yang queried, perplexed, unable to discern whom the dragon mother was referencing. Soon enough, Jiang Yang's exuberance attracted retribution. He felt a toe bend and then flick him with force. With a whoosh, Jiang Yang was propelled back to the dragon's lair like a cannonball. Struggling midair, he could hardly comprehend the injustice. He had urgent matters to discuss. His overzealous pride had led the dragon mother to conclude that he must have been rendered foolish by the mournful winds. Thus, she decided to return him to the lair before addressing him further. With a thud, Jiang Yang landed heavily on the ground, still bewildered as to how he had offended Shamir Yu. Swiftly rising, he prepared to relay the news once more. This time, he vowed to maintain a serious demeanor throughout his report to the dragon mother. Their stronghold had been compromised by enemies. However, before he could set off, he noticed the lantern-bearer sneaking about. The lantern-bearer was seen holding Lisa and Caesar, poised to make a quiet escape. Upon noticing Jiang Yang's gaze, he wore an expression devoid of emotion. Jiang Yang brandished his hoe and then retrieved a morning Saint Lady fruit. Sensing the potent abyssal energy emanating from the fruit, the lantern-bearer released Lisa's tail. Observing Jiang Yang's lack of immediate action, the lantern-bearer cautiously advanced toward the cave's entrance. Jiang Yang held the morning Saint Lady fruit to his lips, prepared to transform at a moment's notice. This abyssal creature clearly surpassed the headless boy, necessitating a cautious approach. As fate would have it, the lantern-bearer shared the same sentiment. This young dragon, capable of defeating the headless boy, was undoubtedly formidable. Caution was imperative. A mental duel ensued between them, each maneuvering through countless rounds until the lantern-bearer could no longer suppress the madness within. Do you wish to become lamp oil? Had it not been for the necessity of their plan's success, the lantern-bearer would have preferred not to engage his rusted mind at all. Alas, you threaten me. Jiang Yang has loathed being threatened more than anything else as he has grown. Without a moment's hesitation, he tossed the Wailing Saint's fruit into his mouth, swallowing it whole without even chewing. This spectacle left the lantern-bearer utterly dumbfounded. Such immense abyssal energy consumed so carelessly. Was this young dragon courting death? At that moment, the lantern-bearer mistakenly believed Jiang Yang to be wielding some abyssal artifact, unaware that it was merely a temporary berserk potion. Boom! A black-purple mist materialized, swirling around Jiang Yang, and layers of frost began to spread across the ground. The overwhelming aura of the abyss sent chills through the lantern-bearer, causing him to involuntarily release his grip on Caesar's hand. Hastily raising his lantern to assume a defensive stance, the lantern-bearer sensed that the situation was spiraling out of control. Roar! With a thunderous crash, the black mist erupted, revealing Jiang Yang's transformed visage to the lantern-bearer. His eyes gleamed with madness, a singular horn piercing from the center of his forehead, and crimson scales adorned with flickering purple patterns. His fangs and claws had sharpened considerably, the claws so elongated they pierced the solid rock beneath. Come here and take a beating. Jiang Yang lunged towards the lantern-bearer, still in a state of bewilderment. The lantern-bearer struggled to comprehend whether he was the abyssal creature or Jiang Yang was. Jiang Yang's speed was astonishing. Before the lantern-bearer could react, he was pinned to the ground by a claw. Behold my 8 young maidens. With a series of piercing sounds, the lantern-bearer felt as if his very essence was being siphoned away. No longer daring to withstand Jiang Yang's onslaught, he activated his teleportation ability. With a crack, Jiang Yang's claw sank into the rock, momentarily stunned by the sudden disappearance of his target. However, he quickly locked onto the lantern-bearer lurking in the shadows. At that moment, the lantern-bearer was devoid of any will to fight. It was evident that his opponent was far superior. Moreover, with such a monstrous presence, he had no hope of completing his mission tonight. Resolved, the lantern-bearer chose to flee without hesitation. He needed to maintain command over the affairs in Steel City. His life was not expendable just yet. Not to mention, in terms of retreat, Jiang Yang had never witnessed anyone faster than the lantern-bearer. In the blink of an eye, the lantern-bearer vanished entirely from the dragon's lair. With the target lost, and the frenzy within him unquenched, Jiang Yang felt a pang of discomfort. Roar! With a furious cry, Jiang Yang transformed into a streak of purple light, racing towards the battlefield. On the battlefield, countless high-ranking abyssal creatures lay dead or wounded. Yet, without news of the lantern-bearer's success, they would not retreat a single step, even if it meant their demise. Death held no significance for them, whether it be themselves or their prey. Only the sowing of fear and chaos across the world mattered to them. Just as the creatures were fiercely resisting, the lantern-bearer's figure suddenly re-emerged. Go! Without a word of explanation, he simply uttered a command. The other abyssal creatures, upon witnessing this, did not question further. Each showcased their abilities to escape the dead volcanic dragon's lair. Those with special abilities were fortunate, while those without could only flee on foot. Initially, they could have teleported through the mist, but alas, the mist had been dispelled by the Dragon Mother. Yu observed the abyssal creatures fleeing, yet chose not to pursue them, instead leisurely sketching on the ground. At that moment, her attention was suddenly drawn behind her. A streak of purple light burst forth from the dragon's lair, swiftly tackling a mire hound with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the mire hound had been reduced to a puddle of mud, its howls silenced before they could escape its throat. However, this creature possessed a unique trait. Physical attacks proved ineffective against it. Thus, it soon reformed. At that moment, Jiang Yang found himself in need of an indestructible punching bag. Seeing the creature revive only fueled his excitement. From a distance, Yu squinted, recognizing the creature as her eldest son. It appeared he had been tainted by the abyss. Contemplating the situation, she concluded that come dawn, she would leave him out to sunbathe to death, sparing herself the effort. Having arranged for Jiang Yang's eventual fate, Yu completed the final stroke of the magic circle beneath her feet. These scoundrels believed they could depart unscathed? Such a thing is far too convenient. As the magic circle took shape, the magical net responded, expanding instantly to envelop the entire dead volcano. In the sky, the stars shone even brighter at the moment the magic circle illuminated. Every creature within the Black Iron Mountains sensed a terrible pressure, as if a celestial being were gazing down upon the range. The fleeing abyssal monsters halted, instinctively looking up at the sky. A magnificent meteor shower heralded destruction. Chapter 22, The Night Watcher. What is that? Standing atop the high tower, Eirik gazed in astonishment towards the depths of the Black Iron Mountains. Above, resplendent beams of light illuminated the night, and roaring meteors with fiery tails plummeted into the mountains. Beside him, the elder of the temple squinted. 8th tier magic, meteor fire rain? It seems a legendary mage is training within the Black Iron Mountains, truly a bold soul. Eirik furrowed his brow, acutely sensing the chaotic magical net around him. This was certainly no mere meteor shower. How could a mere 8th tier spell affect Steel City from miles away? Drawing a deep breath of the chilling wailing wind, Eirik spoke with feigned bravado. This is the legendary super tier magic, Starfall. Super tier magic? Could it be that within the mountains, at least a lower tier mage, nearing divine status? The elder's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated such a powerful being residing within the Black Iron Mountains. Yet, what manner of foe could compel this mage to unleash a super tier attack? The two elders fell into contemplation, pondering whether this matter was related to the diminished presence of abyssal creatures in Steel City. It was well known that a comprehensive counteroffensive had been prepared today. Yet, the outcome was unexpected. All high-ranking abyssal monsters had vanished, leaving only some lesser spirits and subpar creatures tainted by the abyss. This left Eirik feeling quite disheartened. A day's worth of meticulous planning had culminated in naught but a futile endeavor. Monsters had vanished, and even the Night Watcher was nowhere to be found. The Night Watcher was the most crucial element of their strategy. Without the Night Watcher, engaging the abyssal creatures would result in mutual destruction. With the Night Watcher's assistance, they would have the upper hand. It appeared this night would slip by without resolution. The elder of the temple stroked his beard, a smile creasing his wrinkled face. He thought it rather fortunate. At least there would be no casualties, wouldn't there? However, Eirik did not share this sentiment. He harbored a premonition that the abyssal creatures were undoubtedly scheming something sinister, for they would not so readily forego an entire night of hunting. Eirik's intuition proved correct. The abyssal creatures were indeed concocting a nefarious plot. However, their arrogance led them to choose an inappropriate target. They had set their sights on Shimiru, the adult red dragon. Perhaps she was not well known in other circles, but within dragonkind, a legend had long been told. In a realm of magic, there exists a dragon of extraordinary sorcery, whose identity remains shrouded in mystery and age unknown. Each time she engages in nefarious deeds, she employs a flawless transformation spell to conceal her true form. Like her draconic kin, she harbors a fondness for treasure. However, rather than painstakingly pilfering the wealth of lesser beings, she prefers a more direct approach, raiding the hordes of other dragons. She has bested a multitude of dragons, from the chromatic to the metallic, and even the eclectic varieties, confronting young, adult, and even mature dragons alike. While she has brazenly attacked the chromatic dragons, the metallic ones are renowned for their solidarity. Upon hearing that a distant cousin of a friend had been assaulted, a cadre of venerable metallic dragons swiftly emerged to exact vengeance. Unsurprisingly, they returned empty-handed, having failed to recover even a single scale from the formidable Samryu. To this day, the dragon kin remain oblivious to the identity of the perpetrator. Having amassed a bountiful treasure, Samryu opted to retire to a secluded nook, seeking a tranquil twilight. Remarkably, in the year she chose to retire, she was still but a young dragon. As for the trove she pilfered, one might ponder why the volcanoes of the Black Iron Mountains have ceased their eruptions. Indeed, the depths beneath the volcano are now obstructed by her amassed wealth, rendering any volcanic activity impossible. What flows beneath this dormant volcano is not molten lava, but gold sufficient to purchase several human empires. Returning to the matter at hand, the might of Samryu spells doom for any abyssal creatures that cross her path. Yet, as with all matters, exceptions abound. In the heart of a forest, countless abyssal monsters congregated beneath a verdant protective dome. Outside, chaos reigned, yet within the dome, tranquility prevailed. As the magic of the dragon mother dissipated, the green barrier faded into nothingness. Ah, how audacious it is for you to set your sights on an adult dragon. A throng of elite abyssal monsters turned in unison to regard the shadowy figure that spoke. Cloaked in black robes, the figure's features were obscured by a veil of mist, holding a white candle whose flame radiated an eerie green glow. The Watcher, the enigmatic figure long coveted by the Steel City. Surveying the gathered assembly, the Watcher deemed it unnecessary to address them. These creatures, with minds so feeble, scarcely weighed more than a couple of pounds in intellect. Engaging them in discourse regarding intelligence would be akin to playing music to cattle. Drifting through the air, the Watcher approached the lantern-bearer, presenting the candle before him. Do you see? We are but an inch away from dawn. The Watcher's candle is a remarkable artifact. When it burns out, it signifies the arrival of daybreak. Ignoring the Watcher's admonition, the lantern-bearer's gaze shifted to a nearby object of interest, a living green dragon. This dragon, a fledgling, was brought forth by the Watcher. As for why the Watcher had brought a green dragon, it was, of course, at the behest of the lantern-bearer. In exchange for a substantial portion of the Headless Boy's abyssal essence, they forged a pact with the Watcher. Since the Headless Boy required no protection, the agreement was slightly altered to the capture of a legendary creature. It appeared their plan had not yet faltered. There was still time. Contemplating this, the lantern-bearer approached the unconscious green dragon. Suddenly, the Watcher interposed. Ah, have you forgotten something? The lantern-bearer lowered his head, reflecting momentarily before responding. You ought to adhere to your own rules. Upon hearing this, the Watcher chuckled. And what, pray tell, is the reward for saving you? The lantern-bearer was taken aback. They had fortuitously spotted the Watcher while observing the meteor shower, prompting their hurried approach without a second thought. No intention of shirking their obligations. They were prepared to pay any price for this green dragon. What do you desire? Apologies. The lantern-bearer was momentarily stunned. What? The green flame flickered and extinguished, white wax dripping to the ground. The Watcher declared, dawn has arrived. A thread of gold traced the eastern mountains, sunlight dispersing the mists and granting the inhabitants of the mournful winds a moment to breathe. Outside the lair of the dormant volcano, Samryu pondered the peculiar state of her son, who had just returned to normalcy. What could be the cause? He had clearly been tainted by the abyss. And yet here he was, restored. Upon closer inspection, the abyssal essence had indeed vanished. Noticing the dragon mother's gaze upon him, Jiangyang rolled to the side, preparing to make his escape. He was not fleeing, but rather struggling to contain himself. The aura of the Morning Maiden was undeniably potent, and he resolved never to act boastfully again. Chapter 23, Tossed Aside. Observing her son tumble into a thicket, Samryu was curious about his intentions. However, she quickly withdrew her gaze in disdain. A burst of black gas erupted from the underbrush, causing the vegetation to wither instantly. The resilient weeds, having withstood the mournful winds and the dragon mother's magical onslaught, could not fathom why they succumbed to the flatulence of a fledgling dragon. The digestive system of dragons is remarkably formidable. Anything that enters their belly is utterly consumed. Thus, Jiangyang emerged from the withered foliage, having merely released a few gasps. Oh, powerful and beautiful mother. It seems that Lisa and Caesar are not faring well. Perhaps you should check on them? Jiangyang felt rather embarrassed in his current state, akin to being paralyzed. He longed for solitude, as the dragon mother's unwavering gaze made him feel shy. Samaryu bared her teeth and raised her immense claw to rest upon Jiangyang. Suddenly, a crimson light enveloped him entirely. Could this truly be the legendary resurrection of the dead? His muscles reactivated, and the weakness within him was eradicated. Astonished by the transformation, Jiangyang sprang to his feet. Shaking off his body and testing his limbs, he was truly unscathed. How wondrous! The dragon mother's strength is indeed unfathomable. Jiangyang resolved to be a dutiful son, serving her tea, attending to her feet, and ensuring her comfort in her twilight years, all while inheriting her vast fortune. The thought of inheriting the dragon mother's treasures brought forth a greedy smile. Clearly, Jiangyang was a forgetful soul, oblivious to how he had ended up in the dragon's lair. Bang! Once again, he was launched back by a mere flick of Samaryu's finger, suspended in midair. Jiangyang was exasperated. This dragon mother was truly tyrannical, not even permitting a smile. Was his grin so radiant that it rendered Samaryu bashful? With a thud, Jiangyang landed safely. To his surprise, it didn't hurt this time. He had not expected that falling could be painless. Suddenly, he realized it was not his exceptional talent for falling that had saved him, but rather the cushioning beneath him. Climbing off Caesar, Jiangyang poked his little brother. Are you alive? Receiving no response, he observed Caesar trembling, emitting wisps of black smoke. Perplexed, Jiangyang hastened to Lisa's side, only to find her in an identical predicament, surrounded by black smoke, her body cold, on the brink of collapse. Hold on, little sister. Hang in there. Jiangyang incessantly shook Lisa's body, hoping to rouse her from her stupor. Perhaps his pleas bore fruit, as Lisa emitted a faint whisper, so cold. What? Just wait a moment, I'll toss you into the magma. Jiangyang hoisted Lisa onto his shoulder and sprinted deeper into the cavern. If Lisa were conscious, she would undoubtedly be filled with gratitude at this sight. However, he thought to himself, sister, you must delay your demise. Otherwise, I can only feast once. Strive to outlive Caesar by a few more days. It was evident that Jiangyang's benevolence was merely a facade, as his motivation for rescuing Lisa was driven by a desire to host 2 banquets. At that moment, the dragon mother Samaryu returned. The scene before her was startling. The younger one lay lifeless on the ground while the elder was preparing to cast the second into the molten depths. Noticing the head of the family had returned, Jiangyang hastily dropped Lisa to the ground. Mother, my dear siblings, what has happened? He feigned ignorance, hoping to evade suspicion. After scrutinizing the 2 unconscious young dragons, Samaryu averted her gaze and headed towards her treasure hoard, leaving behind a chilling remark. If they cannot be healed, they are doomed. Toss them away. Jiangyang had anticipated Samaryu would inquire about the events that transpired in the cavern the previous night, but it seemed he had overestimated her curiosity. It was clear that their brood had been scavenged from a refuse pile. Could a biological mother truly act in such a manner? In truth, Samaryu was incapable of offering aid. Jiangyang's earlier efforts were merely a temporary measure, easily remedied by her simple magic. However, Caesar and Lisa were genuinely afflicted by the abyss. Their minds engulfed in chaos and madness, the essence of the abyss spreading through their bodies. Ordinary healing spells would be ineffective, and given that she was a mage rather than a priest, she had no knowledge of the light-based healing arts. Moreover, the extent of the abyss's corruption in these 2 young dragons was beyond the capabilities of a mere temple priest. Only a high priest from an esteemed temple could hope to remedy their plight. Setting aside the consequences of abducting a human high priest, the nearest royal city would require her to fly for 3 days and nights. By the time she returned, it was likely that the 2 young dragons would be beyond salvation. Did this mean there was no hope for Lisa and Caesar? Certainly, there was hope. But Samaryu was disinclined to pursue that slender thread of possibility. After all, wouldn't it be more enjoyable to indulge in a leisurely slumber? Mother, where shall I cast them? Sprawled atop her mountain of gold, Samaryu could barely muster the energy to open her eyes. Decide for yourself, do not bother me. Very well. Jiangyang replied with a grin as he accepted the task, promptly transporting Lisa and Caesar back to their 3-room hall. At this moment, Jiangyang effortlessly dragged the 2 young dragons, swiftly returning to their abode. Upon arrival, he immediately spotted the lively Air Shah and the dazed Shah. I'm glad to see you both are unharmed. Air Shah expressed his well-being with exuberant leaps, while the Shah lay listlessly on the ground like a despondent fish. This stark contrast hinted that Ersha possessed a stronger resistance to the abyss. Jiang Yang could only speculate as to why. Nevertheless, it was a positive sign, and he had no intention of probing further. Now he harbored a bold plan. With a resounding thud, Caesar and Lisa were unceremoniously placed upon the dining table, and a smile crept across Jiang Yang's face. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. They have been entrusted to me by Mother. The previously jubilant Ersha fell silent at the sight of Lisa, ceasing his antics. Ersha, upon glancing at the two half-conscious young dragons, retreated to a corner, lying down once more. Is there a lesson harsher than starving for half a month? Ersha lamented. Ersha, sensing the abyss's aura, felt nausea wash over him, extinguishing any thoughts of vengeance. Witnessing their indecision, Jiang Yang resolved to take matters into his own hands. Ersha, go fetch the large stone pot from my room. I shall gather some vegetables, and when I return, we shall simmer them. Ersha was taken aback. Brother, are you truly this ruthless? Before the two dragon beasts could fully comprehend the situation, Jiang Yang had already departed from the three-room hall, battling against the mournful winds. Jiang Yang hastened toward his secret cave. Just moments ago, the system had notified him that the saffron had bloomed and matured. Chapter 24. The efficacy of saffron. The great river flows eastward, and the stars in the sky align with the northern dipper. Align with the northern dipper. Today, the mournful winds were particularly raucous, their seductive whispers mingling with strange melodies, the song inducing a sense of urgency that could inflate one's head. Anyone in proximity would likely wish to silence the cacophony with a shovel. The mournful winds were already repulsive enough. To have others join in their torment was nothing short of an affront to all creation. Meanwhile, the instigator remained blissfully unaware, even amplifying his volume. A flash of red whizzed by as Jiang Yang sang a heroic tune, sprinting toward the secret cave with utmost speed. He had no intention of raising his voice, but the eerie surroundings set his nerves on edge. Especially under the influence of the mournful winds, his fear escalated. Singing was the only way to bolster his courage. Initially, Jiang Yang had planned to wait a few days before venturing to the secret cave, especially given the ongoing eruption of the mournful winds, which posed a risk. However, after witnessing the power of the mournful saint fruit last night, he now felt a sense of anticipation regarding the saffron's reaction. It was hard to say whether Jiang Yang was courageous or cowardly. He was torn between hope for the saffron and a fear of encountering something vile. With these conflicting emotions propelling him, Jiang Yang ran faster than he ever had in his life. In no time at all, he reached the entrance of the secret cave. Without any unnecessary actions, he launched himself upward, scaling the stone wall in a single bound. This ascent took mere seconds, setting a new record for him. He effortlessly vaulted over the wall and into the mysterious cave, breathing a sigh of relief. Phew, as long as I run fast enough, the mournful winds cannot catch me. Rubbing his dragon claws together, Jiang Yang turned his gaze toward the area where the saffron was planted. In two sunlit spots, two saffron flowers had fully bloomed. A gentle breeze caressed them, causing the red stigmas to sway delicately, with tiny sparks of light flickering upon the purple petals, which were neatly arranged and protective like jade bowls cradling their stigmas. Bathed in sunlight, the saffron appeared to radiate its own glow. Jiang Yang was utterly astonished by this spectacle. It was breathtakingly beautiful. Oh dear, I might just want to move here. Upon his first glimpse of the saffron, Jiang Yang was enchanted, and an idea blossomed in his mind. He must cultivate a sea of saffron flowers, regardless of their utility, for their beauty alone was captivating. He hurried to the saffron, carefully using his dragon claws to prod the stamens, then leaned in to inhale their fragrance. Ah, how delightful! A refreshing aroma enveloped him, tinged with hints of medicinal herbs. After thoroughly admiring the saffron from every angle, Jiang Yang prepared to take action. However, he was left with one lingering question. Were these two saffron flowers of different varieties? Before him were two blooms, one crimson and one silver. Though they bore identical shapes, their colors and overall essences differed greatly. The red saffron exuded an alluring charm, while the silver saffron radiated an aura of hope. Ah well, once I open my backpack, everything will be clear. Let us see how I can delicately pluck these flowers. Ding. Acquiring 100 saffron stigmas allows for the exchange of 20 stigmas for a single saffron seed. 50 saffron stigmas possess the ability to invigorate blood circulation and dispel stagnation, alleviating ailments such as melancholic thoughts, chest tightness, hemoptysis, febrile delirium, frightful confusion, blood clots, postpartum abdominal pain from retained blood, and swelling from falls. Note: while afternoon tea is delightful, it is advisable to refrain from indulging during times of bleeding, unless one enjoys excessive blood loss. The flower of hope, requiring 50 stigmas, similarly invigorates blood flow and dispels stagnation, yielding a 30% effectiveness against dragonkind, a 30% effectiveness against beings of the light faction, 100% effectiveness against the unique individual known as Big Fool, and a 50% effectiveness against the special individual, Jiangyang. This boon originates from the gallant knights, who, even in death, leave behind hope for future generations. Who could have anticipated that a knight perishing in despair would give rise to the flower of hope? Observing the system's evaluation, Jiangyang inhaled deeply, exclaiming in frustration, "Why is this so?" His furious roar reverberated through the cave. At this moment, Jiangyang felt a profound sense of dejection. He had tirelessly devoted himself to arranging a funeral, sacrificing sleep and peace of mind, consumed by anxiety. Yet, the outcome was that Big Fool, in a single misstep, had achieved a doubling effect, while he himself only managed a mere 0. 5 times. Where could he possibly seek justification for this? Regrettably, no amount of impotent rage could alter the result. After the stigmas were harvested, 2 saffron flowers transformed into motes of light, dispersing into the air. The breathtaking scene did little to uplift Jiangyang's spirits. The sweet loss was indeed substantial. If given another chance, he might have reconsidered. Perhaps indulging in just one stigma wouldn't have been catastrophic. After all, this body is named Jones. And what connection does it have to the golden Jiangyang? Regardless of Jiangyang's thoughts, he had lost his opportunity. Gazing at the 2 newly vacant plots of land, he pondered whether to seize the moment and plant 2 more seeds. After careful contemplation, he opted to exchange for 2 saffron seeds, preparing to sow them. The sooner they were planted, the sooner he could find peace of mind, saving himself a later trip. As he retrieved the seeds, Jiangyang was ready to commence his work. Ding! Please refrain from overly dense planting. What? Jiangyang gazed at the barren land, bewildered. How could this be considered dense planting? Soon, the system provided clarity. The saffron seeds were not lost. They would bloom again in the next cycle. The host is advised to wait patiently. Jiangyang was astonished. Such good fortune. He promptly checked the status of the seeds, and, indeed, it boldly proclaimed that saffron too was germinating. This was splendid news. He had not anticipated the saffron's capacity for repeated use, instantly lifting his spirits. Of course, the 2 seeds he exchanged should not go to waste, and he chose to plant them nonetheless. 1 square meter of land was ample to sustain 2 saffron plants without them competing for nutrients. After sowing the new seeds, Jiangyang sprinkled a handful of fertilizer upon them. Saffron is indeed a remarkable treasure, as Jiangyang recognized its true value. Quickly, prepare hot water. Within the 3-room apartment, Jiangyang, returning from the secret cave, began directing Big Fool and Second Fool with enthusiasm. He positioned the stone pot over the campfire and filled it with water. At this moment, Jiangyang could hardly contain his eagerness to brew tea. Though unaware of his excitement, Second Fool diligently commenced the task of boiling water. Meanwhile, Big Fool, casting a glance at the goblin head resting by Jiangyang's bedside, felt his legs weaken. Ugh, Big Fool muttered, "This thing looks ominous. Let us dispose of it quickly." With a grin, Jiangyang extracted a saffron stigma and placed it into Big Fool's mouth. As the silver stigma melted upon his tongue, Big Fool sensed an immediate calmness wash over him, even finding the goblin head less distasteful. Jiangyang beamed at this transformation. Such was the extraordinary effect of saffron, capable of immunizing against the insidious aura of the abyss, restoring clarity of mind. With this in hand, he would no longer fear the chilling winds of despair or the menacing presence of abyssal creatures. There's nothing a cup of tea can't resolve. 2 cups are even better. Wouldn't you agree, little sister? He affectionately gathered the unconscious Lisa in his arms, displaying a gentle smile. Chapter 25, Awakening Glug Glug Ah. This is delightful, Jiangyang sighed in relief after taking a sip of the saffron tea from the stone cup. Beside him, Big Fool and Second Fool mimicked his actions, sipping their tea. Though they were 3 monsters, they now resembled leisurely farmers enjoying tea in the countryside. In unison, the trio sipped their tea, and the effect of the saffron was immediate. Upon consumption, they felt a wave of tranquility envelop them, dispelling the discomfort brought by the wailing winds of despair. If the miraculous properties of saffron were to be sold externally, Jiangyang mused, he could swiftly become the wealthiest dragon in the world. However, selling was out of the question. He lacked the strength to safeguard these seeds. The true path lay in quietly amassing wealth, for too much ostentation could invite unwanted attention. Sensing the fragrant aroma of herbs wafting through the room, Jiangyang glanced at the stone pot nearby. Inside, the bubbling water rose and fell, releasing clouds of white steam. Floating atop the boiling broth were 2 crimson figures, Lisa and Caesar. Jiangyang had honored his word. He had indeed stewed these 2. Naturally, mere boiling water at 100 degrees could hardly harm the red dragon. The broth shimmered with a golden hue, releasing waves of saffron's distinctive fragrance. Under the infusion of the medicinal brew, the dark aura surrounding Lisa and Caesar began to dissipate, the repugnant stench of the abyss weakening. Suddenly, Lisa struggled within the broth, awakening to find herself submerged. Before she could catch her breath, she nearly choked. Grasping the edge of the pot, she managed to stabilize herself. Raising her head, she surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings with confusion. She recalled battling an abyssal creature, yet in the blink of an eye, she found herself here. Looking at Jiang Yang and the other dragons lined up in the distance, she murmured, "Jones, what has happened to me? Oh, the results are even better than anticipated." Jiang Yang remarked with mild surprise, not expecting Lisa to be coherent so soon after awakening. He had merely tossed a stigma into the broth, yet it produced such remarkable effects. Gazing into his teacup, Jiang Yang pondered that the stigma could likely infuse the water several more times. Meanwhile, the weakened Lisa began to piece together the situation. She must have been defeated by the abyssal creature and subsequently rescued by Jiang Yang. Casting her eyes upon the golden-hued medicinal liquid surrounding her, Lisa was curious about its nature. Noticing Caesar still unconscious, Jiang Yang offered a gentle warning. "I suggest you drink this bath water. Otherwise, once Caesar awakens, there may not be any left for you." "What do you mean?" Lisa asked, perplexed by Jiang Yang's words. Leisurely sipping his tea, Jiang Yang replied, "You were tainted by the abyss. I saved you using this very bath water. If you wish to avoid having Caesar drain it all upon awakening, I advise you to partake while you can." Upon hearing the phrase "tainted by the abyss," Lisa felt a wave of dread. She understood the dire consequences of such corruption. Her mind could fall into chaos, turning her into a mindless killer. Feeling the weakness in her body, she quickly realized that Jiang Yang spoke the truth. Within his being, remnants of abyssal essence still lingered in abundance. Yet due to the influence of these potions, it was gradually being peeled away. "Ah, I see. Caesar has awakened." Lisa was taken aback, and without hesitation, plunged into the bathwater, beginning to drink voraciously. The golden concoction vanished at an astonishing rate, while the newly awakened Caesar remained bewildered by the unfolding scene. He observed Lisa consuming the bathwater, with 2 dragon beasts and his elder brother in the distance. As the water level dwindled, an acute chill suddenly enveloped Caesar. Dark energy surged forth from within him, and chaotic whispers echoed in his mind. "Deep abyss." Caesar trembled uncontrollably. His fleeting awareness once again struck a severe blow. The abyss loomed, threatening to engulf him once more. Yet Lisa showed no concern for her younger brother's fate. The potion was limited, and even a single sip less might prevent her from withstanding the abyssal onslaught. She was determined not to relent, choosing to consume it all for herself. Soon enough, the entire pot of potion had been ingested by Lisa. At that moment, Caesar realized, as the golden liquid diminished, the encroachment of the abyss upon him intensified. You scoundrel! Spit out the potion at once." Lisa covered her mouth and nostrils, unwilling to relinquish even a drop of the precious liquid, despite her belly swelling round. Watching helplessly as Lisa's abdomen shrank, having digested the potion entirely, despair washed over Caesar. Without this potion, how would he survive? Meanwhile, Lisa, having consumed the potion, was not in a much better state. Although saffron had suppressed the abyssal essence, it seemed 1 pot was insufficient. Lisa felt that at least 6 more pots of this potion were necessary to fully eradicate the abyssal essence from her body. Hee. Just as anxiety gripped both Lisa and Caesar, Jiang Yang's disturbingly maniacal laughter rang out. The 2 dragons exchanged glances, their eyes brightening in unison. Indeed, this was Jiang Yang's domain. He must possess more of such miraculous potions. Their gaze fell upon the teacup in Jiang Yang's hand, where they sensed a richer aroma of saffron. For the sake of his own life, Caesar finally bowed before his elder brother. "Jones, dear brother, I implore you. Have mercy on me. Let me live for the sake of our shared lineage." Jiang Yang took a sip of tea, utterly unimpressed by Caesar's lamentations. "Shared lineage? Is that referring to your scheming for half a month to eliminate the foolish brothers?" Well, Caesar realized he had walked into a trap. His elder brother was prepared to dredge up old grievances, and if the conversation continued in this vein, his already meager hopes would surely vanish. In contrast to the dim-wit Caesar, Lisa exhibited far more cunning. She spoke up. "I am willing to submit to you, dear brother Jones Bellia, and I swear by my true name to obey you unconditionally before the young dragons." Jiang Yang smiled. A 300-year contract held considerable weight. It is important to note that swearing by one's true name would reach Tiamat's ears. In this world, contracts are not made lightly. "Excellent, my foolish sister. Your choice is indeed wise." Upon receiving his affirmation, Lisa decisively distanced herself from her brother, embracing her elder brother. Witnessing this scene, Caesar was dumbfounded. Wondering why Lisa was so adept at this, her betrayal was remarkably swift. Little did Caesar know that, on that fateful night, Lisa had already been swayed by a leg of Jiang Yang's crocodile. Now, isolated within the dragon's lair, Caesar had been oblivious, preoccupied with coveting the dragon mother's treasure. Turning his gaze to the solitary figure squatting in the large pot, Jiang Yang chuckled. "Oh, my foolish brother, do you still wish to make a futile stand?" Chapter 26, A New Monster. I am willing to submit. Ultimately, Caesar pledged his allegiance to Jiang Yang, swearing fealty for 300 years before finally receiving the saffron tea. Assimilating the dragon brother and sister was a significant boon for Jiang Yang, for one must first secure the home front before reaching outward. If his own backyard was constantly ablaze, how could he extend his grasp to the world? Moreover, with the assistance of 2 red dragons, Jiang Yang's endeavors would become considerably simpler. In the 3-room, 1-halled dwelling, Caesar cradled a stone cup, tears streaming from his dragon eyes. "Review. What is this? It tastes divine." Slurp, slurp. Observing Caesar's pitiable demeanor, Jiang Yang smirked. "Is it truly delightful?" Yes, it's delightful. If it is so, drink your fill. Soon you shall have work to do." Upon hearing the word work, Caesar was taken aback, uncertainly asking, "Work? What sort of work?" It appeared the younger brother was still unaware of Jiang Yang's rules. In his domain, one must pay a price to reap benefits. Casting his gaze at the battered door, ravaged by yesterday's battle, Jiang Yang slowly said, "Of course, you are to gather firewood and cement to repair the house. The wailing winds have yet to cease." "Indeed, the wailing winds have not ended. In my current state, wouldn't it be too perilous to venture outside?" Caesar grinned, hoping his elder brother would permit him to linger in the lair and delay his servitude. But who was Jiang Yang? This was no charitable establishment. How could he allow anyone to partake without offering something in return? "What does that have to do with me? If you do not return with half a ton of firewood today, do not expect the next round of medicine." Caesar's dragon eyes widened in shock. Was this a joke? It was still windy outside, and he was an injured party. Yet Jiang Yang paid no heed to his concerns. And Caesar was left with no choice but to brave the cold winds, injured and all, to work. Naturally, Lisa could not be left idle either. Jiang Yang assigned her tasks involving cement. After all, with a day remaining until the wailing winds concluded, who knew what other mischief might arise that final night? As the wailing winds approached their end, the residents of Iron City glimpsed a glimmer of hope. If only they could endure one more day, they would return to their normal lives, free from the fear of abyssal monstrosities. As usual, the streets today were marked by desolation. On the marble-paved avenue, a young boy in black strolled forward. Though handsome, he exuded a peculiar aura that left those who beheld him feeling unsettled. 2 notable aspects drew attention: the long oilcloth bag slung across his back, suggestive of weaponry, and the blood-red eye scanning the surroundings, seemingly curious about the world. This was none other than Leon, the bearer of abyssal artifacts in Iron City. Phew, I hope this isn't bad news. At this moment, Leon's mood was far from pleasant. Just as matters seemed to be concluding, he received word from his captain that another incident had occurred last night. The body had been discovered just this noon, and given the circumstances, it was likely a new abyssal monster. The emergence of a new abyssal creature was not unusual. Whenever the wailing winds blew, strange entities would surge forth from the abyss, wreaking havoc upon human settlements. To date, humanity had recorded thousands of abyssal monsters, and with each occurrence of the wailing winds, that record would surely grow thicker. Leon's current task was to reach the incident site and meticulously document the creature's information. The location of the incident lay in a small grove within the Western District, not far from Leon's current position. Soon, the bearer of abyssal artifacts arrived at the scene. In the distance, a small grove was surrounded by a contingent of soldiers, while several white-robed saints moved in and out of the crime scene. When the crowd noticed Leon's arrival, their expressions varied, yet the majority bore faces etched with fear. "You have finally arrived, Leon," called out a white-robed saint who hastened toward him, seemingly well acquainted with Leon. "Brother Jesse, is it a new monster?" The saint, referred to as Jesse, nodded and gestured for Leon to proceed. "Go ahead." Thus, Leon followed the white-robed saint to the site of the incident. Along the way, Jesse briefed Leon on the intelligence they had gathered. It had been confirmed that a new abyssal monster was at work. The deceased had met a tragic end and was identified as a blacksmith residing in the Southern District. The body was discovered by his wife. How did someone from the Southern District end up dead in the Western District? Leon pondered, puzzled. Steel City was no small place, and the distance from the Southern to the Western District was nearly 10 kilometers. Moreover, the circumstances surrounding the discovery of the body raised questions. It was still the season of the weeping winds, so how did a woman manage to find her way here and accurately locate her husband's body? Jesse shook his head. Perhaps understanding this will reveal the monster's true abilities. "Are there any clues?" Leon inquired. Indeed, as they arrived at the crime scene, Leon immediately spotted a pit in the ground. Within it lay a coffin, and inside rested a grotesque-looking man. The man's eyes bulged, his skin a sickly shade of blue. Blood oozed from his nostrils and ears, and his neck bore numerous lacerations, with superficial veins ruptured. It was difficult to fathom the despair this individual must have endured before death. Judging by the position of the corpse, he had likely perished in a struggle. Leon gazed at the clawing, contorted body, forming his initial impression. Jesse pointed to a nearby coffin lid, which prompted Leon to turn his attention there. The stone coffin lid bore glaring bloodstains indicative of desperate claw marks. Combined with the severed nails and the bloodied hands, it became evident this man had been buried alive. Suffocated to death, Leon inhaled deeply, sensing the strangeness of the situation. A premonition washed over him. The new monster was a high-ranking abyssal creature, possessing the ability to lure individuals from their homes. Otherwise, how could a normal person have died in such desolate surroundings? Brother Jesse, what is the clue you mentioned? At Leon's inquiry, Jesse pointed to a woman being guarded by the saints in the distance. That's her, the blacksmith's wife, the one who discovered the body. Without hesitation, Leon approached the dazed woman. She was clad in plain linen garments, her appearance unremarkable. Hello. She offered no response, appearing completely lost in her thoughts. Jesse approached and shook his head. It's no use. Her mental state is highly unstable. We would need to use a protective charm to awaken her. However, in her current state, using the charm could lead to a fatal conflict between the weeping winds and the sacred powers. Leon furrowed his brow. So the clues have run dry. Jesse patted his shoulder and indicated a small object clutched in the woman's hand. This is the clue. Upon closer inspection, Leon noticed that the woman was tightly holding a piece of parchment. The yellowed parchment was ancient, and Leon sensed an aura of the abyss emanating from it. All the answers lay within this piece of paper. Chapter 27. Taking the initiative. As Leon reached for the parchment, Jesse intervened, stopping him. Your approach is all wrong. Watch me. With that, Jesse contorted himself into a U shape and gradually maneuvered in front of the woman, using one hand to unfold the parchment. For reasons unknown, this paper can only be held by her. If anyone else attempts to take it, it will ignite into flames and reappear in her grasp. Watching Jesse's peculiar antics, Leon's brows twitched in irritation. The once solemn atmosphere was instantly disrupted by Jesse's antics. Let me try. With that, Leon swiftly snatched the parchment from the woman's grip. At this sight, Jesse quickly rose. That's futile. I could just relay its contents to you. I can see it, Leon interjected. Do you love him? But it is certain that you are the one he loves most. Will you come? He is in the third grove to the west. If you do not arrive before dawn, he will perish. Of course, be cautious on your journey, lest you meet your own demise before him. The blacksmith, Kyle, is about to be consumed by darkness. Was this the reason she was able to locate the body? Leon contemplated the parchment, a piece of his confusion dissipating. Jesse, perplexed, remarked, How could you hold it? We tried countless times. Perhaps it is because I am also a monster, Leon replied with a wry smile, acknowledging the disdain that people often harbored towards their kind. Sensing Leon's thoughts, Jesse comforted him with a pat on the shoulder. Cheer up. At least you haven't slaughtered me yet, right? To Jesse's jest, Leon shook his head and smirked. Rest assured, before I do that, I would end my own life. Returning to the matter at hand, they had clarified the reason for the blacksmith's wife's presence. Yet, one question lingered. How had blacksmith Kyle ended up here? Leon scanned the surroundings, but found no useful clues. It was now evident that before the monster harmed its victims, it delivered a death notice to their loved ones, likely intending to lure them out of their homes. Jesse nodded, agreeing with Leon's analysis. If that's the case, then the blacksmith's wife has escaped a grave fate. Suddenly, Jesse froze, lifting his gaze. Leon, oblivious to Jesse's unusual demeanor, continued his analysis. I don't know if this woman is safe, but I am eager to learn how the blacksmith met his end here. Have you asked her this question? When a prolonged silence followed, Leon turned to Jesse, who waved his hand before Leon's face. Pushing Jesse's hand away, Leon found his friend's behavior perplexing, questioning how they could focus on the task at hand when Jesse seemed to be acting strangely. What is wrong with your eyes? At Jesse's inquiry, Leon rubbed his eyelids. What is the matter? I feel fine. Jesse pointed at his forehead. I mean this one. It seems to have been fixated on the parchment for quite some time. Both men turned their gaze toward the parchment, and to their astonishment, the writing had vanished, replaced by several crimson symbols. What is this? Jesse was at a loss, unable to comprehend the situation of the parchment. Meanwhile, Leon's expression darkened, for he could decipher the symbols. The one about to be consumed by darkness, Leon. I have been marked. A sense of dread washed over him. He had merely come to investigate the new abyssal monster, yet he had unwittingly drawn its attention. Upon hearing this, Jesse furrowed his brow. Is it because you took the parchment? Perhaps. It seems that the abyssal monster has no intention of sparing this woman. I have stepped in front of the bullet. At that moment, Leon's forehead began to throb again, as if the eye there was fixated on a vacant patch of ground several dozen meters away. Jesse followed the gaze of his companion. There must be something over there. Summoning a group of elite soldiers, Jesse led them towards the clearing. The soldiers began their work. And soon enough, they made a remarkable discovery. There was something buried beneath. In a matter of moments, they unearthed a stone coffin from beneath the clearing. Upon opening it, they beheld a corpse lying inside, its death strikingly similar to that of the blacksmith, Kyle. One soldier, upon seeing the body, expressed his astonishment. This is the blacksmith's brother. Did he not leave Steel City long ago? How could he be buried here? Jesse was taken aback. Do you know him? The soldier nodded. Yes. I heard that he joined some grave robbing gang. The last news I heard about him was 2 years ago, when that gang was eradicated. At that moment, Leon approached. And upon gazing at the lifeless body, a thought struck him. Could it be that Kyle's appearance here was somehow tied to his brother? Jesse was momentarily stunned. Are you suggesting that Kyle also received a death notice? Unlike his wife, he chose to arrive before dawn. Leon nodded. But there is still a question. Why did the blacksmith's brother die here? A wanted grave robber could not possibly enter Steel City, not even in ordinary times. Glancing at the parchment in his hand, Leon suddenly felt a surge of interest in this matter. Perhaps if they could unravel the connection between the two, this new abyssal monster would no longer pose a threat to humanity. Hearing this, Jesse couldn't help but break into an excited smile. The weakness of the abyssal monster. If we can uncover it, a promotion and raise will surely follow. Wrapping an arm around Leon's shoulder, Jesse cheerfully remarked, Your third eye is truly remarkable. It always manages to spot the highlights around us. Leon shrugged. I haven't even figured out its purpose yet. I never expected you to discover it first. That's because you don't pay attention. I've long understood the patterns of this eye. Firstly, it is most attracted to things related to the abyss. Secondly, to the bosoms of girls, especially those that are ample. And lastly, to treasures and money. Upon hearing Jesse's account, Leon's face darkened instantly. Jesse continued to chatter away. Every time I follow its gaze, I always stumble upon unexpected gains, either a beautiful woman to behold or money to pick up. He. Ah, so it turns out that this third eye is quite the lecherous one. No wonder Emilio avoids him. This was the reason. The surrounding soldiers cast envious glances at them. Was it still possible for them to forge friendships? They were not interested in money. They simply yearned for a beauty radar to accompany them on shopping excursions. Enough banter. Let us devise a plan tonight to see if we can capture this abyssal monster. That's easy. I'll consult the elders right away. With you as bait. That abyssal creature will undoubtedly come looking for you. Thus, the fishing operation in Steel City was set to commence. Chapter 28. The Last Night. As night fell, a thin white mist stirred along the streets, mingling with eerie sounds in the mournful wind. Shadows flickered in and out of sight, as if figures were moving within the mist. But who would dare to roam the streets at such an hour? These phantoms could not possibly be living beings. Yet they appeared so real, their running, laughter, and hushed whispers echoing in the air. Ding-dong. The sound of a music box chimed nearby, its tone crisp and melodious. Accompanying the music, Leon heard the laughter of a child, so vivid and drawing closer. Under the lamplight, Leon peered into the distant fog and saw a dark figure hastening towards him. As the footsteps grew clearer, he finally discerned what was approaching. A girl in a long dress, clutching an ancient music box. Big brother, does it sound nice? As the girl spoke, the gaping wound where half her head should have been began to ooze blood, a foul stench wafting towards him. Glancing up at the oil lamp hanging above, Leon smiled. Come into the light. My eyesight isn't good enough to see clearly. The abyssal creature hesitated, unwilling to step into the lamp's glow. Sensing that Leon was unafraid and contemplating retreat. Just then, Leon unexpectedly approached the girl, stepping into the darkness. To the creature's surprise, he dared to leave the light, prompting a cruel smile to spread across her face. Coupled with her half-formed visage, that smile was utterly chilling. Let's play a game, big brother. All right, if I win, you must tell me where the higher abyssal monsters are. The girl lifted the music box, gently winding its key. This music box can only be wound 20 times. If you turn it too much, it will break. We'll take turns winding it, with a maximum of 12 turns each time. He. The game is quite simple. Isn't it? Taking the music box, Leon turned the key gently. So, what happens if we lose? They began passing the music box back and forth, and upon hearing Leon's inquiry, the little girl donned a friendly smile. The loser's head will explode like the music box. As the winding tightened, the music box emitted a strain of distressing sounds. The once melodious notes now transformed into an ear-piercing creak. The box returned to Leon's hands. Now wound 15 times. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he was poised to win this game. Don't waste time now, or else the uncles and aunts will be angry. At some point, Leon found himself surrounded by myriad shadows, their visages obscured by the mist. Blood-red eyes scanned the surroundings, revealing an expression of utter disdain. Shaking the music box in his hand, Leon chose not to continue. He could win with just 2 more turns, but he refrained from doing so. The reason was simple. From the moment he stepped into the darkness, the music box had forged a connection with him, regardless of who wounded it the 21st time. The one to suffer the consequence would invariably be himself. One must never trust the rules of a game set by abyssal creatures. Their intent is always to take your life, not to secure victory. Sensing Leon's intention to abandon the game, the little girl's expression turned sinister. Disrupting the abyssal creature's rules would strip her of all restraints, permitting her to attack her target at will. With a swift motion, a sharp trident lunged towards the girl's neck. The trident, entirely black, emanated a potent aura of the abyss. At the first sight of it, the girl screamed, and the surrounding phantoms scattered in a frenzy. In the blink of an eye, the girl vanished, along with the music box in Leon's possession. Did she escape? Leon sheathed the trident, expressing his disappointment. It was still too difficult to eliminate an abyssal creature amidst the fog. He had managed to catch them off guard. Yet they still managed to flee. Inside a nearby building, a group of white-robed saints observed the scene through a peephole. How terrifying. Who are you referring to? Of course, that kid Leon, who can act with such audacity in the dark. Leon was well aware of their ambush. After all, he could not confront high-level abyssal monsters alone. Speaking of high-level abyssal monsters, Leon retrieved the parchment. Gazing upon the blood-red inscriptions above, Leon murmured to himself, why does it not show itself yet? If it attracts other advanced abyssal creatures, we shall be in grave peril. A sigh escaped his lips as the night breeze swept in, causing the oil lamp hanging from the pole to sway, rendering the surrounding light unstable. Suddenly, an excruciating pain shot through Leon's mind, and he felt the blood eye on his forehead contort grotesquely, the veins around his eyes bulging ominously. What is happening? Have I lingered too long in the wailing winds? The throbbing agony rendered Leon grimacing, leaving him momentarily bereft of solutions. The saints within the room seemed to sense the anomaly. Jesse's heart raced with alarm. Something is amiss. We must investigate outside. Several saints hastily withdrew the door latch, but a bizarre occurrence transpired. Bang! Bang! Damn it! It won't budge. A white-robed saint pounded on the door, yet this seemingly ordinary barrier appeared glued shut, refusing to yield. Witnessing this, Jesse's heart sank, and without a moment's hesitation, he shouted, Leon, run. Divine protection. Boom. The white light struck the door, but aside from billowing clouds of black smoke, it yielded no effect. It was now evident that this door bore the seal of some abyssal creature. Jesse, consumed by urgency, took several steps back and launched a flying kick. Thud. His foot struck the door, causing it to tremble thrice, yet it remained obstinately closed. Jesse, come quickly. At that moment, a saint preparing to break the window suddenly called out. The group quickly gathered by the window, casting their gaze onto the street. A colossal shadow loomed over Leon, emanating an aura of the abyss. Even as saints, a mere glance left them feeling as though their souls were being drawn into the chaotic abyss. Jesse trembled, summoning every ounce of strength to pound on the window. Yet, like the door beside it, the window too resisted all human force. Leon, quickly, to the sanctuary. Hurry. Regardless of how fiercely Jesse shouted, Leon could only hear the howling wails of the wind. Confused thoughts flooded his mind, as the blood eye on his forehead rapidly expanded, overtaking his entire brow. Struggling to lift his gaze, Leon beheld a red-eyed raven. Do you have a beloved one? Do you think they would risk their life to save you? The somber voice resonated, enticing one into degradation, shattering thoughts, and filling them with madness. This was a power unique to the abyss, pure madness incarnate. They would. Leon instinctively replied. The abyssal creature smirked mockingly, the raven perched upon its shoulder cawing in raucous laughter, as if to deride Leon's response. Then, let us see. The mists thickened abruptly, obscuring any view of the street from within the room. As Leon's figure vanished, Jesse pounded on the window with futile and despairing cries. Chapter 29, The Undertaker. The familiar woods, the resting place of the blacksmith Kyle. This return to a place once known brought no joy to Leon, as the abyssal creature before him was too terrifying. Towering at 3 meters, its muscles coiled like ropes, it bore a stone coffin upon its back, with a red-eyed raven standing upon its shoulder. This was the newly emerged abyssal entity, and it was unmistakably a creature of high rank among its kind. Clad in a burlap sack, only a pair of pitch-black eyes were visible. Those suffocating eyes bore into Leon, as the abyssal creature lowered the coffin, a substandard specimen. Shall I invite you in? At that moment, Leon had yet to recover from the chaos. The overwhelming abyssal aura emanating from this being stirred the abyssal power within him. Biting down hard on his tongue, he struggled to regain his composure. This state rendered him vulnerable, with any thought of resistance seeming like a distant luxury. The abyssal creature did not strike immediately. Instead, it placed the coffin upon the ground and sat upon it. Do you wish to break my rules? I find that quite intriguing, especially given that room full of saints is rather enticing. Leon froze upon hearing these words, an ominous premonition rising within him. You wretched creature. Wisdom is a precious commodity. Not everyone possesses it. You may call me the Undertaker. I arrived in this city just yesterday. Indeed, this being displayed intelligence and a fair degree of cunning. However, compared to the Night Watcher, it seemed more inclined toward slaughter and chaos. Leon fought to suppress his tumultuous thoughts. Since they could engage in conversation, it was clear the Undertaker sought to extract information. Yet in his current state, he found himself unable to even engage in simple contemplation, let alone extract information from the Undertaker. Why do you do this? Upon hearing Leon's inquiry, the Undertaker initially hesitated to respond. However, after a moment of thought, he decided against his usual direct approach, finding it a tad unamusing. Most importantly, merely destroying the enemy's body felt too elementary. He craved to strike at their very hearts. Does one from the abyss require a reason to kill? Caw. At that moment, the raven on his shoulder suddenly emitted a piercing cry. The Undertaker paused. Do you think I am rambling too much? The raven turned its head, excitedly eyeing the distant city, as if something there piqued its interest. Following the raven-esque gaze, the Undertaker patted its large head. I almost forgot. That group has prepared a feast. If I arrive late, there will be nothing left to enjoy. With a wave of his hand, blue flames ignited in the Undertaker-esque grasp, and when they dissipated, he held a piece of parchment. Leon, at this moment, sensed that the parchment he possessed had vanished. The Undertaker produced a quill. The game continues. May I ask, who do you believe loves you most? He remained silent. Everything was uncertain, and a hasty response could easily trigger a fatal outcome. Yet even if Leon chose not to speak, the Undertaker continued his writing. Odd Lefana. How intriguing that you bear surname. Might you be a noble lady? The abyss erupted, the pain in Leon's head forcing him to kneel. However, more terrifying than the mental torment was the realization that the creature knew this name. Your adoptive sister. Do you think she would come to your aid upon realizing you are in danger? Rolling the parchment, the Undertaker presented it to the raven. Without hesitation, the red-eyed raven seized the parchment and took flight toward the city. Watching the raven depart, the Undertaker rose, for it was time for him to commence his work. Boom. The heavy coffin lid crashed to the ground, revealing the pitch-black interior of the coffin. The Undertaker stepped forward and seized Leon by the ankle. Anticipate it. Struggling in the darkness, wavering, suffering, and enduring relentless torment. Will your most trusted one come to your rescue, or will they remain an indifferent spectator? The oxygen within is only sufficient for you to survive until the sun rises. Your hope now rests entirely upon your adoptive sister. With a swift motion, the Undertaker hurled Leon into the coffin. Grasping the coffin lid with one hand, the Undertaker smiled. Let your heart be filled with hatred in the dark, despising her for not coming to your rescue, especially when you placed such trust in her. The coffin lid slowly closed, the Undertaker's dark eyes emanating malice. At the outset, one might empathize with the other, for this is indeed a time of lamentation, where emerging into the open could very well lead to demise. Perhaps perishing alone is the wisest choice. However, I have witnessed many such individuals. When the air becomes scarce and darkness engulfs their hearts, they completely lose their reason, cursing, harboring resentment, uttering the most venomous of curses. It is only when those they trust respond with indifference that I yearn to witness the chaos consume the lamb. With a resounding thud, the stone sarcophagus sealed completely, gradually descending into the earth. Abyssal creatures, most of whom are exceedingly malevolent beings, revel in the spectacle of their prey spiraling into hysteria within the confines of rules they themselves have established, particularly relishing the moment when humanity is extinguished. To them, it is a veritable feast. The Undertaker embodies such an abyssal creature. His game is fascinating, toying with human nature and instilling fear. Whether it be the interred or those receiving death notices, they are perpetually tormented mentally. When the parchment is dispatched, this trial of humanity commences. In Steel City, East District. Within a castle constructed of white stone, numerous white-robed saints bustle about. This is the Temple Church, the second core institution of Steel City, whose influence blankets much of the human realm. The temple is a presence within every empire. In this fantastical world, the power of faith is formidable, particularly that of mainstream beliefs. On the second floor of the church, in a modestly decorated chamber, a woman clad in a crimson nun's habit, strikingly beautiful, gazes out over the expanse of Steel City. She possesses flowing golden hair, azure eyes, and skin as pale as snow, her figure remarkably curvaceous. This woman is none other than Lion's adoptive sister, Odilfine, the chief nun of the temple in Steel City, the dream of countless young men. Suddenly, a cawing raven interrupts her thoughts, causing Felina to glance curiously in its direction. How could there still be birds flying at this hour? Her gaze quickly locks onto the raven approaching from afar, and she narrows her eyes. The abyss. The Undertaker's raven alights upon the windowsill, dropping the parchment before dissipating into black smoke, as if it had never existed. Felina furrows her brow, staring intently at the parchment for an extended moment before finally retrieving it. As she unfurls the parchment, its contents send a jolt through her heart. It seems I must venture out. A glint of cold determination flickers in her eyes as she casts her gaze toward the towering crucifix on the wall. Soon, to the astonishment of the saints, their chief nun emerges from the temple, bearing a crucifix larger than herself. Odilfine, chief nun of the temple in Steel City and the leader of the temple's armed forces. Chapter 30, The Fierce Battle. The Undertaker had never anticipated that Lion's sister was one of the temple's own, and moreover, one of the strongest in Steel City. Had his mind been sharper, he might have discerned the clues as to why a bearer of abyssal artifacts would associate with a congregation of saints. The primary reason lies with Felina herself. This chief nun is not merely the object of desire for countless young men. She is also the fearsome crusher. Those who stand against her are destined for a singular fate. Their bones shall be pulverized to dust. As the colossal crucifix hurtles toward him, the unparalleled pressure is suffocating. Amidst the winds of lamentation, a figure races down the street. A red-eyed raven soars leisurely through the air, occasionally glancing back with interest. This time, he and his master have ensnared a substantial quarry, and he firmly believes that his master, the Undertaker, will undoubtedly entomb this nun beneath the earth. Not for any particular reason, but simply due to the raven's inexplicable confidence. It feels its master is invincible. Felina, sprinting through the streets, follows closely behind the raven, effortlessly bearing the weight of the several-ton crucifix upon her back. The red-eyed raven, akin to a traitor, serves as a beacon, beckoning Felina onward. Meanwhile, the Undertaker remains poised, anticipating whether the prey shall appear. It seems she will not come to your rescue. He chuckles darkly. After half an hour has elapsed, he concludes that the prey is unlikely to materialize. Based on prior experiences, he can ascertain that at this juncture, if there is no movement, barring the possibility of death en route, the prey should have emerged by now. Typically, prey appears within an hour. Beyond this point, it becomes increasingly improbable. Gazing down at the site where Lion lies interred, the Undertaker murmurs softly. Those who wish to save you would dash out without hesitation, while those who do not would seek excuses amidst their struggles, reaching for the massive iron shovel at his waist. A glint of cold malice flashes in the Undertaker's eyes. In the face of danger, true friendship is a myth. Only darkness remains ever present. With a swift motion, the shovel is brandished, the gust it generates bending the surrounding trees. With a thunderous crash, earth and stone erupt, dust soaring to dizzying heights, sweeping away fallen leaves. The clash between the crucifix and the shovel rends the ground asunder for several meters. Thus, I detest everything. Whether you are saved or not, you shall perish. As weapons clash, Felina spins in midair, creating distance from the Undertaker. Caw! The red-eyed raven lands triumphantly on the Undertaker's shoulder, audaciously taunting Felina, gripping the shovel tightly. The Undertaker's eyes, visible beneath the burlap sack, convey an unsettling menace. He harbors a greater disdain for individuals like Felina than for those who merely cling to survival. Why? Why do these people rush to save others? When I was entombed in the grave, why did those who called themselves brothers turn a blind eye to my plight? I shall not allow you to prevail. You will experience the anguish I once endured. Die. The Undertaker stomps the ground, causing the earth to crack. Confronted with such formidable might, Felina remains unperturbed, lightly tapping her forehead with 2 fingers. Weapon blessing. Buzz. A radiant white light envelopes the massive crucifix. Divine grace. The blessing of courage, the dawn's benediction, the gift of protection, the melody of the heavens, the safeguard of holy light, the blessing of honor. Dozens of blessings descend. Leaving the Undertaker momentarily dazed, he glances at the raven on his shoulder, utterly bewildered. He wishes to inquire of the red-eyed raven from whence such an anomaly arose. How can one engage in combat after receiving so many enhancements? Felina, radiating brilliance, firmly grasps the crucifix. I grant you one chance. Release him. The Undertaker looks skyward, realizing this battle may extend until dawn. As the sun approaches the horizon, his strength will wane, and at that moment, he shall surely not be a match for the woman before him. Thus, he has already lost this game. But so what? He is, after all, an abyssal creature. Roar. With a furious bellow, the Undertaker suddenly appears before Felina. The iron shovel is raised high and brought down with immense force. In the face of this thunderous strike, Felina deftly sidesteps, avoiding the blow that would have even grazed her nun's habit. The strike misses, and the Undertaker is met with the ever-enlarging crucifix in his field of vision. Bam! The stone crucifix embeds itself forcefully into the Undertaker's face, shattering the abyssal aura surrounding him. Boom! Like a kite severed from its string, the Undertaker is sent hurtling through the air, tumbling across the ground for dozens of rolls, colliding with several large trees before finally regaining his footing. Gazing at the chasms he had carved, the Undertaker shook his neck and rose anew from the ground. Are you truly brave? A blinding light descended, and the Undertaker had no time to react before he was forcefully slammed back to the earth. Boom. At that moment, Felina had entered a state of combat, wielding her cross with formidable strength, causing the earth to split with terrifying ravines. The Undertaker lay within the crevice, relentlessly judged by the cross. Perched on a branch, the red-eyed raven watched in astonishment, finally grasping the nature of the monster he had brought to his master. Ding! An iron spade intercepted the descending cross, and the Undertaker's eyes glowed crimson, his frenzied aura erupting uncontrollably. With a hum, the chaotic breath of the abyss suddenly burst forth, prompting Felina to retreat. The Undertaker stood again, though now he was battered and bruised, his wounds emitting a holy light that hindered their healing. Be buried, lamb. He pointed with a single hand, causing the ground to tremble. Sensing the disturbance, Felina swiftly planted the cross into the earth. Let the light shine upon me. The blinding golden radiance illuminated the forest, momentarily weakening the abyssal aura surrounding the Undertaker. Yet, this could not halt his incantation, as from the ground, stone coffins began to rise. In mere moments, the forest transformed into a graveyard, the sinister, malevolent energy beginning to spread, clashing with the golden light. The Undertaker removed the burlap sack from his head, revealing a face twisted by asphyxiation. There comes a moment when light must extinguish, darkness endures. Praise the abyss. With a clap, the Undertaker pressed his palms together, and the swirling black mist surged toward Felina. As the dark energy enveloped her feet, a stone coffin abruptly appeared behind her. Countless shadowy hands emerged from the coffin, grasping Felina's body and pulling her forcefully. These were the vengeful souls of those slain by the Undertaker, each pair of hands equivalent to an abyssal monster. Crack! The coffin slammed shut, for Felina had been dragged inside. Witnessing her entrapment, the Undertaker erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha! Be consumed by darkness, human. Those sealed within the coffin can never escape unless released from without. This ability was the Undertaker's proudest skill. Once sealed, whether in a coffin, a house, or even a cardboard box, escape was impossible. However, observing the still glowing cross, the Undertaker sensed something amiss. Chapter 31, Spoils. The golden cross trembled slightly, and the next second, with a roar, it shot upwards, smashing the coffin that held Felina into ruins. Effortlessly, she caught the cross mid-air, reappearing before the Undertaker. Impossible, you. Before he could finish, Felina was upon him, swinging the cross upward with all her might. Bang! The Undertaker was sent hovering in the air. And it was far from over. Felina hoisted the cross once more and swung it. Bang! The cross struck him in the midsection, making the abyssal monster experience the true meaning of a shattered spine. This blow left the Undertaker questioning his existence. He had never imagined that abyssal creatures could be struck like this. Previously, he had been the one to torment others with physical means. Now he finally understood the agony of being on the receiving end. Suddenly, as he was propelled backward, he sensed an unusual energy. Felina planted the cross into the ground and touched her forehead with 2 fingers. Divine punishment. A thunderous crash echoed as golden lightning struck down, directly hitting the suspended Undertaker. Within the golden lightning, he felt excruciating pain. Far worse than the physical torment was the abyssal power within him being diminished. If this continued, he would truly be killed by the woman before him. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, the surrounding coffins opened, and shadowy figures emerged. These were all the humans slain by the Undertaker, armed with curved daggers and equipped with specialized shovels for tomb raiding. Their identities were easily discernible. They were all grave robbers. The moment these abyssal monsters appeared, the temperature around them plummeted. Kill her. At the Undertaker's command, a horde of gruesomely disfigured grave robbers surged forward. Witnessing this, Felina smirked, her target now unmistakably clear. She glanced at the only coffin that remained unopened, surmising her brother must be trapped inside. With a swift turn, Felina executed a beautifully angled side kick against the cross. The cross flew forth with a resounding crash, aiming directly for the unbroken coffin. The Undertaker's eyes bulged in rage. Should this woman shatter the coffin, by the rules, he would indeed be defeated. This was something the Undertaker could not permit, Those consumed by darkness ought to perish within the coffin. There was no way he would allow her to escape alive. Yet, in his disarray, the Undertaker could do nothing but watch as the cross shattered the stone coffin. As the coffin crumbled, the Undertaker let out a furious roar of defiance. No. With the breaking of the coffin, the abyssal monsters froze in place. Suddenly, a violent wind arose, and dark shadows reached from the coffins, pulling the grave robbers back into their depths. Crack! The coffins shut once more, slowly sinking into the earth. You have lost. Summoning back the cross, Felina gazed coldly at the Undertaker. The latter knelt upon the ground, unyielding bitterness reflected in his dark eyes. According to the rules he had set, his opponent had fulfilled all conditions and successfully defeated him. This humiliation was far more unbearable than death itself. With a rustle, a pitch-black coffin emerged from the earth, and the Undertaker lifted his gaze, coldly regarding Felina. By the rules, I shall slumber this night, returning to that familiar yet suffocating place. If permitted, I would desire to battle this woman until both of us perished. I am confident that before my demise, I could inflict a grievous bite upon her, leaving her in a fate worse than death. But it is all over now. Due to my recklessness, this game has ended in failure. Felina, witnessing this scene, wore a disdainful smile. Did he truly believe he could walk away alive? Raising her hand, a golden orb of light began to coalesce, an astonishing holy power dispelling the darkness. Yet at that moment, a mist surged forth, shrouding the Undertaker in obscurity. Seeing this, Felina gritted her teeth. That damned mist. To slay a high-ranking abyssal monster required several conditions. One must not be within the mist's range, possess the strength for a single fatal blow, and the opponent must surrender and allow themselves to be killed. A being of such stature as Daenerys could easily vanquish an abyssal monster. But how many beings of such caliber existed in this world? At least in Steel City, there was no such presence. Otherwise, a mere handful of high-ranking abyssal monsters would not dare to wreak havoc. The Undertaker discerned the intentions of his adversary, a smirk involuntarily curving his lips. Wait. Just wait for the moment of my return, and I shall entomb you in the deepest abyss, subjecting you to eternal torment. I have not forgotten you. Though obscured by the mists, Felina was nonetheless resolved to make an attempt. Whoosh! The sacred light surged forth, transforming into golden arrows that pierced the fog and struck the Undertaker's form. At that moment, the Undertaker seemed incorporeal, akin to a mere phantom kneeling amidst the mist. The black coffin gradually engulfed him, and he parted his lips slightly. The abyss endures. Crack! The Undertaker was irrevocably confined within the stone sarcophagus. As the mist dissipated into the air, with the Undertaker's departure, Leon, who had been prostrate on the ground, was finally liberated from the suffocating aura of the abyss. His consciousness beginning to return, the blood eye on his forehead, initially poised to feast upon its master, now hesitated upon noticing the imposing figure of the great nun before him. The blood eye obediently began to retract. Now was not the time for usurpation, for even if successful, he would be crushed by the formidable beauty before him. Thus, one must learn to exercise patience and endure. Felina, observing Leon's trembling form, felt a pang of compassion and lifted him into her embrace. It will be all right. Everything will turn out well, won't it? Suddenly, a piece of parchment drifted down upon Leon, revealing the inscription, "The spoils you deserve. I eagerly await the moment your soul descends into the abyss." The script vanished in an instant, replaced by a line of blood-red symbols. Felina could not decipher this, but Leon, now fully aware, read the content of the parchment. Two statements, one true, one false. Here is safe. Perhaps we could dig a pit to bury ourselves. And this place is not safe. If I were you, I would leave Iron City with utmost haste. Leon's foggy mind struggled to comprehend the meaning, but fortunately, his sister was by his side. As Felina recounted the parchment's contents, she fell into deep contemplation. Today, the lord of the city and the elders continued with yesterday's plans, and thus far, Iron City had not been besieged by hordes of abyssal creatures. Felina held little faith in either statement. After all, abyssal artifacts were never benign, their sole purpose being to lead one to corruption. Convinced that there was no need to dwell excessively on this matter, Felina resolved to first escort Leon back to the sanctuary. However, both of them stood in stunned silence, unable to believe their eyes as they gazed upon the urban landscape. A blood-red luminescence illuminated their cheeks, and a towering crimson beam pierced the heavens, unleashing a chaotic and malevolent aura. What? How could this happen? Leon's heart raced with terror, realizing that at some point, the entirety of Iron City had been enveloped in bloodlight. Chapter 32. Out of control. Moments earlier, within the confines of the house where Jesse and the others were trapped. Hey, did I just imagine that? I think I saw Lady Felina dart past. One of the saints observed the commotion outside, having glimpsed a familiar figure flash by. Rubbing his eyes, the saint felt uncertain. When he looked again, the street was deserted. Jesse hurried to the window, scanning the street, but found no trace of the person he had hoped to see. You must be hallucinating. Lady Felina is stationed at the sanctuary tonight, and aside from us, she shouldn't know about Leon's predicament. Another saint approached, clearly skeptical of his companion's words. The first saint who had sensed the anomaly sighed, "Alas, we five are truly inept. We intended to ambush the abyssal creatures, and now, not only have we failed to capture any monsters, but Leon has been taken as well." Jesse remained silent, his eyes narrowing as he focused intently on the street outside. Suddenly, he noticed something peculiar. Wait, perhaps Lady Felina truly did come by. Look over there. He pointed towards a recessed footprint illuminated by the street lamp. Only a handful of people in Iron City could leave such an imprint on marble. The other saints crowded closer, excitement igniting in their expressions. Indeed, look there. The depth of the impression suggested that the lady had donned the sacred stone cross. In an instant, hope surged within the five saints. The only reason Lady Felina would leave the sanctuary would be if she had learned of Leon's dire situation. Jesse's face broke into a relieved smile. That monster must have presented the parchment to her. It truly is a foolhardy move. The other four saints shared a collective grin. Felina, the most formidable presence in Iron City, when roused, would be unstoppable. Hee, the lady's footprints. Once we get out, I must chip that marble piece off to keep as a memento. Not if I get to it first. The lady's footprints are mine. Jesse hastily quelled the rising commotion. Everyone, there's no need to rush. There will undoubtedly be many more footprints along the way. We shall simply follow the trail back to the sanctuary. Hearing Jesse's words, the exhilaration of the group was palpable. They longed to escape the confines of the room and begin their excavation. Unfortunately, the Undertaker seal was far too robust, rendering their escape impossible. Just as they debated the significance of the footprints, a rustling sound emerged from the fireplace behind them. A shadow fell silently from the chimney, landing discreetly within the hearth. Due to the ashes, this entity made no noise. It was a severed head, a grotesque human visage. Its arrival caused the flickering flames to waver, threatening to extinguish. Suddenly, the eyes of the head stirred, focusing on the group huddled by the window. A chilling gust swept through, causing the surrounding flames to falter. Jesse, leaning against the window, shivered involuntarily. BRR, it just got a bit chilly. Could there be abyssal creatures nearby? The chill was to be expected. This was a dwelling previously visited by high-level abyssal monsters. Strange though, how could so many victims go unaccounted for? As the group conversed, the head within the hearth began to levitate, drifting slowly towards them. It opened its mouth, and countless delicate tendrils emerged, targeting the neck of the nearest saint. The fine appendages pierced the saint's nape, reaching directly to his spinal column. Inside the saint's body, the tendrils severed the nerves along the vertebrae, then reconnected the cut nerves. Remarkably, the saint remained utterly oblivious to the ordeal. Wait, why is my hand moving? In shock, the saint watched as his arm rose uncontrollably, reaching toward the neck of his companion. The bizarre scene caught the attention of his comrades, who were growing increasingly impatient. What are you doing? One questioned. Swatting the saint's hand away, the dismissed hand fell limply, as if devoid of strength. Suddenly, the controlled saint extended his other hand. This time, his motion was swift, clamping down on his companion's throat. Ugh, MMM. The saint gasped in horror as he was lifted off the ground. Jesse and the others noted the unsettling turn of events and turned to look. Jack, what are you doing? Release him at once. You're nearly choking the life out of him. A saint, witnessing the dire situation, did not hesitate to step forward and grasp Jack's arm. Yet, the moment he made contact, an unsettling realization struck him. Having frequently engaged in arm wrestling with Jack, he was confident of his superior strength. However, as he gripped Jack now, he felt not flesh and blood, but the unyielding hardness of steel. Tears welled in Jack's eyes, and terror etched his features. I want to let go too. But my body, it's no longer under my control. What? Jesse gasped in alarm, rushing to assist. A sickening crack echoed. The saint whose neck Jack had seized tilted his head, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. This man had been murdered by Jack's own hand. His neck twisted beyond repair. The sight left the four companions in a haze of disbelief. Their comrade had perished before their eyes, and the perpetrator was none other than their dearest friend, Jack. What the hell are you doing? Jesse shouted furiously, swinging his fist toward Jack's face. Yet, Jack's reflexes were astonishingly swift. He caught Jesse's fist and twisted with brutal force. Another crack resounded as Jesse's arm contorted grotesquely. He cried out in excruciating pain. Meanwhile, the assailant was already in a state of utter despair, weeping uncontrollably. I didn't want to hurt you. Please, just end my suffering. It's the abyss. It's the abyss that has taken control of me. Oh, God, put an end to this madness. In the face of Jack's unraveling, The remaining three were hardly more composed. One saint hurriedly lifted Jesse, creating distance between them and Jack. As they distanced themselves, they finally caught a glimpse of the grotesque head. It was wide-mouthed, with countless tendrils embedded in Jack's nape, seemingly unfazed by its exposure. How could it possibly be here in the room? Amidst the confusion of his companions, Jesse acted decisively, raising his still-functioning arm. Holy light, purify the filth before us. A brilliant beam of white light shot forth. However, upon striking Jack, it bore no effect. Jesse was struck dumb. The creature had turned Jack into a shield. But even as a shield, the monster, connected to Jack's body, should have suffered harm. Why, then, did it remain unscathed? Die? A saint, still near Jack, drew his sword, aiming a fierce strike at the creature's head. The blade gleamed with frigid light, slicing through the air as it descended. Yet Jack, raising his hand, caught the blade, feeling no pain even as it pierced flesh and bone. His body was no longer his own. It had been wholly commandeered by the monster. Seeing the first strike fail, the saint immediately withdrew and swung again. With a sickening squelch, Jack's entire arm was severed, blood gushing forth and staining the floor crimson. Damn it! The saint was momentarily at a loss. If this continued, Jack would surely perish. The creature was cunning, entirely indifferent to Jack's fate, using his body as a mere shield. It seemed the head had sensed the shift in momentum. It was astonished that these individuals still possessed the courage to fight back. The other two saints had also armed themselves, and if this continued, it would soon be overwhelmed. With a gleam of malice in its blood-red eyes, the creature re-established a connection to one of Jack's nerves. A heart-wrenching wail erupted from Jack as the sudden return of sensation nearly caused him to faint. The saint across from him stood frozen, uncertain of what transpired, yet deeply concerned for Jack's well-being. In that moment of distraction, Jack surged forward, using his remaining arm to knock the saint to the ground. But that was not the end. The head, sensing the opportunity, unleashed a multitude of tendrils that burrowed into the saint's mouth. The saint gasped, struggling against the suffocating grip. Clutching his sword, he swung at the tendrils. But in the next instant, the blade halted mere inches from its target, as if his body had betrayed him. He too now experienced Jack's plight. His body no longer under his own command. The head bore a sinister smirk, then sent forth another tendril, piercing the neck of the deceased saint. To their horror, the saint, whose neck had been broken, inexplicably rose to his feet. You bastard! Jesse's rage ignited as he charged forward without a second thought. Clang! Their swords clashed, and the resurrected saint stood defiantly before the monster. Jesse, sever my spine. As long as my body is incapacitated, it cannot control us. The other two controlled saints swiftly joined the fray, and soon Jesse found himself at a disadvantage. Jesse, I'm coming to help. The remaining unclaimed saint rushed in, blocking the two possessed saints. The room erupted into chaos, swords flashing as both sides exchanged furious blows. Yet this was but a temporary reprieve. The controlled creatures exhibited enhanced physical prowess, unburdened by fatigue, while Jesse and the living saint were mere mortals, their capabilities dwindling in comparison. Before long, the monster seized its chance, compelling Jack to embrace one of the saints. Without hesitation, the controlled saint thrust his sword forward, impaling the two living beings before him. Blood sprayed, painting the room anew in crimson. No, the sight ignited Jesse's fury, forcing back his adversary with a strike before he dashed toward the other side of the battlefield. However, before he could reach them, he found himself ensnared once more. Meanwhile, the saint clutched Jack, tasting blood in his throat, unable to suppress the torrent that escaped his lips. His heart had been pierced, unless a miracle intervened. His demise was imminent. Jack, cough, cough, my dearest brother. Do not speak. This is all my fault. The saint lifted his gaze, his dim eyes ignited with fervor. Let our souls heed the morning bell's call. May evil be banished from this world. May the lost find clarity, and light forever dwell in our hearts. As he recited the sacred words, Jack's tears flowed freely. The saint grasped Jack's shoulders tightly, bowing his head. The decapitated saint attempted to withdraw his sword, only to find the blade fiercely held in place. Gritting his teeth, he proclaimed, "It is time, brothers." Summoning an unexpected surge of strength, he propelled them both toward the fireplace. The distant creature attempted to intervene, but the saint continued to exert his will. With a thunderous crash, the three plunged into the roaring flames. The oil they bore ignited upon contact with the fire, erupting in a devastating explosion. The blaze illuminated the room, and the creature sought to manipulate its puppets from the inferno. Yet no matter how it tried to command them, its efforts were in vain. Amidst the flames, Jack lay atop the decapitated saint, his teeth clenched against the edge of the fireplace, refusing to relent even as they shattered, blood pouring from his mouth. The monster, witnessing the scene, hesitated not a moment before re-establishing the connection to Jack's pain receptors. However, Jack had long since transcended the influence of physical agony. The torment of his body paled in comparison to the anguish within his soul, transforming sorrow into strength. Perhaps this encapsulated Jack's true essence at that moment. Before long, the monster's tendrils were severed, leaving it devoid of control over its marionette. A hiss escaped the creature, its displeasure palpable at the diminishing number of puppets. Fortunately, it still possessed one intact and vigorous puppet. With a splatter, scalding blood sprayed across the monster's visage, drawing its puzzled gaze. There its sole puppet lay, impaled through the chest by a razor-sharp blade. Jesse, cough, survive. Clang. The blade clattered to the ground, the spine shattered. The puppet was now utterly incapacitated, stripped of its combat efficacy. Such damage rendered it not only immobile, but also beyond any hope of salvation. Injured and battered, Jesse turned towards the monster, staggering towards it. The creature widened its eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom how a cripple could vanquish its perfect puppet. And Jesse's retort was, surprised? My strength stems from fury. With a sudden lunge, he charged at the monster, his speed leaving it in disbelief. Whoosh! A mass of ebony tendrils lashed out, aimed directly at Jesse's face. Yet, in a flash of cold light, those tendrils were all cleaved from existence. Denying the monster any chance to react, Jesse swung his sword in fury. Bang! The creature's head was cleaved in two, the sword's momentum driving it deep into the floor. Dark ichor spilled from the monster's cranium, convulsing for a moment before falling silent. Thud! Jesse collapsed to his knees, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. Victory had been claimed, yet all his brothers were gone. He had contemplated such outcomes before. Yet when confronted with this harrowing scene, Jesse found it nearly impossible to accept. Creak! Perhaps the heavens were celebrating his triumph, for the door swung open. Grasping his sword, Jesse struggled to his feet. Now was not the time for sorrow. The wailing wind of despair had not yet ceased. Countless souls faced the same dire fate. Step by step, he moved towards the door, prepared for death on this night. But as he emerged from the house, the sight before him plunged him into despair. Countless individuals, under the monster's control, were assaulting the residences. Chaos reigned in the streets. As puppets, they shattered doors and trampled flames, rendering homes no longer a sanctuary for the living. Cries of agony and wails echoed in his ears as Jesse stood frozen, witnessing this infernal tableau. A dozen puppets took note of his presence and rushed towards him without hesitation. Raising his sword, Jesse's cold heart ignited once more. Tonight, he would fight to the death. Yet, suddenly, those puppets seemed to lose their purpose, halting in their tracks. They turned once more to attack the surrounding houses, entirely disregarding Jesse. Touching the green light before him, Jesse's heart brimmed with confusion. An intriguing figure indeed. Turning around, he beheld a being suspended in midair, cloaked in black robes. Obscured beneath a hood shrouded in mist, holding a white candle with a gently flickering green flame. The Night Watcher. Chapter 34, The Transaction. To his astonishment, the legendary Night Watcher appeared before him. Jesse found himself at a loss, uncertain of how to proceed. Should he strike at this entity? Such a monster was far beyond the capabilities of Steel City to confront. The Night Watcher presented the white candle before Jesse and spoke, an intriguing individual. Shall we engage in a transaction? The green flame cast an eerie glow across Jesse's face, causing his heart to momentarily halt. A transaction. Yes, a transaction that was assuredly equitable, or so it seemed to me. The Night Watcher's tone was flat, as if he regarded everything with indifference, surveying the hellscape around them. Jesse lowered his gaze. Can you tell me where these monsters originate? Upon hearing this, the Night Watcher raised a hand and snapped his fingers. Snap! The surrounding scene shifted abruptly. To Jesse's astonishment, he found himself inside a dwelling. Within the room, a father and son lay lifeless on the floor. Standing nearby were a lantern-bearer and a mire-hound. The instant Jesse laid eyes on these two abyssal monstrosities, he felt his soul plummet into a freezing abyss. A bone-chilling dread flooding his mind. The rustling sounds echoed incessantly in his consciousness. Do not be alarmed. This transpired 2 days ago. As the Night Watcher spoke, Jesse's awareness returned to normal. The scene around him began to shift once again. Almost there. If only we could capture one more legendary offering. Summoning that esteemed one would be effortless, muttered the lantern-bearer hoarsely, as he waved his hand to produce 2 strands of black hair. Casting the hair upon the corpses of the father and son, Jesse watched as the ethereal strands settled upon their foreheads. Instantly, the once dead bodies opened their eyes, their heads and bodies separating autonomously. The ensuing spectacle nearly made Jesse retch. He beheld the 2 heads gnawing at their own flesh, bones, blood, and entrails being crushed and devoured. After completing this gruesome feast, the 2 heads burrowed into the fireplace. The vision froze, and everything around him shattered like glass. Soon, Jesse found himself back on the familiar street. Before he could voice his questions, the Night Watcher promptly answered the queries swirling in his mind. They seek to summon a lesser abyssal creature, the aberrant cranium. Once that monstrous head descends, not just Steel City, but the surrounding miles will plunge into the abyss. Regrettably, this group was overly arrogant, leading to a mishap during the capture of a legendary being. The ritual could not be completed, forcing them to slightly alter their plans. Glancing at the monster heads controlling humans, the Night Watcher murmured, "These subpar specimens fear neither flame nor light, for they yearned for illumination more than anything in their dying moments." At this revelation, Jesse's heart jolted. If the Night Watcher spoke the truth, to thwart these monsters, one would need to extinguish the light of Steel City entirely, yet such an act would be tantamount to suicide, as the creatures lurking in the mist would seize the opportunity to slay everything within sight. These heads harbored countless secrets, yet those were premium content requiring a price for revelation. The sights before him were nothing short of a ghastly tableau. A husband strangled his wife. An elder hurled his grandchildren to their demise, while a younger brother, sheltered behind his elder sibling, drew a dagger and plunged it into his brother's back. Each act was met with confusion and resentment from the victims, while the perpetrators suffered equally profound torment. What do you desire? Jesse realized that this could no longer continue. Even if Steel City managed to quell the chaos, how many would remain alive by then? And what suffering would those who survived endure? He turned his gaze towards a dwelling, witnessing a young man personally slay his elderly father, the pain of his actions evident afterward. Only those who had endured such experiences could truly comprehend. The Night Watcher gazed at the blood-soaked sky before shifting his attention away, with a finger pressed against Jesse's chest. The Night Watchman spoke with an air of indifference, a heart that embraces death in pursuit of life, a soul steadfast in its belief in the light. A blade thrust towards one's dearest, and thoughts steeped in fury. Any one of these can ensure your survival until dawn. Jesse lifted his head, his eyes brimming with tears. I surrender everything to you. I implore you, save Iron City. With a thud, Jesse knelt upon the ground, this saint humbling himself before the abyssal monster. The Night Watchman's black robe rustled more audibly, the flame in his hand shimmering with newfound brilliance. It was laughable that a follower of the light would kneel before the darkness. Beneath the hood, the mist remained undisturbed, and the Night Watchman did not respond immediately. After a few heartbeats, he placed his palm atop Jesse's head. Oh, pure and unblemished faith, all of this is precious to me. Thus, I am the one who has gained. Suddenly, a blood arrow erupted beneath the Night Watchman, a sharp blade piercing through his chest, extracting his heart. Thank you. In the end, this saint perished before the abyss. As he lifted his hand, a white soul, a crimson consciousness, a golden faith, and a still beating heart all floated upward, clasped within the Night Watchman's grasp. As for the long sword, he cast it but a fleeting glance. It was merely an opportunity for this individual to cling to life. Yet, this great saint did not disappoint the Night Watchman. The collection was growing. The light blooming amidst the darkness was truly intoxicating. As he tucked these items into his robe, the Night Watchman prepared to fulfill his own decree. His figure began to ascend into the sky, and in that moment, the monsters within the city sensed something. All the high-ranking abyssal creatures raised their heads, gazing at the green light in the heavens. In the expanse of blood, that green light appeared so trivial. Yet, it was that flicker of flame that tugged at the hearts of all in Iron City. Even Felina, engaged in battle, lifted her gaze toward it. Indeed, both factions ceased their movements. When that light ascended to a certain height, the Night Watchman's calm voice resonated. Now, this city shall be guarded by the night. Monsters, retreat. In an instant, the mist enveloping Iron City dissipated, countless monsters howling as they vanished, their heads unable to withstand the Night Watchman's might, exploding into fragments at once. The high-ranking abyssal creatures watched in frustration, yet they were powerless. An entity of the Night Watchman's caliber was beyond their reckoning. The lantern-bearer raised his head, regarding Felina, who was praying, "Let the wretches languish beneath the abyss." With a whoosh, the Night Watcher and the multitude of high-ranking abyssal creatures faded with the wind. This final breeze whisked away the last vestiges of malevolence. The lamenting winds of Iron City came to a halt. With the cessation of hostilities in Iron City, the annual calamity was nearing its end. Chapter 35, Absurdity. Dawn broke. Yet, at this moment, Iron City felt no joy in their reprieve. This victory was too devastating. Countless families had lost loved ones that night, and those who struck were their own hands. Beneath the morning sun, Lord Eric sat in the street, wielding a short sword. "My lord, casualties are still being counted. It is significant." He waved his hand, signaling the guard to refrain from further commentary. Even before the casualties were tallied, Eric had a rough estimate in his mind. "Inform the treasurer. For each household that has lost a member, 10 gold coins, for the injured, 2 coins, and for those permanently disabled, a monthly stipend of 20 silver coins. Such generous compensation did not stir Eric's heart. He had an abundance of wealth. The pressing concern was to stabilize the populace's morale. The pain brought upon Iron City by this lamenting wind was beyond description. Gather the soldiers. Today we shall collectively bury the deceased to prevent the onset of plague. After arranging everything, Eric sighed and rose from the ground. The abyss perpetually suffocated humanity. Was there no sanctuary in this world? The guards watched the Lord's solitary figure, shrouded in morning light, and felt a profound sorrow. Soon, Eric's policies were set into motion. First, to comfort the residents. Next, to repair facilities and homes. And to collect and inter the bodies. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner. Before long, preparations for the collective burial were complete. And Eric ascended a platform before the witnesses of the entire city. Through a speech reminiscent of a confession, he once again secured the hearts of Iron City's citizens. Below, all faces were washed with tears, some fainting from overwhelming sorrow. Meanwhile, the funeral at the temple was underway, with the elder of the temple delivering a eulogy. Esteemed guests, last night we lost 327 souls. The elder's words were eloquent, yet Leo, seated below, absorbed little of it. His gaze was vacant, fixated on the 5 corpses atop the platform. They were Jesse and the others. When Leo arrived on the scene, he was rendered speechless. Unable to comprehend that Jesse had perished in such a manner, guilt surged within him, and he was at a loss as to how to face the temple community moving forward. The elder's eulogy was brief, for such sentiments, if prolonged, would seem insincere. As the eulogy concluded, the members of the temple lifted the bodies and proceeded to the cemetery. Once everyone had departed, Leo remained frozen in the center of the hall. Felina, noticing his state, shook her head. She understood that her brother needed silence, not consolation. To utter a plethora of comforting words would only deepen Leo's self-reproach. Thus, Felina followed the main group to the cemetery, leaving Leo alone in the hall. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass, illuminating Leo's numbed face. Suddenly, his bloodshot eyes snapped open, a thought piercing through his mind. Startled from his reverie, Leo fumbled to retrieve something from his cloak. Soon, he produced a piece of parchment, upon which red symbols began to materialize. A message from that esteemed individual. He is a fascinating person, and his consciousness conveyed to me that he desires a marble tombstone. One marked with footprints, located at. Who is this esteemed individual? Whoever is deemed worthy of such a title by this parchment must be no insignificant figure. Recalling the sight of Jesse's lifeless body, with darkened eyes and a missing heart, yet a smile upon his face, Leo connected the dots. He suddenly realized who had struck a bargain with the night watchman. It was clear that the night watchman would not assist humanity without cause, unless someone had paid a price. This thought lingered in his mind, particularly the image of Jesse's eyes, which had been devoid of light, unmistakably indicating that the soul had been wrenched from the body. He must seek out the elder for answers. With a sense of urgency, Leo hastened toward the main group. He could not allow Jesse's death to remain shrouded in mystery. If Jesse was a hero, then he deserved to depart in a manner befitting a hero. Instead of a mundane burial, he received merely a gravestone marked with footprints. Soon, Leon caught up with the main group and, after overcoming numerous obstacles, reached the elder's side. Noticing that Leon was seeking him, the elder raised his hand to dismiss the crowd. Once everyone had dispersed, the elder finally spoke. What is it? Gazing at the amiable elder before him, Leon bowed slightly and said, Elder, I wish to know how Jesse met his demise. Is it possible that he struck a deal with the Night Watcher? The elder paused momentarily at this revelation, but his expression quickly returned to normal. Do you have any clues? Yes, Leon replied, retrieving a piece of parchment and translating its contents. However, mere words were insufficient, and Leon proceeded to share his conjectures again. After stroking his beard, the elder gestured for Leon to follow him to a nearby willow tree. Once beneath the willow, Leon, feeling a bit anxious, inquired, Elder, do you think my reasoning holds merit? The elder did not answer immediately. Instead, he gazed out at the rolling expanse of graves. After a lengthy silence, he finally spoke. It is not about merit. Jesse indeed made a pact with the Night Watcher. What? Leon exclaimed, filled with excitement, never expecting his suspicion to be validated. Grasping the elder's arm, he urged, then what are we waiting for? Let us go see the Lord of the city together and ensure Jesse receives a heroic farewell. Suddenly, Leon realized that no matter how hard he pulled, he could not budge the elder in the slightest. Shaking his head, the elder's demeanor shifted to one of melancholy. Child, those who make bargains with the Night Watcher can be warriors, adventurers, soldiers, or common folk, but they cannot be saints. Why not? Leon's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart feeling as if struck by lightning. Observing Leon's bewilderment, The elder explained. Because the lord of the city requires a hero of Iron City, not a hero of the temple. Just then, another voice chimed in from behind them. Moreover, saints cannot bow to the abyss, let alone publicize Jesse's dealings with the Night Watcher. Leon turned in shock to see his elder sister, Philona, approaching. The elder sighed. Alas, I am powerless. The temple must maintain an irreconcilable stance against the abyss. Leaning against the willow tree, Philona scoffed. True heroes remain unknown, while buffoons stand atop the hall. Neither you nor Eric are virtuous. At that moment, Leon finally comprehended. These individuals had long recognized Jesse as a hero. Yet, due to their ludicrous self-interests, they would never acknowledge him as such. With tears welling in his eyes, Leon realized the depth of their treachery. They had rendered Jesse's death a farce. You scoundrels! The flames of rage ignited within him, filling his mind with thoughts of vengeance. The blood eye on his forehead now shone with terror. This boy was inviting disaster. While he sought to tempt Leon into corruption, the two deities beside him rendered a descent into the abyss akin to searching for dung in a latrine with a lantern. Without a word, the blood eye fell into dormancy, severing its connection to the abyss. The parchment, sensing the shift, followed suit in feigning death. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Leon's heart, once ablaze with fury, turned icy. In Iron City, the temple could not rely on itself. Nor could the abyss offer assistance. Ha ha ha, a wave of helplessness washed over him, and he found himself laughing through tears. With a forceful punch against the willow tree, leaves cascaded down, collapsing to the ground. His tears could no longer be contained as he choked out, I'm sorry. Chapter 36. A new seed. 3 days had passed since the wind of mourning had ceased. Jesse was buried in a simple manner, in accordance with his dear friend's wishes. Leon had taken down a slab of marble to craft a gravestone for Jesse. Staring at the footprints etched upon the gravestone, Leon clenched his fists silently. Philona, witnessing his turmoil, gently advised, I hope you do not let your anger cloud your judgment. Taking a deep breath, Leon lifted his gaze to the blue sky dotted with clouds. I'm sorry for causing you trouble, sister. I will go apologize to the elder. Now, Leon understood that some matters were beyond the capacity of just the two siblings to confront. Yet, this experience had imparted a crucial lesson to those in power. Only their interests mattered. They paid no heed to the feelings of mere mortals such as themselves. This was true for both Iron City and the temple. Perhaps this was why they were the rulers, while he was relegated to the status of an inconsequential monster. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the white flowers at the gravestone to sway, and under the expanse of blue sky and white clouds, the siblings remained in silence for an extended period. Eventually, the chapter of the hero came to a close, yet life must continue. Shifting his focus to Iron City, it appeared to have regained some vitality compared to the desolation of the temple graveyard. Merchants began to trade again, adventurers once more shouldered their packs, and ordinary citizens resumed their daily lives. A palpable sense of human warmth was spreading through Iron City, rapidly recovering from its wounds. One could not help but marvel at Eric's adeptness. This seasoned noble was exceptionally skilled in city governance. At that moment, Eric stood by the window, surveying much of Iron City. Breathing in the scents carried by the wind, he took a deep breath. It hasn't been easy. This old lord was, of course, lamenting his own struggles, as managing such a vast city required his personal involvement in every matter. Under such demanding conditions, to maintain order in Iron City was indeed no small feat. Creaking open, the door sounded, and without turning his head, Eric knew who had arrived. What is it, Justin? My lord, regardless of the past, the wind of mourning has passed, and I believe you should be attentive to that matter. Justin truly lived up to being Eric's prized pupil. He could anticipate Eric's thoughts with remarkable accuracy. This was reassuring. For the future steward of Iron City must not be a fool. You can treat me this way because you will eventually take on the surname Edward, but with others. Justin smiled slightly. I understand. Probing others' thoughts can lead to dislike. Turning around, Eric approached the wine cabinet and retrieved a bottle of wine. Justin promptly arranged the goblets on the table. Receiving the wine from Eric, Justin carefully began to pour. The crimson liquid flowed down the glass, filling exactly half a cup. Eric lifted his glass, giving it a gentle swirl, and with a smile, remarked, for the birthday of the Grand Prince, I hope our gift from Iron City stands apart. Justin raised another glass, responding with a smile. Direct military action might raise suspicions, but a campaign order can serve as a perfect cover to restore confidence in life. We shall wield our blades against the monsters. After being struck by Iron City, those creatures would undoubtedly present their gifts willingly. The master and disciple exchanged a harmonious toast, and amidst their clinking goblets, Eric commenced plotting against the Black Iron Mountains. Today was indeed a propitious day for memorials. At the dead volcano dragon's lair, Jiang Yang hummed a cheerful tune as he returned to his modest abode. Since the conclusion of the Wind of Morning, he had restructured his farmland and accelerated the pace of plant cultivation. Just moments ago, he ventured once more into the enigmatic cave to hasten the maturation of 4 saffron plants, successfully completing his title task. Simultaneously, the farmland at the entrance was reactivated, and after employing the fertilizer technique, Jiang Yang's stock of cherry tomatoes became bountiful once again. Remarkably, all of this was achieved with merely a bag of ordinary fertilizer and a bag of low-grade fertilizer. Although the consumption of fertilizer was somewhat excessive, the absence of provisions left Jiang Yang in a state of unease. With the conclusion of the wailing winds, the food supply for the dragon mother was also restored to normal. This provided Jiang Yang with the confidence to utilize fertilizers liberally. Host, Jiang Yang. Title, Farmer, increases seed survival rate, with a 1 in a million chance of cultivating mutated plants. Seed status, 10 red dragon cherry tomatoes, in growth. Seed status, 8 saffron, in growth. System items, wailing cherry tomatoes, purple, 2, red dragon cherry tomatoes, green, 200, saffron stigmas, green, 214, saffron stigmas, hope flower, 98. Unopened ordinary fertilizer, white, 1, low-grade fertilizer, green, 3, primary fertilizer, blue, 2, ordinary hoe, white, ordinary watering can, white. Seed holdings, 1 leaf lotus, green, corn, white. This constituted the entirety of Jiang Yang's assets at that moment, as he neared his goal of becoming a prosperous farmer. The sight of the dazzling array of items made Jiang Yang's mouth water uncontrollably. The 1-leaf lotus was an exceptional seed awarded by the system upon completing the title task, while the corn was a common seed received after harvesting the wailing cherry tomatoes. Ever since the wailing winds had ceased, Jiang Yang had been in search of suitable planting locations for these 2 types of plants. Regrettably, after several days of wandering, he had yet to discover an ideal spot. Ultimately, his lack of strength prevented him from venturing too far. Otherwise, how could he not find a suitable place to cultivate within the vast Black Iron Mountains? Pushing open the door to the 3-room apartment, Jiang Yang held his head high and swished his tail as he entered. Upon stepping into the living room, a chorus of voices rang out. Welcome back, big brother. Following you means 9 meals a day, each unique. Keep it up, keep it up. After this enthusiastic outburst, Lisa and Caesar felt a pang of despair. When would this sweet, yet arduous life come to an end? Jiang Yang feigned satisfaction with a nod and verbally rewarded them. Very good, quite spirited. The reason for the pretense stemmed from his own embarrassment at the overly awkward slogan. He wasn't attempting to foster any corporate culture, but rather conducting special training aimed at Lisa and Caesar. These 2 had a tendency towards mischief, and if left unchecked, they would inevitably embody the notorious traits of the Red Dragon. It wasn't that the Red Dragon personality was inherently bad. Rather, it needed moderation. An excessively arrogant and brutal demeanor would lead to misfortune wherever they went. Jiang Yang aimed to correct their characters through this method. One must understand that a sense of shame needs to be cultivated before one develops exceptional social skills. They must endure moments of social demise, commonly referred to as practice makes perfect. Nearby, the simple-minded duo struggled to suppress their laughter, yet the earlier scene lingered in their minds, leading one of them to burst into giggles. Lisa and Caesar turned around in anger. Had it not been for Jiang Yang's presence, they might have truly lunged at each other. All right, shortly you 2 will accompany me outside. We shall explore the eastern region. Chapter 37, The Goblin Town. Under Jiang Yang's guidance, the dragons swiftly departed from the 3-room apartment, heading towards the eastern slopes of the Deadfire Mountain to survey the terrain. Every movement of Jiang Yang and the dragons was observed by the dragon mother, Samryu. After all, the sudden recovery of her 2 offspring seemed rather suspicious. Yet, what could be done? Wasn't her own slumber more important? Rolling over, the dragon mother buried her head within a mound of gold. These little brats were growing far too slowly. She still had to allocate time for feeding them, which was exceedingly bothersome. Initially, she had hoped that 2 of them might perish to lighten her load, but now, those 2 had miraculously revived. This year's abyss was truly disappointing. It couldn't even manage to eliminate a single dragon hatchling. Just as the dragon mother lamented the unreliability of the abyss, her perceptive magic suddenly detected the presence of intruding creatures within her territory. Opening her dragon eyes, Samryu gazed toward the distant cave entrance, several kilometers away from her lair. A throng of diminutive, green-skinned creatures was advancing. This group of green-skinned monsters numbered nearly 100, all carrying boxes as they made their way toward the Deadfire Mountain. These were goblins, creatures resembling goblins yet possessing less exaggerated ears, with compact facial features devoid of sharp teeth. Furthermore, their temperaments contrasted. Goblins were marked by bloodthirstiness and greed, while these goblins exhibited a greater sense of order, though they were by no means virtuous. Comparing them to goblins was akin to contrasting scoundrels with miscreants. The leader of the goblin troop was an elderly goblin adorned with a white beard and dressed in a floral shirt. The old goblin glanced back at the lethargic line behind him and impatiently urged, "Pick up the pace. Be sharp when we meet the Lord." This old goblin, Yoda, was the mayor of Goblin Town. On this occasion, he led his troops deep into the Black Iron Mountains not to attack any race, but to pay a visit to the red dragon of the Dead Fire Mountain, namely, the Dragon Mother Samryu. As for the reason behind this visit, it harkened back to events of a few days prior. Steel City had suddenly issued a decree for extermination, mobilizing all adventurers to cleanse the Black Iron Mountains of monsters. Regardless of age or gender, anyone presenting the head of an alien or monster could exchange it for a reward from the city lord. The location of Goblin Town was rather precarious, situated squarely within the range of Steel City's cleansing efforts. This could not be deemed misfortune for Goblin Town. Rather, it stemmed from their choice of location. These creatures, being monsters and aliens, had not chosen to remain deep within the Black Iron Mountains, but instead constructed their encampment at the fringes. This ultimately placed Goblin Town at the forefront in the event of hostilities between humans and the Black Iron Mountains. In light of such a precarious position, it was primarily Yoda's own intentions that led to this choice. The old fellow had envisioned a prosperous path through trade with humans, prompting him to establish the tribe at the edges of the Black Iron Mountains primarily for financial gain. Was this strategy effective? One only needed to observe the treasures the goblins presented to Samryu to ascertain the answer. Nearly 100 goblins, nearly half of whom were burdened with supplies and riches, could scarcely be described as merely wealthy. They were positively overflowing with wealth. Yoda's scheme had proven remarkably successful. Within Steel City, various factions engaged in covert dealings with him. Even the Holy Temple sought his assistance when in need of resources from the Black Iron Mountains. If Steel City represented the dividing line between barbarism and civilization, then Goblin Town served as the nexus between the two, generating profits amidst the interstice. Alas, the pursuit of wealth was fraught with difficulty. The old goblin sighed, then stroked his beard adorned with gold rings. Flashing a grin revealed his pearly white teeth, each encrusted with vibrant gemstones. The aura of a nouveau riche emanated from him, and Yoda delighted in adorning himself with precious items. Soon, this troop of goblins would arrive at the Dead Fire Mountain. Yoda adjusted his disguise before addressing the goblins behind him. "Those who bear treasures, enter with me to pay homage to His Majesty, while the rest kneel in reverence." Thus, the goblins divided into two groups. One group prostrate themselves in submission, while the other ventured deeper into the cavern. Within the cave, Samryu was already aware of the unfolding situation outside. In essence, someone had come to deliver her gifts of gold, lying atop her mound of treasure. Samryu gazed with interest at the approaching goblins. The elder goblin, upon catching sight of her, immediately knelt down. "Oh, Great Majesty Bridget, you remain as formidable and awe-inspiring as ever, rendering me incapable of raising my gaze. Even in prostration, my very soul trembles before your might. Your cruelty akin to the abyss, your breath reminiscent of the inferno." The Dragon Mother, bored, absent-mindedly extracted coins lodged within her scales. This old fool's incessant flattery was beginning to grate on her nerves, almost to the point of causing calluses in her ears. Moreover, the name Bridget was but an alias. The Dragon Mother had long been known for her predatory exploits. The absence of a myriad of disguises would render her quite anxious. As for whether Samryu was also a pseudonym, who could say? Very well, save your obsequious praise for other dragons. I am not akin to that pathetic lot. Yoda hastily nodded in agreement. "Your Majesty, your benevolence illuminates the Black Iron Mountains, a radiance unmatched by those despicable dragons. Had you chosen to enslave us, we would have long since bowed before you in utter reverence." "Here we go again," thought the Dragon Mother, narrowing her eyes in suspicion, wondering if this scoundrel was courting peril. Sensing the danger, Yoda dared not continue his sycophantic praises and promptly articulated the purpose of his visit. "Your Majesty, I apologize for the intrusion, but the primary reason for my presence is that our goblin village wishes to submit to your rule." Such an opportunity might have been eagerly accepted by other dragons without a second thought, but the Dragon Mother was no ordinary creature. In terms of riches, she surpassed even the deities, and in strength, she could traverse this realm with impunity. As for those inept subordinates, she regarded them with disdain. The flattery she had grown weary of since her youth. Only power, treasure, and, comfort, were of interest to her. Now that she possessed both wealth and strength, all the Dragon Mother desired was to indulge in slumber. After all, dreams held limitless possibilities. Casting an impatient glance at Yoda, she growled, "Before I unleash my wrath, vacate my lair at once." Taken aback by such a response, Yoda sensed the situation had turned precarious. He quickly signaled to his companions, And these cunning goblins understood the cue. They promptly opened the treasure chests they had brought. At the moment the chests were unveiled, a dazzling array of treasure radiated forth: gold, silver, diamonds, gemstones, weapons, and armor in abundance. Although the dragon mother had little interest in these trinkets, she wouldn't mind augmenting her hoard. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a few intriguing boxes. These pearls seemed rather appealing, though they were not particularly large or of exquisite quality. She sensed a unique aura emanating from them. Yoda, noticing her interest, felt a surge of joy. He feared not the dragon mother's curiosity, but rather her disdain. "I'll keep the treasures, and you may depart." Yoda, who had intended to elaborate, was taken aback by this abrupt turn of events. Chapter 38, A New Planting Ground. Seeing the dragon mother disinterested in ruling the goblin village, Yoda's eyes brimmed with tears. "Oh, great majesty, I must confess, we find ourselves in dire straits. Recently, Iron City has issued a decree for a widespread hunt, placing my goblin village in grave danger." Waving her claw, the dragon mother drew the treasures closer, barely glancing at the gold and jewels. Instead, she was more intrigued by the small pearls. As the pearls slipped through her fingers, shimmering brilliantly, Shimiryu nodded in satisfaction. Observing Yoda's continued lamentations, the dragon mother scoffed. "Heh." Sensing a rising tension, Yoda quickly stifled his sobs and donned a sycophantic smile. "Your Majesty, might you extend a helping hand? After all, the Black Iron Mountains are your own backyard, and these audacious humans are far too bold." The dragon mother narrowed her eyes, her massive form rising, causing the treasures cascading down like a waterfall. "First, I abhor complications. Second, the affairs of humans are of no concern to me. Should they dare venture into the depths of the Black Iron Mountains, they shall meet their demise at the hands of my formidable minions without my intervention." Her fierce eyes narrowed, flames erupting from her maw. "I know not what schemes you plot, but do not provoke me." With a roar, her crimson breath surged forth, melting the surrounding gold into molten pools, a tempest sending the goblins tumbling. Yoda rolled on the ground several times, his white beard charred black by the searing flames. Daring not to further provoke the dragon mother, Yoda hastily regained his composure and lay prostrate. "Your Majesty, please quell your fury. We shall depart immediately." As the dragon's breath subsided, the dragon mother gave a dismissive huff and resumed her repose atop her mountain of treasure. Casting a glance at the boxes of pearls, she remarked, "Having accepted your treasures, I cannot neglect your plight." Yoda, on the verge of departing, felt a flicker of hope at her words and quickly knelt in gratitude. The dragon mother grinned. "If you cannot defeat them, why not flee? I suggest you relocate deeper into the Black Iron Mountains. Thus, the humans shall not reach you." Upon hearing this, Yoda's elation stiffened into a grimace. Relocation? How would he profit from that? Without the means to earn, he might as well be left to the mercy of the humans. Yoda's eyelids twitched, then he ingratiatingly replied, "Your Majesty speaks wisely. We shall ponder this upon our return." Realizing his plans had crumbled, Yoda dared not linger further. Should he truly anger this formidable being, the annihilation of his goblin village would be but a fleeting moment away. Ultimately, Yoda departed in a dejected manner, and as he exited the cavern, his gaze fell upon his charred kin, victims of the dragon mother's fiery breath. Yoda expressed no additional sentiment, merely gesturing, "Take them away. Do not tarnish the eyes of Her Majesty." Thus, the goblins hoisted the remains of their fallen comrade and followed the elder goblin back toward their village. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang remained blissfully unaware of the events unfolding within the dragon's lair, and even if he had known, he would have no inclination to intervene. After all, he was still young, lacking the capacity to command subordinates. Besides, the trivial matters at hand paled in comparison to the spectacle before him. Hurry. Let us see if there are any treasures." Before him lay a ruin, overtaken by verdant growth, its antiquity evident, dating back at least several millennia. This time, as part of a large expedition, Zhang Yang had ventured farther than usual. He discovered sites previously unknown to him. The ruin resembled a small town, not vast in size. Yet the peculiar architecture hinted at the unique cultural traditions of those who once inhabited it. Lisa and the other dragons, witnessing such a place for the first time, let out thrilled cries before rushing into the ruins. With his younger companions busy, Zhang Yang leisurely wandered through the remnants. "Oh, there are murals." While ambling about, Zhang Yang soon stumbled upon an area that stood out distinctly. He approached the mural with quickened steps, observing it with an appreciation for art. Upon the mural, a group of diminutive figures appeared to be engaged in a ritual, seemingly venerating a deity. The mural chronicles the customs and traditions of this race, as well as their faith. However, due to the severe weathering of the stone wall, Zhang Yang could not discern any clear meaning. As he walked, he suddenly halted in his tracks. Taking a deep breath, he squinted his dragon eyes. He sensed the aroma of treasure. Bending down abruptly, he began to search through the grass in the distance. It must be said that dragons possess an extraordinary sensitivity to the allure of riches. In no time at all, Jiang Yang discovered something that filled him with excitement. A pearl. A resplendent, multicolored pearl the size of his eye. Hiss, if this were in my previous life. How many small goals could this fetch? Carefully cradling the pearl, a broad grin twisted Jiang Yang's dragon visage. Jones. It's Lisa. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yang stuffed the pearl into his mouth. What are you doing? Upon hearing Lisa's inquiry, Jiang Yang turned around with a bewildered expression. Lisa leaned in suspiciously, gazing intently at him. Gulp goodness. Jiang Yang clutched his throat, his mind racing in a frenzy. Bam! A claw struck Lisa's head, and Jiang Yang's anger flared. This was a pearl worth several small goals. Such a fragile item, with a digestive system like that of a dragon. It would likely be reduced to nothing but remnants. After being suddenly struck by her older brother, Lisa pouted, covering her head with a look of innocent bewilderment. Rubbing her sore noggin, she murmured, "This place has already been thoroughly searched. It's impossible to find treasure here." This was the very reason Lisa had sought out Jiang Yang. They had roamed the ruins several times. What lay before them were traces of human destruction, indicating that this site had been visited by certain intelligent beings no fewer than 10 times. Humph, retreat, Jiang Yang commanded, his irritation palpable. He had become momentarily dazed by the unexpected delight, even forgetting he was a dragon and putting the pearl in his mouth. Not understanding why her brother was upset, but knowing her life depended on the saffron, Lisa chose to endure. Thus, the dragons withdrew from the ruins and continued their journey eastward. Jiang Yang planned to walk a bit further. If he still couldn't find a suitable location, he would have to return in defeat. Perhaps fortune was smiling upon him. For shortly after leaving the ruins, the dragon's field of vision suddenly opened up. A gentle breeze stirred, creating ripples on the lake's surface, while sunlight glinted off the water, casting dazzling reflections. Breathing in the moist air, Jiang Yang smiled broadly. He had found the planting grounds for the lotus. Hastening to the lake's edge, he extended his dragon claw to gently stir the water. Before him lay a lake so clear that its bottom was visible, the water quality nothing short of perfect. Surveying the surroundings, he found a tranquil serenity that felt purifying to the soul. Splash! Suddenly, a commotion erupted as Er Xiao dashed into the frigid waters. A whoa! Er Xiao let out an excited howl. It was the first time he had ever seen so much water. Soon, De Xiao, summoned by the commotion, plunged into the lake. Engaging in playful antics with Er Xiao, Jiang Yang, however, refrained from entering, as a red dragon was inherently averse to water. Nevertheless, he had his own way of enjoying the water. With a flick of his tail, pebbles flew from the lakeside, creating several skips before sinking into the depths. Observing this, Lisa and Caesar also became intrigued and joined in the game of skipping stones. Thus, the dragons frolicked by the lakeside. Yet a pair of emerald eyes watched them intently, filled with fury. Chapter 39, The Lake's Fairy. This place is splendid, though a tad unsafe. Jiang Yang tossed pebbles in his claw, his dragon eyes scanning the surroundings. While the location was indeed delightful, it was rather far from the dormant volcano, making it somewhat precarious to cultivate the lotus here. If some monstrous beast were to ravage the lotus, whom could he turn to for justice? Rubbing his chin, Jiang Yang pondered how to ensure the safety of the lotus. Glancing at Lisa and the others, it seemed a wise choice to arrange for guards to watch over the area. They could pair up, with shifts for day and night, to take turns keeping watch. His mind filled with memories of being exploited by his boss in his previous life, Jiang Yang prepared to implement a practical approach. Nearby, Caesar, who was busy skipping stones, suddenly shivered. He sensed a malevolent presence, glancing around but finding nothing amiss. Could it be that he hadn't consumed enough of the potion? Feeling the ominous aura from within, Caesar anxiously glanced at his older brother, contemplating how he might secure an extra serving of saffron tea. Just as this unfortunate lad was mulling over strategies, a terrifying force seized him. Plop. Before Caesar could even utter a cry, he was dragged beneath the lake's surface. Jiang Yang had witnessed this unfold clearly, and knowing the urgency of the situation, he immediately prepared to retreat and seek assistance. Hang on, little brother. I'll go get Mom. Without hesitation, Jiang Yang pivoted to flee. Yet, the assailant lurking in the shadows would not let him escape. A colossal blue hand emerged from the lake, seizing Jiang Yang as though he were a mere chick. This hand, composed of water, even contained little fish swimming within it. Brave one, do you know who I am? Plop. Another young dragon plunged into the water. The elder brother and younger brother were both ensnared, leaving Lisa stunned in place. If her eyes did not deceive her, that water elemental hand was no mere magic. It represented a formidable command over elemental forces. To wield such power against foes suggested that the unseen entity had a high affinity with water elements. With a sweeping motion of her tail, Lisa conjured a rudimentary magic circle. A crimson glow emanated from the circle as fire elements began to converge around her. Raising her head high, she proclaimed, "Behold my great fireball." Boom. The massive hand reappeared, swatting Lisa down as though swatting a fly, sending her crashing into the ground. The magic circle disintegrated in an instant, leaving no opportunity for her to unleash her spell. The blue hand hoisted Lisa by her tail, lifting her effortlessly. Dazed and disoriented, Lisa soon found herself thrown into the lake. The trio of young dragons found themselves in dire straits, with two of them unable to escape their watery prison. In the depths of the lake, their plight was akin to delivering themselves to their doom. The young dragon legion's first outing had met with an unforeseen assault from a mysterious creature, resulting in their annihilation. In the lake, Jiang Yang was trapped within a circular water prison, surrounded by water elements that caused him considerable discomfort. Though red dragons detest water, the ability to breathe underwater is an innate skill possessed by all dragons. Scanning his surroundings with keen eyes, Jiang Yang prepared himself for the bitter fate of consuming the Holy Maiden's fruit. The enemy was too powerful, and as a mage, he realized that as a mere warrior, he stood little chance against such an adversary. His only hope lay in harnessing the powers of the abyss. Perhaps then he might have a fighting chance. Before Jiang Yang could consume the berserk potion, he suddenly felt his body lifted off the ground. With a splash, 5 water columns erupted from the lake's surface, binding the young dragon legion in midair. A wolf! Air Shao cried out in terror, seeking his brother's assistance. With a grimace etched across his face, Jiang Yang lamented, "In my own dire predicament, I am powerless to assist. My benevolence is rendered futile, and I plead for mercy from the benefactor. Damn it! You wretched rodent lurking in the shadows, how dare you lay a hand on the red dragon Caesar? I shall tear you to shreds." His younger brother remained as brash as ever, incessantly taunting the unseen assailant. In contrast, Lisa displayed far greater wisdom than her companions, quietly analyzing her water-based magic in preparation for a timely escape. Suddenly, a laugh resonated through the air before them. "Almighty lizards, you possess quite the audacity." With a sound akin to bursting bubbles, a dainty girl materialized before them. She truly was petite, standing half a meter tall, only slightly larger than Jiang Yang's head. Lisa bared her teeth in indignation, exclaiming, "A fairy!" A pestering creature akin to a fly. Before them stood a fairy with cascading golden curls, an endearing visage, and emerald green eyes, complete with dragonfly-like wings at her back. With a flourish, she adjusted her water element gown and placed her hands on her hips, adopting an air of haughtiness. "Humph, I am the spirit of the lake, known as the Lake Fairy. You are the true flies here." Jiang Yang's eyes glimmered with cunning. "Ah, so you are the Lake Fairy. We meant no offense. Let us shake hands and make amends." Sensing Jiang Yang's sly demeanor, the fairy's nose crinkled slightly. "You appear more cunning than other red dragons." After a few tentative struggles, she dismissed the notion of cunning. All Jiang Yang desired was to regain his freedom. Realizing that softness was ineffective, Jiang Yang bared his teeth. "I advise you to tread carefully, young one. Do not be overly arrogant." The fairy narrowed her eyes, lowering her finger. With a splash, Jiang Yang found himself submerged once more, emerging into the air with a fierce glare, ready to unleash the crying saint fruit upon this insufferable fairy. "Humph. You must be the offspring of that red dragon from the dead volcano. We had a truce. We do not interfere with each other's domains. Have you come to provoke war?" Jiang Yang belched, sensing something amiss. Turning to Lisa, he inquired, "What level is our opponent?" Listening to his whispered question, Lisa gritted her teeth. "Legendary or a lower-tier demigod?" Jiang Yang felt an overwhelming urge to exclaim in disbelief. Yet he feared that doing so might invite peril from the fairy before him. Upon further contemplation, he realized that even with a berserk potion, he might not prevail. He cast a helpless glance at Lisa and Caesar, dismayed that they continued their reckless antics in the presence of such formidable might, nearly leading him to disaster. "Damn flies! I, the red dragon Caesar, shall remember you. One day, I shall drain this lake dry and cast you into molten lava, plucking your wings." With a thud, Jiang Yang's tail slapped Caesar's face, leaving him speechless. Shouldn't a bit of sweetness come with some common sense? Remembering grudges should remain in the heart, not spill from the lips. Noticing the fairy's puffed cheeks, Jiang Yang hastily apologized on behalf of his brother. "My apologies. This child has been tainted by the abyss, and his mental faculties are compromised as a consequence. If you sense it, you will understand." Chastised by his elder brother, Caesar could only bow his head in resentment, silently cursing the fairy before him. Recognizing her superiority, he understood that respect was necessary until he too became an esteemed figure. Jiang Yang donned what he believed to be a benign smile. A misunderstanding, purely a misunderstanding. We assure you we shall not set foot in the lake again. He secretly vowed that when next he returned, the lake would no longer exist. The fairy, seemingly perceptive of their intentions, scoffed. Heh. Even the abyss would not trust the words of a dragon. Taking a deep breath, Jiangyang attempted to suppress his rising frustration. We shall compensate you. Lisa, hearing this, turned her head away. It is futile. Flies only relish buzzing about, not coins. The fairy nodded, then immediately shook her head. You are the fly, the one who buzzes. Our fairy songs are the finest in the world. At this, Jiang Yang's eyes sparkled. Sheet music. I shall trade sheet music for my life. The fairy closed one eye, deliberately ignoring him. Though she did not speak, her meaning was clear. Could a dragon truly appreciate music? Have you heard of Mozart? Chapter 40. An unexpected encounter. I shall remember her. Sooner or later, I shall fill that wretched lake. In the forest, 5 figures raced at breakneck speed, with Jiang Yang leading the charge. Just moments ago, he had successfully escaped the clutches of the lake fairy at the cost of 3 sheets of music and 2 popular songs. Had it not been for Jiang Yang's past love for various forms of music, he might have faced dire consequences this time. Hearing his elder brother's threatening words, Lisa and Caesar remained unfazed, even stifling laughter. This was because their elder brother, in a desperate bid for survival, had been compelled to showcase his vocal talents to appease the fairy. That voice, thud. Caesar was knocked to the ground by a swat of Jiang Yang's tail, having caught the sound of his laughter in his keen ears. I was merely recalling something amusing, he protested while struggling on the ground, only to receive a cold glare from his elder brother. With a swipe of his dragon claw, Jiang Yang growled, strike him, with Jiang Yang's command. The other 3 dragons wasted no time in delivering a vigorous thrashing to Caesar. Lisa's blows were the harshest, for one must take advantage of such opportunities when dealing with a younger brother. After all, their elder brother possessed miraculous fruits that could mend injuries. As long as they did not kill him, he could always be revived. Despite enduring the onslaught, Caesar dared not retaliate, fully aware of his elder brother's terrifying prowess. Yet even as he was beaten, he retained a grin, showing no respect for his elder sibling. Just as the dragons took turns unleashing their fury, an unusual rustling sound erupted from nearby. Dragons possess keen hearing, and upon sensing the slightest disturbance, they turned their gazes toward the source. A group of green-skinned figures emerged from the underbrush, led by a flamboyant old goblin. The ostentatious decorations adorning the goblin caught Jiang Yang's eye. A delivery at our doorstep? A charitable soul? This is a great benefactor. Greedy glints flickered in the eyes of Jiang Yang and the other dragons, while the old goblin, Yoda, quickly broke into a cold sweat. Adjusting his singed beard, Yoda signaled to the goblins behind him. Suddenly, an impressive display of power erupted, revealing at least mid-tier warriors among them, including a high-tier warrior goblin. Jiang Yang squinted his dragon eyes. Indeed, the Black Iron Mountains were no ordinary place, as even goblins had high-tier warriors. How dare you show disrespect to His Highness? Kneel before me, Yoda shouted angrily, clearly displeased with the sudden display of power from the goblin warriors. Without a hint of defiance, the goblin warriors obeyed Yoda's command and promptly knelt. Seeing this unfold, Jiang Yang felt a tinge of surprise. It appeared that the old goblin possessed quite the capability. Yoda rubbed his hands together and, when faced with the young dragons, revealed a fawning demeanor. This ability to switch expressions was something Yoda had mastered second only to Jiang Yang himself. Your Highnesses, allow this humble servant to introduce myself. I am Yoda, the mayor of Goblin Town, with a penchant for amassing wealth, and equally for dispensing it. With a clap of my hands, a goblin emerged from the ranks, bearing a small wooden chest. I took the chest, and with deliberate slowness, I opened it. At the instant the lid lifted, a radiant burst of colors erupted forth. Hiss! Both Lisa and Caesar inhaled sharply, astonished. They had not anticipated that this creature would willingly offer them gifts. In contrast to the astonishment exhibited by the dragon's siblings, Jiang Yang remained composed. He placed his hand upon the small pearl before him, lifted it, and then gently set it down again. With a look of suspicion, Jiang Yang raised his head, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! Do you dare to conspire against me?" His expression suddenly morphed into one of unbridled fury, as if he were poised to rend Yoda asunder. The old goblin, taken aback, hastily waved his hands in denial. No. No. How could this old servant ever dream of betraying your highness? Jiang Yang, gritting his teeth, uttered a dangerously low growl. We have 5 dragons here, and you offer but a single chest of pearls. Are you not trying to ensnare me? Realization dawned upon Yoda as he wiped the sweat from his brow. He had feared that his ulterior motives had been uncovered. He quickly bowed his head in apology, exclaiming, "It is entirely my fault. Quick! Someone bring forth treasures for the other 4 princes." Thus, each of the 5 young dragons was presented with a small chest of pearls. Lisa and Caesar gazed at Jiang Yang with newfound admiration, having never perceived their elder brother in such a grand light before. With the gifts duly bestowed, Yoda eagerly initiated his long-concocted scheme. He approached Jiang Yang a few steps closer, then spoke with utmost respect. Your Highness, these treasures are but the leftover refuse offered to your Majesty. Why not accompany me to Goblin Town? I assure you, upon arrival, I shall present each dragon with a cartload of gold coins. Clutching the wooden chest tightly, Jiang Yang's eyes gleamed with avarice. Behind him, Lisa and Caesar's eyes sparkled with excitement. A cartload of gold coins. They had not anticipated that they would acquire their first fortune during their juvenile years. Could any other young dragon boast such a feat? Observing their eager expressions, Yoda felt confident that his plan was secure. However, who was Jiang Yang? Having endured the ruthless tribulations of society, he would not fall prey to the notion of free handouts. Is it true? A cartload of gold coins? More genuine than gold itself? Splendid. I will, Your Highness, attend. Yoda gazed at Jiang Yang, exhilarated, envisioning the scenario of ensnaring this greedy young dragon. Jiang Yang regarded him with disdain. Of course, I shall not go. Do you take me for a fool? Yoda's face fell in dismay. What peculiar creatures this brood of red dragons were, entirely devoid of a fascination for riches. Both young and old. Jiang Yang allowed a faint smile to break through. Perhaps if you speak the truth, I might consider it. As for your ploys to deceive a 3-year-old, spare me. I did not expect to be seen through by your Highness. The situation is thus. Yoda repeated what he had shared with the dragon mother, pleading with Jiang Yang for the assistance of this young dragon. Jiang Yang tapped the chest in his hands, adopting an exceedingly bored expression. Indeed, how vile of humanity to overlook our esteemed mother. Yes, indeed. He turned to his younger companions, Lisa and Caesar, who gazed at Jiang Yang with beseeching eyes, hoping their elder brother would acquiesce. For what dragon does not cherish wealth? Jiang Yang nodded, signaling he understood their sentiments. The two young dragons exchanged hopeful glances. Turning to Yoda, Jiang Yang decisively declared, we shall not go. If our mother deems the matter unworthy, what interest do we young dragons have in it? Gazing at the pearl-laden chest in his hands, Jiang Yang continued, however, having accepted your coin, we cannot neglect our duties. I shall guide you, for if you cannot prevail, you must at least know how to flee. Yoda's face twitched in anguish, hearing the words echo those of the dragon mother. This sweetness surely stemmed from their shared bloodline. Not a single dragon in this nest bore a semblance of normalcy. Yoda, lost in his thoughts, feigned a smile. Yes, your Highness speaks truthfully. We shall give it serious consideration. Cursing under his breath, Yoda did not linger, swiftly leading his goblins away from Jiang Yang and the other dragons. As the goblins departed, Lisa and Caesar grew discontent. Jones, why did you not agree? Indeed, it was so simple to earn money. Yet Jiang Yang's only response was a curt silence. Once more placing his claw upon the pearl, Jiang Yang attentively listened to the sounds emanating from within. Chapter 41, The Little Ridge. Tisk, the plan has failed. Yoda stroked his beard, his round eyes brimming with scheming thoughts. A goblin clad in warrior garb approached. What shall we do, Mayor? Steel City must be pressuring us to issue this decree. Yoda furrowed his brow. He was well aware of this trivial matter, yet it was far too troublesome. Drawing a deep breath, he surveyed the goblins behind him, then spoke ominously. Have we found any leads on that green dragon? Apologies, Mayor, we are still searching. Useless. With a powerful gust of wind, the warrior was sent sprawling, his body colliding with a tree before he finally came to a halt. The surrounding air grew turbulent, and Yoda's eyes blazed with fury. Pointing at the gathered goblins, he thundered, by any means necessary, we must capture that green dragon. Otherwise, we shall await our doom. The goblins bowed their heads, none daring to defy the mayor. Those who did had already met their fate as prey to the beasts. With a sweep of his sleeve, Yoda stormed toward Goblin Town, the others trailing behind with grim faces. They understood well that upon returning, they would have much work to do. Leading the way, Yoda muttered to himself, Cursed gold, why must you always tempt me? Meanwhile, Jiang Yang continued to listen to the sounds within the pearl. Alas, the pearl has filled the room. He gestured for Lisa to come closer. Cautiously, Lisa approached Jiang Yang, clutching the chest tightly to her chest. This was her lifeline. Her first fortune must accompany her until the end of her days. Regrettably, Jiang Yang's sights were set upon the chest she held. Open it, and let me see. No way. If I give it to you, I shall have none left for myself. Jiang Yang raised his claw, and the girl began to assert her defiance once more. Ultimately, under Jiang Yang's imposing presence, Lisa had no choice but to obediently open the chest. Oh great red dragon, Jones, please leave me a pearl. Jiang Yang held no interest in the pearls themselves. His curiosity lay solely in the source of these treasures. Placing his claw upon the pearl, he once more heard the familiar sound. If only there were fewer pearls, alas. When will the days of being inundated with pearls come to an end? Withdrawing his hand, Jiang Yang turned to the other 3 dragons. Seeing this, Caesar and the others opened their chests, reassured that Jiang Yang would not seize Lisa's pearls, and thus would not target theirs either. Indeed, their elder brother merely brushed his claw over the pearls and offered no further action. Jiang Yang scanned his younger companions, confirming that only he could hear the sounds of the pearls, and began to contemplate. After much deliberation, Jiang Yang swiftly reached a conclusion. Drawing a sharp breath, his eyes sparkled with greed. These goblins, it appears they possess something capable of producing pearls. Gazing in the direction of the departing goblins, Jiang Yang broke into a grin. It seems my dragon has suddenly set a small target. This time, Caesar had finally demonstrated a glimmer of wisdom. Brother, are you implying that? A mere cart full of gold coins? Huh. If I desire it, I shall take the entire town. With that proclamation, Jiang Yang dashed southward, towards the dormant volcano. Several dragons, witnessing this, promptly followed suit, with Caesar rushing to Jiang Yang's side, his voice laced with urgency. What are we waiting for? Let us charge forth. Patience, Jiang Yang replied. When circumstances appear abnormal, there is always something amiss. This peculiar behavior of the goblins surely indicates that their town is in trouble. Given the uncertainty of the situation, it would be unwise to act impulsively. Observing the old goblin's strange conduct, it was evident that this group harbored some nefarious scheme. Any plot must harbor flaws. Seizing the opportunity to capture the goblin town would undoubtedly be achievable. Turning to the direction the goblins had vanished, Jiang Yang declared, in a few days, once these rascals lower their guard, we shall investigate what the goblin town is truly like. Lisa's eyes sparkled with excitement. She sensed that a path to wealth was about to unfurl before her. Meanwhile, the big fool and the second fool let out a roar, affirming that they had long known following their brother would lead to a feast. Yet, it was Caesar who was most exhilarated. This venture promised not only riches but also a chance for combat. What could be more perfect? Indeed, war encapsulates the essence of life, and lost in his thoughts, Caesar failed to notice the path ahead. The consequence of running without watching where one steps is bang. Ouch, my back. A sudden halt caused Jiang Yang to collide headfirst into Caesar, the force reminiscent of a blind chiropractor from his past life. Losing his footing, Jiang Yang tumbled down the slope. Naturally, the culprit did not escape unscathed. Caesar rolled down alongside him. The 3 dragons trailing behind looked on in astonishment, only to reveal their sharp fangs the next moment. It seemed the time had come once again to pummel Caesar. As Jiang Yang tumbled down the slope in a chaotic heap, Caesar's plight was even more unfortunate. By sheer misfortune, he landed directly into a hole the size of his head. Coincidentally, Caesar's head wedged itself into the cavity. Jiang Yang stood, rubbing his sore waist. You guys truly have a knack for punishing your teammates. First it was the big fool, now it's Caesar. I can't help but wonder if Dragon Mother were to give me a whack, would my little frame withstand it? Casting a glance at the upside-down Caesar, Jiang Yang gestured to the dragons above on the slope. Receiving the signal, the 3 dragons charged down, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon Caesar. Remarkably, not a single cry of anguish escaped Caesar's lips, prompting Jiang Yang to marvel at the exceptional soundproofing of that hole. Setting the treasure chest down, Jiang Yang lifted his gaze towards the small ridge before him. The terrain appeared to have been artificially altered, littered with craters of varying sizes. The location before him had been affected, with a significant portion of earth uprooted. However, this spot stood considerably higher than its surroundings. Yet, such details were trivial. What mattered was the soil before him. The rich, dark earth stirred Jiang Yang's excitement, for having played a certain farming game. He understood the hierarchy of soil: black soil, red soil, yellow soil. Ah, my detour home was not in vain. I have indeed discovered a place suitable for cultivating corn. It was true. Upon departing from the fairy lake, Jiang Yang had not returned directly home, but rather took a longer route, which was why he encountered the goblins. With a burst of energy, he ascended the small ridge and gazed towards the distant dormant volcano. It was not far, perhaps a mere 10 kilometers, at their youthful dragon's pace. It would take but a moment. Turning back to his companions, still engaged in their assault on Caesar, Jiang Yang called out, "Just a few more swipes, and then your task shall commence." The dragons turned to see their elder brother holding aloft a golden object that shimmered in the sunlight, reflecting a divine glimmer. "I hereby declare this place to be claimed by me, Jiang Yang Belial Jones, the nth descendant of the divine farmer. Is there any dissent?" The big fool and the second fool raised their heads and howled, affirming that whatever their brother said was indeed correct. Caesar extracted his head from the hole, hastily gathering the scattered pearls while half-heartedly muttering, "You are absolutely right." As he collected the pearls, Caesar felt something foreign in his mouth and, without a second thought, spat out the white fragment. Upon hitting the ground, the fragment shattered into dust, swiftly whisked away by the wind. Chapter 42. All for Profit. The Goblin Town lay at the edge of the Black Iron Mountains, specifically at its deeper fringes. Even Yoda, with his audacity, would not dare display his illicit enterprises under the watchful eyes of humans. After a long day of travel, Yoda finally led the goblins back to their town. At the town's gates, the goblin sentinels, upon seeing their mayor's return, hastily swung open the heavy iron doors. Yoda's face was dark, devoid of any semblance of warmth. The guards, who had intended to curry favor, lowered their heads, fearful of incurring the wrath of their cruel mayor. As the goblin contingent entered the town, their eyes fell upon the well-structured residential buildings. On the wide streets, a throng of goblins busily transported goods scavenged from the Black Iron Mountains. Thanks to their geographical advantages, the goblin town could forego other industries, relying solely on trade to amass wealth. Every goblin within the town, barring the warriors, was a cunning merchant, even the 3-year-olds. Upon sighting Yoda, the goblins instinctively bowed in respect. Though a treacherous race, they revered heroes, and it was evident that Yoda, who had guided them to prosperity, was a hero in their eyes. Yet, today, their hero was clearly preoccupied, striding directly towards his palace without a moment's pause. The guards, well aware of the situation, halted their advance outside the opulent castle, not daring to draw closer. Pushing open the gilded doors, Yoda entered the pitch-black palace. The castle's hall was shrouded in darkness. An eerie silence enveloping the small fortress, a realm where none dared tread without Yoda's command. From the shadows emerged a figure, distinctly unlike the goblins. Boom! The surrounding torches suddenly ignited, flooding the dark hall with light. Well, have there been any developments? Upon hearing the inquiry from the figure before him, Yoda took a deep breath. None. That individual is beyond my reach, as well as yours. For now, we can only hope that the green dragon makes an appearance. In the glow of the flames, a strikingly handsome man stroked his chin, clad in a black robe adorned with silver threads. The intricate patterns coalesced into the shape of an eagle, signifying the attire of a noble from a certain empire. Are you suggesting that our deal may fall through? How could that be? Baron Gates, you underestimate me. Silver Gates, a powerful baron from the Principality of Noah, had no direct ties to the Black Iron Mountains. However, the Principality's exceptional shipbuilding prowess allowed them to extend their reach across the sea, establishing connections with the Black Iron Mountains. Baron Gates served as the vanguard for the Principality of Noah, facilitating contact with the official merchants of the Red Maple Empire. Originally, the Duchy's plan was to embark from the western coastal city, landing on the periphery of the Iron Mountains, and then follow the outer route to the Empire's Steel City. However, the newly arrived Gates, unfamiliar with the terrain, inevitably veered off course and stumbled into a goblin town. Gates was initially taken aback by this strange settlement. But as he delved deeper into the intricacies of the goblin community, the astute baron quickly discerned a lucrative opportunity. Consequently, he annulled the original plan and forged a new agreement with the goblin town. The wily Yoda was equally pleased, for he now had an additional buyer for his goods. Moreover, witnessing the duchy representative's generosity, Yoda, too, decided to extend his own largesse, unexpectedly reselling treasures previously negotiated with Illic to Gates. Although he felt a twinge of guilt towards Illic, the offer was simply too enticing. It was Yoda's avarice that ultimately gave rise to the summons for a punitive expedition. Mr. Yoda, to bolster your confidence, I bear good news. The Duke has taken an interest in that rare item. Upon hearing this, Yoda's eyes gleamed with a golden light. The Duke of the Noah Duchy could only be the formidable deity of war. His decision was vindicated. Clinging to the Steel City was folly. Casting a wide net was the only way to reap a bountiful harvest. Yoda stroked his beard, feeling optimistic about the unfolding events. Once the matters concerning the Steel City were resolved, transforming the Goblin Town into a Goblin Kingdom would be merely a formality. With a slight smile, Yoda nodded, rest assured. Baron Gates, your offer is generous and sincere, and I, Yoda, am a reasonable man. Gazing at the distant stained glass, his ambitions swelled uncontrollably. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to stabilize the Steel City. Since he could not employ greater troubles to hinder it, he would have to settle for a secondary option, which was to expel that green dragon. Gates, however, was disinterested in Yoda's scheming, for he represented the duchy and could not recklessly engage in warfare with the Steel City. Furthermore, collaborating with monsters would brand him a traitor among the human factions. This sentiment resonated with both Illic and Gates, who had reached a consensus: private matters should remain concealed, away from public scrutiny. This was the very reason Gates refrained from aiding Yoda. With a dismissive wave, Gates made his way up the castle stairs. Mr. Yoda, if all else fails, endure the pressure for a month. Or he fixed his gaze on Yoda, aware that he must not underestimate this cunning old fox. Or, you could allocate more manpower to assist me in constructing new ships. Having uttered his directive, Gates paid no heed to Yoda's response. For he was well aware of the outcome. As long as he remained in the vicinity, he would serve as a protective shield for the goblin town. And Yoda would not easily let him depart until the safety of the goblin settlement was assured. Of course, Yoda dared not obstruct him. Given his allegiance to the Noa Duchy, yet any assistance would surely be out of the question. Following the original plan, they intended to arrive at the Iron Mountains before the Wind of Lamentation, treating the ships as disposable resources. They would then procure new vessels in the Red Maple Empire, navigating only the safest routes. Regrettably, plans had altered. Gates did not head to the Steel City, and thus the new ships were inevitably lost. Now, if he wished to return, he would have to construct the vessels himself. Fortunately, shipbuilding was a common skill among the people of Noa, and it would not be long before new ships were crafted. In due course, he could rely on this trade route to engage in commerce with the goblin town. Ascending step by step to the castle's pinnacle, Gates perceived the staircase as a metaphor for his future path, destined to rise ever higher. Engaging in trade with the goblin town would undoubtedly yield both fame and fortune. Most importantly, he produced a pearl the size of an eye. Standing on the rooftop and gazing at the distant sunset, the Duke seems to have noticed me. With a click, a white powder was scattered over the goblin town, and Gates inhaled deeply. The Silver family, I, Gates, shall restore your former glory. The pearl powder danced in the evening breeze, drifting towards the southern expanse of the Iron Mountains. Chapter 43, Honor. Achio. Rubbing his nose, Caesar peered out from a burrow. A pungent odor had recently permeated the air, which he found utterly distasteful. Beside him, the simple-minded Desha was indifferent, contentedly resting with his eyes closed. For nighttime was when snakes, insects, and vermin emerged. Caesar glanced at Desha, then disdainfully retreated back into the burrow. Although the dragon's siblings and the two simpletons had reached an uneasy truce, they remained at odds with one another, particularly Caesar, whose inherent pride led him to look down upon the two dragon beasts. Returning to his burrow, Caesar resumed counting his pearls. Damn Jones, making me guard this wretched place. Indeed, employee Caesar had officially begun his shift. Yesterday it was Lisa and Ershaw. Today, it was Caesar and Desha. After careful consideration, Zhang Yang concluded that a two-shift system was ill-suited for dragons. Thus, he opted for a single group to guard for a day, as dragons possessed boundless energy, easily enduring a full day and night without rest. Yet, despite his vigor, Caesar still felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Were it not for the box of pearls accompanying him, he would have long since abandoned his post. 1367, and grasping the final pearl, Caesar was about to announce the tally when his claw slipped, sending the pearl rolling away. Upon witnessing this, Caesar's eyes widened. Those pearls were his lifeblood. He hastily extended his claw to secure it, but due to the clumsiness of his dragon claws, he merely grasped thin air. Thus, Caesar watched helplessly as the pearl rolled into a crevice and vanished from sight. Cursed be this, he muttered under his breath, then began to dig through the stones. Although it was just a small pearl, Caesar would not allow it to escape. His treasure was limited. Losing even one was unacceptable. With a powerful claw, he dislodged a significant chunk of loose soil. After a few more digs, he soon glimpsed his small pearl. Caesar's eyes brightened. Thankfully, it had not been lost. He reached out once more, but this time he was taken aback. His claw pierced the soil, inadvertently pushing the pearl into another burrow. To his chagrin, he discovered that this small burrow was adjacent to yet another. Frustrated, Caesar abandoned caution and began to frantically excavate the pit. In no time, the soil before him was completely cleared, revealing a vast underground space that seemed to stretch endlessly. Yet, what was most astonishing was the shimmering silver light illuminating the walls. Despite the absence of any visible light source, hurriedly, he burrowed into the larger cavern, racing towards the objects that emitted the radiant silver glow. He extended his claw to tap one, and to his astonishment, the sound echoed as if striking metal. Upon hearing this, Caesar's eyes narrowed in disbelief. He tapped again. Clang. To his amazement, it was mithril. Caesar was astounded. Before him lay an abundance of valuable mithril, shimmering in the darkness. His heart began to race with excitement. He was certain he would strike it rich. No, wait, calm down. Caesar, remain composed. There's no need to rush. Take a page from Jones' book. That fellow is always methodical in his endeavors. Striving to quell his exhilaration, Caesar surveyed the maze of mithril surrounding him. Ultimately, this fellow retracted his greedy gaze. Ah, patience. One must learn to wait. It is time to commence the excavation of the secret silver, yet such treasures shall merely become the bounty of that scoundrel Jones. With not a single copper coin to my name. Resolute, Caesar decided to conceal this cavern for the time being, intending to return when he had matured. especially after his contract with Jiang Yang had concluded. At that moment, he could return to mine at his leisure. With this thought, Caesar wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Having made up his mind to return later, he no longer lingered. After all, there was a loyal dog of his elder brother guarding above. If he were to return late, it would arouse suspicion. Hastily turning around, Caesar prepared to retrace his steps. However, just as he raised his foot, he noticed a pair of slitted eyes fixed intently upon him from the cave entrance. Big, foolish beast. In an instant, the slitted eyes vanished. Sensing a chill in his heart, Caesar wasted no time and pursued it. This was his discovery of secret silver. He could not allow his brother to learn of it. Yet, by the time Caesar emerged, it was too late. There stood the foolish creature atop a small ridge, its chest suddenly swelling. With a roar that reverberated through the air, though lacking in terrifying might, the sound assuredly would echo back to the dragon's lair. Witnessing this scene, Caesar was rendered dumbfounded, and he plopped down onto the ground. It was over. His secret silver was lost in an instant. A wave of despair washed over him as he envisioned Jiang Yang's avaricious countenance upon arrival. Caesar's instincts proved accurate upon receiving the news. The dormant volcano that was Jiang Yang rushed over with utmost haste. He watched as the foolish beast began to report the situation with an air of self-importance, while his elder brother revealed the capitalist visage he often spoke of. At that moment, Jiang Yang rubbed his dragon claws and looked at Caesar with eagerness. "I've heard you've unearthed silver?" "Silver?" Caesar scoffed disdainfully. That worthless material could not even be compared to secret silver. Observing his younger brother's demeanor, Jiang Yang sensed something was amiss. Regardless of what you discovered, the elder brother would ensure a reward. Upon hearing of the reward, a glimmer of hope flickered in Caesar's previously despondent heart. Based on his elder brother's past temperament, such benevolence was usually not bestowed sparingly. If Jiang Yang were to be generous, he might very well receive a substantial amount of secret silver from the cavern. Jiang Yang rummaged through his belongings and produced 2 small pearls. "Here, a reward for you. I heard you lost a pearl while searching for the mine, so I, as your elder brother, shall generously compensate you with double." Caesar's dragon visage twisted in disbelief. Was he joking? 2 pearls for secret silver? It was evident that Caesar was deeply dissatisfied, prompting Jiang Yang to ponder for a moment before a thought struck him. He spat into his hand and then mixed in some earth. With a swift step forward, Jiang Yang's claw swung out. Slap! A crisp slap rang out against Caesar's face, leaving him momentarily stunned. Before he could voice his confusion, Jiang Yang interjected, "Don't ask, it is merely honor." Gazing at the muddy claw print on Caesar's face, Jiang Yang nodded with satisfaction. His handprint, as the CEO of this group, was nothing short of an honor. Was it not? Patting the still-dazed Caesar, Jiang Yang encouraged, "Keep up the effort. Strive to earn more of these slaps. Honors." Fury ignited within Caesar, feeling that this sweet treatment was a severe affront to the dragon. Did he truly appear as a fool? This Jones was undoubtedly targeting him. A boundless resentment surged within, and Caesar vowed that once he matured, he would ensure his elder brother was well cared for. "Since it was you who discovered the mine, henceforth, it shall be your duty to guard it." He plastered on a smile, even as the sting on his face persisted, failing to diminish his admiration for Jiang Yang. This could only signify that Jiang Yang's method of instilling shame was bearing fruit. Such a peculiar individual. What the hell? The sound of a mournful wind? Jiang Yang was startled by the voice carried by the breeze. His dragon eyes darted around in terror. Meanwhile, Caesar and the foolish beast looked at Jiang Yang in confusion, unable to comprehend what malady had afflicted their elder brother. Chapter 44, The Scientific Abomination. The sounds in his ears were intermittent, and Jiang Yang's heart beat in sync with the rhythm. He was genuinely nauseated by the abyss. If something bizarre were to emerge from it, he could not guarantee his ability to fend it off. Moreover, the Weeping Saint fruit was currently a limited edition, and he must acquire it. Narrowing his dragon eyes, Jiang Yang gazed toward the dormant volcano. "I seem to possess the essence of the abyss," he mused. That goblin's head was still perched on his nightstand, radiating an aura of the abyss. Could one cultivate plants within flesh? The scientific abomination within Jiang Yang had awakened, and his first experiment was indeed a grotesque undertaking. However, it must be noted that only Jiang Yang would dare to keep abyssal items by his bedside. Others would typically steer clear of such artifacts, while Jiang Yang, who consumed saffron tea daily, possessed the audacity to do so. Taking a deep breath, the murmurs in his ears gradually subsided. In truth, Jiang Yang was merely surprised for a moment. After all, the voice in the wind was quite familiar. He had initially been too excited to react promptly. That voice originated from the pearl, of that he was 100% certain. Yet, how could the pearl's voice intertwine with the wind? Jiang Yang surmised that his ability to hear the voice emanating from the pearl was likely connected to the large pearl residing in his belly. Scratching his backside, Zhang Yang found himself irresistibly drawn to the secrets behind the pearl. As for why he was scratching his backside, that was simply because something had poked him. Turning to look behind, he beheld a pale hand bone breaking through the earth. Damn, no wonder it was fertile ground. So that was the case. Does this mean I am planting corn on a grave? Would that be somewhat unethical? With a swift kick, he buried the hand bone back into the soil and flicked his tail as he made his way up the small ridge. What a joke. As long as I pretend not to see it, I remain a good child. Caesar and the foolish beast exchanged puzzled glances, unable to decipher their elder brother's actions. Was he influenced by the creature's head on his nightstand? Zhang Yang climbed to the summit, generously sprinkling fertilizer on the corn. Observing the verdant corn seedlings, he nodded approvingly. Excellent, they appeared quite vigorous. Atop the ridge, there were about 200 corn plants, and in Zhang Yang's recollection, each plant could yield 3 to 5 ears of corn. Each ear bore hundreds of kernels, which should convert to seeds at minimal cost. If this yield continued, his prosperous farming life was soon to be realized. Wiping his drool, Zhang Yang eagerly anticipated the outcome of the corn cultivated by the system. Even if it turned out to be ordinary corn, Zhang Yang would not suffer a loss. With such a yield, he could easily dominate the world with corn, seizing control of all food markets. When other crops failed to bring in profit, his corn would monopolize the entire market. At that point, he would hold the very lifeblood of all races in his grasp. Zhang Yang couldn't help but marvel at his own commercial genius, effortlessly discovering a method to dominate the world. Beneath the small ridge, the dim-witted Dasha voiced his concerns, fearing that his leader's mind might be faltering. However, Caesar's eyes gleamed with intensity. If his elder brother had indeed become foolish, wouldn't that pave the way for him to ascend? Just a moment earlier, he had vowed to serve Zhang Yang diligently. Yet the prospect of seizing power unveiled Caesar's latent ambition. Caesar, you seem particularly delighted. It appears you have taken a liking to this place, remarked Zhang Yang. What? Caesar exclaimed, suddenly struck by an ominous premonition. As anticipated, Zhang Yang declared, from now on, you shall reside here permanently, while Lisa and the others will take turns. Upon hearing this, Caesar was utterly bewildered. Was there a mistake? Although this location was not far from the dormant volcano, it was still quite remote. Moreover, with his mother's languid disposition, it was likely she wouldn't come to his aid should he find himself in peril. Brother, perhaps we should reconsider. No need for reconsideration. I have faith in you. Upon hearing those words, a chill enveloped Caesar's heart. You believe in me, yet I do not even believe in myself. The Black Iron Mountains were no place for the faint-hearted. They were treacherous indeed. Those thoughtless high-level magical beasts did not concern themselves with whether he, a young dragon, had any backing. They were solely interested in which of his parts would make a delectable meal. Disregarding the despondent Caesar, Zhang Yang turned his attention to the thriving corn plants. After confirming the health of the crops, he hastily departed from the ridge, for he had a monumental experiment to conduct. Extending his claw, Caesar wished to retain his elder brother's presence. But he could only watch Zhang Yang's carefree silhouette grow ever more distant. Humph, that detestable Jones, always targeting me, he muttered in frustration, turning away and diving into the burrow. Why should he concern himself with showing Zhang Yang the plants? He would rather investigate the mithril mine. Thus, Caesar nonchalantly began to slack off. In response, Dasha expressed his willingness to comply with his elder brother's arrangements. For Zhang Yang had also assigned Caesar the responsibility of guarding the mine. As long as he fulfilled his own duties, Dasha had no obligation to oversee the plants. Raising his head, he scanned the surroundings. It was already night. Logically, the timid herbivores should be out foraging by now. Yet, this little ridge had not a single herbivore in sight, nor even a snake or insect. It was indeed peculiar. Dasha mused internally before resuming his prone position on the ground. With nostrils slightly quivering, Dasha's sense of smell was far more acute than his hearing. After discerning the scents carried by the gentle breeze, he confirmed the absence of any biological presence. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant. It seemed he would need to report this bizarre situation to his elder brother the following day. Moonlight cascaded down, cloaking the world in a silvery veil. This night was a full moon night. The corn plants, now half a meter tall, swayed gently in the wind, their leaves rustling softly. Unbeknownst to Dasha below the ridge, the roots of the corn plants had turned pitch black. In the cornfield, white bone claws erupted from the ground, slowly reaching for the adjacent stalks. Crack! The brittle bones shattered upon impact. Perhaps due to the passage of time, these skeletal hands had become frail. As the bone dust settled onto the earth, it swiftly mingled with the soil and was greedily absorbed by the corn. This scene repeated incessantly in the cornfield, unnoticed by either Caesar in the burrow or Dasha beneath the ridge. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang, fully engrossed in examining a goblin's head, had not taken the initiative to check on the state of the seeds. In the three-room, one-hall dwelling, Jiang Yang found himself troubled by the goblin head before him. How could this damned abyssal creature possess such a hard skull? Even my mighty blow, capable of severing hair and slicing through steel, dealing a staggering 999 damage, could not penetrate it. Indeed, abyssal creatures were all aberrations. Chapter 45. Smash the venue. Are all abyssal beings monsters? Only a true abyssal creature could answer that question. Deep within the jungles of the Black Iron Mountains, a towering figure wielding a shovel was swiftly maneuvering through the trees. Despite his massive frame, he navigated the dense foliage as if it were non-existent. Suddenly, this 3-meter-tall giant halted, turning impatiently towards the west. A surge of life energy. Let us add some amusement to this wretched working life. Donning a blood-stained burlap sack over his head, the Undertaker declared that it was time to get to work. White mist billowed from his body, enveloping a small patch of forest in an instant. Within the woods, a group of goblin warriors advanced, torches held high. Fog. Damn it. We might return empty-handed again today. What shall we do about the mayor's task? The goblin squad leader ground his teeth in frustration, glaring at the insipid mist. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through, causing the goblins to shiver in unison. This squad of goblins consisted of 7 members, with the leader being a low-level warrior, and the others robust and capable. One goblin nervously scanned the surroundings and stammered, "Captain, I can't shake the feeling that this scene seems familiar. Could it be the abyss?" The period of the wailing winds has long passed. There's no way abyssal creatures would still be lurking about. The Undertaker, concealed behind a tree, felt that such words should not be uttered. Rubbing his large head, he realized that these goblins were still oblivious to the news. However, that made sense. Even the Holy Temple was unaware that their abyss had found a method to emerge without relying on the wailing winds. A fierce glint flickered in his pitch-black eyes, and in the next instant, the Undertaker vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he stood directly in front of the goblin squad leader. The goblin leader, taken aback, scratched his smooth head and questioned, "An ogre? Or a vagabond?" The Undertaker remained silent. Did being larger automatically make one an ogre? This goblin seemed to lack intelligence. "Do you have someone you hold dear?" Upon hearing the Undertaker's inquiry, the goblin squinted and then erupted in a tirade. "What the hell is this nonsense about love? A job with meals and lodging, 200 pounds of meat a day, report to the goblin town, and my task is to unload cargo." Well, it seemed this fellow truly believed he was a beggar. Yet, that was understandable. He lacked any abyssal aura, which concealed the most obvious of markers, making it normal for the goblin not to recognize him. However, aside from the suppressed aura, the Undertaker had not changed in any other regard. For the last time, "Do you have someone you hold dear?" The goblin squad leader swiftly drew his short sword, pointing it at the Undertaker's knee, and shouted, "Do you believe I can jump and stab your knee? Sweetheart, my foot. Don't you know I'm a refined egoist?" The mayor said that if one does not think of oneself, the heavens will smite them. Love only hinders my sword-drawing speed. Thud. With a single blow of the shovel, the goblin squad leader was fused with the earth. The Undertaker, his expression devoid of emotion, seemed to have extinguished not a life, but merely crushed a stone. Glancing at the now stunned goblins, he wiped the mud and blood from his shovel. Turning towards the lambs awaiting slaughter, the Undertaker removed the burlap sack from his head. "Congratulations. You have broken the rules." Deep abyss. The goblins stood frozen, unable to comprehend the horrific visage of the Undertaker before them. Who would dare to believe that, after the lamenting winds, the abyssal monstrosities could still emerge from the depths? If this news were to be disseminated, the entire world would tremble in fear. The Undertaker spoke little, for a being devoid of a beloved is unworthy of further discourse. With a resounding clang, the shovel swept forth, instantly clearing the trees before him. As the reverberations subsided, only a fan-shaped expanse of desolation remained, the goblins having been reduced to mere crimson mist. Suddenly, the Undertaker collapsed to his knees, a pained groan escaping his lips. An aura from the abyss surged forth from within him, only to be mercilessly strangled by an enigmatic force. After a brief moment, the agony dissipated, and the Undertaker stood, taking a deep breath. Surveying his surroundings, he hoisted the iron spade back onto his shoulder. From within his cloak, he produced a blood crystal, clasping it tightly. "Oh, Lord of Eternal Night, I shall fulfill the mission you have bestowed upon me." With that, the Undertaker set forth towards the goblin settlement, determined to reach his destination before the cover of night waned. Who could have imagined that the inconspicuous goblin town would be coveted by 4 formidable factions? The Steel City, the Dead Volcano, the Abyss, and the West Coast. Among these, Steel City held the most advantageous position, for they possessed both timing and terrain. Should Ulrich intensify his resolve, capturing the goblin town would be trivial. Next in line was the West Coast, represented by Baron Gates from the Duchy of Noah. This fellow merely needed to bide his time, and when the moment was ripe, he would flee without a trace, leaving the other three factions in the lurch. In third place was Jiang Yang, as the chairman showed no interest in the matter, leaving the young CEO Jiang Yang to confront the situation alone. The most unfortunate was the Undertaker from the Abyss, who, through some arcane means, had forcibly entered this fray. Yet, given the Undertaker's current state, even a seasoned professional could engage him in a fair contest. Jiang Yang, oblivious to this raucous gathering, found himself lacking the inclination to participate, gazing upon the multitude of skeletal soldiers, along with the battered forms of Caesar and Big Fool. A tempest brewed within Jiang Yang's heart. The land was seized? Big Fool nodded in a pitiful manner, conceding that it was all his fault. Turning to Caesar, Jiang Yang's brow furrowed. The mithril mine is also gone? Caesar lowered his head in shame, asserting that it was not his fault. There were several high-ranking undead on the opposing side, and merely escaping the mine was a stroke of luck. Once more, his gaze fell upon the throng of undead. These wretches were relentlessly hunting beasts, returning to butcher them and use the remains to fertilize corn. Those damnable undead, I can tolerate their movements by day, but to encroach upon my livelihood. Jiang Yang's visage twisted in anger, wishing nothing more than to shatter these scoundrels to pieces. However, the undead corn green. Excellent quality crops sown in the ancient graves of the undead. These corns were their favorite. Undead. Since consuming the undead corn, I no longer tire nor feel my heart beat. Even my bones have become fortified. Effect. Enhances the undead's resistance to light, allows for gradual body restoration, and strengthens soul power. Well then, this corn now exclusively belongs to the undead. Even if Jiang Yang were to strike now, it would be of no avail. A full 200 stalks of corn, utterly lost. Observing the undead nearly occupying the small ridge, Jiang Yang contemplated how likely he was to recruit Daenerys. After thorough reflection, the probability stood at 0. Plant, let you plant. When it comes to farming, you are the lowest of the low. With that, Jiang Yang turned his back and departed the small ridge, while Big Fool and Caesar lowered their heads hurriedly to follow in their brother's footsteps. Roar. Big Fool inquired, "Are we truly leaving this place to the undead?" To which Jiang Yang replied with a grin, "They cannot plant worth a damn. Once those 200 stalks wither. With their intellect, they won't even manage to produce seeds. I would write my name backward." At this moment, Jiang Yang had already mapped out his strategy against the undead in his mind. Without a system, they fancied themselves capable of growing system plants. Such delusions were laughable. In terms of cunning, he had never feared anyone. Chapter 46. Courageous Pursuit of Dreams. Woe is me, mother. Our doorstep is besieged by the undead. You must take action. Clutching at the toes of Shimiryu, Jiang Yang wept most tragically. Although the likelihood of enlisting the Dragon Mother's aid was slim, it cost him nothing to try. As for pride, could it procure 200 stalks of corn? If not, then what was the point? Shimiryu narrowed her dragon eyes, pondering when her beloved son had become such a nuisance. With a flick of her finger, she disdainfully cast Jiang Yang aside, muttering, "Undead? What concern is that of mine?" Jiang Yang was at a loss for words. Was that truly all the Dragon Mother had to say? The undead were wreaking havoc at their doorstep, disrupting the feng shui, and sowing chaos. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yang realized he often did the same. Subtly observing Shimiryu's expression, he confirmed her disinterest in the matter and slinked away. If he truly convinced the Dragon Mother, she might very well be the first to wish him dead, not wanting to be crushed by a single swipe of her paw. Jiang Yang chose to concede. After all, he had already secured an invincible position. All that remained was to wait. He could not fathom how, without the seeds bestowed by the system, the undead could stir up any trouble. Thus, Jiang Yang hastened back to his 5-room, 2-hall abode. With the increase in population, his modest apartment needed to be expanded. Upon entering, he swiftly made his way to the war room. Ahem, our second roundtable meeting is officially convened. With a sweep of his tail, he knocked the lake-filling plans from the stone table, scattering his painstakingly crafted tree bark across the ground. Gazing at the ruined remains, Lisa's dragon face bore an expression of deep dismay. For now, the lake-filling plan is temporarily suspended. We must devote ourselves entirely to confronting the undead. Scanning the assembly of dragons, Jiang Yang cleared his throat and continued, "I emphasize that this operation is an act of absolute righteousness, and I, the Red Dragon Corporation of the Dead Volcano, shall resolutely combat all wicked entities, fiercely safeguarding the integrity of our territory." Lisa and the other dragons appeared bewildered. While they did not comprehend their elder brother's words, the gravity of his declaration was unmistakable. Jiang Yang raised his claw high, proclaiming, "I shall not coexist with evil." The dragons fell silent, gradually distancing themselves from Jiang Yang. Brother has begun again. Is there any existence more wicked than evil itself? Jiang Yang retorted, "What? Do you have objections?" Brother, What do you mean by righteousness? Jiang Yang narrowed his dragon eyes. Those who offend me shall meet a most unfortunate end. Meanwhile, the undead, who were on Jiang Yang's mind, were also convening, though their meeting place was decidedly eerie. Within the mithril mine, 10 high-ranking undead sat upon their graves, deliberating over their corn. Through our collective efforts, we have successfully met our food quotas and are poised to set new records in the coming year. One undead, armed with a longbow, squeezed the corn in his grasp. Yet, for reasons unknown, these kernels cannot be replanted. Even using the powdered bones of our kin, they remain dormant. Scanning the assembly of undead, the bow-wielding specter resumed. Thus, it appears that we have not even begun, yet we are already at an end. As these words echoed, the flames of their souls began to flicker violently. They have slumbered for such an extended period, and it is now within reach to re-enter this world. How could one falter at the final hurdle? A uniquely skeletal specter spoke. Those dragon whelps surely know the origins of these crops. We must capture them. The other high-ranking undead exchanged glances before rising in unison. However, among them stood one who was markedly different, a colossal sword-wielding specter. He struck his gravestone with a bony palm and proposed, "To be candid, I do not endorse such evidently self-destructive actions. Golden Zorn, do you not wish to return to your kin?" Raising his head, the blue soul fire within him remained undisturbed, even upon hearing the name of his most cherished family. He exhibited no sign of emotion. Leaping down from his gravestone, Zorn departed without a backward glance, delving deeper into the mine. Why should the deceased cling to the realm of the living? Observing this, the mage specter clenched his bony hand, grinding his teeth to the point of splintering. Are you truly content to be buried here by the enemy, humiliated in such a manner? The uniquely skeletal specter raised a hand in an attempt to dissuade him. Zorn. The colossal sword-wielding specter halted, furiously turning back. Zorn is already dead. What lies buried here is but a skeleton. I have resigned myself to my fate. Not even the gods can impede me. I declare. A flicker of purple flame emanated from the blue soul fire, leaving the other specters momentarily stunned. The longbow specter patted his companion's shoulder. He is unlike us. Let him be. As they watched Zorn vanish into the darkness, the group of specters turned away. Although they were kin, they tread divergent paths. Each harbored different aspirations. And even in death, they continued to strive for their ideals. These 9 dream-chasing specters, equipped with their finest weapons, resolutely advanced toward the dead volcano. They marched with unwavering determination, heads held high, each one a valiant figure against the wind. These 9 high-ranking specters were no ordinary beings. Should they coordinate their efforts, even legendary champions would fall before them. Their confidence stemmed from their strength, and their demise was equally attributed to it. Upon entering the cavern of the dead volcano, they were taken aback by the colossal creature lounging upon the mountain of gold. At that moment, the 9 dream-chasing specters resembled fledgling adventurers wielding wooden swords against the most formidable boss in the realm, and to make matters worse, this boss was cheating. The specters collectively turned their gaze toward their mage. Without uttering a word, the undead mage understood the unspoken inquiry of his companions. What about your perception magic? In response, the undead mage trembled as he began to articulate. It transcends the legendary. This is a demigod. The undead mage was certain that even his perception magic could not fully conceal him from the legendary. Yet this being was something else entirely. The dragon mother grinned. I have heard that my eldest son has encountered you. Rising to her feet, the golden cascade reappeared, yet compared to the dazzling treasures, the specters were far more concerned with their recently revived souls. Wee. A black magical array rose beneath the feet of the specters as the dragon mother pointed with a single hand. Super-level death devourer of the fallen illusion. Endless yellow springs. Boom. In an instant, a half-virtual, half-physical torrent emerged, swallowing the 9 dream-chasing specters without damaging any material object of the living world. What on earth just happened? In an instant, Jiang Yang, wielding a hoe and donning a water jug, burst forth from the 5 rooms and 2 halls. Observing the seemingly normal cavern, Jiang Yang felt perplexed. However, his confusion was swiftly cast aside as he turned to Caesar and the others. Jiang Yang raised his arm high. Let us go. Charged the small ridge. Brother, I want to take on 10. Roar. The big fool declared that he would handle the small fry. Watching the young dragons rush out of the dragon's lair with fervor, Shamir Yu opened one dragon eye and then closed it again. Troublesome. Chapter 47, Absurdity. Location, Small Ridge. The opposing forces, the Young Dragon Legion versus the Undead Army. 5 little dragons lay on a slope, exposing only their heads as they quietly observed the enemy. As the temporary commander, Jiang Yang surveyed the battlefield, a subtle smile gracing his lips. At last, after 3 years of practicing Wing Chun, I can put it to use. I will take down those high-ranking specters while you handle the small fry." The expressions of the other 4 dragons were quite vivid as they exchanged various glances at their elder brother. They knew Jiang Yang was formidable. Yet 10 high-ranking specters were no trifling matter. Even 10 high-tier beings could pose a significant threat, and it seemed precarious for their elder brother, being a young dragon, to face them alone. Noticing the gazes of his younger siblings, Jiang Yang held his head high. "Of course, recklessness is unwise, so we must lure them out. First, we shall draw them from their lair, then defeat them one by one." Patting Lisa on the head, Jiang Yang pointed to the nearby hill where the undead were gathering. "Let us devise a plan to blast that mother." Lisa's mouth twitched uncontrollably as she estimated the distance. "It's a bit far. My magic might miss the target." Jiang Yang gritted his teeth. "Aim true. When we return, I'll reward you with 2 cups of saffron." Upon hearing of the reward, Lisa immediately perked up. "It's settled then, 2 cups." She repeatedly sought confirmation from her elder brother until she saw him nod, finally easing her mind. Hastily, she began to inscribe a magical array upon the ground. The explosive magic will take a little time. Half a minute should suffice. Among the 3 young dragons, Lisa possessed the highest mastery of magic and the best talent. Though Caesar also had knowledge of many draconic spells, he was unable to cast them at present, being just a young dragon. As for Jiang Yang, to be honest, aside from learning how to show off from his predecessors, he had forgotten nearly everything else. Even now, he could not recall what his full name was. Soon, Lisa's magical array was complete, and the elemental forces began to converge wildly around them. The earth and fire elements were particularly agitated. The nearby soil began to tremble, and the temperature soared. Observing this, Jiang Yang quickly adjusted his water jug helmet to avoid injuring himself later. Aim carefully and hit hard. With that, Jiang Yang retreated to a safe distance. His speed astonishing even Caesar. He could not comprehend why, in this situation, he and the 2 dragon beasts should make a hasty retreat while his elder brother seemed so adept at this. Lisa raised her head, taking a deep breath, as 2 red lights flashed through her pupils, and a young dragon's might surged forth. Fiery rock authority intermediate explosion magic, pseudo-dragon's breath. Boom. A crimson pillar of flame erupted instantaneously, and in that blazing inferno, the rock dissolved into liquid, the 2 elements merging flawlessly. To unleash such a powerful spell in the young dragon stage, one could only marvel at her talent. Returning to a few seconds earlier, on the reverse side of the ridge that Lisa had targeted, a specter was leisurely munching on corn. This specter lounged with one leg crossed, humming a little tune. A gigantic sword propped beside him. Crunch, crunch. The black kernels of corn were pulverized by his teeth, transforming into clouds of dark mist that Zorn absorbed. "Oh, it has been so long since I basked in sunlight. When was the last time? 300 years ago, perhaps?" Habitually wiping his smooth skull, Zorn could not help but sigh. "After such a lengthy absence from the sun, I can still feel the warmth." The flames instantaneously engulfed the ridge in a fleeting moment. The epicenter of the explosion was utterly obliterated, with crimson lava splattering in every direction, resembling a downpour of red rain. Amidst this sanguine deluge, there was white snow, or more accurately, a flurry of bones. After all, how could these lowly undead withstand the force of explosive magic? Under such magic, their bodies shattered, and everything unfolded with an unsettling logic. In the distance, 5 young dragons ascended the slope, their hearts racing at the sight of the horrific scene. Jiang Yang cupped his hands to form a telescope, scrutinizing the billowing smoke. "Well done. I shall reward you upon our return." Breathless, Lisa interjected. "I crave beef stew with saffron and tenderloin mixed with tomatoes." Now a budding affluent farmer, Jiang Yang paid little heed, responding, "All right, I shall prepare it for you." After some contemplation, he decided that merely using the leftover saffron would suffice. As for the cherry tomatoes, surely the green leaves atop the fruits were also part of the cherries. While Jiang Yang pondered the recipe, a figure emerged from the ruins in the distance. With a crash, a pitch-black skeletal hand burst through the scorched earth, followed by half of a body. Spitting out the dirt from his mouth, Zorn furiously surveyed his surroundings. What kind of world is this? Even the salted fish are being hunted. Is there no justice? Is there no law? Soon, the enraged Zorn spotted the 5 figures in the distance. Sensing the familiar aura emanating from the same source as the earlier spell, Zorn wasted no time and extracted the colossal sword from the earth. Grasping the sword that soared towards him, Zorn leapt into the air with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, he hovered above the young dragons and bellowed, "Howl of the wind." This scene left the dragons dumbfounded. From where had this creature appeared? The colossal sword was enveloped in a terrifying vortex of wind, instantly rendering the 5 young dragons immobile under its oppressive force. Zorn contemplated briefly before subtly altering the angle of the blade. A swarm of young dragons might very well be under the protection of an adult dragon. To preserve his own meager existence, it would be prudent to inflict significant harm as a sign of respect. Having resolved to deal a near-fatal blow, Zorn unleashed the aura of death that surged forth, propelling him forward with a second burst of acceleration. Kaiser's dragon eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Staring at the incoming colossal sword, he could no longer suppress the fury within him. Roar. Unexpectedly, this young dragon exhibited some spirit, yet to Zorn, it was still too inexperienced. After some thought, he adjusted the wind blade to pay more attention to this young dragon. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Had it been any other young dragon, they would have perished under this strike. Ding. Boom. A shockwave erupted, sending debris flying and even lifting Lisa and the other dragons off their feet. Gazing at the purple monstrosity before him, Zorn's soul fire flickered violently. This was the oppressive aura of the abyss. Yet, it was broad daylight. Why was a creature from the abyss manifesting? Bang! The two figures leaped back. Maintaining a distance of 100 meters, Zorn heft the colossal sword. You, from the abyss, how do you dare to appear under the sun? Licking his lips, Jiangyang revealed a ferocious expression. Aren't you the same? Zorn was taken aback. The other party had a point. Undead and abyssal beings were actually battling under the scorching sun. Who would believe such a tale? Jiangyang suddenly flashed in front of Zorn, his sharp claws sweeping forth. Today, your bones shall serve in my broth. Then let us see. Chapter 48. What is art? Boom. A ridge was raised to the ground as Jiangyang and Zorn's figures once again intersected. One dragon and one human stood atop separate ridges, the howling winds carrying an air of impending slaughter. At this moment, their battle had reached a stalemate, with both sides having revealed their capabilities. 1,000 meters away, four young dragons observed the clash. Lisa, well-versed in such matters, spoke first. That undead creature retains extraordinary prowess from its previous life. The simple-minded Dasha could discern little. All he noticed was his older brother chasing after that skeletal warrior wielding a colossal sword. Beside him, Kaiser nodded in agreement, a high-tier undead. Once a swordsman on the brink of legendary status, his swordsmanship is indeed formidable. Shah tilted his head, gazing at the giant sword in Zorn's grasp, where a distinct tooth mark was visible. Fixated on the standoff between the dragon and the human, Lisa scrutinized intently. Jones possesses such strength. In a duel against a legendary profession, he likely would not falter. It is important to note the distinction between profession and race. Beings like humans, inherently weaker, must rely on training to develop their professions. In contrast, magical beasts and creatures grow stronger simply by surviving. There are numerous professions, yet they are categorized uniformly: novice, low tier, mid-tier, high tier, legendary, lesser demigod, true god of mid-tier, and celestial god of high tier. Hence, Zorn, being a high-tier undead who retained the profession of a sword saint, can be considered exceptionally powerful. The undead buried here are no simple foes. Many possess the strength to overthrow Steel City. There were once 10 beings as formidable as Zorn. But alas, their dreams were dashed upon encountering the Dragon Mother, a bug in their plans. Neither side currently engaged in battle was aware of this. As they prepared their next moves, Lisa turned to her younger brother. Do you know why Jones wields the power of the Abyss? No. Then would you like to inquire after the battle concludes? Upon hearing this, Kaiser's expression grew serious, and he stated deliberately, it will result in a beating. Oh. Lisa thought to herself. Her dim-wit brother had recently shown signs of intellectual growth, and her little tricks were becoming less effective. While the spectators engaged in discussion, voices from the battlefield echoed. Standing atop the mountain peak, Jiangyang declared, I do not slay nameless specters beneath my claws. Dare you reveal your name? On another peak, Zorn contemplated before raising his colossal sword, pointing it at Jiangyang. Egonzwa, what a jest. One must be proactive in adopting a new identity, lest they harbor issues. Revealing one's true name could easily lead to being targeted. Moreover, he was no longer the Zorn who valued honor above life. The abyss-altered Jiangyang paused. That name sounded vaguely familiar. Yet, he quickly regained composure and, with an innate understanding, proclaimed, I am Yi Gukin. With that, Jiangyang raised his half-meter-long claws. I possess a technique. Dare you accept it? This technique, Divine Shudder, Abyssal Ambush. Under its might, all things in this world would be reduced to dust. At these words, Zorn's soul fire flickered, as doubt crept into his heart about whether this young dragon had any hidden cards to play. The air around Jiangyang began to swirl violently, as it surged into his mouth with ferocity. The force of the intake was so powerful that stones and vegetation began to levitate around him. In an instant, silence fell. Every creature on the small ridge turned their gaze to Jiangyang. As he completed his charge, Jiangyang squinted his dragon eyes and exerted force. Boom. Black smoke surged into the sky, enveloping the small ridge in an instant. Zorn raised his colossal sword, assuming a defensive stance, prepared to counter the potential onslaught from all directions. The azure soul flame emanated a chilling aura, and at this moment, Zorn had adjusted his state to perfection. Regardless of whether Jiang Yang launched an ambush from the front, back, or sides, he was confident in his ability to counteract the assault. A mere parlor trick. Zorn was brimming with confidence, as vision held little significance for the undead. With their capacity to sense life's essence, they could entirely forego the simulated sight provided by the soul flame. Just as Zorn reveled in his assurance, he suddenly felt the soil beneath him shift ominously. Boom! Jiang Yang erupted from the earth, brandishing a hoe, and bellowed, "Feel the wrath of my dark descent." Before Zorn could react, Jiang Yang deftly slammed a water kettle upon his head. In an instant, Zorn's vision was shrouded, his sense of life entirely obstructed. The ultimate street technique of the great cudgel. Boom! The hoe struck the kettle with ferocity, sending terrifying shockwaves that dispersed the surrounding darkness. The only recipient of this force was Zorn's cervical spine. Crack! As expected, Zorn's neck bone shattered completely, the kettle and his head soaring through the air. He, collect one. Jiang Yang revealed a wicked grin, swiftly retrieving the kettle from midair into his system's backpack. A common kettle containing foreign matter. Your sweetness has no end. Disregarding the system's evaluation, Jiang Yang rubbed his hands together in excitement. This little ridge would now be renamed and fully controlled by the dead volcano. After such a prolonged battle, where were the other high-level undead? Had they all overslept? Scanning his surroundings, Jiang Yang sought the presence of other advanced undead. However, after an extensive search, he found no sign of them, but rather a peculiar sight. A swirling orb of blue-purple flame drifted toward a common undead sitting upon a stone. This undead, munching on corn, appeared blissfully oblivious, watching the soul flame approach without flinching. Speaking of which, this little undead was quite fortunate, having remained unscathed amidst the battlefield and witnessing the details of Jiang Yang's grand display of power. In such circumstances, failing to award this individual the title of the Spectator's Award would be a disservice to his eager spirit. The soul flame drew near and slowly penetrated the left eye socket of the little skeleton. Flames erupted violently, the purple soul fire soaring over 2 meters high, while the green soul flame in the right socket remained calm and unperturbed. "Allow me to borrow your body for a moment." Zorn's voice resonated as the ordinary skeleton lifted its hand to retrieve the decayed staff from its waist. Jiang Yang squinted, realizing his grand sealing spell had unexpectedly failed. Upon reflection, it must have been at the moment he retracted the system backpack that this individual managed to separate the soul flame from his head. My grand sealing spell has no cooldown. With that, Jiang Yang produced the kettle once more, preparing to employ the same technique again. Meanwhile, Zorn raised his staff, murmuring softly, "Intermediate magic of high temperature and strong wind, fire elemental, blazing flame." Whoosh! Before Zorn could finish his incantation, Jiang Yang sprinted towards the dead volcano with lightning speed. Along the way, he rescued 4 unconscious spectators, carrying one in each hand, with one clenched in his teeth and another dangling from his tail. Even with these 4 burdens, Jiang Yang's pace remained undiminished. Observing this scene, Zorn smirked. Blazing serpent. Boom. The little ridge was instantly engulfed in flames, a massive fireball ascending, followed by a mushroom cloud. A gentle reminder, methane is explosive. Chapter 49, The Corn Conqueror. Phew. Nearly suffocated by my own gas. Outside the explosion radius, Jiang Yang dropped the dragon's siblings onto the ground, turning back to gaze at the towering flames of the ridge. Looking at the blast zone, Jiang Yang felt that half of the ridge had been obliterated. Rather than concerned for the enemy's fate, Jiang Yang was more preoccupied with whether the land could still be utilized. It was known that this toxic black soil was the only known fertile ground. Moreover, Jiang Yang was quite eager to plant some holy tomatoes here, perhaps yielding a crop of undead holy tomatoes. Just as Jiang Yang contemplated returning to investigate, Caesar on the ground suddenly stirred, blinking his eyes open in confusion. What is this? With Caesar's awakening, the other 3 young dragons followed suit. Bewildered due to the rapid sequence of events that had unfolded, Lisa felt her head spinning. Fog. The fog is toxic. With a thud, Lisa collapsed once more onto the ground. In response, Jiang Yang took a deep breath and sighed. Alas. It was that high-level undead who cast the spell known as methane eruption, capable of suffocating living beings due to oxygen deprivation and at excessive concentrations. It could trigger violent explosions. To think that Agonzo managed to wield such formidable power. Presumably, that Agonzo is no longer among the living. And Jiang Yang felt that such a stain on life should be borne by him alone. He had no desire to cultivate any social prowess. After all, the incident of methane eruption was known only to heaven, earth, and himself. No one else could possibly know. Absolutely impossible. The little ridge. Zorn scratched his bald skull, bewildered as he surveyed the scene before him. Countless undead sat on the ground like homeless children, lost and confused. A few clever ones, however, were in a dire state. Their soul flames flickered restlessly, seemingly on the verge of extinguishing. Turning over the undead corn planting area, the corn that could be unearthed had long since turned to ash. The deathly aura vanished without a trace. This sight cast a pall of despair over the many undead. The destruction of the cornfield only exacerbated the plight of families already struggling. Life was evidently unsustainable. Scanning the scorched earth and the undead, Zorn realized that all these undead had been blasted from the burrow by the recent explosion. The undead upon the surface had long since perished, reduced entirely to ashes. Flames coiled around Zorn, shielding him from the flames' harm, yet the structure of his magic was nearing collapse. Boom. Sparks scattered across the ground as the flaming serpent transformed back into a fire elemental. Thankfully, he had conjured a fire elemental. Otherwise, Zorn's words trailed off abruptly as he noticed a half-eaten corn cob being brought to its mouth. This was the consciousness of the ordinary skeleton yearning for corn. But most of the control over this body resided with Zorn. Thus, the ordinary skeleton could only repeatedly bash the corn against its teeth. Just as Zorn prepared to soothe the ordinary skeleton, he suddenly realized he was surrounded. The remaining undead began to gather, all converging before Zorn. They gazed hungrily at the half-eaten corn, and in that moment, it seemed as if they all had the same thought. Thud! Hundreds of undead simultaneously knelt upon the ground, bowing towards the corn held in Zorn's hand. This was the last corn, their only hope. If that were the case, it would no longer be mere sustenance, but a sacred relic for their undead kin. Gazing at the scene before him, Zorn found himself momentarily stunned. This tableau mirrored a memory from his past, with striking similarity. Gradually tightening his grip on the staff, the ordinary skeleton's form creaked under the strain, its bones cracking ominously. Boom. The staff was abruptly snapped in two, causing the ordinary skeleton to momentarily flicker its green soul fire. The violet flames surged fiercely, and Zorn turned his gaze westward, where his friends, family, and sovereign awaited, where his home lay. Casting a glance over the myriad of undead below, Zorn inhaled deeply. Perhaps your souls became lost in the final moments of life, yet I believe that one day, you will remember the pain of our abandonment. Raising the fragmented corn in his hand, Zorn proclaimed loudly, when you all awaken, I shall lead you back to our homeland. But when we return, it shall not be with honor, but with war. The gathering of undead, though somewhat perplexed by Zorn's words, recognized the undeniable strength of his presence and chose to heed him. They raised their weapons in a lackluster display of agreement. After all, having been lost to death, they had even forgotten their own names. Observing his muddled companions, Zorn fell silent for a long moment before once more gazing at the corn in his grasp. Unlike them, he appeared to have relinquished everything, yet it was he who was most deeply mired in despair. At the dead volcano's dragon lair, 5 young dragons lay exhausted, exchanging weary glances. Initially, Jiang Yang had intended to scout the nearby ridge, but upon calculating the time, he realized the effects of his potion were waning. Thus, he decided to lead his dragon siblings back to the lair. Yet, just as they approached home, the power of the morning saint's fruit suddenly dissipated, leaving the 5 young dragons utterly incapacitated. Rolling over, Jiang Yang gazed skyward in disbelief. Could his sense of time be so flawed? At that moment, he was unaware that his recent methane eruption had squandered a considerable portion of the morning saint's fruit's power. What to do? Should he call for mother? Lisa looked at Jiang Yang with tearful eyes, sensing that the abyssal essence within her was stirring once more after being assailed by the dark mist. Jiang Yang tossed 2 morning saint's fruits into his mouth and resolutely replied, Do you think mother would walk an extra step for us? The dragons shook their heads, preferring to believe in an explosion from the abyss rather than that their dragon mother would come to their aid. Considering the distance to the dragon lair, Jiang Yang pondered. Let us roll. With that, he took the lead and rolled toward the cave entrance, and the other 4 dragons, seeing this, could only mimic his actions and roll into the lair. However, just as Jiang Yang entered the cave, a great cloud of dust rose from the north. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to find that Agon's was leading a legion of undead toward them. Assessing his position and the dragon mother who had noticed them, Jiang Yang felt a surge of confidence and chose to remain still, awaiting the oncoming horde. Soon, hundreds of undead armed with weapons surged to the entrance of the dead volcano lair, led by Zorn. At that moment, Jiang Yang felt audacious. Come closer. Without hesitation, Zorn stepped forward. The 5 young dragons were taken aback. Surely they were not about to encounter a reckless fool. How could he be so brazen at their doorstep? Upon nearing, Zorn did not enter the dragon lair. he halted just shy of crossing the threshold. With a rustle, the undead knelt before him. And Zorn was the quickest to bow. Raising the half-eaten corn, Zorn lowered his head. Wherever this object points, there lies the voice of death. Jiang Yang's eye twitched at the sight of the bite marks on the corn. It was clear that the undead had come to surrender. Yet he was puzzled by the significance of the corn. In that moment, Jiang Yang's imagination ran wild. In future battles, amidst the clamor of war and the thunder of chariots and infantry, he would stand with the corn in hand, shouting, "Wherever the corn points, scorched earth shall follow. Charge forth." Good grief, he thought. That land was no longer his. They should just leave. Zorn, taken aback, realized that he had determined to return to his homeland. And without the support of this miraculous grain, their combat effectiveness would be severely diminished. Without a moment's hesitation, Zorn proclaimed, "I am willing to offer my soul fire's essence, pledging my undying loyalty to you, my lord. We merely hope to obtain sufficient crops." Jiang Yang was stunned. He had only just begun to negotiate and had struck at the very heart of their agreement. What had begun as a cooperative pact had swiftly transformed into a bond of servitude, something he had never anticipated. Rising swiftly to his feet, the unexpected delight revitalized him. Accepting the corn that Zorn presented with both hands, Jiang Yang smiled. "From this day forth, you shall bear a new name, the first division of the Dead Volcano Cultivation Team. Congratulations on becoming official employees of the Dead Volcano." Seeing Jiang Yang accept his submission, Zorn finally felt a weight lifted from his heart. Now they possessed the means to reclaim their homeland. In the end, within less than 3 months of his birth, Jiang Yang successfully gathered a contingent of followers, comprising advanced undead beings. Such an unprecedented feat, could any other dragon achieve it? At that moment, Jiang Yang felt a swell of pride. Despite his undead army comprising only a few hundred, he could have had more. Had it not been for the methane explosion that had claimed over 90% of the skeletal undead. To put it simply, the once kingly Jiang Yang was now merely a village head due to his own folly. Such an astounding occurrence. Could anyone else achieve it? Spreading his claws wide, Jiang Yang endeavored to maintain an air of elegance before the Dragon Mother. "I hear you have reclaimed those undead?" Dragon Mother Shimiryu asked, peering at Jiang Yang with a sidelong glance while resting her golden spear against her teeth. Jiang Yang had no choice but to respond truthfully. "All thanks to your guidance. Mother, I have perfectly inherited your majesty. When I exert my kingly aura, the undead bow before me." The truth was, Zorn understood clearly that without Jiang Yang, the undead corn could not exist. If they wished to continue walking in the light, they had no choice but to forge a bond with this young dragon. That was why Jiang Yang had initially declared himself invincible. Shimiryu smiled, pleased with her remarkable son's words, finding them far more agreeable than those of the 2 troublesome dragonlings who constantly vexed her. Thus, to reward her admirable son, Shimiryu declared, "Very well. You shall move to the small ridge. That soon-to-be legendary little skeleton should be able to protect you." Jiang Yang was taken aback, incredulously staring at Dragon Mother Shimiryu. Was she serious? They were not even a year old yet. It was then he realized that his mother was indeed a pioneer, unparalleled in history. This was rather unsettling, and he felt a wave of unease wash over him. Suddenly, a glimmering golden spear was thrust before Jiang Yang. Gazing at the quivering weapon, sweat began to bead on his forehead. He had narrowly escaped becoming a shish kebab. Without hesitation, Jiang Yang seized the spear, exclaiming, "Thank you for the gift, mother. I shall prepare to move at once." Shimiryu was momentarily taken aback. When had she bestowed that spear upon him? Before she could react, Jiang Yang had already made a hasty retreat. Feeling utterly vexed, Dragon Mother fixed her gaze on Jiang Yang's 5-room, 2-hall lair. Once that little rascal emerged, she was certain to teach him a lesson. Before long, 5 young dragons emerged from their abode, each laden with pots and pans. At the forefront, Jiang Yang appeared remarkably at ease, bearing nothing more than a golden spear in his grasp and 2 heads dangling from his tail, one belonging to a fearsome wolf and the other to a goblin. Originally, he had also possessed a head of the undead, but alas, with Zorn's surrender, he was compelled to return that which he had collected. Once Zorn locates his dismembered body, he shall ascend to legendary status. Returning to the matter at hand, as soon as the Dragon Mother spotted Jiang Yang exiting, she called out, "Halt! O beautiful and formidable matron, rest assured that we shall take good care of ourselves in the outside world. You need not worry about us. Please refrain from offering us sustenance, for I fear our tears will flow upon seeing you." Shimiryu narrowed her eyes, pondering the implications of the young one's words. Regardless of his intentions, her treasures must remain untouched. "Put down that weapon. It rightfully belongs to me," she demanded. Jiang Yang blinked in surprise before glancing at the spear he held. "Isn't this the very weapon you bestowed upon us for our protection, dear mother?" A frown crossed Shimiryu's draconic visage. She felt as though she had been outwitted. To declare otherwise would defy Tiamat's will. As for whether driving the young dragons away contravened her maternal instincts, Shamiyu felt it was merely a matter of granting them more room to roam freely. She was not entirely neglectful and would still provide for them in due time. She had merely relocated their nest a tad further away. As for any dangers they might encounter without her aid, those were beyond her control. After all, she was merely a young adult red dragon. Though vexed, she concluded that a small sacrifice, such as a toothpick, was a price she could accept for a bit of leisure. Off you go, she urged impatiently. Lamenting her decision to bear a brood of dragons, she resolved never to do so again. Watching Jiang Yang and his fellow dragons swagger away, she expelled 2 flames in frustration. Returning to her golden mound, Shamiyu closed her eyes to rest. When did she acquire that spear? Upon recollection, she remembered it belonged to some dim-wit war god. It seemed of little worth, and so she resumed her slumber. Meanwhile, the expelled young dragons drooped with despondency. For without their mother-esque protection, they felt vulnerable. Yet Jiang Yang was in high spirits, as he affixed the relic of the undead to his golden spear and swung it experimentally. "Aha, splendid," he exclaimed. This would surely facilitate his commands in the future without awkwardness. Lisa, wearing a downcast expression, glanced mournfully at her older brother. "Jones, why do you think Mother drove us out?" Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yang replied while toying with the spear. It doesn't concern me. Mother's strength is such that she need not fear my growth." With that, he surreptitiously cast a glance at Kaiser. The truth behind the Dragon Mother's decision to expel them was rather simple. She was simply exasperated. Lisa and Kaiser frequently provoked her ire, and it was a testament to her mercy that they had not been severely punished. Had they known the reason, they would have dashed to Shamiyu, proclaiming, "This is merely our elder brother's task." Noticing his siblings' gaze, Kaiser turned away, believing Jiang Yang was flaunting his ability to procure treasures from their mother. Regardless, the young dragons found themselves ousted from their haven and settled upon a nearby ridge. Upon their arrival at the ridge, they beheld the undead diligently collecting the mithril scattered by the explosion. A sight of shimmering silver greeted them, and it left the young dragons salivating. Not only had they acquired family, but now wealth was within their grasp. Their next ambition was to grow stronger and achieve even greater heights. Wiping his mouth, Jiang Yang turned his gaze toward the dormant volcano. "Let us gather a few tons of mithril to present to Mother." Kaiser looked on in astonishment, bewildered by Jiang Yang's nonchalance, considering they had just been expelled. Yet Jiang Yang remained resolute, regardless of circumstances. He would always be the beloved son of the Dragon Mother, visiting her during festivals or whenever he felt particularly jovial. In essence, he had firmly attached himself to this benefactor. Chapter 51, Cultivating New Lands. Red Dragon's Diary. Today marks the 3rd day at the ridge. As usual, I rose early to pay my respects to Mother, who was so pleased that she gave me a swift kick out, erasing the Chinese characters from the ground. Writing a diary seems utterly impossible, something I shall never accomplish. After all, what proper dragon writes a diary? Perched atop the hill, Jiang Yang turned to observe the undead below. The undead stood in 3 neatly formed ranks, resembling soldiers trained under rigorous conditions. Each bore a humble hoe, yet to the discerning eye, these tools would elicit an exclamation of awe, for the blades of these hoes were forged entirely of mithril, without a trace of other metals. Selling these hoes would undoubtedly lead to prosperity for the entire village, transforming the village chief into a town mayor. Originally, the ridge lacked the means to forge mithril equipment, but Jiang Yang was fortunate to possess a genius sister. When Lisa boasted of her ability to effortlessly melt mithril, Jiang Yang's joy was palpable, promptly promoting her to the position of Minister of Equipment. Since she was the sole member of her department, she took it upon herself to tirelessly contribute to the construction of the ridge. Lisa willingly embraced this responsibility and warmly wished her elder brother good health. Thus, her contributions to the ridge's development were invaluable. Observing the fearless undead, Jiang Yang raised his arm and called out, "Food and clothing are eternal concerns. Sow in winter and reap in spring." With that, he declared, "Let us cultivate the land." In unison, the undead raised their hoes, creating a scene reminiscent of a military formation. Although their souls had been lost, the day's creatures understood that soon they would have corn to eat. Once the undead mastered the art of organizing the furrows, their precision surpassed that of any mechanical technology. Hundreds of undead scattered methodically, forming a long line to begin tilling the land ravaged by the explosion. Witnessing this spectacle, Jiang Yang could not help but smile. His food reserves were bound to experience explosive growth shortly. With sufficient manpower, they could commence large-scale cultivation of both the holy tomato and corn. However, the yield of holy tomatoes would undoubtedly be inferior to that of corn. A lower yield implied that the efficiency of seed exchange would not match that of corn. Therefore, Zhang Yang planned to adopt a quality over quantity approach with the holy tomatoes, opting to cultivate only the finest batches. Within his system's inventory, the best holy tomatoes were undoubtedly the wailing holy tomatoes, yet they required the wind of wailing. Thus, he had to settle for a secondary option, the red dragon holy tomatoes. Looking at Kaiser, who clutched the mithril tightly, Zhang Yang sensed that this item had yet to fully evolve. Once it did, it should attain a blue quality. Come, my young friend, follow me. I shall show you something delightful. Caesar turned his head, revealing a glimmer of wisdom in his eyes. I shall not go. It surely cannot bode well. And I refuse to be deceived. Lisa remained sprawled in the temporary lair, serving as a cautionary tale. Caesar was no longer the reckless youth he once was. To his surprise, the younger dragon had recently shown a marked increase in intelligence. It seemed that deceiving him would require more cunning henceforth. Flicking his tail, Zhang Yang set off toward the nearest mithril mine. Speaking as he walked, alas, it appears the undead have stumbled upon a gem mine. I must descend myself to investigate. Gems. Gems. Caesar's eyes nearly transformed into the shape of precious stones. Mithril was rare and practical, yet the value of gems could rival, if not surpass, that of mithril. Although Caesar could not fathom the reasons, he understood well that these treasures were valuable. Grasping the mithril ore in his arms, he hurried to catch up with his esteemed elder brother. Take me along, good brother. Yes, yes, stay close, and do not trip or stumble, Zhang Yang replied. Thus, blinded by the allure of treasure, Caesar followed his brother into the mine. This would become a trial. Ultimately, this trial ended with Caesar questioning the very essence of his dragon existence after being thoroughly beaten. He could not comprehend why, simply by accidentally stepping on his brother's tail, he had incurred such a fierce punishment. After all, it was Zhang Yang who had urged him to stay closer. How utterly frustrating. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang emerged from the mine. His spirits lifted as he regarded the water flask nestled in his bag. An ordinary flask, it contains a full measure of dragon blood. Caesar turned to glance at his brother, eyeing the massive figure that loomed over him with envy. If only he had grown a tad faster, he surely would not have been so easily subdued. Ah, my dear brother, I was overly excited. Here, take these fruits to replenish your strength. Receiving the fruits with utmost caution, Caesar was genuinely fearful that Zhang Yang might be playing a trick on him. From the moment of his birth, he had navigated through life amidst various traps. Reluctantly, he tossed a fruit into his mouth and savored it slowly. Witnessing this, Zhang Yang exclaimed in exasperation, "Am I not capable of providing fruits for my own kin? Here, take another 10 and indulge yourself." Caesar was taken aback. This sudden windfall left his legs trembling with disbelief. Zhang Yang pressed 10 holy fruits into Caesar's claws and affectionately patted his brother's head. In the past, our family was impoverished, and I could not support you. Now that we have prospered, it is only right that I treat you well. In truth, the flask of dragon blood might not suffice, and he needed to devise a means for Caesar to recover swiftly. This was the genuine thought lingering in Zhang Yang's mind. Frankly, Caesar sensed that a larger pit awaited him ahead, though he could not discern what it entailed at that moment. Zhang Yang recognized that he must withdraw for a time, so he hastened to his temporary laboratory, the future site for his research on system seeds. As he watched his elder brother sprint away, Caesar's dragon visage contorted with apprehension. I seem to have landed myself in a predicament. Regardless of Caesar's thoughts, Zhang Yang's agricultural plans could not be halted. He arrived at the laboratory with utmost urgency. However, the so-called laboratory was merely a cleaner cave. Inside, the two fools were fiddling with a goblin's head, having received Zhang Yang's latest task, to find a way to open it. What Zhang Yang could not solve. The two dragon beasts were utterly at a loss. They stared blankly at the stone table until Zhang Yang approached and suggested, "Perhaps it is best to abandon this endeavor. Go catch some fish. I shall prepare a fish stew for you tonight to nourish your minds." One foolish dragon, in a peculiar posture, leaned over the table, extending his front paw to grasp the goblin's head. With gentle motions, he turned the goblin's head upside down on the stone table. The second fool, holding a mouthful of saffron tea, suddenly spat it out. With a splatter, droplets scattered, dispersing the black mist hovering over the severed neck, revealing the trachea, arteries, and blackened flesh. Zhang Yang gasped in shock. "Isn't this saffron tea meant for drinking?" The three dragons exchanged bewildered glances before Zhang Yang turned to exit the cave. "Where are you off to, brother?" the first fool inquired. Zhang Yang looked skyward at a 45-degree angle. "I am going to catch some fish to nourish my mind." Chapter 52. I shall become the king of salted fish. Once again at that ridge, he beheld the striking young dragon. Observing the undead laboring below, Zhang Yang sighed. He never anticipated being outsmarted by the two fools. When they had studied that goblin's head, the black mist had served as the perfect shield, isolating everything from the outside. Why did I not consider that? He lamented. The cold wind howled, and Zhang Yang felt a pang of concern for his own intellect. At times, excessive indulgence in silver could indeed turn one into silver. Just as Zhang Yang pondered how to enhance his intelligence, a rather peculiar undead approached from the side of the ridge. Zhang Yang glanced over and then averted his gaze. Did you not go in search of a body? Zorn scratched beneath his waist and then rubbed his nose. I found it, yet not entirely. Noticing Zorn's odd gestures, Zhang Yang was left utterly bewildered. What a lack of decorum, especially in broad daylight. Observing the scorched earth, it was remarkable that Zhang Yang could utter such words. Realizing his employer's expression, Zorn sighed. It is not I, it is him. He pointed to the green soul fire in the eye socket, implying that he too was bereft of words. Having abandoned his aspirations of becoming a salted fish, Zorn never expected that the ordinary undead sharing his skeletal form could be even more lethargic than he. Aside from the undead corn, this ordinary being could be described as utterly devoid of desire, preferring to sit rather than stand, and to lie rather than sit. In essence, he was the epitome of indifference, willing to relinquish his life at any moment. This predicament made Zorn's quest for a body exceedingly arduous. As he ambled along, he unexpectedly stumbled, frequently compelled to adopt the ordinary undead's apathetic mindset. By now, Zorn felt as though his very soul was destabilizing. The skeletal hand lifted once more, and the ordinary skeleton inserted a finger into its nostril, stirring it back and forth until a fly was expelled. Feeling no need to withdraw his hand, the ordinary skeleton left his finger lodged within his nostril. The three defining traits of a salted fish: unnecessary, indifferent, and wait a while longer. With no other choice, Zorn had to assume full control of the body, placing his hand where it ought to be. This required precise mastery of soul energy. A moment's misstep could result in the consumption of the ordinary undead's soul fire. Having awakened, Zorn was unwilling to harm his companion, so he silently bore the burden. To this, Zhang Yang remarked, "Take care of yourself." There was no altering this situation. It was the only course of action available. Resigned to his fate, Zorn glanced to the side, noticing something propped up in the ground that he had previously overlooked. There, beside Zhang Yang, stood a long staff of gold, upon which 5 or 6 large fish were strung. Seeing the lifeless fish, Zorn felt an unsettling familiarity with the staff. Noticing Zorn's gaze, Zhang Yang explained, "I grew tired of meat, so I speared a few fish for a change of taste. It turned out to be a harpoon." Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, Zorn couldn't help but sigh. Dragons are indeed affluent. Even a mere harpoon exudes such opulence, akin to the revered artifacts enshrined within their family. One wonders which family's prodigy currently holds the title of national war god. It is likely that the stage still belongs to the 3 esteemed families of gold, silver, and bronze, as they have been the most formidable forces since the founding of Noah. Shaking off his thoughts, Zorn realized that, regardless of the circumstances, the Duchy of Noah was no longer his concern. If he were to engage with them, it would merely be to eliminate them. Now, regarding my physical state, based on my senses, my body had been propelled northward, quite a distance away, likely carried off by some beast. Had the beasts attained sentience? To dare carry even a skeleton imbued with the aura of death is perplexing. Zhang Yang was utterly bewildered. What manner of beast could possess such audacity? While the courage of the beasts remained uncertain, Zorn felt assured that the goblins to the north were indeed quite brave. After a thorough search, he stumbled upon a small town that resembled a gathering place for magical creatures, and he lost contact with his body within its confines. Given that it was a town of magical beings, Zorn refrained from acting hastily, preferring to await Zhang Yang's counsel before making any plans. Oh, it seems that the old rascal Yoda is at it again. Drawing forth his golden spear, Zhang Yang gazed toward the north. Perfect. In a few days, I intend to visit the goblin town. You should accompany us then. Recent events had been overwhelming, leaving Zhang Yang unable to visit the goblin town directly. The newly reclaimed lands required cultivation, and the local system's seeds demanded study. Burdened by trifles, the carefree rural life he once enjoyed was now a distant memory. Perhaps this is the lament of prosperous farmers. With the golden spear in hand, Zhang Yang made his way to his laboratory. With the master absent, Zorn, feeling somewhat idle, contemplated engaging in some agricultural labor, yet a certain languid undead seemed disinclined to toil. He raised a bony hand, pointing towards a nearby cavern. A thought entered Zorn's consciousness. The languid undead mused, "I'm tired, let us rest." Zorn sighed. Ultimately, Zorn could not escape his fate of idleness. The location was Yoda's ancient fortress. Standing on the fortress's rooftop, Gates found himself questioning the meaning of life, his gaze fixed on the magical pocket watch in his hand. This watch, entirely silver, was not merely a timepiece, but a specialized detector. Could it be malfunctioning? Was the golden glow he observed last night possibly the arrival of the Gold family's patriarch? Gates was on the verge of cursing, for this detector had robbed him of a good night's sleep. Although the gold, silver, and bronze families were originally of the same lineage, centuries had diluted their bonds. In the past, they frequently clashed, often resulting in violent altercations. Recently, however, such conflicts had become impossible, especially with the emergence of the new war god, the Duke of Noah. The three families now teetered on the brink of collapse, should infighting continue. They would have no option but to collectively plunge into the sea. In this struggle between the old aristocracy and emerging powers, one could only speculate how many noble lords have perished under mysterious circumstances. The Silver family had clearly defined its role in this power transition, the traitorous pawn of the old aristocracy, the leading betrayer of allies. Otherwise, how could Gates, a member of the Silver family, be so diligent in presenting gifts to that war god Duke? Ultimately, it all boiled down to the sordid dealings among nobles. The undercurrents of Noah were deeply unsettling to Gates. Ruffling his hair, white flakes of dandruff danced in the wind. What could one expect from a town of magical beings? The hygiene conditions were deplorable. Finding clean water to wash his face was already a stroke of good fortune, let alone bathing and burning incense. From within his robes, Gates produced a pearl once more. With a crunch, he crushed the pearl into powder, which scattered on the breeze. His mood had improved significantly. Since arriving at the goblin town, Gates had developed a rather bad habit, squeezing pearls for amusement. The once priceless pearls had become mere playthings to him, and the thrill of destroying them was indescribable. After his moment of catharsis, Gates turned to re-enter the fortress, eager to leave as soon as the ship was repaired, wishing to avoid any further entanglements. In the end, Gates departed, leaving the rooftop once again devoid of company. The wind today was as raucous as ever, the northern gales carrying shimmering pearls of powder southward. Chapter 53, The Advancement of Seeds. Frog legs, wolf hearts, hyena lungs, the bone powder of undead skeletons, and just a hint of red dragon blood. Boom. The instant the red dragon blood was added, all those peculiar substances in the stone cup turned to ash. I hadn't anticipated that achieving the perfect nutrient solution would be so challenging. Standing before the stone table, Jiang Yang, though a dragon himself, stroked his chin, resembling a human researcher beset by a perplexing riddle as he gazed at the rare materials before him. Zorn's bone powder, a goblin's head, and most importantly, carefully lifting a stone cup, Jiang Yang's dragon visage was alight with excitement. What lay within was undoubtedly the most precious material he had, far surpassing even the goblin's head. This was the saliva of the dragon mother. Indeed, it was the saliva of Shamryu, something Jiang Yang had coveted for quite some time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have visited his mother for 3 consecutive days. He wasn't simply idling away his time. Shamryu had a habit of drooling in her sleep. Thus, Jiang Yang would visit his beloved mother at 3:30 in the morning, primarily to collect a small amount of the dragon mother's saliva for his cultivation experiments. To achieve this, he had endured 3 flights, ultimately acquiring this precious drool. Emitting a wicked cackle, Jiang Yang resembled a devious second-rate scientist. Come forth, system of grafting. Let me witness the prowess of the system seeds. His gaze shifted to the stone plate beside him, which was already laid with low-grade fertilizer and the enriched soil he had prepared. Cautiously, he lifted the stone cup and, with wide dragon eyes, began to tilt it. The luminous white liquid cascaded down the cup's wall. Drip. Just one drop. Supplies were scarce and must be conserved. As the dragon's saliva fell onto the soil, it spread instantly, unleashing a wave of high temperature. The black soil cracked and shrank, as if the moisture within was rapidly evaporating. Jiang Yang hurriedly scooped water from a nearby tank to irrigate the soil. After all, considerable effort had gone into preparing this batch, and it couldn't be wasted. Stay strong. A2. Under Jiang Yang's frantic watering, the batch of black soil was finally preserved. However, gazing at the black fluid within the plate, Jiang Yang pondered, what plants could possibly thrive in this sludge? After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to abandon the endeavor. It seemed that his first formal experiment had concluded in failure. Yet, there was no need for haste, as ample dragon saliva remained for future attempts. For now, he needed to conquer the challenges posed by the red dragon saint fruit and the wailing saint fruit. Uncertainty loomed over whether plants could be cultivated in flesh. Thus Jiang Yang placed greater hope on the evolution of the red dragon saint fruit. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yang approached the 2 stone plates before him. One was filled with normal potting soil, while the other held nothing but a solitary goblin head. He carefully placed 2 seeds of the sacred tomato into each, then began to observe. The red dragon's sacred tomato in the potting soil began to sprout, while the goblin head remained eerily still. The sacred tomato in the soil continued to thrive, yet the goblin head showed no sign of life. Your red dragon's sacred tomato seed has perished. Please seek suitable cultivation ground. As expected, Jiang Yang displayed no extraneous expression. His attention was solely fixated on the flourishing sacred tomato. Soon, bolstered by fertilizer, the plant was on the verge of entering its flowering phase. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Yang felt a surge of exhilaration, his muscles tensed, and his dragon-like eyes locked onto the sacred tomato plant. With a mighty roar, he commanded, "Come forth." The blood of the red dragon cascaded down the plant, and he watched in awe as the blood was fervently absorbed by the sacred tomato, both by its leaves and the soil beneath. The sacred tomato, imbibing the dragon's blood, underwent a remarkable transformation. The plant began to twist and contort, its branches gathering and coalescing. A closer inspection would reveal that this plant was mimicking the form of a colossal dragon. A resounding dragon's roar echoed through the laboratory, prompting Jiang Yang to hastily stow away his watering vessel to prevent wastage. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have cultivated a blue quality plant, the red dragon fruit. Red dragon fruit, blue quality, exclusive to red dragons. Consuming this will enhance physical attributes and accelerate growth, with no side effects. The system does not grant seed exchanges. The host must cultivate their own varieties. What? His initial joy was swiftly shattered by the system's final remark. What did this sweet-talking system mean? After all his effort in cultivating the plant, it refused to provide seeds? This useless system, how infuriating. Host has independently cultivated a blue plant for the first time. Rewards: 5 units of low-grade fertilizer, green, 5 units of chive seeds, white. Huh, that's splendid. At the sight of the fertilizer reward, Jiang Yang performed a dramatic face-changing act. For fertilizer was true love, seeds were merely an afterthought. Though he was puzzled as to why the red dragon fruit seeds could not be exchanged through the system, it was of little consequence. In the future, a few rounds of beating Caesar and feeding him some sacred tomatoes would yield ample cultivation materials. As for whether Caesar would comply, Jiang Yang justified it as a trial, a brotherly encouragement. Bleed more at home, shed fewer tears outside, to grow strong. One must first endure hardship. Jiang Yang had plenty of twisted logic to spare, easily persuading his younger brother. As for Lisa, she would remain as a furnace for smelting, as Jiang Yang still valued the precious silver. Recollecting his thoughts, Jiang Yang turned his gaze to the red dragon fruit plant before him. The plant was a vivid crimson, resembling an enraged dragon howling towards the heavens, its maw clenching a fruit the size of an egg, exuding a potent aura of fire elements. A bucket of blood for a single fruit, what a bargain indeed. Stowing the red dragon fruit in his system backpack, Jiang Yang then turned his attention to the goblin head. There was still work to be done. The red dragon fruit could wait a while longer. He picked up the goblin head again for further examination, sensing the abyssal aura still attempting to counteract him. However, after a sip of saffron tea, it settled down once more. Noticing the abyssal aura lying dormant within the head, Jiang Yang pondered how to allow the sacred tomato to germinate within. Firstly, seeds were inherently fragile, requiring suitable conditions to root and sprout. Clearly, flesh could not substitute for soil, which explained the seed's failure to germinate. Suddenly, a serious smile spread across Jiang Yang's face as he retrieved the low-grade fertilizer. As long as I act swiftly, before the seeds and the abyssal aura realize what's happening. With that, he tossed a sacred tomato seed into the goblin head. Once the seed sprouted, it would become quite resilient, surely seeking nutrients even amid the abyssal aura's encroachment. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Yang deftly opened the bag of low-grade fertilizer. I must control the dosage meticulously. I can't afford to spill too much. As he tilted the bag, his gaze remained glued to the goblin head, excitement radiating from his dragon-like eyes. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed. Oh no, my food. The first quarter evaluation commenced. Chapter 54, Abundant Rewards. Evaluation began. Planting quantity. S. Cultivation technique. B. Seed optimization. S. Harvest index. B. Jiang Yang's dragon-like face contorted. Was it he who had lost his grip, or was the system merely playing tricks? How dare it openly mock him? It seemed this entity had grown too comfortable. Rewards issued: 20 units of regular fertilizer, 5 units of low-grade fertilizer, 1 regular scarecrow, 1 low-grade hoe. The next quarterly evaluation will occur 3 months later. While the rewards consisted of the fertilizer he desperately needed, Jiang Yang could not muster any joy. System, did you pocket some kickbacks? Where's my watering vessel? Due to the host's improper use of the watering vessel, this system will henceforth consider the frequency of issuing the vessel. As compensation, 1 unit of regular insecticide. Jiang Yang's dragon-like face twisted in anger. This system was utterly infuriating. Did he really need to seek its approval to use the watering vessel? Who decreed that the vessel must only hold water? Did this ridiculous system not realize how many dreams it had realized that other vessels could never fulfill? Yet, no matter how much Jiang Yang shouted in frustration, The system refused to return his watering vessel, instead offering a completely useless insecticide as a substitute. This left Jiang Yang seething with resentment, but ultimately powerless. His hopes of employing a dual seal technique were dashed, cruelly extinguished by the system before they could even bloom. Feeling dejected, he glanced at the goblin head, only to become even more disheartened. The system's earlier alarm had caused him to miscalculate, resulting in half a bag of fertilizer being poured directly into the goblin head. That was exceptionally rare low-grade fertilizer. After 3 months of effort, he had only managed to procure 2 bags. Holding on to this grievance, Jiang Yang vowed to exact revenge one day. He hurried to the goblin head, anxious to check on the seed. He genuinely feared that the low-grade fertilizer's potency might cause the sacred tomato to mature in an instant. Leaning in, he observed the sacred tomato within the goblin head swaying incessantly, seemingly contending with the abyssal aura for control over its territory. Good news. The sacred tomato had successfully sprouted and begun to grow. Bad news. Due to the potency of the fertilizer, it was overpowering the abyssal aura. This was not an ideal situation. If the abyssal aura were to be defeated too swiftly, it would no longer influence the sacred tomato. Without that influence, the sacred tomato would ultimately remain a mere ordinary red dragon sacred tomato. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Yang's anxiety surged. His dragon claws clenched tightly as he shouted, "Come on, Abyss!" In a twist of fate, for the sake of a single fruit, Jiang Yang found himself shifting allegiances, throwing in his lot with the Abyss. It seemed that his encouragement had struck a chord, for the goblin head suddenly opened its eyes, gazing intently at the increasingly anxious Jiang Yang. This bizarre scene sent a shiver down Jiang Yang's spine. What the hell? The wailing winds have passed, and yet you still have a part to play. Jiang Yang was truly startled, not by the aura of the Abyss, but rather by the terrifying spectacle unfolding before him. He hastily retrieved a petal of the flower of hope and began to chew on it, simultaneously raising his middle finger at the goblin's head. Regardless, the gesture conveyed a similar sentiment. "Come and bite me." The goblin's eyes shut tightly as the surrounding abyssal presence surged violently. Fear, after all, is the finest sustenance for the Abyss, especially that which emanates from a legendary creature. Before long, the advancing momentum of the Holy Lady fruit was abruptly interrupted by the abyssal aura, resulting in a stalemate. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Yang felt a surge of elation. Splendid. This was indeed quite delightful. He swiftly checked the status of his seeds, eager to ascertain the evolution of the wailing Holy Lady fruit. Unknown seed, evolving, 3-2. Jiang Yang tilted his head in confusion. What is this? Didn't it just begin? Why is it already at 3-2-1? Furthermore, what remained unknown about the wailing Holy Lady fruit? Suddenly, the light around him vanished in an instant. Had it not been for his keen perception, he would have thought it merely a figment of his imagination. When the light re-emerged, the goblin's head had undergone a bizarre transformation. The aura of the Abyss was rapidly dissipating, and the flesh upon its head was shrinking away. Within mere seconds, all that remained was a stark white skull, from which a sinister black fruit emanated an ominous aura. System, speak up. Why are you mute? What is this? Congratulations, host, you have cultivated a special seed, Frenzied Abyss. Frenzied Abyss, special seed come forth. Let this world descend into madness. Let all things fall silent. Let destruction arrive. Fruit effect, transforms into an abyssal being. This transformation is irreversible. This seed does not grant rewards from the system. Please cultivate it independently. Host, Jiang Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement, an overwhelming joy swelling within him. He certainly did not wish to remain human. No, rather, he did not wish to remain a dragon. His delight stemmed from the notion that the rewards for such an item from the system would undoubtedly be substantial. System, what do I receive? Surely, I must be awarded something like a water bottle this time. Special seed does not grant rewards. Recorded unknown plant seed. Reward, basic fertilizer 3. Jiang Yang took a deep breath, exasperated. Which fool devised this system? It's as abhorrent as a toilet's design. The inventor should be executed 1,000,000,000,000 times. Regardless of Jiang Yang's ire, he had no means to confront the system. So I let it go, just consider it nonsense from the other side. Adjusting his mindset, Jiang Yang decided to assess the gains from his recent seclusion. The low-grade hoe was undoubtedly superior to an ordinary hoe. The pesticide? Merely garbage, easily dismissed. That left only the scarecrow to inspect. Scarecrow, white as sentient scarecrow, utterly loyal to the host. Effect, the host can control the scarecrow for 2 hours daily through a mental connection, distance unbound. During the remaining time, the scarecrow will autonomously protect the fields. This seemed rather intriguing. With that thought, Jiang Yang summoned the scarecrow. Suddenly, a cross-shaped scarecrow, crafted from straw, materialized before him. Its construction was quite crude, bordering on shoddy. The scarecrow awkwardly twisted its neck and rasped, I really need to urinate. What does it feel like? Jiang Yang wore a bewildered expression. What on earth is this? Master, is urination pleasurable? Jiang Yang was momentarily taken aback. How to describe it? Well, it's, hard to articulate. After gazing at the scarecrow for a considerable time, Jiang Yang suddenly conceived an immature idea. After careful consideration, he plucked the frenzied abyss and handed it to the scarecrow. Is this for me, master? But I can't eat. There are plenty in the abyss without mouths. You're not the only one. With that, Jiang Yang thrust the fruit into the scarecrow's chest and forcefully crushed it. Boom. A surge of black mist erupted, forming a terrifying vortex around the scarecrow. Anticipating this, Jiang Yang swiftly popped a petal of the flower of hope into his mouth and retreated rapidly. In a brief moment, the black mist seemed to find a unified target, all of it converging into the scarecrow's body. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of splintering would echoed as the scarecrow underwent rapid transformation. Its body elongated. Countless strands of straw entwined and grew, forming arms and legs, while yellowed straw sculpted facial features, culminating in a pair of blood-red eyes appearing in its sockets. Once the dust settled, the scarecrow initially appeared quite thrilled, but upon glancing downward, that excitement swiftly evaporated. Master, I still can't urinate. Should I capture a human and take their bladder? Jiang Yang's lips twitched. This dimwit seemed wholeheartedly devoted to the idea of bodily functions. In that case, he activated the connection, and his perspective shifted peculiarly. Feeling the abyssal power within, Jiang Yang realized he could effortlessly control it. Is this the power of the abyss? It's hardly impressive. Boom. The black mist instantaneously compressed, condensing into a black heart residing within the scarecrow's chest. After completing this, Jiang Yang returned to his own form. All right, you no longer carry the aura of the abyss. The scarecrow reverted to its previous vacant demeanor. The earlier frenzy and cruelty vanished. Satisfied with this transformation, Jiang Yang nodded approvingly and opened the system interface. The bewildered abyssal scarecrow mused, I truly wish to understand what urination is. My master is so incredibly dashing. System evaluation. What sweet mischief are you up to now? Jiang Yang grinned, believing that the absence of a water bottle would deter him from causing trouble. On the contrary, he intended to stir up mischief daily, vexing the foolish system. Chapter 55, The Life of the Minister. Not only was the system infuriated, but even the frenzied abyss wished to curse its fate. It wondered if the irreversible transformation into the abyss was a jest. How could it possibly possess a switch? At this moment, the frenzied abyss perfectly embodied the concept of being given something for nothing. Jiang Yang remarked, the one transformed into an abyssal being is the scarecrow. What does that have to do with me, Jiang Yang? The scarecrow retorted, the one who installed the switch is my master. What does that have to do with me? Thus, Jiang Yang successfully turned the tables on the system, thoroughly annoying his golden finger. Gazing at the scarecrow before him, Jiang Yang playfully tapped its slender waist with his dragon claw. You are now a mature scarecrow, so you must learn to be self-sufficient. The scarecrow scratched its head, dislodging countless bits of straw. It struggled to comprehend the master's words. Was self-sufficiency about solving physiological issues? Master, I understand. I shall install a urinary and excretory system for myself. Jiang Yang's face twitched. How fixated can you be on urination and defecation? He glanced towards the exit of the laboratory and quipped, for heaven's sake, don't misunderstand. What I meant is that you can go wander off now. The scarecrow's mood remained unchanged. After all, it was utterly loyal to Jiang Yang. Whatever its master commanded, it would obey. Jiang Yang's intentions were straightforward. From now on, you shall be my eyes. Essentially, Jiang Yang was hesitant to stray too far, as he still had a bedridden mother at home who required his care. Oh, it is not merely a matter of cowardice. Rather, it is the necessity to care for the incapacitated dragon mother, Shemiyu. I understand now. The scarecrow nodded, indicating his comprehension. Jiang Yang also nodded, satisfied that he grasped the situation. Your task is to wander the world in search of those unique cultivation sites, as well as various flora and fauna. If time permits, you may also visit some civilized towns. And remember, if you encounter beautiful scenery or lovely maidens, do not forget to contact me. The scarecrow nodded, feeling that this task was rather simple. After all, it merely involved venturing into civilized towns to collect the gazes of lovely maidens. He vowed to return with a cartful for his master. Master, I shall set off immediately and guarantee the completion of my mission. Wait, Jiang Yang interjected. How can one venture forth without a weapon for self-defense? Follow me. Jiang Yang led the scarecrow through a winding path, and as they traversed the complex tunnels, the surrounding temperature began to rise gradually. Before long, the duo found themselves before a vast cavern, with equipment department inscribed at the entrance. Indeed, Jiang Yang had come once more to seek his dear sister. He had scarcely entered the cavern when he was met with a chilling, sinister cackle. If he was not mistaken, that voice belonged to his beloved sister, Lisa. Asha Asha, what has become of you? He exclaimed anxiously as he rushed into the equipment department, genuinely concerned for Lisa's well-being. Upon entering the cavern, he spotted Lisa crouched before a pool of magma, her shoulders trembling slightly as she intermittently let out a maniacal laugh. Little sister. Upon hearing her name, Lisa turned her head, revealing a haunting visage. Her beautiful dragon face bore a sinister expression, with dark hollows where her eyes should be, rendering her gaze eerily vacant. Good heavens, do not frighten me. Has a mere few sleepless days driven you to madness? Lisa scoffed in response, turning her head to reveal the scales adorning her neck. At first glance, there appeared to be nothing amiss, but Jiang Yang's keen eyes soon discerned the anomalies. He noticed that several dragon scales on Lisa's neck were inscribed with shimmering golden symbols. Basic evasion engraving, basic acceleration engraving, basic focus mark, basic knowledge mark, intermediate intelligence mark, and several instant cast runes of third-tier dragon language magic. Lisa's dragon eyes narrowed with excitement as she exclaimed, with these enhancements, I can cast dragon language magic of second tier and below ahead of time. Ah! Witnessing Lisa's exuberance, a sense of alarm surged within Jiang Yang. Magic addiction is a condition that some dragons acquire through an obsessive infatuation with magic. They inscribe spells upon their scales to cast at will. However, in Jiang Yang's inherited memories, such an affliction is impossible for young dragons. Only those aged and nearing death succumb to such madness. Lisa gazed longingly at the distant smelting furnace, stating, during these past few days, I have learned much. Endless forging is merely the most rudimentary method. Thus, I have mastered the art of mold making. While crafting the molds, I pondered, why do I? Bang! At your tender age, you dare to inscribe symbols upon yourself. Jiang Yang swung a water jug, delivering a series of blows to Lisa. The reason for not using a hoe was obvious. His sister had already submitted, and her treatment could not be akin to that of Caesar. Although Caesar had also submitted, could one compare siblings to him? Lisa, suddenly assaulted, was utterly bewildered. Had she done something so grievous as to warrant such a reaction for merely inscribing a few runes? Stop, please, she pleaded, cradling her head in defense. Her elder brother's strength remained formidable. If he continued, she feared she might bleed. Jiang Yang ceased his assault, glaring furiously at the pitiful Lisa. With tear-filled eyes, Lisa looked up and reassured him, Brother, worry not. I am quite adept at magic. I have calculated meticulously before inscribing these. If I were truly afflicted with magic addiction, I would have inscribed my entire body by now. Pointing the water jug menacingly at Lisa, Jiang Yang declared, no further inscriptions until you are of age, or I shall pummel you daily. Nodding in understanding, Lisa acquiesced. Having chastised Lisa, Jiang Yang turned to address the matter at hand. He regarded the dazed scarecrow and inquired, what manner of weapon do you desire? The scarecrow tilted his head, pondering, would a branch suffice? After all, it had proven effective in warding off thieving sparrows. Recognizing the scarecrow's inability to answer, Jiang Yang turned to Lisa. Forge a large scythe for that scarecrow over there, one that matches his height. It must be a sharp and sturdy weapon for battle. Lisa, squatting on the ground, eagerly nodded in agreement. As long as her brother refrained from striking her, she was amenable to anything, especially if it meant the promise of delicious food. When will it be ready? Jiang Yang asked. Soon. The mold I crafted is of modular design, which should allow us to form the general shape of the scythe. The mithril is both lightweight and durable. It merely requires some polishing to complete. It seemed Lisa was indeed taking her task seriously, and Jiang Yang felt that his efforts in nurturing her were not in vain. As they exited the equipment department with the scarecrow, Lisa breathed a sigh of relief. Her elder brother's constitution was so robust that he likely possessed scales capable of withstanding even second-tier dragon language magic. She resolved to endure until the end of her contract, after which she would soar far away. Just as Lisa contemplated her future escape, a voice echoed from the direction Jiang Yang had departed. For dinner, we shall have fish soup. Do not be late. Upon hearing of a delicious meal, Lisa's eyes sparkled with excitement. She decided to ponder her future later. Missing out on good food was not an option. Wiping away her drool, she hurried toward the forge, eager to finish her work so she could feast. Chapter 56. The Proper Use of Pearls. Slurp, slurp, burp. Setting down her stone bowl, Lisa sighed contentedly after a satisfying meal. Today's fish soup was unexpectedly delightful, especially the rich flavor of the green herbs atop. After consuming it, she felt revitalized. At the stone table, 5 dragons gathered, each cradling bowls of leeks and fish soup prepared by Jiang Yang. Leeks, white, provide benefits such as kidney nourishment, digestive aid, invigorating effects, and phlegm reduction. System prompt. Overindulgence may lead to bloating, as they tend to produce significant breath. Jiang Yang was preoccupied with extracting fish bones from his teeth, too occupied to engage with the system's poor humor. Ah, chow. You shall depart tonight. Remember the task I have assigned to you. The scarecrow nodded and then tapped the black armor adorning him. This attire is quite cumbersome. When the time comes for me to relieve myself, it shall become my foremost hindrance. The black armor of the Arbiter Knight had, after many years of silence, once again been donned. However, the individual wearing this righteous armor was none other than a pure embodiment of evil. Casting a glance at the scarecrow, Jiang Yang remarked, with such armor, one would covet it, yet here you are, finding fault. The scarecrow shifted his stance and gestured with his hands, saying, Master, I merely meant to suggest. Could this be altered to accommodate a more practical design? It is always wise to be prepared. With the scarecrow's proposal, Jiang Yang's imagination conjured a vivid image, a black-armored knight standing atop a mountain of corpses, blood dripping from the mithril scythe in his hand. A crimson banner soaked in blood billowing in the wind. As the knight tilted his head, a pair of terrifying blood-red eyes glinted from beneath the helm. When this slayer turned about, he was found to be entirely lacking below the waist. Hiss! This was truly too deep. It was best to avoid such matters. Jiang Yang swiftly expelled the vivid imagery from his mind, recognizing that such visions were unbefitting for a fledgling dragon like himself. Do not falter, he reminded himself. Always maintain an air of elegance when venturing out, for you are my eyes. At times, I must rely on your flair for the dramatic. So refrain from cultivating any form of social ineptitude. Such traits are not meant for carbon-based life forms. The scarecrow fell silent for a moment before curiously inquiring, Master, what does it mean to be handsome? Handsome is a certain charisma, Jiang Yang explained, one that leaves others in awe, making them feel inferior by comparison. Ah, I see. The scarecrow nodded in understanding. Handsome is a presence that stirs the soul, rendering others mere shadows in its wake. With the silver scythe slung across his back, the scarecrow ventured forth from the cave. There was no time to waste. It was time to gather flora for his master and to procure some eyes. Watching the scarecrow depart, Jiang Yang felt a lingering unease and cautioned, be sure to proceed with caution in uncertain matters. Consult me before taking action. The scarecrow turned back, affirming, I understand, I shall be prudent. Yes, prudence, Jiang Yang reiterated. Nearby, Caesar feigned sipping fish soup. Yet his eyes darted back and forth between his brother and the scarecrow. What manner of being is this? A talking scarecrow? How utterly absurd. Once the scarecrow had left, the younger brother could no longer suppress his curiosity and asked, Jones, who is that fellow? What do you mean, who is that fellow? I already named him, Jiang Yang replied, rolling his eyes as he spat a fish bone onto the ground. Caesar pondered for a moment before exclaiming, I recall now. Grassbreaker, what a peculiar name. Don't speak if you don't understand. I'm going for a stroll. Who wishes to accompany me? Lisa rubbed her stomach, while Caesar turned his gaze elsewhere. The two foolish ones had already dozed off at the stone table. It appeared no one would join him in gazing at the stars. With a flick of his tail, Jiang Yang sauntered towards the entrance of the cave, proclaiming, a post-meal stroll extends one's life to 99. Once again, he found himself on the familiar ridge, beneath the same dragon and the same desolate, chilly wind. Humming a little tune, Jiang Yang leaned against a rock and reclined on the ground. The resplendent starry sky was breathtaking. Previously, on Earth, he had only seen such beauty in online images, never in reality. This world surely held more such marvels, and he yearned to explore them. However, to wander freely across the lands, one must possess strength. To acquire strength, one must cultivate, producing a red dragon fruit. Jiang Yang wasted no time in consuming it. Boom! Flames enveloped his form, yet he remained calm, even as he admired the rotating stars. Once the flames subsided, Jiang Yang's body had expanded slightly, his muscles now more defined. Indeed, this is the exclusive fruit of the red dragon, remarkably potent. A plume of fire erupted from his nostrils, and he felt an all-encompassing enhancement in his physique, elemental affinity, cognition, and more. Oh, this red dragon fruit is truly a treasure. That Caesar is quite resilient. Perhaps I should strike a trade with him. 3 barrels of blood for 1 fruit. I am far too generous. As Jiang Yang contemplated how to extract maximum value from his younger brother, a voice wafted through the night breeze. The wretched merchant. What? Me? A merchant? You should inquire about the availability of fruits in this market. While you may deem them expensive, I find them equally so. Suddenly realizing that he was alone, he wondered how anyone could be speaking. It was the voice of the pearl again. Upon this realization, Jiang Yang stood up. How could this entity communicate through the wind? Surveying his surroundings, Jiang Yang sought the source of the voice. However, the small ridge yielded no life aside from the specters tending to the corn below. Observing the phantoms, he noticed them weaving through the cornfield, with some even using silver hose to scrape their bones, blending the bone powder into the earth. As he watched the white powder drift in the darkness, a bold idea struck him. He hurried back to his temporary nest, retrieved several pearls, and returned to the ridge. Once atop the high ground again, Jiangyang rubbed the pearls in his claws, muttering, "Jiangyang, you are truly handsome," repeating the phrase dozens of times, each utterance heartfelt. For he genuinely believed in his own allure. With a snap, he crushed the small pearl into powder, which was then swept away by the night wind. Observing this unfold, Jiangyang wasted no time and rushed to the downwind side. The pearls echoed their original voice, but due to Jiangyang's excessive crushing, the wind carried an echo. "Jiangyang, you are truly handsome." Suddenly, Jiangyang heard his own voice in the wind. Though faint, it was undeniably present. "I have succeeded." His dragon eyes sparkled with realization. He had seemingly grasped a means of distant communication. However, this method was somewhat contingent upon favorable weather conditions. Fortuitously, the heavens seemed to smile upon him that night, as the north wind gradually diminished while the south wind began to rise. Sensing the shift in wind direction, Jiangyang hastened back up to the highest ridge, repeating his earlier actions. After several minutes of incessant murmuring, Jiangyang was uncertain whether his voice had been captured. The pearls continued to emit their extravagant declarations. Jiangyang mused that effort yields rewards. Today he may have squandered some pearls, but tomorrow he would return with a pearl-producing machine. Thus, this venture was not in vain. With another snap, the pearl was reduced to powder, carried northward by the southern wind. Chapter 57. Greenhouse and Nature. Having completed his tasks, Jiangyang stifled a yawn. Time to sleep. With that, he turned and made his way back to his solitary cave. Beep. Your undead corn plants, green, have matured. Please harvest promptly. Beep. Your ordinary corn plants, white, have matured. Please harvest promptly. Ordinary corn, rich in nutritional value, anti-aging, enhances stamina and endurance. System evaluation, a high-yield staple. One meal is worth more than 6. 20 ears of corn can be exchanged for one seed corn, containing 300 excellent seeds. Truly, the system is consistently ruthless. Yet the situation is manageable. Given the corn's yield, Jiangyang felt no trepidation. Even if one corn plant produced 4 ears, after exchanging them all, he would possess 6,000 excellent seeds. The life of a landlord in another world. Jiangyang chuckled. Beep. Congratulations, host, on completing the progress task, planting 300 system plants. Reward, title, farmer, green title. Increased plant affinity, slight acceleration of nearby system plant growth. Beep. Progress reward, walnut tree x1, apple tree x1. Walnut tree, special seed, a system selected one-time fruit tree. Consuming a walnut grants a knowledge inheritance that suits the host's conditions. System evaluation, sweetheart, quickly replenish your brain. Cast aside those unrealistic thoughts. Ugh. Apple tree, white, rich in nutrition. Next progress, plant 20 different seeds, each maturing 100 times. Harvesting 60,000 system seeds. Jiangyang's laughter abruptly ceased. This system was insufferable. You may insult my intelligence, but you shall not belittle my inheritance. The myriad displays of grandeur from the ancient red dragons, any one of them would serve as a textbook example of excellence. Strength is fleeting, but the ability to flaunt one's prowess is what makes Jiangyang feel alive. After all, one must embrace flamboyance in their youth. He retrieved the walnut tree sapling and the apple tree sapling. Jiangyang displayed a comical grin and addressed the system. Have you ever heard of grafting? Instantaneous? Such a notion is non-existent. Did you think I hadn't anticipated this? In fact, I foresaw your foresight. If you dare to graft, then these 2 trees shall perish before your very eyes. Jiangyang's expression suddenly darkened. He sensed that the system had become unexpectedly astute. In a gesture of defiance, he raised his middle finger at the empty air, as it was the only form of protest he could muster against the system. Grasping the 2 saplings, he dashed towards the dead volcano with utmost urgency. It appeared that there was no longer any room for manipulation with these trees. Thus, the most reliable course of action lay at the entrance of the dead volcano. He certainly did not wish for these trees to transform into something bizarre. Before long, Jiangyang arrived at the plot of land at the mouth of the dead volcano. This was where he had initially planted the holy tomatoes, but it had since been abandoned by him. Now, apart from the saffron, all his plants had been relocated to the small ridge. Come forth, red dragon apple tree. With a forceful kick, he created a sizable pit in the earth and unceremoniously tossed the apple tree into it. The apple tree, however, Jiangyang showed no shame in his actions. Neatness, soil modification, irrigation. Was half a bag of basic fertilizer truly sufficient? This fertilizer could indeed induce growth in flesh. Given this, why would a mere apple tree require meticulous care? All it needed was to ripen swiftly. The apple tree, utterly unprepared for such treatment, was astounded by the disparity in care it received compared to other plants. Jiangyang swiftly backfilled the soil before retrieving the used basic fertilizer. Don't say I neglect you. I shall indulge in extravagance once more. 1, 2, 20. He scattered the fertilizer. Putting the basic fertilizer away, Jiangyang nodded. Be grateful for my generosity. You are the third to experience the basic fertilizer. Observing the apple tree thrive rapidly under the effects of the fertilizer, he nodded and hastened towards the distant forest. Compared to the apple tree, he was far more concerned about the walnut tree. After all, this was a rare opportunity for inheritance, and this time, he was determined to remember it. He could no longer afford to view it from a third-person perspective. The cinematic mode was utterly inadequate for retaining information. He needed an immersive experience. Soon, Jiangyang vanished into the dense woods. Shortly after his departure, the apple tree planted at the entrance of the dead volcano trembled slightly before ceasing to grow. Jiangyang was entirely oblivious to the changes occurring with the apple tree, as his entire focus was captivated by the walnut tree. Before long, he discovered a safe and secluded flat area. This location was not far from the dead volcano, allowing him to return to the dragon's lair within moments in case of any unforeseen events. After surveying the surroundings to confirm there were no dangers, Jiangyang approached an open space. Cautiously, he retrieved a basic hoe and began to dig a pit. To grow tall, one must dig deep. The earth quickly yielded to his efforts, forming a deep hole. Without pausing, Jiangyang shattered the soil before filling it back in, leaving a small pit approximately half a meter deep. He spread a layer of basic fertilizer, followed by a layer of soil, then another layer of basic fertilizer. And once more, he filled it with soil. By the time he applied ordinary fertilizer, only 10 centimeters of depth remained in the pit. Presenting the half-meter-high walnut sapling before him, Jiangyang rubbed it against his dragon's face. I'm not greedy. A casually divine-level inheritance will suffice. Come on, precious gem. You must strive to succeed. Considering Jiangyang's previous actions, this statement could be interpreted as truly enticing. After planting the walnut tree, Jiangyang took out his water bottle and began to irrigate it. I have sown a seed and finally it has borne fruit. Was this preferential treatment? Undoubtedly. It was preferential treatment. Jiangyang was currently in a state of extravagant abundance, commonly referred to as inflation. When a person becomes inflated, trouble often ensues. And the dragon was no exception. Shifting his gaze back to the apple tree at the entrance of the dead volcano, which had ceased its growth, he noted that this apple tree was utterly unremarkable, even appearing rather unsightly due to its crooked planting. However, every tree, before reaching its lofty heights, desperately extends its roots deep into the ground. Upon sensing that its master was treating it differently, the apple tree immediately initiated a desperate counterattack. Utilizing those 20 pieces of basic fertilizer, it plunged its roots nearly 1,000 meters underground. This extreme growth method caused the tree's green leaves to wither and its branches to droop helplessly. At this moment, the apple tree was utterly drained of vitality yet refused to concede. It could sense that there was something it desperately needed far beneath the surface. Soon, the apple tree detected a peculiar current, but the instant its roots brushed against that entity, they were shattered. This last-ditch effort had failed. As a tree of mere white quality, it found it exceedingly difficult to withstand the forces of the earth's veins. To have achieved such a feat could only be described as defying the heavens. Just as the apple tree was on the brink of withering and shattering, a shadow obscured the moonlight. There, Shamir lowered its head, curiously scrutinizing the apple tree before it. It appeared to be quite an amusing toy, slowly extending its dragon claw. A green magical array enveloped the fruit tree, and the dragon mother murmured, "Extraordinary theft of nature's spirit, 9th tier elemental magic, dragon mother's pirated version enhancement of natural will." Chapter 58. Who would have expected this? The long night stretches endlessly, accompanied solely by the lowly. This night seems particularly protracted. On the other side of the dead volcano, agricultural endeavors continue unabated, while the goblin town remains busy. The howling cold wind whipped up dust, leaving the two goblins guarding the dungeon covered in grime. Achio, when will this life come to an end? No more complaints. The town is on full alert. Recently, human adventurers have been spotted near the nearby forest. Upon broaching this topic, both goblins grew visibly tense. If the town were to be exposed to humans, their idyllic lives as goblins would be irrevocably altered. As the two goblins deliberated their future paths, a shadow brazenly passed behind them. The shadow effortlessly maneuvered through the prison door, advancing into the depths of the dungeon. This shadow melded with the night itself, and without perception skills, it would be nearly impossible to catch sight of it with the naked eye. Upon reaching the dungeon, the shadow made its way toward the innermost cell. Its speed was remarkable. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at the cell door. Placing a hand upon the tightly sealed iron gate, the undertaker opened his blood-red eyes, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Inside the cell, there was a fire. Entering was impossible. Furthermore, the warmth emanating from the iron door indicated a noticeably elevated temperature within. Shaking his head, The Undertaker lowered his voice. If light truly existed, you would not be confined here. Inside the cell, a silver-haired girl curled up in the corner, a mithril chain binding her ankle. This girl was exquisite. Her features seemingly sculpted by the goddess of beauty herself, her azure eyes gleaming brightly. Yet, more than her beauty, what drew attention were the pearls that blanketed the ground. Why wait for others to change their hearts? Why not seize your own destiny? You were deceived. The moment you were shackled, you should have understood. Captive of freedom. Manipulated by fate. Do you feel anger? Hatred? Do you desire for them to taste the bitterness of confinement as well? Come forth, come forth. This chaotic world demands tranquility. The Undertaker employed the signature skill of the abyssal creatures, which was the maddening whispers that drove one to insanity. Within the confines of the cell, a silver-haired maiden buried her head in her knees, her arms wrapped tightly around them. Tap, tap, tap. Black pearls tumbled to the ground, accompanying the girl's sobs. As a swirling cloud of darkness enveloped her, whoosh, a gust of wind wafted through a minuscule barred window in the dungeon. Friend, should I offer you something? Self-targeting. X-ray vision, bloodlocking, flight, everything you desire. If you wish to converse, please respond. The voice drifted with the wind, its tone a playful mixture of nonchalance and assurance. Eliciting an involuntary chuckle, the Undertaker tilted his head, pondering how he had nearly succeeded, yet this half-elf had halted her descent into despair. Hey, it's time for a shift. Why are you all still outside? Just then, a commotion arose from the entrance of the dungeon. Another failed day, the Undertaker sighed, cloaking himself in darkness once more before vanishing into the depths of the cell. As the abyssal creature disappeared, the half-elf maiden felt the seductive whispers in her mind dissipate. In that moment, it seemed as though she glimpsed a ray of hope, hastening to the narrow window. However, due to her height, she had to tiptoe to catch a glimpse of the outside world. What are you staring at? Scram back. The goblin guarding the window noticed her peering in and immediately raised his spear. Startled by the sudden threat, the half-elf girl puffed her cheeks, gazing at him with a mixture of indignation and sorrow. Could you do me a favor? Would you mind shattering this pearl in the wind? The goblin squinted at the pearl she struggled to present. What's in it for me? I can give you many pearls. Thud. A kick struck her hand, causing her arm to collide painfully against the hard iron bars, resulting in instant swelling. Yet the goblin showed no sympathy, chuckling darkly. Pearls? The mayor has decreed that due to the inflation of pearls in your little town, we are strategizing to offload them at a low price to Steel City. We plan to swindle them handsomely. His expression turned sinister as he added, if you wish to live, behave yourself. We don't need any more pearls in Goblin Town. Clutching her swollen arm, the half-elf maiden stifled her tears. The window faced south, shielded from the northern winds, thus the pearl dust remained undisturbed. This meant that without assistance, the half-elf maiden would be utterly unable to send a message back to Jiangyang. Her solitary glimmer of hope extinguished once more. Meanwhile, atop the Udagu castle, Gates, draped in a tiger-skin coat, rubbed his hands together against the biting cold. Damn it. How could I be kept awake for so long over that pocket watch? I must be too anxious. Lowering his hands, Gates produced a pearl from his pocket, rubbing it thoughtfully before speaking. This pearl is nearing the price of rice. Should I procure a batch to deceive others? The thought of the Bronze family elicited a faint smile on his lips. This plan seemed quite promising, especially since no one in Noah was aware of the half-elf maiden whose tears could transform into pearls. Snap. Much better. Time to return to sleep. At dawn, near the entrance of the dormant volcano, Jiangyang leaned against a sturdy tree, unaware of the happenings in Goblin Town. His focus was entirely consumed by his new inheritance. Even if he were aware of the situation, it wouldn't concern him. The only matter of significance was the walnut tree, which had now matured, swaying in the breeze with walnuts the size of a human face. The slender branches appeared as if they could snap at any moment, should a gust arise. Boom. A green shadow suddenly plummeted, striking Jiangyang, who was sleeping below. After taking the hit, he felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. The inheritance from the walnut tree had commenced. This time, the inheritance was remarkably user-friendly, selecting the optimal traits based on the host's conditions and imprinting them directly into his mind. Previously, Zhang Yang's dragon lineage inheritance had been flawed due to issues with his soul. The soul acted as a reader, while the brain served as the storage. This time, the walnut tree's inheritance would be directly downloaded into his brain, sparing Zhang Yang a fair amount of trouble. It was evident that the system had put considerable thought into choosing this tree as a reward. The system noted, all is within my calculations. Given Zhang Yang's current situation, the most fitting dragon lineage inheritance would likely be some form of passive traits. As long as the host turned complacent, he would not cause any disturbances. Not causing disturbances equated to diligent farming. Were the system a physical entity, it would surely adjust its black-rimmed glasses and remark, the plan is working. The walnut tree's inheritance concluded swiftly, lasting less than a second before Jiang Yang awoke with a start. What the heck? He sprang to his feet, dragon claws instinctively gripping a low-grade hoe. Shaking his head, he surveyed his surroundings with excitement. Moments later, lowering his dragon form slightly, he positioned the hoe horizontally before him. The breath of the hoe, a form of slash and burn. Boom! A flare of fire erupted, with an uncanny affinity for fire elements. Jiang Yang infused his sword technique with flames. A flash of red light cleaved through the nearby trees, severing them with ease. It was clear that Jiang Yang had attained an inheritance of human inheritance, master of weapons, proficiency in swords. The system, dismayed, exclaimed, "What the?" Chapter 59. Is this an apple tree? All calculations had failed to account for the fact that his host would acquire human inheritance, and one that was usable. If this trend continued, the system sensed that its host was becoming increasingly peculiar, leading it to a bizarre narrative. Hee, this is delightful. Jiang Yang adjusted his grip on the hoe, his dragon eyes glimmering with joy. Bringing the low-grade hoe before him, he noticed it emanating a faint green light. The wooden handle intricately carved with scenes of spring's awakening and the resurgence of life. Upon retrieving a regular hoe, Jiang Yang scrutinized its design more closely than before. The pitted surface resembled mountains and rivers, a barren land awaiting revival. With a flourish, he wielded both hoes, despite being a young dragon with a somewhat bulky form. The tools moved as if extensions of his own limbs, dazzling to behold. Suddenly halting his movements, Jiang Yang struck a pose reminiscent of a sword stance. Not bad. Not bad. From now on, I shall name these the renowned blade Spring Flame and renowned blade of mountains and rivers. The system coughed. The system spluttered. Realizing it was done for, even the hoe could not be casually given away anymore, as the narrative was veering into bizarre territory. Glancing at Jiang Yang, whose dragon eyes narrowed, he declared, dual-wielding. Phoenix takes flight. Boom. A flash of red light obliterated the towering trees ahead. When Jiang Yang was next seen, he had sheathed his hoe, his dragon head angled toward the sky at a 45-degree angle. Who in this world can withstand my strike? Crack. The colossal walnut tree, towering dozens of meters, splintered and began to tumble toward Jiang Yang. However, he did not bother to turn, merely retrieving the ordinary hoe. Sigh so weak. Swish. A flash of cold light severed the walnut tree into dozens of pieces, the cut surfaces impossibly smooth. With a thunderous roar, dust and smoke billowed forth as Jiang Yang leisurely approached the dormant volcano, the swirling debris accentuating the image of this young dragon as a formidable master. System, tired. Let destruction commence. Jiang Yang had no desire to fathom the system's emotional state. He was simply elated. He had charted his own course, to become a red dragon swordsman traversing the world. In the endless night, with but a flickering flame to accompany him, he pondered the path of the sword and the heart of the dragon, daring anyone to challenge him. He chuckled, for he was determined to fulfill the ostentatious scenes inherent in the dragon's legacy. After all, the two sets of inheritance he possessed were truly a match made in heaven. In that moment, Jiang Yang swelled with pride, almost wanting to bellow. I have emerged from the confines of obscurity, and I feel magnificent. What this meant was that the notion of a wretched beginner's protection zone was of no consequence. He was ready to become a carefree swordsman. Humming a tune, Jiang Yang ambled past the entrance of the dormant volcano. He thought to himself, I shall gather some companions upon my return, and then I will proceed to fill that cold pool. The plan to fill the lake was reignited, and Jiang Yang was eager to teach a lesson to the fairies. However, as he continued on his way, he felt a peculiar flicker in his dragon eye, sending a shiver through his soul and stirring the crimson dragon blood within him. Apart from delectable cuisine and melodious tunes, the only other thing capable of eliciting such a response was undoubtedly treasure. There, at the mouth of the dormant volcano, stood a tree whose name eluded him. This tree was peculiar, leaning at an odd angle for reasons unknown. Yet, its significance was paramount. This tree was made of gold. Jiang Yang's dragon eye gleamed with golden light as he grasped two shovels firmly in his hands. He knew he must act quickly before the dragon mother noticed. He had to remove this tree post-haste. Time was of the essence. But just as he was about to make his move, the system's voice echoed suddenly. Ding! Congratulations, host. Perhaps, your orange legendary seed, the money tree, has matured. Money tree, orange quality evolved from a commonplace apple tree. It was on the brink of extinction due to the dragon's influence. Yet, with the aid of a certain dragon, the apple tree managed an incredible comeback. Seizing the opportune moment in a last-ditch effort, effects of the money tree, it can be shaken twice daily, and it will randomly bestow valuable treasures from other realms. Golden apple, ripens annually, yielding a single fruit. Consuming it grants a year's worth of blessings of prosperity. Blessing effect. I have traversed only 3 miles, and even the richest declare me their father. Spirit of the money tree, an entity with self-awareness. She harbors a deep-seated aversion to 2 things, those surnamed Jiang and the red dragon of the Jiang lineage. What the heck? Jiang Yang covered his face with his claws, incredulous. Is this truly that apple tree? The ordinary apple tree that the system couldn't even be bothered to fully describe? Upon seeing the money tree's myriad attributes, Jiang Yang felt as though all notions of inheritance were utterly trivial. While he toiled away at the walnut tree, the money tree promised a life of ease, where one could simply lounge at home, shaking the tree for all manner of treasures, world-ending magic, infinite gems, antimatter cannons. The 4 swords of extermination, the Pangu axe, surely these must belong to the realm of precious items. At the very least, elixirs and magical potions. These too must be treasures. Jiang Yang burst into tears, lamenting the absurdity of it all. It was all his inflated pride's fault. He had unwittingly offended the money tree. And henceforth, he vowed never to eat chives again. System, do I still have a chance? Haha, who would have thought? Though he could not see it. Jiang Yang could already envision the system's anthropomorphized smug grin. Just as Jiang Yang wallowed in his misery, the earth suddenly trembled. At the mouth of the dormant volcano, the dragon mother emerged, yawning. Casting a glance at her weeping son, Samaryu could hardly muster the energy to engage. This boy had been acting erratically for days. Shifting her gaze to the money tree, Samaryu nodded in surprise. I never anticipated it would survive. Yesterday, she sensed something had brushed against the golden river beneath. One of her treasures. Thus, she had come out to assess the situation. Observing the industrious little sapling, Samaryu was curious to discover its potential limits and decided to lend a hand. This series of events could be deemed serendipitous. Yet one must credit the apple tree's tenacious spirit, which played a crucial role. Had it not been for the contact with the underground golden river, she would not have encountered the dragon mother, nor would she have ascended several levels through the overwhelming aura of wealth emanating from below. As Samaryu scrutinized the money tree, a little girl clad in a red apron burst forth. Gold thread adorned her apron, depicting symbols of wealth, ingots, goldfish, auspicious clouds, and the golden toad. To Jiang Yang's eyes, this was no mere tree spirit. She was, without a doubt, the embodiment of a fortune deity. The tree spirit scampered up to Samaryu, lifting a golden apple the size of a basin. Esteemed one, this is my golden apple. Consuming it will safeguard your fortune and enhance your luck. Samaryu ground her teeth in contemplation. Fortune? What need had she for such a thing? Was there anyone in this world wealthier than her? I do not partake in vegetarian fare. Upon hearing the dragon mother's response, Jiang Yang leapt up in excitement. I am a vegetarian. I have been raised on a vegetarian diet. If I skip a meal, my stomach aches. Please, allow me to have it, dear mistress. The tree spirit turned her head, her twin braids bobbing as she did. In an instant, her expression soured, glaring in disdain at the red dragon of the Jiang lineage. Humph. I wouldn't even feed this gluttonous creature, inflated with pride. With a crunch, the tree spirit devoured the golden apple. Her speed so swift that Jiang Yang barely caught a glimpse of her afterimage. Thud. Jiang Yang collapsed to the ground, his heart aching. System. I want to learn to farm. Chapter 60. I am fortunate. That's right. From now on, as long as you diligently farm, legendary seeds will come. And mythic seeds shall follow. Jiang Yang's shoulders trembled as he lifted his head. Is this truly the case? Indeed, as long as you cultivate the land earnestly. Nurture your plants. Avoid causing mischief. In less than 3 years, you shall become an affluent farmer. At the system's words, Jiang Yang's lips curled into a lopsided, battle-hardened grin. Am I such a shallow person? Do you know what this money tree is besides being a legendary plant? What are you talking about? Jiang Yang stood tall, mimicking a gesture of combing his hair back with his dragon claws. Through my time spent with you, I have learned one crucial truth. The more I follow your rhythm, the less joy I find. What on earth are you babbling about? Thus, I shall no longer play by the rules system. What are you suggesting? Grasping 2 shovels, Jiang Yang's dragon eye glinted red as a plume of white steam billowed from his slightly parted maw. Fierce. Dragon. Void-cleaving slash. Roaring. In an instant, a blood-red dragon head surged toward the money tree. The events transpired so rapidly that the money tree spirit had no time to react. Meanwhile, the dragon mother Samaryu observed with cold indifference. Her son appeared to be having another episode. Let him have his episode. It was far better than continually fixating on her drool. Seeing Jiang Yang charge toward the money tree, the tree spirit began to weep frantically. Wah, my tree. Jiang Yang, within the dragon's maw, widened his eyes in fury, rapidly scanning the money tree for any vulnerabilities. Boom. Golden branches scattered into the sky, shimmering in the sunlight, creating a dazzling spectacle. In the eyes of the tree spirit, it felt as though a blade had grazed its own visage. as Jiang Yang descended to the ground. He did not pause. Swiftly, he stowed away the ordinary hoe, retaining only the low-grade hoe in his grasp. Adopting a stance as if to draw a sword, Jiang Yang rasped, "Death is like the wind, ever at my side, gale of the severing wind." Whoosh! In a flash, as he reappeared, he had also sheathed the low-grade hoe. With a rustling sound, countless branches and leaves began to cascade, transforming the area beneath the great tree into a golden rain. Yet, this spectacle was far from over. With a powerful surge, Jiang Yang advanced towards the money tree, his voice booming, "8 gates of Dunjia. Night Kai." Thunderously, he delivered a kick to the money tree, causing it to tilt and sway. Sensing the moment was ripe, Jiang Yang propelled himself towards the tree spirit, landing before her. The tree spirit was momentarily dazed, unable to comprehend his presence until he stood directly in front of her. With a gentle smile, Jiang Yang extended a claw and spoke in a low tone, "Be my sister." With a rustle, the severed golden branches fell, creating a splendid backdrop behind him. In the eyes of the tree spirit, the red dragon before her bore a faint smile, while behind him, a pruned money tree swayed gracefully in the wind. At that moment, the money tree stood tall, its golden crown resembling a little girl soundly asleep on the back of the colossal dragon. Jiang Yang mused. Apart from being a legendary seed, she was also a sentient being. If she were to harbor resentment towards me, perhaps she would also find it within her to forgive. Thus, I wager on her forgiveness. The tree spirit's eyes sparkled with golden light, her gaze dreamy as she beheld the tree Jiang Yang had pruned. "This is so beautiful," she thought, having feared her true form would remain forever ugly. Noticing Jiang Yang still extending his claw, the tree spirit closed her eyes, turned her head, and pouted. "Humph, I shall consider it." After a few moments of contemplation, she opened one eye and said, "In light of your earnestness, I shall forgive you." Excellent. A world birthed from the wounds of the system was created. This time, Jiang Yang had learned his lesson. One must never underestimate the seemingly mundane plants, for their mutations could be exceedingly terrifying. Of course, Jiang Yang did not forget to deliver a finishing blow to the system. "Sister, let me tidy up those branches so they do not offend your eyes. Making money is no disgrace." Seizing the opportunity to clear the branches, Jiang Yang contacted the system. "What about my reward? The legendary seed. Surely I should receive a few purple seeds? Host has not harvested a golden apple. The system shall not bestow rewards. The legendary seed's cultivation engagement is insufficient. Hence no rewards shall be granted." Well, considering the system's reasoning, what could Jiang Yang say? Nonetheless, he did not come away empty-handed. Even a casual planting of an apple tree could yield a legendary seed, albeit through a rather convoluted process. But ultimately, the outcome was favorable, for he could still draw 2 prizes, right? Ah, the lottery. Hiss, having traversed realms, surely my luck could not be so dire. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yang found himself amidst a whirlwind of copper coins. The tree spirit averted her gaze, speaking with a hint of sympathy. "These are all random. I cannot influence them." Ah, feeling the malice of this world, perhaps I should be called Wealthy Belia. Quickly regaining composure, he remained unperturbed. He still had one chance for a miraculous turnaround. Remembering how a mere whiteboard apple tree could transform into a legend overnight, Jiang Yang was confident that he could draw a miraculous piece of equipment with his final lottery ticket. "Give me super double." With fervent shaking, he awaited the outcome. Yet after a prolonged wait, no treasures fell from the crown of the tree. System notification, lottery attempts exhausted, Jiang Yang 01, Shamalu 11. Nearby Shamalu, who had been observing Jiang Yang's theatrical performance, stifled a yawn. It appeared that her esteemed brother lacked any theatrical talent. His antics resembled those of a monkey. "Since that is the case, I shall take my leave to rest." Master, you haven't shaken today. Something good is bound to come forth." Shamala glanced at the boxes of copper coins beside Jiang Yang, her lips curling in disdain. "Mere worthless copper. It's uncomfortable even to sleep on." "Everyone is different, master. Come and give it a try, but do be gentle." Looking at the tree spirit before her, Shamalu impatiently extended her claw and tapped the tree. With a rustling noise, countless gold coins cascaded from the tree's crown, burying Jiang Yang beneath them, who was still in disbelief. Bang! Diamond orbs the size of basketballs began to fall. Crack! A black dagger plunged vertically, embedding itself into the mound of gold. Seeing this spectacle, the dragon mother's eyes lit up. It seemed intriguing indeed. Before long, a small mountain of gold appeared beneath the tree's crown, prompting the tree spirit to applaud in encouragement. "Master, your luck is truly remarkable. You may come and shake the tree again tomorrow." Tomorrow again? Jiang Yang thought, realizing he would have to venture out once more. This was proving to be quite the hassle. With a rustling sound, Jiang Yang emerged from the mountain of gold, surveying the surrounding coins. It dawned on him how vast the disparity could be between dragons, and he collapsed atop the coins, tears of humiliation welling in his eyes. Endure. Just one more year, and I shall turn my fortunes around. Chapter 61, The Scarecrow in the Wild. I heard you didn't sleep last night, big brother. How rare. On a small ridge, 5 young dragons were engaged in technical work, grafting. It should be noted that Jiang Yang had harvested quite a few branches from the money tree, and this venture was bound to yield substantial profits. Whether for cultivation materials or grafting, it was undeniably excellent. Moreover, these were not one-time products. If they ran short, he could always ask his little sister for more. Under the pretext of pruning. Hearing Kaiser's mocking tone, Jiang Yang shot him a glance. This fellow was asking for a reprimand. Blood must be drawn. Noticing his brother's gaze, Kaiser quickly recoiled, suddenly reminded that he had been on Jiang Yang's mind lately. Blood would indeed be extracted from Kaiser today, though that would have to wait until he finished the grafting task. Observing the successfully grafted wild apple tree before him, Jiang Yang felt a flicker of uncertainty. From what he understood about grafting, most people used tender shoots for the process. He wondered if branches already 10 centimeters long would succeed. In contemplation, Jiang Yang pulled out some basic fertilizer. When in doubt, resort to fertilizer. The art of applying it is always miraculous. Seeing Jiang Yang produce fertilizer from thin air, Lisa and Kaiser were unfazed. After all, the myriad peculiar legacies of dragons were not uncommon. Spatial abilities were hardly rare, at least among the 3 dragons. The knowledge of space was somewhat documented in their respective legacies. Behold my hastening technique. Soon, the basic fertilizer was sprinkled, Jiang Yang's claws steady, precisely 20 grains. After stowing the fertilizer away, he turned to Lisa, who was munching on corn. She swallowed the corn whole and innocently replied, "That kind of natural magic you mentioned, I cannot perform. You utter rubbish." Jiang Yang glared at Lisa with disdain. She called herself a magical genius, yet could not even wield basic natural magic. She must be worthless. Lisa huffed, turning her head away. Which red dragon uses natural magic? Those spells are the exclusive domain of fairies, elves, and nature spirits. If there were a dragon association, Lisa would dare to swallow the water flask at Jiang Yang's waist right then and there. Ding, congratulations, host, on developing a blue plant. You are rewarded with 5 seeds of the current research plant. Golden apple tree, blue quality, a variety grafted from the money tree branches. It possesses high nutritional value that can rapidly replenish energy, enhance immune strength, and elevate recovery speed by 50. This seed cannot be exchanged in the system. Host must cultivate it independently. At that moment, a faint smile graced Jiang Yang's dragon visage. He had already envisioned the golden pear tree, golden kumquat tree, golden persimmon tree, and more. Enough said. Henceforth, I shall be the chief stylist for my little sister. Jiang Yang howled joyously at the sky. This was truly marvelous. His fruit business was advancing by leaps and bounds. Just as Jiang Yang was basking in the prospects of his financial future, a thought suddenly pierced through his mind. Grassbreaker, master, I have encountered humans. To Jiang Yang's surprise, the scarecrow had made contact with humans so swiftly, his brow furrowed as he inquired about the situation. Jiang Yang, how many are there on the other side? Can you handle them? Grassbreaker, 1 person. I can annihilate him in an instant. Upon hearing that the scarecrow could annihilate an opponent, Jiang Yang's desire to control the situation diminished significantly. Jiang Yang, is there room for showboating? Grassbreaker, there is, but only a little. Jiang Yang, which path are you taking? Grassbreaker, heading north. The road is quite sunny, with no room for showboating and still on the main road. Jiang Yang, after advising him to make his own decisions, severed the connection with Grassbreaker. Meanwhile, in the northern region of the Black Iron Mountains, I am Kalasse, age 22, residing within a dumpster next to the Church of Truth in Steel City. My profession is that of an assassin. My sleep is perpetually unstable, and I inevitably leave fatigued for the following day, while my mealtimes depend entirely on the speed at which the Church of Truth discards leftover food. The doctor has told me that my existence is meaningless and that I might as well perish. Perched on a tree branch, a man with beady eyes, dressed in a black bodysuit, uttered these words, his squinting gaze directed at the black-armored knight below. Brother, due to the sudden retreat of our squad's warriors, I invite you to join a temporary team. Are you interested? Grassbreaker observed the assassin on the branch, puzzled by the fact that an assassin could so brazenly reveal his residence without concern. Kalasse smiled. No problem at all, for I am exceptionally strong. In truth, he was rather incompetent, having failed to complete nearly 1,000 tasks, rendering this little assassin devoid of enemies apart from being an annoyance to others. This lack of fear regarding the exposure of his identity led him to be unbothered by such matters. For instance, this particular individual was on the verge of starvation, which prompted him to join an adventure team for a free meal. Possessing assassin skills, he successfully became the team's scout, tasked with gathering intelligence. It turned out that a warrior, whose wife was due to give birth and had not returned home in 3 years, hurriedly dashed back upon hearing the news. Before leaving, he purchased numerous local specialties in Steel City. To ensure the team could continue exploring the Black Iron Mountains, the captain dispatched Colossae to gather intelligence. Grassbreaker contemplated the tasks assigned by his master, to extract eyes, gather plants, and more. Removing the scythe from his back, Grassbreaker tilted his head. Am I handsome? Colossae grinned widely. Half foolish. There is no man in Steel City more handsome than I, Colossae. Comparing your looks to mine is a futile endeavor. As he spoke, Colossae's squinting eyes sparkled with confidence. Unbeknownst to the narcissistic Colossae, his recent peculiar behavior had led him to narrowly escape a deathly encounter. Replacing the mithril scythe back on his back, Grassbreaker felt he was still not handsome enough, realizing he needed to devise a way to enhance his charm. With these thoughts lingering, Grassbreaker strode directly into the depths of the forest, entirely ignoring the assassin Colossae. Seeing Grassbreaker about to leave, Colossae quickly raised his hand to stop him. Brother, wait a moment. Have you truly considered this? Our team's professional configuration is perfect, and we are experienced. Moreover, our goal is the legendary Goblin Town. Initially, Grassbreaker had dismissed Colossae's words as mere background noise, but he suddenly became intrigued by the prospect. Turning around, his blood-red eyes fixed upon Colossae, who at that moment noticed the striking crimson hue of Grassbreaker's eyes. However, this did not alarm him, given Colossae's own visual ailment. Do you find me handsome? Grassbreaker reached for his mithril scythe, believing it was time to reduce the other to mere scraps. Yet, his hand hovered in the air. Caught in a dilemma, the choice between extracting eyes and appearing handsome seemed rather challenging. A town, without elaborating too much, surely harbored 3 to 5 beauties. Trading 10 eyes for 1 scrap seemed an unwise bargain. Thus, Grassbreaker murmured, I accept. I wish to see Goblin Town. Unbeknownst to him, he was indeed growing more astute. Grassbreaker exclaimed, I am truly clever. Chapter 62, The Secret of the Ruins. I am truly clever. Ahaha. On a small ridge, Jiangyang stood amidst an orchard, laughing boisterously. At this moment, he yearned to stretch out his claws and proclaim, Behold, this is my kingdom. It is a realm forged through my sweat and blood. Beside him, the 4 young dragons, utterly exhausted, had nothing to say. Grafting was indeed laborious. Such technical work was evidently unsuited for these young dragons. Casting a glance at his languid dragon siblings, Jiangyang frowned. Rise. We've only cultivated a few acres. Look at the neighboring undead. They've been at it for 2 days and nights without rest. A certain undead, wielding a hoe, passed by, taking a bite of corn. Lisa opened her dragon eyes. Speaking lightly, those undead can toil indefinitely as long as their bones remain intact. Yet we, with flesh and blood, tire and experience mental fatigue, which is quite normal. Isn't it? Hey, you over there, come here. Zorn, who was preparing to work the fields with his hoe, paused and looked over, puzzled. Your Highness, do you need something? Jiangyang narrowed his dragon eyes. What is your current strength? Sticking the corn cob between his ribs, Zorn raised his head in contemplation. If he does not interfere, I remain a legendary sword sage, but a bony hand scratched his pelvis, and green soul flames radiated a wise glow. Zorn covered his face, choking back emotion. But there is no scenario where he does not interfere, so I can only rely on his magical profession to scrape by. Observing this reluctant undead who was not keen on being a slacker, Jiangyang clicked his tongue. Very well, actually, I am looking to pull off something big. Ears perked up, Caesar, who was lying on the ground, heard this. Big brother wants to pull off something big. His eyes suddenly ignited with the fires of battle. Caesar stood up excitedly. So, brother, are we going to wage war? Shall we attack the ogres or the wolves? No, let us assault Goblin Town. Gazing at the throng of undead in the distance, Caesar envisioned their rampage through villages. Counting on his dragon claws, Caesar calculated, we can sustain our war through war. Those who obey can join the main army, while those who do not can be placed at the front as slave soldiers. We might even slay our way into the human kingdom. In the end, we need not claim any territory, but merely plunder resources and population. We are sure to make a significant profit. To my surprise, the young lad possesses quite a talent for warfare, demonstrating an understanding of the concept of sustaining conflict through conflict. However, upon reflection, there is indeed merit in Caesar's words. Perhaps in the future, they might consider putting it to the test, though what Jiangyang wishes to convey is not merely this. As he surveyed his younger siblings, Jiangyang's dragon visage took on a menacing aspect. He spoke each word deliberately. It is time to reignite the lake-filling project. Desha raised his head. A look of confusion etched upon his features as he regarded his elder brother. If memory served him correctly, their adversary was either a legend or a demigod. Their approach seemed akin to courting death. Even Zorn, standing nearby, could not suppress a thoughtful stroke of his chin. This scene felt oddly familiar. Jiang Yang flashed a grin and retrieved a pitch-black dagger from his water skin. Do you know what this is? Lisa pondered momentarily before responding. A piece of trash discarded by mother? Jiang Yang had already informed them of the dagger's origins that morning. It had been left behind due to Shamir's disdain. Unconcerned with such trivialities, the impoverished Jiang Yang had taken both the copper and the dagger back with him. This is a remarkable dagger, possessing the power of invisibility, which I have dubbed the Night Messenger. The Night Messenger? The lake fairy tossed the dagger she held, her emerald eyes fixated on Jiang Yang and his cohort. Today, this dragonling's entourage had taken on a peculiar configuration, even including a dual-soul specter. Jiang Yang, trapped within the watery confines, wore a smile. Indeed, our dead Volcano Limited has recently initiated a charitable event aimed at providing companionship to the lonely elders of the Black Iron Mountains, performing good deeds. Flapping her wings, the fairy soared to Jiang Yang's imposing head. She reached out, playfully patting his large face. So, your dead volcano truly has a heart. Indeed, our enterprise is a paragon of virtue, widely recognized in the dragon community, especially under the esteemed leadership of our dragon lord, Lady Long Mu, whom generations of dragons have revered as a living saint. The fairy crossed her arms, her expression dripping with disdain. Spare me your deceits. You ought to know I won't harm you. Now what do you truly seek? With her ruse unveiled, Jiang Yang offered an awkward smile. Actually, it's nothing much. Yet, as he uttered those words, his dragon demeanor shifted to solemnity. Casting a glance towards the ruins, he inquired, I wish to ask about that site of antiquity, and whether any recent anomalies have occurred here. Indeed, Jiang Yang was preparing to take action against the gnome town, but prior to that, he required a foundation of intelligence, particularly concerning pearls, as this was one of his primary motivations. The fairy contemplated for a moment. Such matters are of considerable value. Observing the fairy's cautious demeanor, Jiang Yang began to suspect that this excursion might yield no fruit. The fairy raised her head, solemnly declaring, therefore, it will cost extra. Well then, it appeared that without adequate compensation, the fairy would not divulge the secrets of the ruins. In light of this, Jiang Yang nodded. 3 songs. Please commence your performance. Upon reaching a satisfactory price in his mind, the fairy revealed a hint of a smile. The tale is lengthy, so I shall be succinct. The site appeared long before me, hence I possess no knowledge of it. Jiang Yang's expression darkened, realizing he had fallen into a trap. Throughout his life, not even his father had managed to ensnare him. Noticing the unfriendly gaze of the young dragon before her, the fairy shrugged. However, I do know one thing, gleaned from that mural. It is a lost city, not truly of the land, but of the sea, for reasons unknown. It has risen above the waves. Jiang Yang raised a claw. I understand, tectonic shifts. Casting him a sidelong glance, the fairy pouted, finding his manners lacking. So, you are well informed then. Of course, I'm exceptionally knowledgeable. The fairy brushed her forehead, bemused by this young dragon's peculiar demeanor. Truly, the world was full of wonders. Tired of engaging with Jiang Yang, the fairy continued. In truth, that ruin is of little consequence. What matters is the individual who emerged from it. Jiang Yang's dragon visage suddenly turned grave, his voice low. Oh, I seem to detect the scent of a story. The fairy clenched her fists, exasperated by the young dragon's incessant interruptions. Could you not remain silent for a moment? Taking a deep breath, the fairy aimed to hasten the conclusion of this topic. She is a half-elf who arrived at the Black Iron Mountains via the magic circle of the ruins. Unlike ordinary half-elves, she possesses mermaid lineage. Her primary purpose for coming here is to seek the fabled mermaid kingdom. Chapter 63, Cross-Server Chat. The fairy laid bare all her intelligence, leaving nothing concealed. Jiang Yang, perplexed, queried, how do you know so much? The fairy produced a pearl, identical in size to the one Jiang Yang had previously swallowed. With the pearl stowed away, the fairy began to clarify. Mermaid tears transform into pearls, but not exclusively. Only those with noble bloodlines possess this ability. Glancing at Jiang Yang, who appeared only partially enlightened, the fairy cautioned, what is your interest in this? Do you intend to keep her captive, tormenting her daily to acquire pearls? How could that be? Heh. It appeared the coin-printing maiden had indeed come into contact with the lake fairy. Thus, the latter should be aware of the former's appearance. Rubbing his dragon claws together, Jiang Yang donned a benevolent smile. Our dead Volcano Agricultural Corporation adheres to principles of justice, liberty, harmony, and love. We are an exceedingly righteous company. How could we act in such an inhumane manner? Shifting the conversation, Jiang Yang tentatively inquired, could you describe her appearance to me, so I may extend my draconic assistance? The fairy fell silent, realizing this individual had fixated on the little elf. Such betrayal of another was something she, as a fairy, would never entertain. I shall compose 2 more songs for you. Silver hair, blue eyes, standing at 165 centimeters, clad in a green elven robe. And her quest is to find her mother, with measurements being. Jiangyang diligently noted this information before responding. Thank you. No need for thanks. Merely the songs will suffice. Thus, this unsavory transaction was conducted with brazen transparency, and both parties emerged rather satisfied. Upon returning to the dead volcano, Jiangyang began preparing his plans for the invasion of the gnome town. Caesar trailed behind, dejected, still fuming over being caught by the fairy once more. Cursed be it. Once I grow up, I shall dry that wretched lake. Glancing at Caesar, Jiangyang redirected his attention. Why wait until you grow up? Once we resolve the gnome town matter, we shall take action. A mere fairy is no match for us. Caesar's eyes sparkled with excitement. His elder brother was incredibly bold, and he appreciated it. Tough, quite tough indeed. Whether or not they were truly tough would be determined later. For now, Jiangyang's mind was occupied solely with one task, to plant a leaf lotus. Zorn felt the vivid imagery of their earlier moments intensifying, and he could not help but advise. I believe one must eat corn one bite at a time. A journey is taken step by step. If one strides too far, one risks disintegrating into ash. Casting his gaze toward the dead volcano, Zorn sighed. I once had 9 roommates. Alas, they have vanished without a trace. Jiangyang shook his head, indicating that such matters could be addressed later. For now, we must venture to the gnome town and take a look. Lisa and the other dragon's eyes sparkled with anticipation. At long last, the day had arrived that would pave their path to prosperity. What does Big Brother mean? Lisa leaned in cautiously and inquired of Jiangyang. The latter chuckled. Open investigation. Covert reconnaissance. The former entails visiting the goblin town under the pretext of the dormant volcano, in hopes of uncovering overt clues. The latter, however, involves stealthy infiltration, avoiding any unnecessary commotion. Presently, Jiangyang's choice was evidently the latter. It was prudent to ascertain the strengths of both parties, along with the entanglements involved, before taking action. Just as Jiangyang was preparing to depart, a sudden gust of the north wind carried an unread message. Mr. Yoda is truly a benevolent soul, willing to offer assistance, and even arranging for me a luxurious room. Albeit the abode is somewhat low and the window merely a tiny slit. Nevertheless, the amenities are complete and quite splendid, which moved me to tears. Wait. A shift in circumstances. The gathered dragon stumbled, nearly toppling to the ground. Jiangyang's tail flicked uneasily, his visage clouded with worry. Truly, a master builder of the goblin town, Yoda displayed an understanding of flexible tactics. It seemed he had underestimated Yoda. This old fellow was unlike other magical beings and treated the merfolk kindly. If this were the case, a direct confrontation might lead to unfounded repercussions. Furthermore, it could potentially offend his money-printing queen, a passive scenario that Jiangyang would never entertain. Whether through strength or subtlety, I shall not be outdone. Having said that, Jiangyang produced a handful of small pearls and glanced at Lisa. Is there a spell for altering the wind's direction? Lisa, perplexed, wondered why he suddenly inquired about magic when they were supposed to attack the goblin town. However, since her elder brother asked, she could only respond, yes. But what do you need to change the wind for? You will find out soon enough. With that, Jiangyang placed the pearls before him and stated earnestly, Dead Volcano Agricultural Corporation, all meals and lodging included, complete with 5 insurances and 1 fund, and during holidays, festive gift packages await you. No work required. Just lie back and earn. This is your second home, your warm harbor. Casting a glance at Lisa, who was utterly baffled by her brother's antics, she dared not question further and obediently began to cast the wind-altering spell. Soon, a cerulean magic circle materialized beneath her feet. Her body suffused with magical energy as she channeled it into the formation. The spell activated, and the wind abruptly shifted to blow fiercely northward. Crack! The pearls shattered into dust, swept away by the gust. More subtle? I can be soft enough to make you question your existence. With that, Jiangyang retrieved another small pearl. Dead Volcano Scenic Area. Experienced the finest natural wonders, with rich biodiversity and abundant plant resources. An extraordinary conversation unfolded, transcending location, time, and species, with a disparity in information. Meanwhile, Yoda, the mayor of the goblin town, remained blissfully unaware of these developments, as he was quite preoccupied. Location, within a dimly lit cave. Well, the steam engine before him emitted a piercing sound, white steam forcing open the valve, while the drive shaft operated frantically. This was an exceedingly complex, yet rudimentary mechanical apparatus, with sparks occasionally flickering from the brass components. A labyrinth of pipes converged, ultimately connecting to a glass container. Yoda's small eyes were fixated upon the massive vessel. Inside, a pale yellow liquid bubbled, a shadow undulating within. Rubbing his recently sprouted beard, Yoda reached out towards the container. Zing! Thunderous shock. Nearly paralyzed by the electric jolt, Yoda hastily withdrew his hand, waiting a considerable time for the numbness to dissipate. Shaking his electrified palm, he grimaced and cursed. Damn the Church of Truth, always peddling this shoddy merchandise. Cursing the manufacturer of the contraption before him, Yoda's aged face contorted with displeasure. Not wishing to be shocked again, he took several steps back, distancing himself from the peculiar machine. Feeling secure, Yoda resumed his previous nonchalant demeanor. With his small eyes fixed on the container, he smirked, still asleep. Are you? Green Dragon Oriath? Whoosh. A pair of slitted pupils suddenly appeared. The blood-red dragon eyes slowly shifting until they locked onto Yoda. Chapter 64. The Assassin Goes Berserk. Roar. A furious bellow reverberated, causing the entire cave to tremble. Beep beep beep. The strange machines blared alarms, the steam engine working furiously. Crack. A powerful current enveloped the entire vessel, and soon thereafter, the green dragon within emitted a mournful cry, collapsing unconscious. Observing the dragon's fainting form, Yoda removed his hand from the lever. Still a mindless beast, is it? This presents a dilemma. Yoda stroked his chin, his aged eyes glinting with a chilling light. The situation in the goblin town was perilous. It seemed that Ulrich was preparing to take serious action. Recently, adventurers had been encroaching upon the town, and should their presence become public knowledge, none would be able to safeguard them. Gazing up at the cracked ceiling of the cave, Yoda murmured, Ulrich, what are you scheming? If I were to face trouble, you wouldn't fare well either. Casting one last glance at the green dragon, Yoda turned towards the exit. I must hurry and devise a way to shift the new troubles onto my existing ones. Yoda's plan was rather straightforward, to misdirect, shifting Ulrich's attention elsewhere. Once all settled, given Ulrich's nature, that fellow would undoubtedly cease his hostilities. After all, who would wish to oppose money? Perhaps Yoda had not considered that in this world, some individuals genuinely have no qualms with money. Scarecrow, also known as Strawbreaker, was currently engaging with a human adventurer party. This was a 5-member adventuring group, led by a mid-level swordsman, with the other members comprising a low-level longbow ranger, an apprentice mage, and an apprentice priest. Originally, there had been a low-level warrior as well, but regrettably, he had to return midway due to the birth of his child. Kureiseyu, the team leader, gazed at the black-armored knight before him, feeling a chill run down his spine. What on earth had this fool of an assassin brought back? Those blood-red eyes truly seemed uncharacteristic of a human being. Crack. Strawbreaker's head suddenly swayed, yet the degree of movement was such that a normal person would likely have succumbed. Gulp. The 4 members observed this scene, swallowing hard, cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. Kureise, raising his head, pointed to his crossed eyes and assured, though my vision is somewhat scattered, with cataracts, misalignment, and night blindness. As an assassin, I am more than capable of serving as a scout. Patting Strawbreaker's shoulder, Kureise grinned. This is Brother Strawbreaker. He claims his profession is hunting in the wild, with a side job of foraging for spirit mushrooms. Scanning the retreating group, Kureise reassured, no need to worry. Brother Breaker is perfectly fine, a thoroughly normal individual. Brandishing a scythe, Strawbreaker declared, does anyone know what it feels like to need to urinate? Look, Brother Breaker is aware of the urge to urinate. He must be a quick-wit, logically sound human being. The team leader wiped the sweat from his forehead, glaring at Kureise with a facade of bravado. Indeed, enlisting the services of this imbecilic assassin was the most regrettable decision of his life. Once this crisis is resolved, he vowed to unceremoniously cast this wretch back into the refuse. Adopting a feigned smile, the squad leader ruffled his hair and said, haha, truly? That Brother Grassbreaker seems quite dashing in that attire of yours. Whoosh. A gleaming silver scythe was suddenly poised against his throat, and as the squad leader beheld the radiant blade, he felt his very soul take flight. The others were equally startled. Such swiftness suggested at least a high-level professional. Grassbreaker pondered for a moment before retracting the scythe with a chuckle. Don't be alarmed. It was merely a jest. I almost lost control and turned this fellow into mere pulp. Thankfully, I restrained myself. Otherwise, my plan to collect eyes would have been in jeopardy. Sensing the blade's withdrawal from his neck, the squad leader's legs turned to jelly. It was evident that this individual before him was either a monster or a lunatic. Regardless, a strategy must be devised to rid themselves of this menace. With this in mind, the squad leader cast a glance at Kulis, the fool, who also needed to be sent away. Brother Grass, in truth, we are not adventurers. We are merely here for sightseeing. Given your unfamiliarity with this place, how about I offer you some coin to seek out another adventuring party? As he spoke, the squad leader retrieved several copper coins from his pocket and looked at his companions. What are you staring at? Come on, contribute. Seeing this, his companions hastily stepped forward, each producing their meager savings. The squad leader respectfully gathered the coins and presented them to Grassbreaker. The total amounted to a paltry 29 pieces, hardly sufficient to purchase a decent pair of socks, let alone serve as a bribe. I am not fond of money. Then what is it that you desire? Choose freely. We shall provide whatever we can. To their surprise, the squad leader was quite astute, scanning the ranks of the adventuring party. The implication was clear. There were no women present. Grassbreaker expressed, "What I seek is beyond your means. Rare plants, beautiful eyes, and pulp." The squad leader gasped in shock. Had he truly just heard something peculiar? Beautiful eyes? Was he referring to something legitimate? Soon, the adventurers gathered aside to engage in hushed deliberation. "The situation is dire. We should flee," said the priest. "With his speed, even if we ran several kilometers, it would be futile. We would still meet our demise," replied the mage. "Calm down. Did this lunatic not mention he favors rare plants?" The squad leader reassured. "Captain, are you implying?" In no time, a trap for Grassbreaker was meticulously prepared, and they believed it to be quite perfect. The squad leader approached once more, ingratiatingly stating, "Brother, you may be pleased to know we do indeed have information regarding rare plants." Grassbreaker nodded. "Very well, let us acquire the rare plants first. Then proceed to the goblin town." The squad leader, eager to please, nodded vigorously, proclaiming, "As you wish, my brother." Just as Grassbreaker was about to fall into their trap, an unexpected realization struck. The rare plants. Is it that slumber mushroom we discovered yesterday? Isn't it guarded by killer bees? I even saw that their queen is a formidable high-level beast. Are we being too reckless? Noticing the squad leader's predatory gaze, Kulis suddenly comprehended. With a clap of his hands, he exclaimed, "Oh, I see now. You intend to ensnare Brother Grass. Why was I not included in your earlier scheming? I am a temporary worker too. Your actions may violate the labor laws of Steel City." At that moment, Kulis resembled a traitor, exposing the trap laid for Grassbreaker while simultaneously pushing the adventurers into the pit they had dug, burying them in their own folly. The squad leader was drenched in sweat, his burlap clothing clinging to him uncomfortably. He felt as though he could scarcely breathe. "Never mind, let us proceed." The squad leader stared blankly at Grassbreaker, bewildered. Had he truly not caught on? Were they on the verge of delivering themselves to death? Yet still held out hope for a miraculous turnaround? Chapter 65, The Peculiar Ritual. Regardless, the immediate priority was to swiftly distance themselves from this creature. The squad leader bowed and gestured. "This way, brother. The slumber mushroom lies just ahead, only a few steps away." Observing the squad leader's eagerness, Grassbreaker silently commended him, deciding that this fellow could afford to wait a moment longer. Thus, the adventuring party set forth with Grassbreaker in tow. Their trap had transformed from a secret pit into an open one. Since this black-armored knight seemed unperturbed by their scheme, they graciously acquiesced. Soon, they arrived at a shadowy forest, where the trees appeared pitch black, and the atmosphere was laden with an eerie chill. "A splendid locale," Grassbreaker remarked, relishing the aesthetic of such a striking place, perfectly befitting his demeanor. Meanwhile, the squad leader recoiled slightly. It was apparent that this individual was far from ordinary. It was imperative to rid themselves of him swiftly. As they continued, they approached their destination, a massive, ancient tree that had toppled over, likely a relic from a bygone era. At the base of this decayed timber, a blue and white mushroom emitted a soft glow. The mushroom was exquisite, adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to induce a sense of drowsiness upon mere gaze. However, at the other end of the withered trunk lay a deadly threat. A yellowish nest nearly enveloped the majority of the fallen tree, where human-sized killer bees patrolled their territory with methodical precision. These creatures were formidable, possessing lethal stingers, and they always struck in swarms. Not even high-level professionals dared approach. Even legendary adventurers would steer clear of such peril. The squad leader rubbed his hands together, fawningly stating, "Brother, there lies the slumber mushroom. Given our numbers, we shall abstain from approaching." Before he could finish, Grassbreaker had already begun striding toward the mushroom. He was on the verge of fulfilling one of his tasks. The onlookers gaped in astonishment. Was this individual truly devoid of reason or simply reckless? To provoke the killer bees, whose queen was a high-level beast, was sheer folly. Buzzing. As anticipated, the moment the swarm sensed an intruder, they launched an immediate offensive. The multitude of killer bees descended like a vast net, enveloping Grassbreaker in their fury. The formation shifted into a lethal strike aimed directly at Grassbreaker's face. The execution had to be stylish, the movements swift. The master's commands were etched in his mind. Swish! A dark slash cut through the air, unleashing a terrifying aura of the abyss. In that fleeting moment, the swarm halted mid-flight, as though their bodies were obstructed by an unseen force. Calmly retracting his scythe, Grassbreaker advanced towards the slumber mushroom. With a rain of lifeless insects descending from the sky, the fallen killer bees landed upon the ground with a series of thuds. The scene left the adventurers utterly dumbfounded. How could this individual possess such overwhelming strength? Upon witnessing the scene, the queen bee trembled. Just moments ago, that unmistakable aura. It could not be mistaken. It was undoubtedly emanating from a creature of the abyss. Her multifaceted eyes fixated on Grassbreaker. The queen vibrated her wings to signal. Once more, thousands of killer bees emerged, but this time they did not assemble into formations. Instead, they resorted to guerrilla tactics, famously known as exploiting the gaps. This strategy proved remarkably effective. As soon several killer bees dispatched Grassbreaker, deftly injecting their venom through the crevices of his armor. However, the outcome was rather predictable. Grassbreaker allowed these killer bees to assail him without concern, for he was, after all, made of grass and harbored no fear. While Grassbreaker remained unfazed, the members of the adventuring party were in a state of panic. They could only watch as the swarm of killer bees advanced towards them, and the squad leader, sensing the impending doom, shouted hoarsely, "Run!" Yet, there was a protracted silence in response. Turning around, he realized his loyal companions had already fled 3 miles away. The most outrageous was Kalassi, who waved goodbye, saying, "Thank you for the meal, Captain. In another life, I, Kalassi, would definitely take you as my son and raise you well." Struggling to suppress a surge of blood rising in his throat, the squad leader vowed that if he survived this ordeal, he would ensure this foolish assassin met his end. This wretch was undoubtedly a calamity in this world. Without further delay, the squad leader sprinted eastward at breakneck speed. While the humans scattered, Grassbreaker remained unperturbed, for the allure of the mushroom before him was far greater. He was determined to return the mushroom before dawn, lamenting the thought of not bringing back a pair of eyes for his master. Grasping the mushroom by its base, Grassbreaker hastened towards the dead volcano. At that moment, he was still quite distant from the volcano, but with all his might, he believed he could reach the ridge by midnight. As the sun set and the moon rose, a new night began. The stars adorned the night sky, and the moonlight caressed the earth like a gentle hand. The night breeze swept through, and the campfire flickered. This night was destined to be extraordinary, whether at the Goblin Town or the dead volcano. Take, for instance, the entrance of the dead volcano. A roaring bonfire illuminated half the sky. A group of skeletons wielding hoes began to rotate rhythmically around the fire. These undead seemed to be conducting some mysterious ritual, dancing and shouting in unison. Occasionally, they raised their hands high, then bowed towards the bonfire, chanting, 857, 857, Beth Beth. Emerging from the underbrush was a scarecrow named Grassbreaker, who gasped in astonishment. What on earth? To his surprise, he had just returned to stumble upon an extravagant wild party, leaving him momentarily stunned. At that moment, a juvenile red dragon appeared, hoisting 2 hoes, each adorned with burning materials. Soon, 2 rings of fire manifested as Jiang Yang commenced his performance. Heaven and earth, sun and moon, mountains and rivers, divine gods and emperors, ooh-ooh-ah. As he gazed at the master performing the divine dance, Grassbreaker felt an unfamiliar sensation, a blend of urgency and embarrassment, commonly referred to as the need to relieve oneself. To evoke such feelings in a scarecrow could only affirm Jiang Yang's prowess. The ritual of urgency continued unabated. With Jiang Yang's divine dance persisting, he proclaimed, "Mystic energy saves the innocent, and kryptonite alters fate. Today, I, the Red Dragon Jones Belia Jiang Yang, beseech the heavens for blessings to assist me in striking gold and reversing my destiny." The swirling undead echoed his call, "Grant us blessings from the heavens, divine favors. Let our master alter fate." 857, 857. Meanwhile, the Dragon Mother, observing her talented son, noted with amusement that she had never witnessed such an entertaining ceremony before. Her dragon eyes glanced over at Grassbreaker, appraising him, clad in black armor and radiating the aura of the abyss. It seemed that all manner of monsters had emerged in this era. Yet, did this concern her? Clearly not. She merely needed to wait until dawn to receive her prize and return to slumber. Soon, Jiang Yang ceased his antics, directing his hose towards the heavens, pointing at the bright moon. The auspicious moment has arrived. Let the chairman of Dead Volcano Agricultural Company present himself for the lottery. With a soft patter, a throng of undead stepped aside to clear a path, clapping and stomping their feet, chanting 857. The Dragon Mother grinned widely. This was her first encounter with such a ceremonious lifestyle. "Indeed, my dear son, Jones, I shall reward you soon with a tiny box of your favorite copper coins." Jiang Yang grimaced, his mind racing as he thought, "Who wants mere copper? Can we expedite this? I am eager for the lottery." Chapter 66. The Man Who Will Change the World, the Young Dragon. The mysterious ritual came to a halt as Shamir Yu slowly approached the money tree. The tree's spirit had long awaited this moment, bowing deeply and respectfully. May the esteemed one enjoy prosperity and draw the grand prize. The dragon mother flashed a confident smile. She had never known misfortune, and a mere lottery could not possibly challenge her. With a gentle tap of her claw, the money tree began to shake violently. Gold, gemstones, and various magical artifacts cascaded down like a torrential rain. Beside her, Jiang Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, he wished fervently that this was his own lottery reward. If only it were possible, he felt he would never need to farm again. Merely guarding the money tree would suffice. Before long, the dragon mother had amassed an astonishing fortune. Yet, she sighed, expressing her frustration, I have to come out every day. It's simply too bothersome. Jiang Yang, gnawing on his little claws, glared at his mother with envy. Look at that. Is this how a dragon speaks? She dares to complain about freely acquired treasures. How extravagantly undragon-like. Shamir Yu yawned, gathering her treasures and returning to her cave. As she vanished within, her voice echoed once more. Ah, I almost forgot. This is your reward, Jones. A small wooden box, scarcely larger than a human palm, flew out and landed before Jiang Yang. His brow twitched as he stared at the solitary copper coin, muttering in disdain, a gentleman does not partake in unsolicited gifts, humph. Raising his proud dragon head, Jiang Yang strode purposefully towards the money tree. Today was the day he would change his fortune. Go for it, big brother. The tree spirit cheered him on. Fixating on the money tree, Jiang Yang assumed a determined stance and whispered, God of wealth, glittering gold. May the three deities of fortune protect me. Bring forth treasures. The leaves rustled as Jiang Yang shook the tree, yet after a prolonged wait, not a single coin descended. An ominous premonition crept into his mind. Turning stiffly, he hesitantly asked, this lottery doesn't require a thank you, right? The tree spirit, hands on hips, turned her head and scoffed, humph. Do you think I am one of those fraudulent lottery promoters? Suddenly, a shadow plummeted from the tree canopy, landing with a metallic clink. Jiang Yang squinted to inspect it. Ah, what is this? Picking up the AK-47 from the ground, Jiang Yang felt as though the very essence of his dragon being was shaken. The abrupt shift in circumstances left him utterly bewildered. Wait, let me gather myself. A shotgun clattered to the ground, accompanied by several vibrant, orange-hued rounds. What the hell? ISNT that a sniper rifle. With a sharp click, a green firearm fell alongside a few sniper cartridges. Staring down at the AWP, Jiang Yang took a deep breath. I hit it, but not entirely. Suddenly, a heavy, unidentified object crashed down onto Jiang Yang's head, nearly sending him into a daze. Rubbing his skull, he thought to himself how unfortunate it would be to become daft from such a blow. He quickly glanced at the fallen weight and was left dumbfounded upon realizing what it was, a solar-powered, all-metal electric bike from the AI Knifebird brand. Located at XX Electric Vehicle Mall on the east side of XX Road. Contact number ZHY000. What on earth should I say? Jiang Yang found himself at a loss for words, feeling that his world was growing increasingly bizarre. While others were still immersed in swords and sorcery, he was already wielding an AK-47. Scratching his chin with his dragon claw, Jiang Yang looked at the electric bike and then propped it up. He tried sitting on it and found it surprisingly comfortable. The headlights, brakes, and steering were all functioning flawlessly. Armed with an AK-47 and with the electric bike slung over his shoulder, Jiang Yang surveyed his surroundings. Hey, your mask fell off, the tree spirit said, handing over a black bandit mask. Oh, thanks, little sister. Jiang Yang took the mask and promptly donned it. To his surprise, the quality was quite impressive. Even though it had been stretched out of shape, it still managed to fit around his large head. Once the mask was in place, a wave of bandit energy washed over him, prompting the observing Grassbreaker to exclaim, "This is even more abyssal than I am." At that moment, Grassbreaker felt it was time to take some action. The sudden shift in atmosphere could not be allowed to persist. "Master, I have returned. So, how was your expedition?" Grassbreaker lifted a sleeping mushroom and, feeling rather ashamed, replied, "I only managed to find this mushroom. I haven't yet acquired what you desire most. But I will strive harder." Jiang Yang pondered for a moment. What he truly desired was a beautiful vista. Patting Grassbreaker's shoulder, he smiled and said, "It's all right. It's perfectly normal not to find such things immediately. Here is a suggestion, inquire more." Grassbreaker nodded in agreement. This was indeed a sound approach. Rather than searching blindly for beautiful maidens, it would be far more efficient to directly ask the wise beings in the towns. Just as the scarecrow was about to venture back into the wild, Jiang Yang called out to him. "Wait, take this." He handed over a letter. Grassbreaker accepted the magical parchment, puzzled, and looked up at Jiang Yang, hoping for clarification. Jiang Yang leaned against the electric bike, a glimmer of determination in his dragon eyes. Please deliver this letter to Goblin Town. Inform them it's correspondence from the dead volcano, and that Yoda should receive it personally. Understood. If you comprehend, then off you go. Grassbreaker did not linger, sprinting northward upon receiving the new task. Watching him vanish into the woods, Jiang Yang smiled slightly. Since Yoda had adopted a conciliatory strategy, it was time for him to adjust his own plans. For instance, he would outright cancel any covert operations. The sole purpose of this was to openly compete with Goblin Town in terms of strength, enticing the elves and merfolk to visit the dead volcano. As for whether they could return afterward, Jiang Yang affirmed his unwavering commitment to the Dragon Way, specifically that of a true crimson dragon, devoid of any dilution. With all arrangements made, Jiang Yang turned to the nearby tree spirit. Come on, little sister. Let me take you for a ride. The tree spirit hopped onto the electric bike, nervously asking, G Great One, will Lisa get angry if you ride the electric bike with me? The electric bike revved to life, zipping away with a whoosh, accelerating to 100 kilometers in just a second. As Jiang Yang zipped past a copper coin, he deftly curled his tail around it, swiftly pocketing the coin. This act was executed with remarkable secrecy, unnoticed by anyone present. After fulfilling his primary objective, Jiang Yang found an excuse to dismount the tree spirit. Although the little tree spirit had not yet had her fill of fun, she was silenced by her good brother Jiang Yang, who claimed it was getting late. Time to go. With that, Jiang Yang twisted the throttle, and the electric bike charged toward a small ridge. The gathering undead, wielding their shovels, quickly followed suit. In an instant, a young dragon riding an electric bike, armed with 3 guns, forged ahead, trailed closely by a throng of shovel-wielding undead. The peculiarity of the dead volcano was not a recent phenomenon. Ever since a red dragon named Jiang Yang was born, the world had begun to take on a strange new character. The first to exhibit this change was the dead volcano, followed closely by Goblin Town. As per usual, the Undertaker commenced their daily manipulative activities. Yet, at this moment, the Undertaker felt that they were not bewitching a simple-minded maiden, but rather a sweet high priestess. You should know that the moment the mournful wind rises, the deep sea belongs to the abyss. In that sunless ocean floor, countless abyssal creatures await sustenance. Your mother, or perhaps the entire merfolk clan, is enduring threats from the deep sea and the earth. In the realm of humanity, mermaids were treated as commodities, subjected to trading. Due to the relentless hunting and devastation, how many merfolk remain? Do you harbor resentment? Why not put down the harp, seize the blade, and swing the sword of vengeance at those beastly humans? Come, raise the banner of rebellion. The abyss will forever shroud you. Regain control of the shallow sea for the merfolk. The Undertaker felt as though their voice was drying up, yet the other party exhibited no reaction whatsoever. This was truly peculiar, a level of oddity that was astonishing beyond belief. Meanwhile, within the dungeon, a half-elf leaned against the window, listening intently to the whispers carried by the wind. The dead volcano's golden fruit package has been activated. All visitors may sample for free. Once, an invitation to the dead volcano lay before her, yet she failed to cherish it. It was only in hindsight that she regretted her oversight. And if heaven granted her another chance, she would surely proclaim, I love you, dead volcano. Good news. Good news. The scoundrel CEO has run off with his sister-in-law. We have no choice but to use fruit as wages. Originally worth over 80,000, now all fruits and vegetables are drastically discounted. You can now sample for free at the dead volcano. What are you waiting for? Come and enjoy. The half-elf girl stifled a giggle at the ridiculous announcement. Although these proclamations were nothing more than frivolous advertisements, they were the most heartfelt words she had heard since her imprisonment. She took out a pearl, cradling it in her hands. Can you tell me your name? I am Camilla Anna, and I yearn to meet you. Carefully placing the pearl on the floor, Anna feared that it might be damaged. While the hope of these pearls being shattered outside seemed bleak, they still represented a glimmer of hope, did they not? When weary and fatigued, sip saffron tea. The latest packaging from the dead volcano, flower of hope. Captain, don't stop, Captain. Cough, cough, it's all right. For I have saffron tea. He seems like quite an interesting person. Anna emitted a melodious peal of laughter. Her curiosity piqued regarding the location of the dormant volcano and the identities of the captain and the CEO. Meanwhile, outside the door, the pallbearer wore a sullen expression, having just overheard a most peculiar event. That half-elf had laughed. How delightful. Did she look down upon me? Gritting his teeth, the pallbearer turned away, muttering darkly. You shall pay for this. Chapter 67. The Gift. Dawn broke. A new day commenced with the eerie laughter emanating from the laboratory. Ha ha ha. I am indeed a genius. Red dragon leak. Blue quality enhances fire element affinity, rapidly replenishes stamina and magic. System evaluation. Eating it causes internal heat, leading to fiery urination. Moderation is advised. System reward. 10 red dragon leek seeds. Jiang Yang cast a sidelong glance and promptly stuffed the crimson leek into his mouth. I do not believe it. Only a legendary seed would convince me. The system replied. As the leek went down, a surge of heat arose from deep within, and Jiang Yang sensed his blood coursing through his veins at an accelerated pace, while the fire elements around him began to stir restlessly. Soon, the temperature in the laboratory soared, and cracks began to appear in the ordinary materials surrounding him. Clutching his chest, Jiang Yang's eyes turned crimson. Goodness, this is quite potent. At that moment, the system longed to utter a well-deserved "serves you right," yet it felt compelled to revise its phrasing. Despite the situation, Jiang Yang continued to jest, his spirit unyielding. As he opened his mouth, a torrent of flames erupted forth, prompting him to hastily reach for the water flask at his waist. Glug, glug, ah, that feels better. Concerned about overheating, he sipped on saffron tea. Placing the flask back, Jiang Yang resumed his experiments. The system's laughter abruptly ceased as it observed Jiang Yang, who appeared unfazed and resolved to teach him a lesson, ensuring he would remember this encounter. Gathering all the materials necessary for cultivating the red dragon leek, Jiang Yang produced the sleepy mushroom, a specimen procured by Chao Patian the previous night. He gazed at the exquisite mushroom before him, saliva pooling at the corners of his mouth. Ah, fungi. Chicken stewed with mushrooms, stir-fried mushrooms with meat, tiger bone mushroom soup, and squab mushroom soup. Wiping away the drool, Jiang Yang quickly halted his musings. If he continued, he would lose all motivation for research today. Prodding the cap of the sleepy mushroom, a plume of blue spores erupted forth. Achoo! Caught off guard by the spores, Jiang Yang sneezed involuntarily. System, what on earth is this? Why am I feeling drowsy? Sleepy mushroom, green quality and indigenous product of this world. It possesses effects of aiding sleep, inducing hypnosis, calming the mind, and nourishing the spirit. System evaluation, 1 bite. And you'll sleep for a day. Close your eyes, open them again, and a lifetime will have passed. Yawning, Jiang Yang seized a stone cup nearby. Regardless of its nature, as long as I drink a cup of red dragon blood, it shall transform into something extraordinary. With visions of grandeur dancing in his mind, he gently poured the transparent silver liquid over the cap of the sleepy mushroom. As he rubbed his eyes, Jiang Yang smacked his lips. Has the red dragon blood gone bad? It seems my little brother needs to replenish his vitality. The quality is far too poor. Suddenly, a flash of fire illuminated the space, and the sleepy mushroom was reduced to ashes. At this moment, Jiang Yang's realization dawned, and he stared blankly at the stone cup in his grasp, whereupon he noticed 2 large Chinese characters inscribed, "Dragon Saliva." Goodness! Jiang Yang snapped to attention, hurriedly inspecting the state of the sleepy mushroom. Excellent. It no longer required saving. With a sense of disillusionment, he pushed the stone plate aside and lamented. I wish I could take my 86 for a joyride, but I have so many graphs to attend to. It's utterly vexing. As Jiang Yang bemoaned his unfortunate existence, invisible to the naked eye, blue spores floated through the air. These spores drifted lazily, settling upon the ground, the table, the pot, and within a dish of viscous black liquid. The moment the spores landed, the residual basic fertilizer seemed to unleash its latent energy, fixating upon the delicate spores as if they were a prized target. At that instant, the spirits of Ximen Qing, Tian Baguang, and Liang Cohen surged forth. As the basic fertilizer surged into the spores, unbeknownst to the diluted dragon saliva, a variable had emerged within their little realm. In a bid to maintain the balance of their world, the stone plate, the dragon saliva retaliated, preparing to obliterate the spores. Yet the basic fertilizer had already gained the upper hand, and the spores were now under its protection. Any attempt by the dragon saliva to seize them was a fool's errand. In an instant, chaos erupted as the 3 forces clashed violently, shaking the very foundations of the world, causing fissures to appear in the world barrier. The confrontation among the powerful was indeed terrifying. Just then, an otherworldly demon drew near. Standing outside the world barrier, its piercing slitted eyes captivating and its grotesque features mesmerizing. The tightly packed scales glimmered ominously, with nostrils flaring. The demon spoke in human tongue. What the hell? Mushrooms have sprouted. The scene returned to normal, and Jiang Yang stared in bewilderment at the stone plate. He recognized it as the first generation of his super-ultra-luxurious supreme nutrient solution, concocted with Zorn's bone powder, goblin blood, red dragon blood, various fertilizers, and even his mother's saliva. The nutritional value of this concoction had been so potent that anything added would be overwhelmed, a phenomenon colloquially termed as oversupplemented. At the time, Jiang Yang lacked any high-grade plant seeds, and after diluting it numerous times without success, he had set it aside. To his astonishment, after merely a day or 2 away from the laboratory, mushrooms had sprouted. Producing the basic fertilizer, Jiang Yang donned a comical expression. This demon shall lend you a hand. allowing you to break your shackles and ascend to the higher realms. With a flourish, the basic fertilizer was scattered, and the small mushroom within the stone plate absorbed the nutrients, growing stronger once more. In no time, a dark red mushroom, nearly black, thrived. Ding! Congratulations to the host for cultivating a purple quality plant for the first time. Dragon Fury Mushroom. Dragon Fury Mushroom. Purple quality. Ever heard of a mushroom bomb? That's me. A warning, do not provoke me. System evaluation. The host has summoned this. Its potency is immense. Jiang Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. Could this truly be the legendary destruction mushroom? With its purple quality, Jiang Yang felt that even if it did not reach the level of a great Ivan, it certainly held the potency of a small boy. As the host actively cultivated a purple quality plant for the first time, rewards were bestowed. 5 chili seeds. 2 basic fertilizers. Chili seeds. White quality spicy is a form of pain. Does that mean those who love spicy food are masochists? System evaluation. Spicy at the front. Spicy at the rear. Host, hurry and eat 2 to taste the flavor. Chilies were a rare delight, and Jiang Yang had not savored anything spicy in quite some time. Now that his resources were abundant, he was determined to arrange a feast of barbecued delights. He envisioned grilled corn, grilled tomatoes, grilled leeks, and an assortment of meat skewers. Quickly suppressing his salivation, Jiang Yang steered his focus back to the defiant Dragon Fury mushroom, extending his claw. You think you can avoid me? That would be quite disgraceful for Jiang Yang. Without hesitation, he yanked the Dragon Fury mushroom from the ground and directly placed it in his mouth. Hiss, this lacks intensity. Far inferior to a supernova explosion. I can feel the Dragon Fury mushroom swelling. Jiang Yang dared not be frivolous any longer and promptly stowed the mushroom back into the system's backpack. However, upon gazing at the description of the system's backpack, Jiang Yang was struck with alarm. Activated Dragon Fury mushroom. Purple quality. I see you are unaware of what the term blackhand entails. Allow me to enlighten you today. Do you dare to release me? System evaluation. 0.0000001 nanoseconds remain until detonation. Congratulations, host. You have transformed into an explosive truck. This. Jiang Yang was astonished. He hadn't anticipated that a mere jest would lead to such dire consequences. Glancing at the Dragon Fury mushroom occupying a slot, this was not merely a loss. It was a catastrophic disaster. In an instant, Jiang Yang's heart plummeted. This was far too costly. Host, plead with me, and I shall extend its time by a few seconds. Goodness, Jiang Yang finally grasped the underlying scheme. You little rascal, so it was you who orchestrated this. The system remained silent, seemingly acquiescing to the matter. Seeing the system's lack of response, Jiang Yang raised his middle finger, expressing, do you think I can be ensnared by your tricks? A mere mini-nuke is no more than a sneeze from my mother. With that, Jiang Yang hurriedly exited the laboratory, setting course for the dormant volcano. Naturally, Jiang Yang rode his electric scooter. After all, he was now a distinguished dragon, and one mustn't venture forth without a means of transport. Thus, a fledgling dragon rode an electric scooter, making his way southward, intent on bringing a grand gift to his dear mother. Those of stature always possess a mode of conveyance. As the mayor of a town, Yoda certainly had his own, albeit currently somewhat unruly. In that same eerie cavern, amidst the steampunk aesthetic of brass machinery, things were slightly different today, for a small glass container had been added. Inside the container floated a skeleton immersed in liquid, its necromantic power being gradually siphoned away. Mr. Yoda, our assistance from the Church of Truth ends here, declared a human clad in a lab coat as he packed up his toolbox, addressing Yoda rather bluntly. Yoda bore no objection to this demeanor. He gently caressed his gemstone ring, casting a green gaze into the shadowy corner nearby. Fetch 2 crates of gold coins for Mr. Butch. After all, our goblin town must not neglect its friends. Unbeknownst to him, he had unexpectedly gained a boon. Butch maintained a calm composure, yet inside, he was elated. With the church nearly running out of provisions, these 2 crates of gold could sustain them for a month or 2 at least. I appreciate your kindness, but I must caution you. Using such methods to enhance a creature will further impair its rationality. In the end, you may only end up with a mad dragon. Yoda raised an eyebrow, revealing a formulaic smile. No matter, every dragon has a touch of madness. This one will merely be a purer form of it. He nodded in satisfaction while glancing at the enormous glass container. Within, the verdant dragon scales had completely covered the bottom of the vessel. The once majestic green dragon now looked utterly wretched. Its scales were largely shed, and the remaining ones had turned a sickly gray-green. Its flesh was gradually corroded by the aura of death, revealing stark, white bones beneath. This grand gift was nearing completion, my old friend. Chapter 68, Walking with a Smile. Just as Yoda basked in his self-satisfaction, a fully armed goblin emerged from the shadows. This goblin bore a curved blade, exuding an air of formidable strength. Mayor, the gold. As he spoke, the goblin warrior placed the gold coins on the ground before retreating back into the darkness. Butch gazed at the two large crates, his heart racing with excitement. He had feared this trip would be in vain, yet it appeared this fellow was rather generous. Yoda waved his hand, urging Mr. Butch, "Hurry back. It would be troublesome if anyone were to see." Indeed. With that, Butch hoisted the two treasure chests and swiftly departed the cavern. Watching Mr. Butch from the Church of Truth leave, Yoda stroked his beard thoughtfully. In the dark, the goblin warrior quietly spoke. "Mayor, shall I take action?" "Huh. Dispose of him." Yoda smiled slyly. "He has taken my goblins' money. They are now on my ship, collaborating with monsters. This is a grave sin against the people." A glint of cold light flashed in Yoda's eyes as he rubbed the gemstone ring on his finger. "Now, we still need to find a way to control this green dragon. Even if it does not require intelligence, it must at least serve my purpose." The goblin warrior spoke again from the shadows. "I admire you greatly." "Huh, what a wise sentiment." Yoda's expression darkened. This rascal's tongue was as sharp as ever. "Kun, you ought to mend your tongue." The warrior named Kun nodded in agreement. "I understand." Yoda clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead, awaiting Kun to utter the final word. This sensation felt akin to a heavy stone pressing upon his heart, refusing to lift. Seconds ticked by, and finally, Kun spoke. "Pardon me, Mayor, I will find a way to resolve this. However, there is one more matter that requires your attention. We have captured 2 humans from the cliff. This is the first time adventurers from Iron City have intruded. I believe this is merely the beginning." Bang! Yoda delivered a kick and erupted into a furious tirade. "In future, keep your words to 5 or fewer when speaking to me." With that, Yoda swept away. Have others stumbled upon the Goblin Town? Perhaps, amidst the throngs of adventurers, discovering the Goblin Town was merely a matter of time. However, the Goblin Town was no easy place to find, surrounded by steep mountains and treacherous cliffs. Furthermore, Yoda had deployed a large-scale camouflage magic array. As long as one remained beyond 100 meters, the scene would appear to be merely a thicket of brambles, since the average person could not locate this place. Those who discovered the Goblin Town were certainly no ordinary individuals. Time rewinds to a few minutes prior. "Colossae, sooner or later, I will slay you, you scoundrel." In the forest, 2 disheveled figures were fleeing in a desperate panic. They were none other than the keen-eyed assassin Colossae and the self-proclaimed captain of the elite squad. The 2 had been running for a day and night, striving to evade the relentless pursuit of the murder hornets. Yet these hornets, as if on a drug-fueled rampage, ceaselessly chased the 2. Crash! The pair came to an abrupt halt, for before them lay an exceedingly steep cliff. Peering over, they estimated the height to be at least 100 meters. "We're doomed. It's all your fault, you dog." The captain fumed, furious that everything had been going well. Their journey southward steady and assured. Who could have anticipated that a pig teammate would bring back a madman to attack their own? That scythe not only scattered the murder hornets, but had also shattered their squad. Colossae, maintaining a confident demeanor, scoffed. "What is there to fear? A mere 100 meters." Upon hearing this, the captain's outstretched hand slowly descended. He regarded Colossae with suspicion, nervously inquiring, "Do you possess some kind of extraordinary agility?" Colossae flashed a smile, his body lowering as he spread his feet apart, striking a pose that was surprisingly impressive. He took a deep breath and declared, "I cannot." Suddenly, with a resounding thud, he kicked Colossae to the ground. "What are you pretending for? The killer bees are nearly upon us." The anxious squad leader prepared to take a detour. But as he glanced around, he discovered the presence of more killer bees on the other side. "No need to rush, Captain. I've jumped off cliffs before. It's a trivial matter." The squad leader's heart leapt with joy as he eagerly inquired, "You've jumped? When?" Colossae gestured for the captain to come closer, and the latter obliged. Leaning in, Colossae whispered conspiratorially, 40 years ago. "Are you joking? You're barely old enough," exclaimed the captain, astonished. Suddenly, with a swift push, Colossae sent the captain tumbling down. In midair, the captain turned back, catching a glimpse of Colossae's triumphant grin. "Watch me soar like a swan." Colossae leaped, landing squarely on the captain's back. "What do you mean you can't move swiftly?" The 2 figures plummeted, crashing into the water reservoir of the Goblin Town. Splash! Miraculously, Colossae used the momentum to leap again, twisting and turning in midair, executing a flawless spin of 750 degrees before landing smoothly on the street. However, instead of applause and cheers, he was greeted by a barrage of sharp spears. Without even opening his eyes, Colossae shed all his garments, neatly placing them aside, and then knelt down, raising his hands high. "I surrender. As long as I can live, I would even eat dung." With Colossae's capture, the captain, who had fallen into the reservoir, was pulled up as well. Despite the fall into the water, the impact left him dizzy. "Humans, why have you invaded our town? What information do you seek? Who do you serve?" Colossae, forehead pressed to the ground, replied nonchalantly, "Report, sir. We are helpless and have been chased to the brink of this cliff. Do you require slaves? I believe I am quite capable." The captain spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged water. Gradually regaining his senses, he opened his eyes to see dozens of goblins surrounding them, with the leader interrogating Kulashi. The exchange resembled a father chastising his son, with Kulashi answering every question. Feeling his strength returning, the captain felt a surge of hope. Stealthily observing, he realized the goblins believed him too injured to recover, thus paying little attention to him. What a perfect opportunity. If not now, then when? The blood within him surged, and his gaze sharpened. With a sudden burst, the captain sprang to his feet, targeting the nearest goblin. As a mid-level swordsman, escaping this group of weak goblins would be a breeze. His movements were swift and precise as he seized the short sword from the goblin's waist. Crescent slash. With a swift thrust, several unsuspecting goblins fell lifelessly. Sensing that everything was going smoothly, the captain wasted no time in dashing northward. The goblin leader sneered. "Does this scum dare to wreak havoc in our town?" Drawing his short bow and nocking an arrow, he aimed at the fleeing human, believing the shot would surely claim a life. "Let him go," a familiar voice echoed in his mind, causing the goblin to slowly lower his bowstring. Meanwhile, the captain remained oblivious to the events unfolding. All he desired was to escape this monstrous town as quickly as possible. As he ran, he suddenly noticed a peculiar goblin. This one had a grizzled beard, wore a plaid shirt, and was adorned with precious trinkets. Their eyes met for a moment before the goblin stepped aside, allowing the captain to pass. Yoda merely gave way, letting the captain rush toward the exit of the goblin town, showing no inclination to intervene. "Kun, follow him. If nothing unexpected occurs, then create some surprises." In the darkness, Kun nodded and vanished in the blink of an eye. Unbeknownst to the captain, as he escaped the goblin town, he had become a target on someone else's chopping block. He ran frantically, not daring to pause for breath. For who knew what formidable beings lurked within that fabled goblin town? His sole mission was to return to Steel City at the fastest pace possible. Bursting into the dense forest, the captain finally halted after several kilometers. Phew, phew, phew. He couldn't believe that the goblin town truly existed. At that moment, he was breathless, feeling as if his lungs might explode. Yet, despite the physical pain, he couldn't help but smile. For if he could bring this news back and chart the location on a map, he would strike gold. After catching his breath, he resumed his trek northward. Suddenly, a sound emerged from the forest that should not have been there. The captain froze, slowly turning his neck to scan his surroundings. Who was there? Gripping his short sword tightly, he swallowed hard. He was certain someone was nearby, though he could not identify them. "No need to search. I'm right above you." Upon hearing this, the captain looked up to see a figure in a white mask hanging upside down from an ancient tree. Gulp, Deep Abyss Cleanup Team, Captain Sabi. "Oh, you know me?" The captain nodded nervously at Sabi's deep voice. That is, I know Leon from your cleanup team. We, drank together." Thud. The captain collapsed to the ground, clutching his throat, his face turning an alarming shade as he twisted in agony. "Ha ha ha. I can't stop laughing." The young man, kneeling on the ground, clawed at his throat, blood staining his hands, yet his laughter never ceased. This bizarre scene sent chills down the spine, with the captain suffering the most. Fear engulfed him, yet he could not suppress his laughter, even as he struggled for breath. His face now a ghastly hue. Oxygen deprivation caused his eyes to roll back. Ha ha ha, drank with Leon. Suddenly, a torrent of bright red blood gushed forth, staining the fallen leaves 10 meters away. Sabi wiped a drop of blood from his white mask and murmured softly, "Regrettably, little Lee's friend perished in the extermination order. The mask of the lost, a jest. For amusing events bring joy, but after laughter, one must pay with their life." Chapter 69, Jiangyang. Everyone step back. I'm about to show off. Alas, we are all mere pawns. I am just a more significant piece on the board. Rest in peace, my friend. The blue vial was ejected, landing perfectly on the corpse of the now laughing captain. A billowing cloud of white smoke ascended, and in mere moments, the squad leader was reduced to a pool of crimson, sinking into the earth. The truth card's corpse water. Everyone praises its efficacy. Scratching the back of his head, Sabi gazed towards Butch, concealed behind the distant trees. "Mr. Butch, you may leave now." At that moment, Butch, burdened with a treasure chest, was drenched in cold sweat, utterly astonished by the Lord's grave concern for the goblin town. He had not expected such monstrous troops to be dispatched. Had it not been for his unique status, he could very well have met a similar bloody fate. Yes, Captain Sabi, your efforts are greatly appreciated. This is but a small token of my respect." Setting down a treasure chest, Butch fled with all haste. He vowed never to return to the Iron Mountains. Indeed, the darkness here rivaled that of the abyss. Watching the troublesome figure depart, Sabi turned his gaze southward, where a formidable presence awaited. The nuisance is gone. You may emerge now. This conversation will reach Lord Illich's ears directly. Kun stepped out from the shadows, his grip tightening around his curved blade. Regardless of one's strength, one must never underestimate the abyss. The two exchanged glances, and Kun spoke first. Come with me. Sabi raised an eyebrow. Indeed, a creature of darkness. His manner of speech was refreshingly bold. Regrettably, Sabi did not share such inclinations. Never mind, my preferences are entirely normal. A tavern, my friend, in the goblin town, where bombs are concealed. Sabi furrowed his brow, sensing that his counterpart intended to ambush him. Having already planted explosives within the tavern. Malt liquor, bomb-infused malt liquor, a specialty of the goblin town. Covering his face with one hand, Sabi was at a loss for words regarding this goblin's peculiar manner of speech. He quickly raised a hand to halt the other's refusal, aware that if the conversation continued in such a fragmented manner, it could extend well into the night. Eager to avoid wasting time, Sabi declared, 5 days. If the items desired by Lord Illich are not delivered within 5 days, he will take serious action. Turning to the west, Sabi continued, of course. You may also hold out, to see whether the blade of Steel City strikes faster than the ships from Noah. With that ominous proclamation, Sabi vanished in a flash, leaving no trace. Kun sheathed his curved blade and hastened towards the goblin town with unparalleled speed. It appeared that Steel City had issued an ultimatum. The goblin town was indeed at a critical juncture of survival. Anxiously, Kun soon returned to the goblin town. He did not linger elsewhere, but made directly for a concealed cave. As expected, Yoda was still engrossed in his studies of the Green Dragon. Steel City 5 days. Yoda paid no heed to the intruding Kun, his focus solely on a pitch-black pearl he was caressing. With no acknowledgement from the mayor, Kun grew increasingly frantic. Mayor, what should we do? Casting a sidelong glance at Kun, Yoda revealed a sly smile. He displayed the black pearl in his hand and said nonchalantly, what of 5 days? I need only 4 to thoroughly disrupt that fellow Illich. With that, Yoda crushed the black pearl into powder and added it to the feeding chamber of the machine before him. The dark powder flowed through the pipes, merging seamlessly with the yellow liquid. Suddenly, the green dragon reopened its eyes, but this time its vertical pupils had vanished, replaced by ominous, pitch-black orbs. A chilling, oppressive aura engulfed the air, causing Kun's heart to chill. The awakened undead green dragon fixed its gaze intently on the black pearl in Yoda's hand, as if irresistibly drawn to it. With a crunch, Yoda crushed the pearl into a fine powder and fed it to the green dragon. Investigate. What transpired that day? Why did that elf weep forth black pearls? I demand more black pearls, without harming the goods. Understood. Watching his capable subordinate depart, Yoda turned to the now stabilized green dragon. This black pearl seemed to possess a magical quality, ensnaring those who encountered it in an inescapable illusion. Days prior, Yoda had already noted the half-elf's production of black pearls. Initially dismissive of it, he was only prompted to reconsider upon learning that Goblin Town had suddenly produced a substance known as black powder. Ingesting it led to confusion, lethargy, and addiction, and upon tracing its origins, he discovered that the black powder had flowed from the goblins guarding the half-elf. The original product was none other than the black pearls that the half-elf had recently begun to produce. Who would have thought that this half-elf could weep not only white pearls of lesser value, but also black ones? Turning, Yoda's aged visage was filled with a sinister glee. This is a valuable asset. I must seek gates and secure additional funds. The pure black pearl encapsulated a world of darkness beneath its resplendent exterior, devoid of light, hope, and meaning. The birth of the black pearl bore ties to the abyss, and Yoda had certainly sensed that pure aura of corruption. However, he refrained from considering the abyss too deeply. After all, the wind of lamentation had passed, and he could not fathom the emergence of abyssal creatures. In other words, even if he recognized this as an abyssal product, what of it? Regardless of the potential consequences of overindulgence, the Goblin Town had reached a critical moment of survival. Endure and ascend, or falter and become mere bones. There was little left to fear. At this juncture, the Goblin Town resembled a bowstring on the brink of snapping, with various factions fixated upon that single, solitary arrow. Steel City had already commenced operations at the dead volcano. As for the abyss, I feel like an orphan. Beneath the night sky, within the dense forest, the gravedigger gazed up at the moon, a wave of desolation sweeping through him. Daylight brought no opportunity for action, and at night, he had to skulk about, ever fearful of being discovered by the goblins. The most infuriating aspect was that half-elf, initially compliant, but later as if practicing some mysterious technique, impervious to his attempts at corruption. In these days of solitude, without a single kin by his side, what else could he be but an orphan? Raising his shovel, the gravedigger's eyes welled with tears as he choked out, "Old shovel, I am struggling. The pressure has been overwhelming lately. Suddenly, a crimson light burst forth from his pocket. Just as he was about to vent his frustrations, the gravedigger abruptly halted, hastily retrieving the red crystal. Without hesitation, he knelt on one knee, bowing his head. The red crystal he held radiated brilliance. And soon a projection of a woman clad in a black gauzy gown, with a dark red shawl and waxen skin, materialized. Her attire was intricately adorned, brimming with shimmering circular gems. As she slightly raised her hand, the ribbons connecting her rings fluttered gracefully. A small smirk graced her lips as she leaned on her forehead, languidly seated upon a throne. I understand the situation. That half-elf is mine to claim. I have dispatched a legendary abyssal being to your location. Upon hearing this, the gravedigger's heart surged with excitement. Finally, a reliable ally had arrived. As for the inability to guide the half-elf towards corruption, I have also utilized my abilities to investigate. And I bring you two highly useful abyssal items. Ah, behold, with powerful thighs and divine equipment. Where can one find such an exceptional master? The Undertaker knelt and bowed his head, declaring, Your will is my mission. I shall undoubtedly fulfill your task. Yanjai smiled gently, raising his hand to signal the Undertaker that such reverence was unnecessary. You have already exerted yourself greatly. The reason that half-elf suddenly ceased her descent into darkness is that she has glimpsed a new dawn. However, his tone darkened ominously as a sly smile crept across his face. The more she clings to hope, the closer her mental defenses will shatter. Once her lifeline vanishes, she shall plunge into the deepest abyss. Hearing this, the Undertaker's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Excellent. Now, we merely await the arrival of the Master's divine gear. And that half-elf shall no longer frolic about. One more thing, my lord. Ah, no, esteemed one. What characteristics does my teammate possess? What are their preferences and aversions? Do they have any specific requirements regarding colleagues? Haha, aside from a rather foul temper, he is unexpectedly easy to converse with. Thus, a new figure emerged from the abyss, rendering the outcome of this conflict even more elusive. The hidden forces within the abyss remained undetected by any faction, for the abyss was too enigmatic for ordinary folk to comprehend. However, just because humans could not perceive them, it did not imply that dragons were similarly blind. In the forest, a scarecrow knight twirled and leaped, eyes shut tight. Give me your heart. Hand over your kidneys. Surrender your bladder and all. An eerie melody echoed through the shadowy woods as the scarecrow danced merrily along the path. Suddenly halting, he opened his eyes, revealing golden, slitted pupils. Indeed, it was time for Jiangyang. I haven't felt this exhilarated in ages. With a mithril scythe slung over his shoulder, Jiangyang howled at the sky. Controlling the scarecrow's body felt nearly akin to that of a human. Yet, sensing the emptiness beneath him, Jiangyang stifled his laughter. No wonder Ah Chao incessantly inquired about his need to relieve himself. It turned out that an empty space down there could feel so hollow. Alas, poor Ah Chao. When I return, I shall weave him a straw creation. And so, Jiangyang continued his journey, swaying with every step. However, he soon sensed something amiss. Suddenly turning around, he spotted a figure nestled among the tree branches and haystacks. Who are you? Who are you? At the first glance, both felt an uncanny familiarity, particularly the Undertaker, who covered his mouth as tears of blood streamed from his eyes. See, countryman. Jiangyang was bewildered by the situation, yet it did not deter him from showcasing his skills. Brother, fellow countryman, what was that saying again? When countrymen meet, they stab each other in the back. Chapter 70. The Undertaker. I'm tired. Let it be destroyed. The two abyssal creatures embraced as if they were long-lost friends, though in truth, it was their first encounter. Upon parting, the Undertaker gazed at Jiangyang, clad in his black arbitration armor, and asked, Countryman, why are you wearing light-based armor? Jiangyang struck a remarkably cool pose and replied, If one seeks to pursue the abyss, one must commit wholeheartedly. The Undertaker's eyes lit up. This was indeed the greatest affront to the light. He marveled inwardly, involuntarily exclaiming, You're quite audacious. This fellow, truly a legendary figure of the abyss, had devised such a clever method. It seemed he had entered the profession too late to grasp the cunning maneuvers of the great ones. However, admiration for his predecessors could wait. The task from Lord Yanjai took precedence. What instructions did the esteemed one give you? Jiangyang was taken aback. Instructions? He merely borrowed Ah Chao's body to enjoy the scenery. He read the script regarding the abyss. Nevertheless, he was undaunted. He gestured for the Undertaker to crouch, and the latter complied. Jiangyang extended his hand, forming a gesture as if to share a secret. The royal army sent me to convey a message. If you surrender to the royal army, there will be plenty of gold tickets for you. The Undertaker was utterly perplexed. What was this about royal army gold tickets? Hadn't they come to the Black Iron Mountains to demand a ransom? No, esteemed one. I meant to ask what the royal army, ugh, what did the Lord say to you? At that moment, the Undertaker perceived that this senior was likely a bit unhinged. Jiang Yang, whom the Undertaker deemed unhinged, looked skyward, contemplating how to respond to the imposing figure before him. Since the esteemed one was indeed a superior, he was essentially the boss. What did the boss say? Jiang Yang slowly began, "Young man, do not aspire to comfort. Work diligently, for ease is reserved for the dead. The boss says you've been doing well lately, and a promotion and raise await you. Working extra hours is beneficial for your health. Effort will surely yield rewards. Sleep on the floor today, and you may be the boss tomorrow. Do not rush to resign. Hold on a little longer. When the company improves, you will be a senior employee, a veteran figure, and there will certainly be a place for you in the office." The Undertaker was left in a daze by Jiang Yang's toxic positivity. The words rang with a peculiar sense of reason, both relevant and seemingly irrelevant to him. In any case, it was profoundly enigmatic, and from these words, the Undertaker discerned one meaning. It seemed Lord Yanjai held high hopes for him. Raising his head, the Undertaker displayed a proud expression, surveying his surroundings with an air of triumph, akin to a soldier stationed at the supply gate after a victorious battle. Once the boasting subsided, the Undertaker brought the conversation back on track. "Thank you, esteemed one, for relaying the message. What shall we do now? Shall we march straight to the Goblin Town?" Jiang Yang paused, surprised that the Abyss was also eyeing the Goblin Town. It appeared that place was a murky quagmire. However, Jiang Yang's greatest passion in life was to wade through murky waters. He waved his hand dismissively, signaling, "No hurry, let us toy with them first." The Undertaker's face contorted in confusion. When will we have time to play around in this sweet spot? Taking a deep breath, he realized that this might offend the senior, yet for the sake of his own performance, he pressed on. "Esteemed one, how about this? You give me those 2 abyssal items from the Lord, and you can take it easy. When we return, I shall split the credit with you." "Abyssal items? What are those?" Upon hearing Jiang Yang's bewilderment, the Undertaker's eyes widened in disbelief. What if the Lord's treasures are pilfered by this fellow? Noticing the Undertaker's uneasy expression, Jiang Yang hastily chuckled. "Ah, treasures. I almost forgot." With that, he began to peel off his armor, revealing the emptiness of his straw trousers. "Come a bit closer. I'll show you a grand treasure." Exasperated, the Undertaker felt that this was not a formidable ally, but rather a source of increased difficulty in his endeavors. Yet, since the other party was a senior, he had no choice but to comply and approach. Jiang Yang plunged his hand into the straw, and soon, a long, dark object emerged. With a flourish, the straw scattered, and the dark object was fully revealed. The Undertaker instinctively tightened his grip, shielding his groin as Jiang Yang brandished a large-caliber shotgun, hoisting it onto his shoulder. The Benelli M4, capable of firing 12-gauge shotgun shells with a bore diameter of 184 millimeters, contained steel pellets that transformed the target into a honeycomb structure. With a sharp click, the bullet was chambered, and Jiang Yang pointed the ominous muzzle at the Undertaker. Have you ever heard the saying, "Caliber is justice, and range is truth"? This 6-path reincarnation gun of mine has sent countless vibrant lives into the void. The Undertaker's brow twitched incessantly. "Big brother, could you at least put on your pants while you speak?" Though lacking in attire, he had made an effort to dress. Could he not maintain a semblance of decorum? At that moment, Jiang Yang realized he had neglected his own trousers and hurriedly pulled them up. Bang! A bright flash erupted, and a thunderous sound reverberated through the forest. The Undertaker, expressionless, looked down and could not help but give a thumbs up. Impressive. Gazing at his own foot, now missing half its sole, the Undertaker felt an overwhelming urge to weep. He was not lamenting his injury. Such trivial wounds could heal in an instant, but rather mourning the absurdity of having such a divine teammate. With his pants hastily adjusted, Jiang Yang swiftly apologized. Sorry. It's normal for a novice like me to have a negligent discharge." The Undertaker, unable to voice his frustrations, reflected on the fact that this was a senior sent by Lord Evernight himself. What could he do but endure? One word, endure. "Senior, let us set aside treasures for now. If possible, let us storm the Goblin Town directly. Do you take me for a reckless fool?" The Undertaker's heart sank into a bleak abyss once more. Was this senior truly a sage? Rubbing his hands together, the Undertaker cautiously inquired, "Then shall we outsmart them?" Jiang Yang cast a dismissive glance, scoffing. "Outsmart? Do we know each other well enough for that? Why should I assist you?" Clenching his fists, the Undertaker felt his patience fraying. This man was an infuriating lunatic, deeper in madness than any abyss. Were it not for Lord Evernight's orders, he would have swung a shovel at him long ago. Taking a deep breath to calm his tumultuous emotions, the Undertaker displayed a peculiarly sinister smile. "Big brother, let us not jest. We are both under the banner of Lord Evernight." "Humph, and what of her banner? She's merely a boss, after all. I switch employers more frequently than I change my undergarments. Believe me, I could resign on the spot. The Undertaker ground his teeth, exasperated. What manner of creature was this? Overwhelmed by rage, he pinched his own philtrum, recalling the last time he felt this way while still alive. Today, he had witnessed what it meant to be infuriated to death by a living person. Jiang Yang continued to taunt. How about this? If you provide me with some decent items, I'll help you deal with the Goblin Town problem. Uffed. The Undertaker spat out a mouthful of blood. Clutching his chest, feeling his heart begin to beat sweetly once more. Pointing at Jiang Yang, he declared, You, a denizen of the abyss, still resort to human bribery? Do you not understand the current situation? I'm sorry, but I am known as the outlaw. Just tell me if you will comply. If not, step aside and don't disturb my sightseeing. The Undertaker, gritting his teeth, quickly reached out to stop Jiang Yang from leaving. No matter what, he was at his wits' end with the Goblin Town. If his only ally refused to assist, it would truly be game over. With great reluctance, he produced his abyssal artifact, whispering, This goose feather quill is my sole possession. He hid the shovel on his back more securely. Its function is straightforward. It can inscribe the identity information of a target. The more terror they experience, the more chaotic their thoughts become, allowing for a more comprehensive description. However, if the target possesses a strong mind and is superior to you, this item becomes ineffective. And this item is part of a set. Just hand it over. Jiang Yang interrupted. Did this abyssal creature not realize that his 2-hour possession time was almost up? He seemed to lack any sense of urgency. After staring at the goose feather quill for a moment, Jiang Yang stowed it within the body of the scarecrow. The Undertaker fumed silently, marking this slight against him for future retribution. Once he advanced to legendary status, he would surely bury Jiang Yang. Senior, we should. You think this trinket is enough to appease me? Jiang Yang smirked, surveying the Undertaker's muscular frame. He did not beat around the bush. I need 10 pounds of blood, otherwise, our discussion is moot. In due course, after the Undertaker sacrificed 10 pounds of blood and another abyssal artifact, he acquired a magical corn, holding the golden cob in his hands. Echoes of Jiang Yang's words reverberated in his mind. If there's nothing else, just consult the magical corn. Stay put and don't wander. I'll be right back. Gazing up at the moon, a melancholic wind swept through once more. The Undertaker felt the night's breeze was particularly uproarious. Clop, clop, clop. Turning his head, he saw the armored scarecrow returning. However, its eyes seemed different this time. The scarecrow approached, fixated on the raven perched upon the Undertaker's shoulder. That thing looks rather striking. It suits my style, give it to me. Clenching his fists in silence, the Undertaker pondered how this being could extort others with such a straight face. The red-eyed raven glanced around, contemplating for a moment before flying onto the scarecrow's shoulder. It waved a wing goodbye. I'm off to latch onto a new benefactor. Do well, old master. Go on, all of you go. At this point, the Undertaker felt utterly devoid of meaning. Light, darkness, the abyss, and tasks were now irrelevant to him. He merely wished to await the dawn, to perish beneath its gentle glow. The scarecrow departed, leaving the Undertaker to continue gazing at the moon. Clop, clop, clop. Are you done with your sweet nonsense? Boom. The shovel swung with a force that astonished all. Such power, even at the peak of his prowess, the Undertaker had never managed to wield. Smack. The withered straw hand effortlessly caught the formidable shovel. Boom. A gale followed, uprooting earth and trees alike. With blood-red eyes fixed upon the Undertaker, the scarecrow bellowed. Do you wish to die, you wretch? The enraged abyssal scarecrow, a legendary creature of the abyss, was driven by fury, a fury potent enough to transcend the boundaries of light and darkness. Its catchphrase, oh, how infuriating. Chapter 71. Time is of the essence. Do not presume that just because you've changed your guise, I wouldn't recognize you. You accursed scarecrow. I swear, I will take you down today. Bang. Clatter. Snap. 10 minutes later, the Undertaker, pinned to a tree by a pitchfork, raised his hands in surrender. Big brother, I was wrong. The scarecrow regarded this foolish teammate with cold eyes. Truth be told, had it not been for the Lord's orders, it would have dispatched such a fool long ago. So, someone is impersonating me. Oh, how infuriating. The scarecrow fumed, bouncing around, shedding countless tiny black insects from its tattered burlap clothing. Seeing this scene, the Undertaker swallowed hard. Had he not just experienced something remarkably similar? At that moment, panic seized him. He feared that the scarecrow, a denizen of the abyss, might be mentally unbalanced. If that were the case, he wouldn't just fail the mission. His very survival upon returning to the Lord would be in jeopardy. The scarecrow halted its lively antics, its blood-red eyes ablaze with fury. Oh, how infuriating. Woe betide the wretch who crosses my path. Big brother. He departed towards the direction of the Goblin Town. Pursuing him now could yield 2 birds with 1 stone, suggested the Undertaker, who quickly fell silent under the scarecrow's cold glare. The scarecrow slowly intoned. What do you take me for? A brutish fool? The Undertaker felt a chill run down his spine. It was evident that the Scarecrow was devoid of rational thought. No, they lacked brains entirely. Covering its tear-streaked face, the Undertaker choked out, "Big brother, I have nothing left. That shovel is my lifeline. Could you spare me? Who would want your dilapidated shovel? However, if you wish to bribe me." The Scarecrow's blood-red eyes fixated on the corn strewn on the ground, and it bounded over with glee. "Look, a new variety I had overlooked." "Ah, but big brother," the Undertaker interjected, "that Scarecrow mentioned that whenever one encounters hardship, one can consult the magical corn. This is merely ordinary grain. You've been duped, you simpleton," the Scarecrow sneered, stuffing the corn into its hollow head while regarding the Undertaker with disdain. This hulking brute, all muscle and no intellect, was utterly worthless. To speak of a two-for-one deal. Goblin Town may be easily subdued, but what of that half-elf? Thus, the Scarecrow revealed a terrifying grin. "We shall outsmart them. Do not regard those inept goblins as a hindrance. With the right maneuvering, they can serve as our tools." The Undertaker eyed the Scarecrow with skepticism. Honestly, he saw little wisdom in a Scarecrow with corn for a brain. "So, what do you mean, big brother?" as the Undertaker inquired. The Scarecrow produced a dark object from beneath its garments. The familiarity of the item brought tears of laughter to the Undertaker's eyes, and he could only utter one phrase. "Big brother, could you refrain from rubbing salt in my wounds?" Brandishing the clump of dark mud, the Scarecrow animatedly gestured. "What do you think was the cause of your failure?" The Undertaker paused, taken aback by the question. "The cause of failure?" After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "The enemy was too strong? The timing was off? Am I a fool?" The Scarecrow curled its lip, nodding in agreement. "I concur with the last point. But the reality is..." Suddenly, a small mudrot hellhound materialized in the Scarecrow's palm. Despite its diminutive size, the aura it exuded was even more potent than that of a typical specimen. The Scarecrow affectionately petted the hellhound's head, its eyes alight with madness. "The truth is, we are not fighting on our home turf, hence there are numerous limitations. What we must do now is alter the battlefield." In a flash, the small hellhound transformed into a streak of black light, racing southward. The Undertaker, watching the hellhound vanish into the distance, suddenly realized something. "Is it the death marshes to the south?" Casting a glance at the dumbfounded Undertaker, the Scarecrow raised its arms triumphantly. "Indeed, in just 3 days, this place will transform into a marsh imbued with abyssal essence, and then we shall have our fun." "Ah!" The Undertaker's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, the legendary abyss was far more astute than he. However, he still had a question. "Big brother, the Mudhound can reach Goblin Town in a day at most. Why 3 days? Fool, there's a significant obstacle to the south, and the Hellhound must take a detour. Do you not conduct reconnaissance before undertaking tasks? How did I end up with you as a partner?" "Oh, how infuriating." The chastised Undertaker fell silent. For his current role was that of a subordinate to his boss's underling. Some matters were best left to obediently follow the directives. Moreover, to prevent that impostor from causing further disruption, we must devise a signal. The Undertaker was taken aback by the Scarecrow's unexpected intelligence and gave a thumbs up. "Big brother, you are truly brilliant. Enough chatter. 2 questions, 1 signal. That should suffice to deal with that fellow. The signal is, when the abyss strikes, it will do so with grandiosity, 2 top-tier abyssal artifacts, plus a legendary abyssal creature. And of all this, only the unwitting Jiang Yang was aware. Other factions remained blissfully ignorant. Meanwhile, at the heart of this brewing storm, Goblin Town was grappling with a pressing issue. Dawn broke. A new day had commenced. Within the political hall of Goblin Town, Yoda, Kun, and Gates took their respective seats. Yoda held a magical letter aloft, looking quite troubled. "The dead volcano has sent word, summoning us to meet in 2 days. How do we prepare for battle?" This letter had reached Yoda last night while he was in a deep slumber, lost in dreams, only to be stirred abruptly by an armored knight who had infiltrated his home. Had he not reacted swiftly, he felt the assassin would have succeeded. However, the truth was that the Scarecrow had merely come to deliver a message without any ulterior motives. After placing the letter down, he had departed. The contents of the letter left Yoda with a chilling sense of dread. He had not anticipated that while his plans were nearing fruition, the dead volcano would seek a visit. Fearing complications, Yoda hastily summoned Gates and Kun to strategize. Gates wore a slight smile, pouring himself a glass of wine before confidently stating, "Mayor, the young dragon of the dead volcano is guarded by an adult red dragon, emboldening its audacity. On the day of our meeting, you can rally the troops, display your banners, and bolster our military might to quell the young dragoness spirit." He crushed a black pearl into powder and mixed it into his wine. With a flourish, Gates downed the drink, rising to continue. "When the 2 armies face each other, the mayor merely needs to employ flattery, offering treasures and riches, and the young dragon will retreat without a fight." Kun, standing nearby, regarded Gates with disdain, his expression dripping with contempt. That young dragon is greedy and cunning. Suddenly, Kun felt a piercing gaze upon him and looked up to find it was Mayor Yoda. Realizing he had spoken out of turn, Kun quickly fell silent, pulling a black pearl from his pocket and beginning to chew on it. Witnessing this, Yoda's brow twitched. These two fools were unaware of the current scarcity of black pearls and were treating such treasures as mere snacks. Rubbing his temples, Yoda waved his hand dismissively. We cannot afford to provoke the dead volcano. I have devised a better plan. If we can deal with those young dragons, that would be ideal. If not, a glint of ferocity crossed Yoda's gaze as he crushed his wine glass in hand. If not, then we shall offer even more. Eyeing Gates and Kun, Yoda continued. And where did you acquire those black pearls? Did that half-elf not cease his weeping? Kun, still in a daze from the black pearl, mumbled, My lord. It is unknown to you that when the black pearls first appeared, the guards were intrigued and many took them home to collect. Upon hearing this, Yoda narrowed his eyes. Confiscate all of them, and find a way to make that half-elf weep for black pearls again. Locking his gaze on Kun, Yoda spoke menacingly. I demand results now. Though Gates was somewhat bewildered, he had not forgotten his mission. He raised his hand. That is a gift for the Grand Duke. Be mindful. Kun gritted his teeth. Grand Duke Noah was a formidable character, and Goblin Town truly could not afford to offend him. Yet, with the mayor's orders given, how to proceed was now up to them. Grasping his curved dagger, Kun led the goblin soldiers towards the dungeon. In a flurry of urgency, Kun quickly guided a squad of goblins to the dungeon's entrance. The guards, upon seeing their commander, hastily stepped aside. Commander Kun, good to see you. You look even more handsome today. The sycophantic praises of the guards fell on deaf ears. For Kun's sole desire was to elicit the black pearls from that half-elf once more. With a swift motion, he opened the great door of the dungeon, and the goblins filed in behind him. As the cell containing the half-elf drew ever closer, Kun pondered how he might compel her to weep those precious black pearls. Inflicting severe torture was out of the question. After all, this was a gift expressly requested by Duke Noah, and she must not be harmed in the slightest. Thus, only one option remained. With a decisive click, the cell door swung open, revealing the breathtaking half-elf kneeling on a woolen carpet, her hands clasped in prayer towards the window, as if she were listening intently to something. A glance around the room revealed it was strewn with pristine white pearls. With a wave of his hand, Kun commanded, Remove all of this. At his orders, the goblins set to work. The opulent velvet bed was hauled away, the lamp post smashed, the fireplace dismantled, and the exquisite paintings and fine furniture were all stripped bare by the goblins. Even the woolen carpet beneath Anna was not spared, as Kun yanked it away without hesitation. With a cruel smile, he tossed a bundle of hay into the corner, declaring, From now on, this shall be your bed. Weep if you must. Having experienced the black pearls himself, Kun understood that they were intrinsically linked to profound sorrow. Thus, he believed that by diminishing the half-elf's comforts, he could surely provoke her tears. Yet, the outcome was far from what he anticipated. Anna remained unmoved, still bowing her head as she attentively listened to something unseen. Kun seethed with frustration, his teeth grinding in irritation, but for now, this was all he could do. Withdraw, he commanded, and the goblins retreated, the cold iron door slamming shut behind them. In the dim confines of the dungeon, Anna was left alone, and the atmosphere felt more oppressive than ever. Yet, this half-elf was unfazed. The ostentatious trappings were merely a veil for sin, and she found solace in the simplicity of her plight. Fire Mountain's golden apples are on sale. Not for $9.98. Not for $98. And certainly not for $9.8. Just $0.98. Take them home immediately. Tomorrow, the first barbecue festival of Fire Mountain will commence. Interested parties should sign up quickly. Admission is free, and there will be a plethora of enticing dishes. Spicy chili paired with chives will offer an experience like no other. Chapter 72, The Flood of Muck. With a snap, another trash advertisement was crushed and discarded, leaving Zhang Yang staring blankly at the heavens. Could it be that the advertising brainwashing technique had faltered? Perhaps he should try some cheesy pickup lines instead? Beside him, Caesar clutched his AWP, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Ever since he had sniped a rabbit from 2 kilometers away, the lad refused to part with his prized weapon. He boasted, This is far more effective than magic. Zhang Yang, however, was disinclined to contest him for the sniper rifle. He knew it was a harbinger of ill fortune. Once one wielded a sniper, the other 9 teammates would fixate on them, secretly anticipating the moment they might receive a free gift. Therefore, Zhang Yang resolved not to be the sniper. At least not the one others hoped would provide free loot. Caesar, rubbing his dragon snout against the sniper rifle, asked in bewilderment, Big brother, why aren't you going to the lottery today? This inquiry only deepened Zhang Yang's sorrow. He recalled that mushroom bomb. Indeed, he had detonated it right before their mother, Shamalu. Although the dragon mother had effortlessly thwarted it, he had still received a thorough beating. After tossing 2 red dragon holy tomatoes into his mouth, Jianyang limped toward the electric scooter. Come on, little brother, let us go practice shooting. As he settled onto the scooter, Caesar was practically bouncing with excitement. He dashed to the front of the scooter and stammered, "See, can I really ride this thing?" Jianyang scoffed, "What are you talking about? Do you think I would forget you? Red dragon fruit, red dragon chives, have you had your fill?" Caesar's eyes brimmed with tears of gratitude. His elder brother was truly the best. If only he wouldn't bleed him dry every day, it would be even better. With a leap, Caesar hopped onto the back seat, twisting with excitement. "Big brother, where are we going? I remember you were supposed to host an apology banquet for Mother tonight, right? Don't worry, we'll make it in time." With that, Jianyang twisted the throttle, and the electric scooter sped towards the fairy cold pool. 2 young dragons, one wielding an AK and the other an AWP, rode the scooter, heading eastward. The target Jianyang referred to was, of course, the little fairy. Soon, they reached a vantage point where the view was clear, perfect for sniping the fairy in the cold pool. At that moment, Caesar finally grasped the gravity of the situation. This seemed like a perilous endeavor. "Big brother, are we courting death?" Lying prone on the hillside, Jianyang narrowed his dragon eyes, fixated on the distant fairy cold pool, gently pressing Caesar's head down with his tail. He murmured, "Fear not. I know a sharpshooter who can hit a machine gunner from 800 miles away. While we may not have that distance, 8 kilometers is still substantial." Pointing a claw at the glimmering water, Jianyang grinned, "Take aim and fire. By the time we escape on the scooter, she won't be able to catch us." Though his instincts told him his older brother was unreliable, Caesar's mind acknowledged the logic in Jianyang's words. Left with no choice, he trained his dragon eyes on the 64x scope, observing the target's condition. Before long, Caesar had locked onto the target. "Big brother, she's sunbathing. From the shape of her lips, it seems she's babbling again." Jianyang quietly retreated, encouraging, "Go ahead and shoot. Your brother will always be your steadfast support." With a claw poised on the trigger, Caesar held his breath, minimizing any tremors in his body. The smart optical sight locked onto the distant fairy, and Caesar gently adjusted the rifle's muzzle, centering the crosshairs on the fairy's eyes. Regardless of the creature, the eyeball is always the most vulnerable part. With a wicked grin, Caesar muttered, "Die!" Bang! The brass bullet shot forth, the powerful recoil causing Caesar's body to sway. Ignoring the recoil, he hurriedly peered through the scope to assess the situation at the cold pool. The result was, through the scope, he saw a fairy glaring at him, her face adorned with a brass pancake. As he witnessed the bullet transform into a pancake, Caesar sighed, "We failed to penetrate the enemy's armor. Big brother, we." Turning his head, he caught sight of a dark shadow racing away, enveloped in a cloud of dust, already 5 miles distant. It was a young dragon riding an electric scooter, and if all went according to plan, it was none other than his elder brother. "I haven't even gotten on yet. I'm still not on the scooter, big brother." With a soft pat on his shoulder, a delicate hand rested there, causing Caesar's dragon body to tremble, his neck stiffening as he turned to face the source. Upon focusing, he was met with a perplexing sight. With a look of confusion, Caesar scratched his head and queried, "Who are you so sweetly? Where was that wretched fairy?" Before him stood a fairy clad in a flowing black gown, her hair dark and straight, her pupils as black as night. Though she was indeed a fairy, she seemed unfamiliar to the young dragons. "Do you even realize what you just did?" With a swift motion, Caesar discarded the AWP cradled in his arms, feigning ignorance. "I merely accompanied my brother to admire the scenery, knowing nothing at all, truly oblivious." Grasping Caesar by a single hand, the fairy revealed a cruel smile. "You just interrupted my purification spell, leaving the cold pond muddied. I assure you. My brother often says that one must uphold righteousness and reason in all matters. I, the Red Dragon Caesar, swear by my brother's name that I am utterly uninvolved in this affair." With a whoosh, Caesar darted towards the cold pond, moving faster than a bullet. Boom! Water erupted skyward, reaching heights of 100 meters, while the fairy observed with a smirk, clenching her small fists as she charged back towards the pond. As Caesar's head emerged from the water, he was met once again by the fairy's presence. "Brother, you set me up again." The fairy flashed a captivating smile. "You seem quite resilient, don't you?" Meanwhile, Jianyang, unaware of the events unfolding at the cold pond, rode his beloved electric scooter towards the dormant volcano. "On my cherished little motorcycle, there shall never be traffic jams." Whistling a cheerful tune, Jianyang felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Letting his insufferable younger brother stir the pot, he considered it poetic justice. Moreover, this was a test, an exploration of whether he might be implicated in the chaos. If he were to be entangled, it would signify yet another stroke of ill fortune, making it an inopportune moment for a lottery. However, should he emerge unscathed and manage to ensnare his bothersome sibling, it would indicate that fortune favored him today. With this mentality, Jiang Yang devised a clever scheme the moment Caesar's reckless words slipped from his lips. "Ah, don't blame me, brother. I must seize this opportunity." While uttering words laden with feigned regret, a grin threatened to distort his dragon visage. This was merely because he had spotted the unique canopy of the money tree. Accelerating, honking, turning sharply, he braked suddenly. Screech. The shrill sound of tires grinding against the pavement erupted as the electric scooter spun gracefully, managing to run over his younger sister. Fortunately, the treant could shift between corporeal and ethereal forms. Otherwise, Jiang Yang would have achieved an unintentional fratricidal feat. "I apologize, dear sister. I was too hasty." The treant emerged from beneath the wheels, her face a canvas of frustration. Initially, she had found him tolerable, but after several days, she realized he was, in fact, a bottomless pit of trouble. No, a veritable abyss. Taking a deep breath, the treant stifled her urge to scold the dragon, forcing a smile that barely concealed her irritation. She asked, "Shall we draw lots?" "Yes, let us aim for something substantial." The treant gestured invitingly, and upon seeing this, Jiang Yang retreated a few steps, grasping the already prepared lottery lever. Having fallen prey to this sweet trap twice before, he knew he had to be more cautious. Otherwise, he would become a fool for the third time. "Watch as I strike gold." Gripping the lever tightly, Jiang Yang began to shake the money tree. Soon, it responded with a cacophony of clattering. Brass bullets rained down like a torrential downpour, followed by an array of MP5 submachine guns. This time, the bounty from the money tree was vast, forming a small hill of arms and ammunition. Staring blankly at the weapons, Jiang Yang pondered. Am I truly destined to tread the path of a bandit, never to return? Boom, boom. Two resounding crashes echoed as two three-wheeled carts tumbled from the money tree, each equipped with cargo beds, measuring 3 to 4 meters in length. Goodness. Half an hour later, 500 undead soldiers brandished MP5 submachine guns, with secret silver shovels slung across their backs and their ribs stuffed with strategic supplies of undead corn. Jiang Yang, Lisa, and the two fools stood atop their respective three-wheeled carts, which served as makeshift podiums. "Warriors, though you may not understand, I must convey a few words." Raising his head, Jiang Yang found himself at a loss for words and decided to skip straight to the conclusion. Lifting his dragon claw, he proclaimed loudly, "Long live the dormant volcano." Huzzah! The undead raised their corn in response, echoing the sentiments of their CEO. Observing the well-equipped undead below, Jiang Yang nodded in satisfaction. With such resources, it seemed a trivial matter to claim a hillock as his own. Lisa nudged him with her head and quietly inquired, "What of that troublesome brother? Isn't he the one who relishes such scenes?" Jiang Yang paused. "Hasn't he returned yet?" Realizing he was oblivious to Caesar's whereabouts, Lisa looked bewildered. "I only saw you leading him toward the cold pond. After that, he vanished. Did you set him up again?" "Surely he hasn't." At this, Jiang Yang waved his small claw dismissively. "Impossible. My third brother is invincible. He can only slay others, never be slain himself." Lisa was taken aback, pondering the source of Jiang Yang's unshakable confidence. Given Caesar's caliber, what strength did he possess beyond merely withstanding punishment? Unbeknownst to them, Caesar had not yet returned. Given the fairy's nature, she would likely toy with him for a while before releasing him. Raising his head, Jiang Yang's dragon eyes glimmered with determination. Onward, to the fairy's cold pond. Buzzing, the three-wheeled carts roared to life, with two undead munching on corn while deftly steering the vehicle. Before long, the carts sped eastward, trailed by 500 undead jogging in pursuit. Dust billowed, and an air of grim determination enveloped the scene, as Jiang Yang and his battalion retreated into the distance. The treant wore a conflicted expression. This atmosphere felt wrong. Meanwhile, at the cold pond, chaos reigned. "Hurry up. If you don't clear this muck, you won't eat." Wailing, Caesar's eyes brimmed with tears. This once mighty dragon was now reduced to a mere laborer. Where could he possibly seek justice for this indignity? Chapter 73, A Leaf of Lotus. The Dragon King returned home, only to discover his younger brother laboring under duress for another. Enraged, the Dragon King summoned 500 undead. "Let us toil alongside my brother." Crack! The small whip cracked sharply as the fairy crossed her arms, casting a disdainful gaze upon Jiang Yang and his dragon kin. "Do you think a mere 500 undead can fill my lake? Have you all been drinking counterfeit wine?" Pushing mud, Caesar's eyes sparkled with tears of gratitude. He glanced at his elder brother, also laboring, and lamented, "Brother, I never imagined you would forsake your dignity for my sake, stooping to such menial tasks. Enough of your lamentations. Were it not for my depleted supply of mushroom bombs, I would have obliterated both you and that fairy long ago." Jiang Yang retorted, incredulous at the fairy's audacity, which seemed impervious to even bullets. Looking up at the muck before him, he wondered where this foul sludge had originated. In such a short time, it had already polluted the pond, and it appeared to be flowing northward as well. Rubbing his chin, Jiangyang fell into deep contemplation. This bizarre mud might very well be linked to the happenings at the gnome settlement. If that were the case, then perhaps there was no need to clear the muck after all. Thud. Dropping the wooden plank he had used to push the mud, Jiangyang plopped down into the muck. I'm done. I'm going on strike. With a splash, the CEO's command caused many undead to cease their labor, opting instead to munch on corn. Observing this scene, the fairy's eyebrows twitched, and she swiftly appeared before Jiangyang. You, a mere hatchling, dare to strike? Do you possess the qualifications to bargain here? The fairy lifted her proud little head with disdain and declared, I have already contacted all the nature spirits of the Black Iron Mountains, and it won't be long before this marshland is returned to me. You are merely a useless, barely serviceable young dragon. Humph. Such a fairy dares to be so blind to reality. Jiangyang exhibited a lopsided grin, filled with disdain as he fixed his gaze upon her. With that, Jiangyang rose to his feet and produced a green lotus leaf, upon which bloomed a delicate white flower. The fairy's eyes widened in astonishment. This is such powerful natural energy. It was her first encounter with such an aquatic plant. The time of March has come. I, Dragon King Jiangyang, shall open the lake and plant flowers. Who dares to object? The well-trained undead, recognizing their CEO's display of bravado, promptly knelt in reverence, exclaiming, We welcome the Dragon King. 3 minutes later, with a bruised visage, Jiangyang donned a fawning smile. My dear, this is the latest lake rental farming plan from Dead Volcano Limited, ensuring your interests remain unaffected while you can also enjoy the benefits of the lotus. Clenching his fist, the fairy cast a sidelong glance at Jiangyang. Dragon King? Your mother isn't as arrogant as you. This insufferable little fairy, once I grow stronger, I shall deal with you. With a steely resolve, Jiangyang handed over the beast skin contract. The fairy examined the contract closely, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. Can your Dead Volcano products truly eliminate the sludge? Rest assured, our company, Dead Volcano, has always adhered to the principles of integrity. Our reputation is rock solid. Green lotus, quality. Green purifies water quality, cleanses the air, slightly condenses natural energy, and prolonged observation can calm and soothe the mind. System evaluation, tranquility and clarity for you and me. Gently placing the green lotus into the water, he then added a bit of elementary fertilizer. As the lotus touched the water, the murky sludge seemed to retreat, as if encountering a formidable foe. With the planting of the lotus, a 1-meter radius of water became crystal clear. Witnessing this miraculous transformation, the fairy's eyes sparkled with golden light. It was truly exceptional. At that moment, Jiangyang was undeterred by the lotus's changes, for a new system task had emerged. Congratulations, host, on completing the designated crop planting task. Reward, 5 sunflowers, 5 elementary fertilizers. A new task was issued. Plant a sea of sunflowers, covering no less than 1,000 square meters. Task rewards, 1 blue quality seed, 2 elementary fertilizers, 10 regular insecticides, 5 elementary insecticides. The dog system, indeed, was a troublesome entity. With so many insecticides, it certainly had ulterior motives. Jiangyang suspected he should have received other item rewards, but they had all been exchanged for insecticides by the system. Taking a few deep breaths to calm himself after feeling wronged by the system, Jiangyang instantly donned a sycophantic smile. He quietly approached the fairy, saying, Dear, our Dead Volcano has more than just lake rental farming plans. We also have tourism development projects. I believe this area, with its picturesque scenery, is perfect for a park. Noticing the fairy's murderous expression, Jiangyang hastily stepped back. This darkened fairy was exceedingly violent. It was best not to provoke her unless absolutely necessary. With a cold snort, the fairy raised her hand towards the lotus, declaring, Listen to the sounds of nature. In an instant, the lotus began to grow and reproduce wildly, continuing to expand within moments. The cold pond was soon dominated by the lotus, while the sludge was utterly defeated, retreating beneath the surface. However, this was merely a temporary reprieve. The sludge would eventually be eradicated by the lotus. Unlike other system plants, this lotus would not perish after being planted, nor would it require new seeds from the system. In simple terms, this was a plant untouched by the system's constraints. Observing his seed take root and flourish within the fairy's cold pond, Jiangyang felt a sense of gratification. Meanwhile, Caesar felt it was a loss. He approached Jiangyang, wiping away tears. I can't believe, big brother, that you sacrificed such a precious plant for me. Jiangyang shot him a sidelong glance, thinking that while the boy might lack many things, his shamelessness had certainly been honed recently. For you? Huh. If I weren't in a rush to organize a banquet to apologize, I might have spent months negotiating with this fairy to maximize the plant's benefits. But now, the banquet is one priority, and secondly, I am about to stir up trouble in the goblin town. I have no time to work for the fairy. With a flick of his dragon tail, Jiang Yang leaped into the tricycle, commanding, "Gather. Let us return to prepare the banquet." Yura. Soon, the undead were ready, lined up behind the tricycle in formation. However, compared to their previous gallant appearance, they now looked quite disheveled. The fairy, noticing Jiang Yang's departure, did not attempt to stop him. She simply stared intently at the young dragon. The latter, sensing her peculiar gaze, turned around and asked with confusion, "What are you staring at?" The darkened fairy turned her head with a huff, dismissing the notion of attending any banquet. She preferred solitude, spending millennia immersed in the water, alone. Noticing the fairy's furtive glances in his direction, Jiang Yang was reminded of the mischievous children from his past who feigned disinterest in receiving red envelopes. Yet their pockets were bulging. With this thought, Jiang Yang beamed a sunny smile, slightly parting his lips. "But I refuse." A wave of killing intent locked onto Jiang Yang. Without a moment's thought, he swiftly reversed his words. "I refuse to deny your wishes, esteemed one. Please, get in the carriage." The darkened fairy nodded, summoning a clone with a wave of her hand. This clone bore the same appearance as the fairy before her transformation, gazing longingly at her original self. "I want to go too." "No, you cannot." Grabbing the clone's mouth, the darkened fairy unceremoniously tossed her into the lake. Having completed this act, the fairy clapped her hands and soared onto Jiang Yang's head. "Great dragon, let us depart." Thus, the darkened fairy accompanied Jiang Yang to the hillside, ready to partake in the barbecue gathering that night. Meanwhile, the abandoned clone wept, longing to join the banquet as well. But the domineering nature of her original self had afforded her no opportunity. Furthermore, her presence here served a purpose. After a while, as Jiang Yang and the dragons departed, a multitude of colorful fairies emerged from the forest. "Sister, it's terrible. Over there, it's all sludge. And it seems to harbor some monstrous creatures that continually disrupt our purification spells." Upon hearing her sister's words, the fairy patted her chest confidently. "A trivial issue. Do you see these flowers? They were carefully cultivated by me. Now, each of you take one back and plant it. The sludge will be naturally purified." Thus, around 50 fairies, having received a lotus, merrily returned to their territories. Upon their arrival, they immediately set about cultivating the lotus. The lotus did not disappoint them. Once it reached a substantial size, the black sludge was effectively kept at bay, unable to contaminate the lake any longer. The sludge from the death marsh was thwarted, much to the delight of these nature spirits. Yet, not everyone shared in their joy. This individual is undoubtedly a legendary creature from the abyss, the enraged scarecrow. Standing on tiptoe, the scarecrow gazes impatiently towards the south. Oh, how vexing it is. According to the usual pace of the mire hound, it should have arrived by now. Sheltered under the shade of a tree, the scarecrow clutches a pitchfork, casting anxious glances in the direction of the south. Although it is still daytime, his movements are considerably restricted, rendering it somewhat difficult to investigate the situation. Yet, despite the limitations of daylight, his ability to act during this time far surpasses that of most abyssal monsters. Just then, the ground beneath the scarecrow emits the voice of the Undertaker. "Brother, could you refrain from jumping on my grave? It's quite uncomfortable for me to wake up during the day." Upon hearing the Undertaker's grumbling, the scarecrow stomped his feet with even more fervor. "Fool, you are undeserving of the abyssal crystal. Do you have any idea how many monsters yearn for it and cannot attain it? You are the disgrace of the abyss." "Oh, how infuriating." The Undertaker replied with resignation. "Your anger is futile at this moment. We should wait until nightfall to assess the situation together." The scarecrow grinned widely. "No, I shall go alone. You have more pressing duties." Upon hearing this, the Undertaker ceased further protest, recognizing that he was merely a subordinate and must comply with his superior's directives. Chapter 74. Chives paired with chili peppers. "Agunare, I have come to see you." At the entrance of the dead volcano cave, the dragon mother, Shamir Yu, opened one of her dragon eyes. She observed a darkened fairy approaching the cave entrance and pondered for a moment. Who could this sweet being be? Does my alias encompass such a character? The shadowy fairy flew before the dragon mother, hands on her hips, exclaiming with an air of mystery, "It is I, Sylvia Hecte." The dragon mother tilted her head in contemplation for a few seconds before finally recalling the fairy. Ah yes, she was the little sprite I had sent into tears with my previous encounter. The fairy, upon hearing this, scowled and retorted angrily, "You lie? I did not cry." The dragon mother, growing impatient, tapped her ear. "So, are you prepared for another bout? This time, I could forego magic and fight you with one hand and my tail." The darkened fairy bared her teeth, contemplating a retaliatory strike. However, after a moment of reflection, she abandoned the idea. This was not her domain, and engaging in a fight would be disadvantageous. With a huff, the fairy, Hecte, turned her head away. "Your precious son invited me to the banquet. I am not here to fight you." The dragon mother paused, surprised. Would Jones really invite unrelated individuals to the feast? Gathering her thoughts, she inquired, how much did he pay you? Huh, do I look like a fairy who pays? Hecate boasted, eager for others to know she was here to enjoy a free meal. However, before Hecate could bask in her triumph for long, she sensed a disturbance. The surrounding fire elements began to surge wildly, while the dragon mother produced a mighty spear, casually using it as a toothpick. She teased, is that so? Then you must be here to cover the entrance fee, for our dead volcano is quite impoverished, and my son's influence is still in its infancy. Perhaps you should consider investing? You intend to rob me? The massive dragon form stood tall, and Shamiru revealed a cruel smile. Surely, you haven't been fooled by my dear son. What do you take me for? This is the territory of the red dragon. Hecate began to sweat, slowly retreating. But you are not short of money. The dragon mother nodded and replied, true, I lack for nothing in wealth, yet I am in dire need of peace. Do you understand? Just yesterday, my son brought me a bomb. Had I not reacted swiftly, the dead volcano would have been obliterated. The dragon mother poked Hecate's small face with her claw, her excitement palpable. How about this? If my son causes me trouble, I will send you to deal with it. Flames billowed from her mouth and nostrils as Shamiru bared her teeth. Rest assured, I won't kill you. After all, I am not a monster. Shamiru felt quite pleased with herself. This arrangement would spare her from the irritating disturbances caused by dragonlings. The little fairy would undoubtedly help her fend off the majority of trouble. Indeed, our family is as clever as ever. With a heart full of delight, the dragon mother looked towards Hecate, waiting for the little fairy to nod in agreement. Just then, a familiar voice echoed at the entrance of the dead volcano. Mother, the banquet is ready. In bounded Jiang Yang, his AK-47 bouncing in rhythm behind him. Upon entering, Jiang Yang's gaze immediately fell upon the fairy hovering in midair. He scrunched up his face in disdain, yet when he turned to his mother, his expression transformed into one of servility. Your Excellency, the banquet is all prepared, and the food will surely delight your palate. At this moment, Jiang Yang resembled a diligent steward, fervently flattering the dragon mother. The dragon mother lifted her gaze to her son, then stepped outward from the cave. I do not wish to cause too much trouble. Fear not, mother. The banquet venue is at the cave entrance. We have even assembled an automatic feeding machine to ensure your convenience. Thus, Shamiru followed Jiang Yang to the banquet site, leaving Hecate in a state of bewilderment. She, it seemed, had landed herself in trouble due to her gluttony. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the crimson volcanic clouds billowed across the sky, and the evening breeze whisked away the last remnants of warmth, heralding the arrival of night. The inaugural barbecue festival of the dead volcano commenced. The blazing bonfire illuminated half the mountain, while a massive stone pot bubbled and boiled with a delightful sound. Undead beings carried baskets of corn onto a platform, pouring the kernels into the stone pot. Everything unfolded in an orderly fashion, despite being orchestrated by dragons and the undead. There was an inexplicable sense of reassurance in the air. Come on, my dear little brothers, let me teach you how to grill skewers. Jiang Yang stood before the young dragons, two tiny claws clutching skewers as he waved them carelessly over the charcoal, reciting a whimsical chant. Two great dragons love to dance. Hey, little undead, peel the corn, yay? I am a diligent worker of the dead volcano. Labor is the best gift. Grassbreaker is running away, hey. But Zorn wants to be a salted fish, yay? Fear not the wind and rain. Learn to farm quickly. Grassbreaker and Zorn, gnawing on corn, exchanged exasperated glances. Meanwhile, Big Silly and Second Silly mimicked their elder brother with great enthusiasm. What was that saying? One does not fear a foolish brother, but fears a whole flock of fools. Lisa covered her face, unable to bear witnessing the scene. She wondered when her brother's antics would come to an end. Beside her, Caesar was eager to join in, finding the dance quite amusing. The dragon mother reclined on the ground, opening her mouth wide to await the food delivered by the pulley system. Not bad. This banquet is quite splendid, wouldn't you agree, Lanny? It's Hecate. The fairy viciously tore into a skewer of grilled chives, chewing with abandon. So delicious. Hecate's eyes sparkled. She felt the flora of the dead volcano was truly miraculous, whether it be the grass, the fruits, or the golden grains, all of which she had not tasted in thousands of years. Watching Jiang Yang's rhythmic movements from afar, Hecate contemplated. It seemed she had been outsmarted this time, and it was time for her to turn the tables. This matter could not be settled without 5 songs. At this moment, Jiang Yang remained blissfully unaware that a certain fairy was coveting his collection of songs. He was entirely absorbed in the art of grilling skewers until, upon spotting a little undead passing by the barbecue stand, Jiang Yang furrowed his brow. It is not the undead that poses an issue, but rather the peculiarities surrounding this particular specter's waist. Behold, a silver flask dangles from its belt, emitting a clanking sound as liquid sloshes within. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have produced a botanical byproduct. Undead corn wine, blue, exclusive to the undead, enhances bone density, temporarily amplifies the aura of death and explosive power. Prolonged consumption may elevate soul strength. System evaluation. Heh, foolish host, you are even less astute than a mere wraith. Bah. How could I have overlooked that? Corn can indeed be distilled into wine, as well as jams and fruit wines. This seems promising. Hastily, I called out to the departing little wraith, inquiring, "What is your name? Do you possess wisdom?" The little wraith responded with a series of incoherent sounds. It appears to be yet another dim-wit specter, capable of brewing corn wine solely due to its past habits. Zorn. From a distance, Zorn heard the CEO calling and hurried over. Zorn reporting, "What is your command, boss?" This lad has a knack for brewing. Devise a method to learn from him and establish a small workshop dedicated to distillation. Zorn nodded, indicating that this was a trivial matter, and promptly whisked the little wraith away from the barbecue stand. Having arranged the wine production, I began to sway with the wind, expertly maneuvering the skewers over the flames. Just as I was honing my grilling skills, Hetty, that mischievous little sprite, fluttered over. "Dragon, we need to discuss something." I opened my dragon eyes, smirking, "No negotiations. What a jest. In the frosty pool, we dare not provoke you, but here at the dead volcano, you dare to act so arrogantly? Do you truly believe that the chairman merely feasts without toil?" To my surprise, this young dragon exhibited a temper, declaring, "I warn you to cease your arrogance." Is arrogance a crime? Which law states that dragons cannot be bold? I wore a provocatively insolent expression, seemingly unafraid of Hetty's potential wrath. I then cast my gaze upon the vividly red skewers in my hand. Red dragon leeks with chili peppers. Initially feigning ignorance, I offered the skewer to Hetty. "Actually, it is not beyond negotiation. Let us first enjoy these skewers, and once satiated, we may converse at leisure." Eyeing the glistening skewers before her, Hetty recognized the leeks but questioned the nature of the red component. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she accepted the skewer but hesitated before tasting it. Cautiously, she inquired, "Is this safe for consumption? What is its flavor? Are you underestimating my culinary skills? Do you see that wraith over there?" Following my pointed direction, she observed a specter relishing the leeks with chili peppers. "See, they are unfazed. You will be fine." Yet, Hetty remained skeptical. "His leeks are green. Why are mine red?" I averted my gaze. "If you want to eat, then please refrain from disturbing my grilling." Seeing that I was ignoring her, Hetty tentatively sampled a small bite, then devoured a larger piece. Throughout this process, I discreetly observed her. Has the prolonged grilling rendered the chili and red dragon leeks ineffective? The flavor is tolerable. Watching Hetty's unperturbed demeanor, I fell into deep contemplation. I then seized the remaining half of the leek and chili skewer, experimentally bringing it to my mouth before abruptly halting. With a glimmer of insight in my eyes, I mused, "Do you truly believe me to be that foolish Caesar?" Caesar, standing nearby, turned in confusion, unaware of why his elder brother summoned him. But in the next moment, he comprehended, as an unusual morsel was thrust into his mouth. The following instant, a roaring flame erupted, piercing the clouds above. Witnessing this spectacle, I exclaimed, "My brother, not even 4 months old, can breathe dragon fire. This child possesses the potential of an emperor." In the Black Iron Mountains, the Scarecrow also took note of the soaring flames. Indeed, a monster resides within the dead volcano. Let us hope to avoid encountering it this time. With that, the Scarecrow hastened toward the frosty pool of the fairies.